Can't find any more, man. They're all dead. Oh, they're spawning now. This might be like world record. Like completing this quest. This quest is always a pain in the ass. Like there's never enough of these things, right? You're just completing this whole quest in like 2 seconds.
It's a beautiful thing. We actually did. Yo, we just killed 27 mobs.
In how long was that? 3 minutes or something?
Oh no, it was 9 plus 15, 24 mobs in 3 minutes. Yeah. I don't know. It seems good.
Look, they're already spawning. Do you have a sight stream for these guys in the middle here, or no?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay, sick. Yeah, just sight stream them. Nice.
Big heal on you.
Okay.
Yeah, my rotation's different than it's ever been. Up to this point, I'm trying to learn it right now. Get back in the groove. You're much more offensive than you've been this entire run.
Right now?
Yeah, and it wasn't like this beforehand. For some reason, level 14, we're just... I don't know, you're using your mana more.
Well, it's instant. I have instant cast corruption and rank 2 corruption. That's pretty much it.
That's why.
You know, yeah. 14 is like the huge power spike on Warlock. I honestly can't think of another class that gets just a huge power spike at a certain level. There's some stuff like Warriors and Sweeping Strikes, but 14 is disgusting for Warlocks.
Let's see, how many bandanas? We have 11 out of 30 between the two of us. Looks like we may have met the end of the dynamics.
Maybe we gotta kill him faster, I don't know.
Alright, we should see 2 pop up. Nice, look at that.
Got a Gortusk here.
I'm gonna sight this one. Oh, I'm moving, never mind.
Very well. Got my car fixed today, and after it got plowed by a truck. After it got plowed by a truck. Oh, nice, man. Car trouble's the worst, right? You just never know how much it's gonna cost. There's always like stuff that goes wrong. Must be a great feeling to get
It's
it
like
back
5
online,
auto attacks. Level 14 priest with this greater magic wand. It's 5 wand ticks and he's dead. I'm on 3 levels lower. No doubt.
Can't find it anymore.
Yeah, I
How
gotta
close
check
are we to
on me.
finishing this?
I've got 12 out of 15 bandanas. You're 3 out of 15, so we're halfway.
Okay.
I love the tempo though, just 2 mobs at a time.
You skip Drain Soul talents? I do, yeah.
No downtime.
Yeah, no Drain Soul for me. Hey, Courtney, good to see you. Happy holidays. Great to see you, Courtney. Yeah, no Murloc's toast, man. We got to start in different starting zones in your arc with a lovely partner. You have to get to each other and still be level 1. There's a way to do it for every single race. It's a pain in the butt, but it's more of like a...
Alright, we got another
You know,
2.
it's more of like,
so there's always 2 that come up. They're just sometimes on the outskirts.
Like, the spirit of it is that you do all 60 levels together, you know?
Nope, looks like we didn't go fast enough. No spawns there. It was a good run.
Well, there's, we can keep going out to the lighthouse. Yeah, there should be some Defias on route. Oh, did we get Humble Compass or whatever, the Compass quest from Stormwind? I don't know.
I did. I picked it up.
No way.
Yeah,
Great,
bro,
you're
I was
a fucking
thinking about
legend,
you.
dude. Share that shit.
Let Let me see. Humble beginnings? Yeah, bro, I got that
Dude,
move.
big brain.
Makes me happy.
Good job.
Yeah, dude, just pull everything you see.
Yeah, will do. Just keep me bubbled and renewed, and I'll just like make sure I get full value from both.
Perfect. All right, big heal.
If you're level 1 and you die trying to get to your party, do you restart? Yeah, that's how we've been doing it so far, man. You should be able to do it though. There's like, you know, kind of guides in the Discord showing how to do it. The worst one out of all of them is going from Night Elf Zone to the Human Zone, and vice versa. That's the roughest, but it can be done. You pretty much swim all the way to Westfall. And then you have to make it from this coast right here to Elwyn without aggroing Murlocs, which can be done, but it's risky. Discord link? Yeah, sure. To hardcore. Here's the website. The Discord link's right there inside.
I'm gonna pull 2 Harvest Watchers to the right. We'll pull
Okay.
3 together.
Okay. You can't fear him. Keep that in mind, but we should be fine. Yeah, Russell, the gnome died, man, during the charity stream. Hey, Jonas, good to see you, man. Happy holidays.
Nice. This is the Simple Compass quest. Okay. But I'm
Uh,
low on mana. If we get
oh, 2 pillagers. Can you? I can fear it. It's fine. Fine. I'm not taking damage.
I big heal.
Okay. Just fear these if you can. I mean, it's just GC. Perfect.
I don't have any water. I'm just saving my mana, so I'm not doubting.
You good?
Yep. Good.
Nice. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Can you fear these off?
Got you.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hold on. We have 2 pillagers though. Pillagers Pryo. I'm gonna fucking pump one pillager. Oh my god, this is actually spooky as hell. Double pillager. It's 4 mobs.
Just see where they stand.
Higher level than us.
Back it
Another
up. Go back to
pillager?
the field.
Yeah,
Run to the field.
Yep, LOS that one for sure.
Wow. Yeah, this is.
I'm gonna fear this one off you. I'm gonna fear this one off you. This one. You have Hellstone too. Keep in mind. Remember.
Hellstone's gone actually. Scuffed.
I'll fear that one off you again. I'm fearing that one off you again. You're good.
I'm gonna heal to full. Give you a renew.
Okay, just worry about yourself. I still have everything. By what?
Pillager.
Just keep outranging it. It's a full health pillager, so just keep outranging it. Yep. It's fucking got the ACOG on the fucking pillager, dude. It's from 900 yards away, bro. Jesus, dude. Look at the cast range on it. Oh my god, is that on you? Yeah, it's on you. Okay, I'm fearing it. This should be the last one.
From deep down.
From deep, bro. Throwing Hail Mary fireballs, man, I swear. Not even a fireball. They're doing that spell a disservice. They should call it Pyroblast.
Oh man, I was sweating there for a minute.
Did you use Divine Prayer or whatever?
Yeah, Desperate Prayer. Let me get
Desperate
a Hellstone if you got it.
Yeah, I got you.
I still had potion. I just.
Oh! 8
What?
slot bag?
What do you mean?
Oh, drop. Never mind. I mean, I shouldn't be excited. I already bought 8 slots. This always happens, man. Red leather pouch drop.
Ah, nice, man. Got the red leather bag. Grats.
I guess I can put it in the bank.
I like the red cereal boxes. They look nice. Got a nice touch.
Yep.
They're better than the little dinky 6-slot looking bag icons.
Alright, to the lighthouse.
It's so scuffed that we both have black ponytails. How did we do that?
I know, right? Fucking twinsies. You're over here moonwalking on my screen, too. You're like... Are you walking normal on your screen? Yeah, you must be, right? Yeah.
You would take out these gnolls? We need gnoll paws or no?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Alright, let's make it rain! Dude, I feel like a hit squad all of a sudden. 1 to 13. It's just too slow.
Yep, we are powerful so now. What's your professions for both characters? I am enchanting tailoring, and he is engineering mining. So working out good. We just crafted our graders right now. We got our lessers. Right, this is kind of what I'm feeling right now. This is looking nice, right?
I'll be full man after this. I'll be ready. Let's.
All right.
Yeah.
Can we get? Let's push it. Let's push it. I believe.
You want to do more than 4?
I want to do all of these, bro.
Oh, 7?
Yeah, dude, 7. Let's go. It's about that time, man. Like, we've been spending too much time in the city, man. That's fine. Wasabi on the line. It's fine.
I'm getting this getting that feeling whenever we were 27 on the Druid Shaman. I got that same exact feeling right now.
All right, so you're gonna psychic scream like the first thing you do, pretty much, man.
Yep.
So we can do it twice, okay?
Okay.
Here we go. Sending the Voidwalker in. Whatever comes to you. That's like the first thing. Yeah, just psychic scream. See what's left.
All right, here we go.
Psychic scream. Yeah. I'm gonna fear this one off. Don't worry. We're good. That's gonna pull more, but it's fine.
Hopefully they're all dotted down. I'm gonna give you a renew if you want to tap. I got you.
I'm gonna put the Voidwalker on this full health target now. Oh yeah, I need to tap. During this one. Tapping for a little bit. I'm gonna kill the one on you. I think we need to go harder, man.
Yeah, that was nothing. That was well, once we get the initial dots and the initial fears, we can handle it. We got to establish the stomping grounds. Voidwalkers, I can hear it in your voice, man.
What do you mean?
I can hear it, bro. This is it. Curiosity killed the cat.
Think so?
Complacency killed the cat. I can feel it, Carlos. You're not looting mobs. It's not a good sign, you know. Okay, 5 mobs. I got you. I got you. I've got
you
no
have a
mana,
Psych
though.
Scream or no? Okay, good. Psych Scream, good.
I mean,
I'm gonna fear this one.
it's gonna be a long fight, dude. This might be more than you shoot.
Okay, I'm gonna tap and then Hellstone so you can see where I'm at. Okay.
Your Voidwalker just went down. I bubbled him.
Okay.
We gotta leave it.
You have to run, I think.
I mean, I can keep you alive for a second.
Yeah, no, let's run. You have Psych Scream again? I have a potion as well.
I got 6 seconds.
Just run. Okay, I'm gonna potion. I'm potion just to show you where I'm at.
Alright,
now I have nothing, okay? But we're good. Reset.
There we go.
Okay.
I was zooming whenever we started that.
Oh, we still got 2. We can fight these guys.
Yeah, it was
Need a
zooming.
shard.
That was my bad.
If you can kill this one with the corruption on him real quick. Nice. I'll make us Hellstones. I actually didn't mean to pull 5 there. It just pulled too much.
Well, if I had mana, if I was full mana, we could have done it.
Yeah, same. I didn't have like any mana when we pulled the 5 as well. So.
The Voidwalker Grip.
You need Hellstone, right?
I got a Hellstone. I'm good.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Get Mark the Dawn in case you don't have it.
Yeah, good call. I really should buy water too, my bad.
Yeah, I have 0 water as well. I messed up.
We really should buy some.
There's no water vendor in the Dead Mines guy, right?
Nope. Okay, this might pull a fuckload, bro. Let's see what happens.
He did the split. They split right in between.
Let's see what happens here. Okay, Voidwalker's got a couple on him. You have Psych Scream for these?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, sweet. Oh, we pulled everything. We pulled everything.
Gotta go.
Don't worry, I'm putting my void on them. We're good. My void's taking the
If we net, we're literally dead. I don't know if these net.
No, they don't net. But run though, yeah. I'm gonna Hellstone just to show you where I'm at. Alright, they reset. Good, we can fight these though. I'm gonna fear one.
2 on your void. Yeah, I'm gonna save the void.
Save the void.
Yeah,
how
use
is
the
he
void.
still alive, bro?
Oh, you just gotta let the void die?
I was going through it. Somehow you saved them. Good shit.
Ooh, no, I gotta save myself. Good. I'm gonna big health 5.
Okay, I'm gonna fear for you. Feeling.
Alright, I need another Hellstone. Got triangle behind you.
Somehow you saved my Voidwalker.
Oh, alright. This is what I like, man. I'm engaged.
That's a little spicy.
Can't take my eyes off the screen. Scheisse. Very nice. Let me grab that Hellstone.
Can't wait for that next rank. I forgot when I got it. You know, that next rank was nice though. The rank 2-1.
Yeah, this one hardly does anything.
Yeah, this one doesn't do much. Need water desperately. All right, now should we kill him?
Yeah, let me get
some
full mana.
cheese.
Hang on.
Okay.
I don't have any. Oh, I got
This is
one.
1, 2, 3,
one
4, 5,
ice
6,
golden.
7. We did 7 before, no problem, right?
Yeah, let's go. I'm down.
All right, let's go. Would get some initial aggro. Look, he's got all of them.
Ooh, now Graves
Just like
has all
Scream.
of them.
Just like Scream. Perfect. I'll fear one more. This is what we need to do every time, man. It's like max value from our CCs, you know. Voidwalker's on 1 as well. We effectively have like 4 CC'd right now or something.
Okay, I'm I gotta get this guy dead off of me.
Okay,
I'm in huge
okay,
trouble.
just use your potion and use your Hellstone. Use it right now. Potion and Hellstone. Use your potion now,
It's all
stun.
on
Potion now,
fucking
stun.
cooldown.
Okay, I'm fearing off you. I'm fearing off you. I have mine. Don't worry. I have mine. Fearing off me though. I can potion as well. I'm potion. Now I'm out of everything. As of right now, I'm out of everything.
Yeah, I'm out of everything too.
You have
I'm gonna
Psychic Scream? It should be up.
Yeah,
it should
we
be
gotta
up.
quit playing around. Yikes! One
Psychic
resisted.
Scream? Fine. I'm gonna fear it. Okay, let's go. You have anything just to renew? Should be enough. There we go. I'm dead, I think. Unless you have a fear for this one. Oh shit, bro. There we go, bro.
We have it.
This one's feared. Keep running, keep running, keep running. Look through your bags as well. Look, yo, look through your bags right now. Hold on, I could fear one right now, but it's gonna reset the leash, right? Just keep running, keep running. Just keep running. I think you have threat too. I can peel for you if really needed. Okay, that reset the leash
pull
again.
anything. I think
Yeah,
we're
don't
good.
pull anything. Don't pull anything. All right. Yo, we survived. We survived. We survived. We survived.
Alright, I told
Alright.
you. I heard it in your voice.
Yo,
Coco.
that was
Calm down.
that was the posture check right there, bro. That we actually had nothing for that. We're not deep enough to have like tools to survive shit like that, like Target dummy.
Yeah, target dummy and we're good. We're not quite there.
We're not quite there yet.
Almost.
All right,
Not
let's
quite
pull
there.
this.
This
I
is
need to
just
get
like
some
the Druid
shards.
Shaman. We got a taste of the good life.
Yo, there's still people chasing us
Yeah,
though,
I
bro.
know.
Are they? They're gonna give up, right? Fucking drain life, I swear. Oh my god. Thought that was it. That was. I thought that was it too for a second there. All right, we're fine.
Thank you.
The thing that made it kind of scary too is like it was on cooldown. I think mine was on cooldown too, like the Hellstone potion.
That was 15 seconds. That's repair. 15 seconds. Yeah. Hellstone and potion. Yeah. That was what got me at the end.
Oh man. Okay. Plus I need sack on the Voidwalker. Like we're 2 levels away from sack. That's gonna increase our survivability a lot as well.
We almost made it to the lighthouse. Let's keep moving towards the lighthouse. Dude, we're only 14 going to the lighthouse.
Yep.
But I still think it's the play, like you said. Because
Yeah.
like old Murkai level 20, we can't touch him right now. Six levels?
Maybe we could.
I'm gonna get this copper vein. Yeah, I'm gonna get this copper vein off to the side.
Is that in-game snow or a mod? That's just like a browser source I'm running on the,
Yo,
on
hey.
the Streamlabs. What up?
Someone said, we can pull 7. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, we did it before though. We did 7. I think what happened, bro, is we pulled 7 and then some of the stuff got feared into more, so it ended up being like 9. That's my guess. Because we did 7 a second ago and it was no problem.
Yeah, but nothing was on cool. Everything was still on cooldown.
I'm getting all these. We got this. It's just 6.
Yeah,
For those. Pull this. Alright, this is probably gonna get feared off into a bunch and then it should be fine.
broke it right away.
It's okay.
Man, and I don't have Spirit Tap yet. Going boom right away. Like I can't place any dots. If we pull this mini, so they die slower.
We got this, right? What is this?
Yeah,
4?
yeah.
Yo, come
Let's
on.
try it. Yeah, we got
Let's go.
4 easy. I can only use wand, I think. Like I can't dot anything right now because I just go
Okay.
So I'm just gonna renew you and heal you and let you tap.
Okay, we
We
got
got
5.
5.
I'm gonna fear this one. Don't worry about this one. Don't worry about this. Only
Renew
Psychic
you.
Scream if it's 2.
Renew the pet.
Okay.
Okay,
Now Psychic
perfect.
Scream
I got
that.
2
That's
on me.
perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, another note to self: I'm never gonna try and save your pet. I mean, if
Yeah, don't
we're
try
in
to save
trouble.
it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I never try to say. I mean, situationally, but more often than not, just let it die. It doesn't matter if it dies.
Right. I don't know how I got threat whenever you were. You look so pitiful, man, with 2 mobs on you. Like, this is it.
Oh my god. That was looking bad. Thankfully, some, like, went back right at the last second, right? So... Oh! Rare, I heard it, but I don't see it.
Let's go. Oh, it's
My shit went off.
The Murloc?
Could be. Slark?
Yeah, it's
Slark, yeah.
Murloc. Okay, you need 4 null paws and we're done with these guys.
Just have to loot this one.
Alright, I'll pull them all to you.
Yo, J. Allen Brack!
Got the J. Allen Brack boots?
And Slark. Slark and J. Allen Brack, both Murlocs are up. Fear this one off you. I wanted to pull more. Pull the Shubis more.
I'm gonna need another Hellstone if you have a shard.
I got you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, 7 of 8. This could be the final one right here. Let's see. That's it. 8 of 8. Perfect.
Okay, to the lighthouse we go.
Okay.
Yo, I'm so close to target them. Do we have any wool cloth? You don't have any? We haven't killed mobs high enough.
Not yet. We're about to be there though. I think mob's like 15 plus. About that.
Once we get wool cloth and we get a few target dummies, I'm gonna feel really good. Like that last. So if for anybody watching and Cargo's almost died, if he has sack, a whole different game. If we have target dummy, wasn't even close.
Yeah. Do you think the first WoW character someone creates says something about them? I think it does.
Oh,
I don't know what
tab?
though. I don't know what it says about
Spirit
them.
tap right now, and my man is just feeling it.
But there's something interesting about what you choose when you have no idea about class balance. You have no idea how they actually play. You just purely look at the races. You purely look at the classes, and whatever you gravitate towards. If you're taking it seriously, you know.
Round up all these guys.
Whatever you choose, it definitely says something.
I'm gonna go get two more Vors.
Check the leggings you looted. Oh, 2 and 2 stand. Yo, big. Thanks, man. That's very nice.
I'm so glad you told me about that charge thing, because I always stutter step you and just get charged to oblivion.
Yep. Hasn't been happening anymore, though, right?
No, not whenever I stand still.
Just gotta fight the boars. And fight them.
I gotta fight my inner self and not twitch.
Can't wait to get Grace for Dason's torch. Big light. So even just getting down to this lighthouse could be spooky. No, we're fine. There's nothing here. Did you find the undead rare at the graveyard? It's only in the evening time he spawns. He might be up now, though. Yeah, you're right. We didn't go by that area, though. He's over here, right? He's by that top mine, like over there. We'll take a look once we get over there.
I can't even. We're too low to get the old Murkai quest.
Really?
Yeah,
I think I got it.
Too. Oh, did you?
Oh, no. You're right.
Bet you it's 15.
Oh, that's unfortunate, man. Yeah, it might be 15. How close are you to 15? I'm kind of close.
8 bars.
Okay.
So, what's the play? We need...
Yo, these Murlocs are so scary. Actually, I don't know if we can kill them right now.
well, we just have to... I wish our Hearth was in Westfall. We should have changed it. We just got to keep doing... We got to do Gortuss Liver. We got to do all the small kill quests. We can get rid of these null paws. I'm getting up top.
Okay.
just all the crappy quests in Westfall we have to continue to do.
Yep. Still
stringy
need the
vulture meat.
bandanas,
Yo, we
right?
can do the
Still need-
vultures next to dead mines, that graveyard. All the Gortus.
I guess we have to go back to the guy anyway to turn in the flask of oil, so it's fine.
You still need 10 red leather bandanas. Alright, let's get these Gortus for now. Oh, Cargos, I got 2 Gortus on me behind you. Oh, but you got a freaking 17 on you.
I can fear this one though. I can fear this one. Don't worry. This one's feared. Can't wait to get those suppression points, man. I swear, dude.
I'm about to get pumped.
Oh, you got all of them on you. Just stand still. Don't move. Do not move. That's the most important thing, bro. I'm gonna fear one off you as well.
Got 6 seconds on psychic.
Cheese and rice, man.
It was about that time, eh?
He's about to charge your ass. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh, watch your health. Oh, you didn't take much. I guess because you had bubble.
I don't think he charged up right there at the end. I'm gonna grab this one to the right.
Can't wait to get the next rank at tap, man. This rank 1 tap's getting old. Or just by water.
Yeah.
So finish up all of our stringy vulture meat here. Look after all these.
I'm not on you. I'm killing the Gortusk.
Okay,
Dude, depending on me.
I'm good right now. Blade Walker's on 1. You're on another one.
Alright, bubble on you.
Okay.
New on you. Alright, big heal on you. Big heal.
Very nice. Big heal.
My heal sucks at this level too. Dude, a couple more levels and we're gonna be in there again. Just not
Yep.
quite there yet. Alright, I'm 2 out of 3 vulture meats. You're still 0.
You able to group
Okay.
out in the open world in HC rules? This is a duo, so it's kind of its own thing. But
Maybe
yeah, you
north a
generally
little bit?
can't if you're. Yeah, I'm down. There's a few right here we could kill. Are you
Oh
are you
yeah.
still-
Yep, I'm here. Let's go.
Okay. Void Walker's got initial threat of all 3.
Oh
They're
dude, he
coming.
almost just got one shot.
Really? Oh, nice, nice, nice. I'll fear this one too if he's taking that much damage. Okay, now we're good. You need Hellstone or anything?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, one more. I had full inventory.
Some ice cold for you to hit the spot.
Thank you.
How much vulture meat are you?
I've got 4, so we need 2 more.
Okay.
get our first Dust Devil.
Sure.
Level 18.
Do you like any FPS games? I love CS, man. I've played CS since I was knee high, or not, maybe not knee high. That's an exaggeration.
Let's see what's
Played
so
CS
special
ever
about this
since
guy. Oh, he doesn't have that much health. 400.
Football camp in middle school.
It's a couple
Actually,
wand ticks.
I don't know how long I played CS. A long time, brother. I love CS. I haven't played Valorant though. I heard about it. I heard about Apex too. I never played Apex. Played a good amount of PUBG, CS:GO.
All right, got two Gortas.
I love how these guys drop 2 boar meats each. Isn't that nice?
Dude, our cooking is like 100 right now, which feels really good. I got some
awesome.
Gortas on me, low health. Pumped. Maybe you can grab that other one.
What other one?
Just behind us. I'll get it.
The unit frame headshot?
Okay. You need 3
The unit frame
snouts
add-on? Type
and
exclamation point
7
UI if
livers.
you want to see
I'm
any
done
of the
with
add-ons,
both, so
man.
we're halfway there.
Love that, and streams keep up the good work. Skull, good to see you, my friend. Happy holidays.
We need 2 vulture meats between the 2 of us.
Alrighty. Can't wait for the level 16 rank 2 life tap. That is looking so juicy. Right now, I don't know if you can see the life tap struggle right now by watching, but it's real. It's hardly
Just
hitting
need
me for
1 vulture
anything.
meat. Dust Devil to the right. I got him. Come on. No
Nope.
dice.
On my solo hunter, I actually have magic dust on him.
Like 1?
Yeah, 1.
The only the only one I've ever seen was in our last duo. I swear that stuff never
Oh,
drops.
we had 1 too? Yeah.
Yeah.
The blessed one.
I know, man. It's like it's an oddity whenever you see him. A rare commodity. Got a humble hunting tunic. How much backspace do you have? I can give you 2 greens.
I'm
Maybe not.
okay. Yeah. Hand him over. Appreciate it.
All right, maybe kill Gortas on the way back, and then we need to kill more Defias for your bandanas.
Yep.
And 1 more vulture meat. Yeah, there's tons of Gortas here.
So you have all 3 of my vulture meat?
1 more
Still
vulture
need
meat.
more. Okay, need 1 more. Gotcha.
I'm We're good on vulture meat.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, still tons of Gortas though.
Shadowlands yet. Not enough to say that I really have. I just messed around for a few minutes in the starting zone. You make me want to play Warlock? Can you say some of your Warlock pros and cons for a solid solo playthrough? Pros and cons. There's just so many, man. I mean, I'll tell
Here,
you.
let me get Spirit on. Let me get the mistletoe again.
Like I've said, I've never felt stronger in vanilla WoW than playing a Warlock. You know, they're not my favorite class fantasy and all that, but you really have no cons. I don't know, what are the cons to Warlock? The cons to Warlocks are soul shards. I mean, yeah, you're not like the top of the meters in a raid or something, but if you're just talking about leveling, it doesn't even matter. But you still do pretty good amount of damage. Just Warlocks, PvP.
Is there any way
You just favored to win every matchup.
Nah, it's probably not even worth it.
Dungeons, just like a Swiss Army knife of utility. I'm convinced there's no other class in the game with more spells than Warlock. I think Warlock has the most. I don't know if anybody knows for sure, but if you factor in all the pets, all the different abilities on the pets, and all the crazy shit that you get as a Warlock, I don't think any class has more. Warlock has just a ridiculous amount of spells.
I got a lot of mobs.
You factor in like the Infernal's ability, the Doom Guard's abilities, yeah, there's no chance.
I can't fear.
Wait, where you at? What? Oh, I see you. Oh, a chest right here in the middle of nowhere. Nice.
Very nice. Yo, I'm gonna run into Westfall and Vendor real quick. It's not really gonna help that much because they're all quest items, but...
Okay.
Or you know what? Let's go over this hill and get you your red leather bandanas so we can advance that quest at least.
Yo, I got light leather!
No way! Did you get two?
Three.
Yes! Dude, I can make my goggles at 100 now.
Oh, let's go, dude. Finally something that's blessed about this run than the other runs. That's pretty nice. So that's already enough leather for you? Nice.
Yeah, dude, that's huge. I have 4 in the bank. I need 6 for the goggles.
Huge, man. Huge.
That is beautiful.
Yo, Crix, good to see you, my friend. Happy holidays, Crix. How
Hell
we doing
yeah.
with the
I'm so glad you
with the
brought that. So
the holiday vibe?
I need 18 more skill points, and I get 4 Stam 4 Spirit goggles. It's pretty big for the group.
So pretty much anytime we get back to the city, you can make that.
Yep. Yeah, I've got the materials ready for it. Oh, and you have a Tiger's Eye in your inventory too, or did you delete it?
I do. Yep.
I need that second Tiger's Eye. It's so nice, man. I love these duels. You get excited about the other person's gear upgrades.
Yeah. Those are a lot of fun.
Obviously helps you out.
Alright, I'm pulling all of them.
Alright, it's fine.
Yo, Bubble?
I'll figure it out. Yeah, let me bubble. I got this more tusk on me.
Oh my god, these guys backstab too, Jesus. Oh yeah, I have like 3 on me. You have 1 on you as well? Okay. There we go.
Alright, bubble and renew on you.
Nice, thanks.
Big heal on you.
Okay.
Oh wow, these guys backstab you. We're in a little bit of heat.
Yeah. I got the, Hellstone and potion though. Nice, good psychic stream. Very nice, very nice. Hitting the drain soul
I'm gonna
buff.
finish off that copper vein. Yeah, you need.
I don't think so.
Jeez,
People
10
have
more-
calculated it. It's not that
10 more
great.
bandanas, so I
Drain
guess we
soul.
just stay here. Let me tap this a few times.
In TBC, that talent becomes insane, though. In Drain Soul, it just gives you instant chunk of mana. In TBC. You know, leveling with a Felguard pet too. Doesn't that sound so nice? TBC's coming. Did you die in the dome? Yeah. Yeah, we died during the charity event. We had to jump and take 80% fall damage as one of the spins. So we died.
You don't have inventory for linen, do you? No. Don't worry about it.
Maybe.
No, don't worry about it. We'll just.
Honestly, maybe just start vendoring all the greens now too.
Okay, not even.
I think I have like too much. Like I actually have too much enchanting materials.
Okay.
You can just get money from it.
I like it.
Because last time we overshot it as well. I ended up having like way too much.
I'm gonna get the score tusk. Let's go over the hill maybe. Kill Gortusk and Mortifius.
Okay.
I think we need a few more Harvest Watchers too. Did we complete that quest?
No, we can finish
10
that
more
off as
harvest.
well. And we need to kill every Gortusk, right? All the livers still.
Yeah. I'm looking at 4 Gortusk right over the hill.
Nice.
This is gonna hurt.
Off your one, since you're taking a bunch of damage.
I should have psyched this.
Psychic Scream is probably just like the highest prio thing, just because it's damage and healing essentially.
Right, right. I'm 2 bars. 2 bars from 15.
2% hit, 1 point. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my first point in Spirit Tap, which is exciting.
Hey, Bubble, when you get a chance. Thank you. You fear that one?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. I messed up and pulled 2 more across the way.
Okay. I'll start focusing him down. That should be dead. I'm gonna fear that one off you. I'll fear the higher health one off you. Oh, we got a Harvest Watcher on us now? Okay.
I don't know where that came from. Out of left field.
We're good.
Focus the Harvest Watcher.
I'm gonna focus that I'm gonna fear the Trapper. Focus
Thanks.
Harvest Watcher.
Very nice.
Should be good now. Okay, we're good, right?
Got one
Just that one off
feared.
in La La Land, yeah. It's crazy we did all this without any water or anything to...
Yeah, we haven't sat down to drink the whole time. That's been a whole game in itself, trying to use my spells at the right time to maximize MP5. Oh, got our first handful of oats. Forgot to look out for those. Just one more item to add to our inventory
Yeah, I
space.
know, right? Westfall is not kind to the old inventory.
Let's do Harvest Watchers then Vendor. Turn that quest in at Vendor since it's
Where
over
can I
in
order
the next
pedos?
game.
Oh.
We can kill 'em
Where
here
can you
too.
order pedos, Emmanuel? Emmanuel, you're good to see you, man. Happy holidays. There's a link in the chat. Let me get it for you.
Pull 2 more.
People in the chat can confirm, man. Apparently, if you use all the codes and do all it, you can get it for like 67 cents somehow, which is insane. I mean, it's 67 cents, like pretty much. That is just actually insane.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we can't fear these guys.
There's the link for you though, man. They are very tasty, my friend. I think you're gonna really like them.
Alright, 6 more watchers. You kill these 3, go to the other camp. Kill 3 more, turn it in.
Another thing that sucks about these mechanicals is you can't
Unwanted
drain
this
them
one.
either. You can't even drain them. You can't fear them, you can't drain them. Oh shit, he's low. Holy shit. Got a little low there.
Yeah, I did get a little low. Can I get a Hellstone?
Glad you're using it, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm so glad that I'm getting a second chance at doing Priest, because I didn't do a lot of this stuff the first time around, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm playing much smarter, much better
potions.
this time.
Hell yeah, man. Improvement every time.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, Cargos, as someone that's a WoW fanatic, and you've seen me since the beginning, I'm so glad hardcore has happened. I've become better at my keybinds. I've had better situational awareness. It's really fun coming back and improving my gameplay every day.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
know it sounds silly, but a level 14 priest is improving my skills. Like, for what it's worth. I don't know if
Might
people
be the
care
only
about
one
that
that
at all.
involuntary hears something else than pedos.
It feels good to
PTOS? POTOS?
see improvement. Like if I was just mashing Maul and getting 100 part, 98, 99 parses on my off tank as a druid, I really wouldn't be improving my WoW skills. And I know WoW skills, it sounds great. This is what we
That's
do every
legit,
day,
man.
so it's kind of cool.
Hell
to
yeah.
play.
No, for sure. I mean, hardcore makes you just like make your fundamentals solid just when it comes to moving around the game, being careful, paying attention. It's got its own little unique skill set. Wow, 2 out of 8 livers, man. Beautiful.
I know, it's
Took
the
9
worst
million
thing I've ever
years.
seen. How many livers do I have? I've got 10 livers. So
Oh.
we're
Oh wow, I was
4
not
away.
expecting that. Okay.
4 away, and then I've got all the snouts full. I've got 7 snouts. We
Should
just
be a bunch of oats in this field, right? And we are 3 Harvest Watchers shy of completion. There's 1, 2. Can I get a third? Can I get a third? I guess not.
I'll go and fish some Gortus into us. No Gortus off to the side.
No more Harvest Watchers too. You hate to see that. Oh, we need oil though.
You kill these
Go for
baby
3 out of
harvest
3.
golems for oil.
Okay.
I've got 6 you want. We need 3 oils.
Going all the way to DM today? Nah, probably not, man. Probably maybe tomorrow. We're towards the end here. There you go, got one.
More. I'm gonna go run by the vendor and just sell 3 greens that I have. Keeping my eyes peeled for oats.
Brett's on 15. I'm off, guys. Happy holidays, everyone, and don't die where I'm sleeping. Don't die while I'm sleeping. Will do, yo. Thank you for the sub earlier, man. Old Air Block, yo. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to the community. It's good to have you here. Really, really, like, just nice chat recently. Yo, Grace, I don't know if it's the same for you, but the chat has just been so good, man. I had, like, a streak there. I was just adjusting to it, right? But I had a lot, just a lot of trolls and not a lot,
Yeah.
but just it was starting to creep up a bit. It's been so good the past couple weeks. Chat's been so nice.
Oh yeah, no, it's been solid. Hardcore community. Everybody's here to just play classic. Um, yeah, it's been really good company. It always is. These hardcore streams. You got a couple people in there, but it's good, man. The morale keeps the morale high.
You know,
It really does. It's not, and the streams would be nothing if you guys didn't keep the conversation rolling.
3 of 8 livers.
Can't buy a harvest watcher. Here, let me see.
Are you deleting the shards? I mean, I can make them anytime. I just really want every inventory slot I can muster just for extra econ. At the moment, you can whip up a bunch of shards whenever. No oats, huh? Do you raid or PvP anymore? Not at the moment, my friend. I stopped raiding after BWL. Got BWL geared and put it to rest. I haven't touched AQ and I haven't touched Snacks at all. I enjoy PvP a lot. I think when TBC comes out and the arenas are here, I'll be going pretty hard with that stuff. That sounds really, really fun to me. I've been getting my PvP fix and playing Dota, just off stream, after hours. There we go. Harvest Watcher back up. The final one.
And sniping oats.
I wish they made Soul Shard stack. Soul Shards are just such a pain on Warlock. I wish somebody told me before I rolled that as my main. You just go through so many shards. Doing BGs is like one BG depletes all of your Soul Shards. If you're really like using all the abilities as you want to. And then how do you go farm Soul Shards when you want to queue for a BG? You can try to get them in the BG, but
Well met. Light
it's mainly Shadowburn, Shadowburn, and I mean Soulfire too, but they just tear through your shards. And it's hard for me to not use Shadowburn. I have to use Shadowburn. If I'm playing Warlock and I'm like fighting someone 1v1 and we're fighting over something, I have to use my Shadowburn if it's available. Like I just cannot physically take the L and not use Shadowburn. Like I have
Okay,
to like,
Corgos.
generally just try my best to fight them.
I got it figured out.
What's up?
We're gonna go get our Murloc eyes north. We'll do coast runners. Yeah, we'll just kill coast runners. We'll get the livers on the way, and then come back here. We need the Murloc eyes to get rid of those other 3 items, though.
What's your favorite Dota hero? Mine is Lone Druid.
3 livers.
What can I do for you?
6 Murloc
I like
eyes.
playing.
And oats.
Sounds good, man. I like playing Lone Druid. I also like playing. Support's really fun role. I like playing the 3 position and 4 position. I like the 3 position because you're a core, but they don't expect you to get all the farm in the world. And like, I like being able to find like pockets of value when you're playing those games, and just find a little bit of farm here, like go into the enemy jungle, just kill one camp real quick, and squeeze out little nuggets of value. And then, carry when you're the underdog, right? Like off lane, you're expected
Light
to.
bless you.
I don't know. So I like that, but I also like the 4 position. Like I play a lot of. I like playing Earthshaker 4 or Ogre Magi 4. I love Ogre Magi. Pudge 4 is pretty fun, but it's kind of a meme. Ember Spirit's definitely one of those high finesse mid heroes. I think I have like 500 games on Quap though. Mid. Quap was good once upon a time. Okay, I'm coming to you.
Alright, I think we need... Yeah, we need the pocket watch while we're here too.
Okay. We should try to finish Oates and turn it all in right now. I don't know if it's gonna be possible.
Okay. Maybe go into the barn first. Get all the oats in there.
Yeah.
Got one in this field a second ago. Alright, I feared two out here. Who knows what they're gonna pull back?
Y'all going hard today? Yeah, man. Back in the saddle.
Got a chest and we got oats.
Is the PETOS available in the EU too? I don't know. I should have probably checked it to see. There's an NA.
Alright, we're 8 out of 8 collectively on oats. Just need another 8.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find out really quick. Let me see. Shop.
It's fun. Alright, I'm getting Benny Blanco, the guy that slaps. I just pulled him.
Okay. Benny Blanco. You know, I
Oh,
think
Blanco.
they do. Oh, no, 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 no.
Yo,
No,
Blankinator.
I don't
Blankster.
think they do. You hate to say it.
Benny Blanc in the ground. Good night.
When I hit country, I only see one drop down for USA. So I think it might be just a US thing, my man. Unless somebody in the chat figured it out, but I don't think so. I don't think it's NA. US. Alright.
Alright, Murloc guys. Let's you wanna look for oats in the camp to the right first before we go to the coast? The other farm to the right? There's always
Yeah,
a
sounds
few
good.
oats up
We
there.
should finish the Murlocs too. Like just the low level ones, because that's the biggest pain point of this quest of
Yeah, if we
get these
if we
low-level
check the
ones.
oats here first, we might have enough whenever we double back.
Okay. Sounds
After
good.
Murlocs.
These null camps usually have some oats by them too.
Yeah, let me see.
See
Does
any?
this one have any?
I see one. I see one in the back right. Or back left.
All right, do your stuff.
Alright, let's go. This side scream sound? I like the toggle lock thing League has. Yeah, I used to play League too,
Alright, now
way
let's
back
check
in the
this
day.
Little camp, do Murlocs, and then hopefully these oats will have respawned.
This chips is giving you a craving. I mean, dude, it's people in the chat. You put it all in the code, and 67 cents. You should just try it out for a month. I'm legit going to probably use it for a bit. I've been really enjoying it.
Yeah, I forgot how fun Psychic Scream was. It's so good.
For that charge, man.
All right, Psychic Scream.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're using it on cooldown now. It's just good.
Yeah, value.
Basically deals damage and heals all at the same time because CC's.
All right, we got.
I see a
two
couple
oats.
oats here. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost there. I'll be at 6 after this.
All right, I'm grabbing my last one in the farm.
I need 2 to go. This Knoll camp over here oftentimes has an oat or 2.
Yeah, once we do the Murloc guys and we come back, you should be able to find the last one.
I see 1 oats. Just need 1 more after that.
We still need 2 Gortus livers for you. Got a couple.
Yeah, bubble. Yo, Mocha, that's a new name. Thank you very much for the membership on YouTube. Welcome to the channel, Mocha. How are we doing
post
today? Happy
runners and
holidays.
Murloc guys.
Digging the TBC video with Scotty J earlier. Oh yeah, Brandon. Scotty J's he's a real one. Nice dude.
All right, yeah, here's 4. See how this goes.
That Psychic Scream might aggro like 10 more, but I'm down. That sounds like sounds like a fun and interactive gameplay experience.
Try and bubble you in a second. Yo, I already got Captain Sanders map. Let's go.
Dude, you in that map, so lucky, man.
Let me see. Is it always just a 1 pull?
I haven't looted anything in like 5 levels, so. Let me see.
I'm trying to get you to loot these freaking bandanas. Alright, here I'm bubbling. Yeah, we were talking about it. I was like, I got mad because this one mob got glitched in between the walls. Like, yo, that's the blue drop. And it bugs me when I don't loot mine. Everyone's like, yeah, Cargos doesn't loot like 30% of the mobs he kills.
Yo, that might be generous, bro. Yeah.
Here, see if you can get this map.
Let's see here. Nah,
No map?
no map, no dice. People in my chat tell me they get triggered, like they're OCD when I don't loot anything. Can't help it. I don't even-
It's like the cardinal sin. It's like the worst thing you could do in WoW is leave a mob unlooted.
Which is like the opposite of Melderon. Melderon loots everything. To a point, Defcamp gets pissed off. Like, he could be level 60, Copper Vein, you know, in the side of the forest, of Elwyn Forest, and he's like, hold up.
Oh man, like all these kill quests, man. I've been stockpiling these items for you. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, how many coast runners? We need
Yo,
5 eyes.
porta
No,
potty.
4 eyes.
We
2
died
coast
during the
runners.
charity stream, my man. We were doing this thing called like the Wheel of Doom. So like $10 donations to the charity. We would spin this wheel and it would mess us up in the game. You know, like we'd have to play blindfolded or like no UI or delete a piece of gear. And we got one that says you have to take 80% fall damage.
Alright, it's about to
to
get
continue?
nasty, bro.
And we died.
And when I say nasty, I mean really nasty.
I like it, man. Just like Extreme, start with that. Go from there.
Oh, it
For
wasn't
this one.
anymore. I thought it was gonna pull 2 more units. Dude, that instant corruption is beautiful.
It really is, man.
It's so nice.
I can't wait for the next rank of tap, man. This tap is so ate up right now. I know as the healer, you're probably pretty conflicted on how to feel about the next rank of tap. You're probably like, this mother. It's gonna.
I've been able to keep up with it, you know, up to
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah, because every time I tap, it's like 1% damage. You know?
All right, we got double oracles, double spellcasters. Those are the bane of our existence. Okay, this is 5. Don't pull anyone. I got, dude, big spellcasters on me.
Big spellcasters.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have quite a few. Oh, we do have quite a few indeed. Yeah. Oh, they're double. We have to focus them actually, man. Are you good? Hold on, I'm gonna fear one.
I'm good. I just prepared.
I'm fighting one of the Workles. Kill the Workles. You're getting healed. What do you have left right now? Do you have Hellstone
I got
left?
Hellstone and pot.
Oh, okay. We're fine then.
I used this one. I think I've got all of our eyes, and we killed all the Coast Runners. The Warriors are way south, so we're good here.
Okay. You have 6 eyes?
One more. Need one more.
Okay. You got me curious about the
Yeah,
damn
let's go.
chips.
Do you
Yo,
have
I'm
do you have
telling you,
inventory
they're
space?
actually really good.
Or I can just hold on to these for you.
What is it?
The eyes.
Oh yeah, just give them to me now. Here, I'll give you the light leather too. Appreciate it.
Do you need anything else? You need.
Nope. I'm good. Oh, Tiger's Eye, you need this though.
I need that. Hang on. How many spaces do you have? I'm gonna give you.
I have a
two items.
bunch. I have, 15 spaces or something. Haven't looted anything at 3 levels.
I think that's all.
You gave me 6 snouts though. You don't need to give me 6, right? There's 3.
I've
Don't you need
already
3?
got enough.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so one more oat for you, right? Oh, dude, my questy looks so good. Westfall's just clean.
You have the vulture.
markers.
You have the vulture meat by chance or no?
I do. I've got.
Okay.
That was the last thing I needed to trade.
1 oat, 2 bandanas, and we're chilling. One day Def Camp will find a Kangs and a copper vein and everything will flip. Yeah, it's been cool. Def Camp's been streaming again. You guys been catching him live. He's doing Nax progression and stuff. Good to see him, man.
There's a note.
Yo, DCLX3 with the tier 1. Thank you, man. How we doing, DCL? You new to the channel, man? It's a new name. I usually remember the names of the subs. Welcome, dude. Thank you for supporting the channel. Happy holidays.
Okay, it's about to get ugly. It's fine.
I think I
can,
pulled Blanco, I think, too.
Yeah,
I
Blanco's
did.
scared.
I'm gonna fear him. Okay. I'll fear this one. Or not. I'll fear him. Focus this one right there.
Can you fear Blanco?
Yep. Got him.
Alright, I'm moving. I really don't want him to touch me.
Yeah, just don't let him backstab you, that's it. He doesn't do that much damage if you don't. Don't backstab you. Where's Senor Blanco at? My Void, bro, just tanking him.
Yo, I kind of like the Voidwalker's name, Juke Gorg. What was it
Yeah.
last time? I don't remember. It didn't have an apostrophe, though.
Zandalar! Hits you.
Alright, 2 more. You need 2 more Gortus livers. Do you have all the bandanas there? Didn't get it.
Yeah, I didn't get any yet. Still need... Oh, no, I'm done. Oh, no, I still need 2. Sorry. 4 Reaper 4000!
No.
4 Reaper 4000! 4 Reaper
Let's
4000!
go, baby.
I can't
Dude,
see it, though.
We can't kill him.
Why not? Well,
I don't think we can kill him.
yeah, we can. You kidding me? 4 Reaper 4000, easy money. Hold on, why is he here? Oh, I see him! Level 20!
Yeah, bro, we can't. And we
Holy
can't
shit.
fear him.
Hold on, I saw him for like 1 millisecond. Where'd he go?
Hang on, Corpus, let's do this.
Oh, he's right there in front of us!
Where's the nearest evade spot?
No, there's no evade spot needed, my guy.
Dude,
We just have to be
can't hear him.
slow. It's okay.
It's an automatic 10 slot back though.
It's okay. We got this. We have
Can
to slow
we
roll
kite
it.
him around the house or something?
We just have to kite him until... We have to just kite him for a long ass time, bro. Okay, buff up. Mistletoe.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think. Let me get the double miss, the double fort.
Level 20. This is actually going to be pretty
Do you have food
fun.
buff? I've got food buff.
I don't, but it's fine.
I've got spirit. I've got protection for all 3 of us.
Alright, so we have to slow roll the Voidwalker so he can hang in there as long as possible, just like light damage, make use of all his health bar. He's gonna come on us, and then we just have to run and kite him for like a while, like just as far as we can.
Cargos, I got food buff for you.
It's fine, fuck it. Let's just go.
Alright, it's gonna be a sad day.
We're gonna be fine, bro. Hold on, give me food buff. Fuck it. I don't wanna die. You're gonna blame me, yo. You're gonna blame me, no food buff.
I'm
Give me
gonna
it.
blame the shit out of you.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna barely die or something. Alright. Getting me back into WoW deeper than ever this time. I was always a casual, but now I'm really getting into Classic. Much love. Oh, that's awesome, man. It's the best game of all time, right? Was a nice run. It's a level 20, guys. What do you think?
Okay, he doesn't have that much health. At all.
Yeah. No, we got it, bro. We got it.
Hang
Kidding
on.
me? All right, let the Voidwalker go. Let him do his thing. Just light DPS. Light. Just agony. Maybe a corruption too. Nah, corruption's gonna pull.
Yeah, corruption's gonna pull.
Corruption's
I'm
gonna
gonna heal Jakor.
No, don't even worry about it. No, don't heal. Oh, see,
Whoa.
it's on me. Corruption pulled it. You kidding me? All right, I'm running. I'm dotting him up. Dot him up. With the ping pong at
Okay,
anything.
resist. Can't land a single thing, man. Okay, I landed.
Yo.
He's
okay.
on you. I'm wanding. Yo, my wand. 48 damage. Okay, I'm on him.
Okay, he's almost dead. He's almost dead.
Yeah. This guy's
This
a
man fighter.
pansy.
Me and Total Pansy. Level 20, my man. Yes! Level 10
Nice.
bag. Let's go. It was kind of scary for a second, though. Just for a second. You telling me agony pulls off of Jutgorg? So he's with no torment, he is bad.
I guess he just didn't get any. He didn't get any hits off. He couldn't generate any threat against a mob 5 levels higher than him.
Okay. 10 slot acquired, my guy.
Hell
Wait.
yeah.
Master Digger as well.
Oh yeah, he's in the cave.
We're by the cave. We could just
I
go
got
kill
3
him,
of me. We can do it if you want. I got 3.
though. Okay. This is Stike Scrim. Did you already? I'll figure this one out. Look at this beautiful 10 slot bag. Large
That's nice.
rucksack. Let's go.
That's a 2 gold bag right there.
Yup.
We still need 2 bandanas for you.
Okay. I gotta loot all these. I don't know where they all died.
Let's go turn
Did
in.
you get everything inside here? All the mobs in
I
here?
did. Yeah, that was
Okay.
it. Let's go turn in Oats, and you should get the bandanas on the way to Oats.
Oh, wait. We can go kill the
yeah.
Master Digger in here, and there's tons of Defias there.
Yep, I like it.
He has like no health. I know. Level 20, scary as hell though. 10 slot bag, folks. Yo, Big MT, good to see you. Sorry about this.
Yo, somebody's already clearing. This is perfect.
They're going for the rare, Gray. Gray, they're going for the rare.
Yeah, man, I'm down.
They have unit skin. They have unit skin. Go.
It's a solo lock. Andy's hardcore, so we got this.
He's
There's no
hardcore?
way. He's hardcore.
You
He's
already
solo.
know he's got a unit scan then. You know he's got a unit scan. He's going for it. I can just tell, man. He's moving in a certain type of way. He wants the rare spawn.
Yeah, I was looking at our gear. We're rocking the freshest light gear on the planet right now. We have no greens.
No greens. Hell yeah.
Need some rares in our life.
He's looking for it. Let's go.
Alright, you can still loot for the bandana.
I'll get him on the way out, bro. I need this first spawn in my life. Don't worry.
I haven't seen your character crouch down and pick anything up in like 10
Yeah,
minutes.
that's
At
fine.
least.
You don't need the loot. Alright.
I mean, I like being the pony boy and carrying all the mats, but I can't pick up quest items for
Oh,
you.
dude. It's true. Alright, looted. Alright, you happy? You got one bandana.
But I've been secretly killing all the Defias, hoping that they would die right next to your body. And you still don't move.
It's hilarious.
Alright, renew on you. Where's the rare spawn? Have you seen him yet?
I don't know, man. This guy's back here.
There
It's
he
gotta
is.
be right around this corner.
Yo,
Alright, I'm
15
done with
master
mid damage,
dagger.
bro. Got him. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
If you're in the back of a cave, that could get us.
Oh, dude, the fattest tin vein I ever saw in my life, bro. Why is that tin vein so fat? Don't tell me that's not the fattest tin vein you've ever seen in your life,
That's
Chad.
a fat tin vein right there.
Rich tin vein, yo. That's what it's called.
That tin vein's been...
Yo,
been
it's-
committed
so
for a
I-
while, man.
it better have like 5 taps in it, bro. I swear. Never seen a bigger tin vein, man. Alright, let's see
That's
how
a
many.
big rock. That's a big rock right there. I swear if I get 2 out of this, I got skamazed. One tap? I'm gonna heal you in a second. I just gotta make inventory.
Alright.
Alright, full heal on you. Oh, I can't wait to get a better heal than this lesser heal. It sucks right now. Okay, 2 tap.
2 is already pretty good for tin. Not bad.
Alright, yo, this is gonna be a 4 tap for sure. 3 tap.
3
Ah,
taps still
just a
going.
3. Got you baited.
Ooh, greens.
For days. I got tons of greens. I already got like 4 greens in my inventory.
Okay.
Would you get this chest?
I did, yeah, it's not the good. There's like a piece of cheese in there left.
Okay. How many? You need 1 Gore-Tex
5
liver.
silver. Yo, 5 silver for this. On the ground.
Oh, what is it? Rock chipper?
Yeah. So I need
Okay.
1 more liver. More
1 liver, and I think we're done, dude. I think every single quest in Westfall is complete right now.
Well, we need like, you know, old Merca and stuff.
Right. But that the first wave of Westfall's complete. Alright, I'm coming behind. I'm just getting this copper. I swear the humans, they mine slower. They're slow. Their mining animation, it's like a 2 tap for some reason. Seems slower than all the other races. Over here, just manhandling everything. Alright.
Oh, I got core stone for you though. That's pretty nice. For engineering.
Mm-hmm. Course blasting powder, I'm about to make bombs. Alright, the psychic
Side
stream?
stream? Nice. Fear this one.
Big heal. Tap. Ah, wait, this one. Big heal.
Oni buff, no! That's very nice. It's
Alright, we gotta go back to Elwyn Forest entrance, turn in these oats. You got all the oats, right?
alright. Yep.
Dude, this comp is so fun. Let's just hope it lasts a little bit longer.
Right. I feel like we're back to our old selves though. This time we're humans too, which is nice.
Yeah.
Look at my gnome.
Oh, we are. Also, I think that we're pumping sooner than we did last time. Like we're more comfortable. We know the lengths that this comp can go sooner.
Yeah. I think last time on the first day with our duos, we got to like 14 or 15. I feel like we're a little bit further ahead than we were last time too.
Yeah.
No, chest will despawn in a few minutes. Yeah, Matt, it does. I used to think that same thing, but once a chest is tapped, it'll despawn. And
Yeah, just for anybody
back.
that was curious, F's in chat is gonna be tomorrow. Wiki's internet was no good.
okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, so it'll be Wednesday night. We got Christmas on Friday. Yeah, man. Oh, we need to talk to Tactics. Let's try and do a level 60 dungeon tomorrow.
So tomorrow's the last day you're streaming this week.
Yeah. So
Wait,
we
are you
have-
going home? You're not going home to Texas, are you?
I am. Yeah.
You are?
Thursday.
Oh, so you have to fly and everything? Holy shit,
Yeah.
man. Yo, be careful, man.
I know. We'll have Christmas outside on the patio and everything, and then, dude, I haven't left the house in 3 days.
I'm saying,
It's kind of
people
sad.
traveling.
So whenever I come back,
Can I
it'll be
help
all
you?
good. But yeah,
Safe travels.
literally haven't left the house in 3 days. You can relate, right?
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
see you
Well, I
around.
leave for little trips every day, but yeah, like big trips, it's been all. I haven't taken a big trip since all this started.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Light be with you. For the Alliance.
Can I help you?
Greetings.
Do you want a copper tube, or is it not that valuable? I can just get rid of it.
Nah, just get rid of it.
Okay.
And again, we want to stress we didn't drink this entire time in Westfall. There's zero downtime on this comp. It's unbelievable.
Go with honor, friend.
Here, let me give you this.
Still need some flasks of oil.
Ask and you shall receive.
Oh, thank you. So you want to go turn that stuff in? Maybe we think 16 is our goal for the stream? Because I'm looking
Yeah,
at 16
let's go top right and turn in 2 quests at Elwyn. The
Oh,
Elwyn
yeah,
entrance.
right.
I think after all these turn-ins, and if we do the Murloc quest on the way down, and then Old Murkai, yeah, I think we ding 16. And then we start with Loch Madon tomorrow.
Have you died yet on your 60 rogue? So I did, yeah. It was only one time, and it was right for Jamin's ceremony, right? So like the way that we were like setting that whole hardcore 60 dungeon up was, you know, we're all going back into the mortal realm, and as far as I'm concerned, that rogue is mortal again. If I die on him at all, it's GG. But you know, he was immortal for a little bit, and I just, you know, I jumped off a TB for Jamin's ceremony. Just we were raging out, partying it up for him. But since we signed that blood pact to delete, hasn't died now.
How are you?
Wait, I still need one oat real quick. There should be some right here.
Okay. Let's see, maybe we can sneak this guy's oats. Oh, Lionheart is a hardcore player too. Any oats?
Should be one right behind this. Let's see. Nope. No oats. You hate to see it. The
let's keep
final
running.
oat.
Let's go to the Knoll.
Yeah, these Knolls should have them. Oh, right here. There's one right
Here we
by
go.
these
Here we go.
trees.
I got you. I'll peel for you. I got all the thread.
All right. Yo, that's Lionheart. I know his stream actually. I went to his stream before. Nice guy. Why does he look so matching, man? Level 15. This dude's decked. He already has full Skittles, potions, mistletoe.
Oni buff. This
Oni
man's ready to
buff?
grind. Yeah.
This man has got full greens. We're out here in white gear. That guy's high speed. Hey, look, another hardcore.
Excellent.
Yeah, I love being able to buff people. All my warrior people are always buffing me, and I feel bad. Can't throw them a buff.
Have you
So we can
even
throw
had
him
a
in this
59 death?
buff.
Just in general, you're saying in the community? Yeah, unfortunately, there's been a couple, man. There's probably been... People are asking about 59 deaths. There's probably been maybe like half a dozen 59 deaths.
You need
I
something?
know of. I feel like I know of 2. Yeah, there's been like Maybe not 6, but there's been like 3 or 4 59 deaths. Oh, the dual 59s.
That's
yeah,
what I'm
that
saying.
was-
There's 2 right there. Then HC
Yeah.
Berserker. There's a couple Frost Mages that went down. I think there's probably been about half a dozen.
Oh, you're right. There has been. Yeah, there's been
Yeah.
like 6 out of maybe 10,000 attempts. Maybe not
Me,
10,000
definitely
unique
not me.
people, but
Highest level
10,000 attempts.
I had to delete was 37.
But look, if I look at the hardcore add-on right now, it shows it logs 4,100 deaths,
Damn, dude.
4,182 deaths, and half the people probably don't even have the add-on. And the add-on didn't come on till later, so I think we've had over like 10,000 attempts probably. I think that's a generous number. Oh,
Aaron
Tactics
S-
is asking what time tomorrow. Do you have time, Cargos? What's
Yeah, I've
the
done
schedule?
tomorrow for sure.
I got
Aaron
time.
S-
We got Winky's committed to
Type
X in
exclamation
chat.
UI, Aaron S, if you want all the add-ons and stuff, my friend.
Oh, we'll have to talk to Winky about it. And
Muddle,
then
good to see you.
Jamin has to go late night.
It's
Yo, let's do
UI,
late
Frank.
night.
Exclamation UI.
Maybe right after F's in chat, and then
I'm
Jamin
down.
has to stream late. Tactics, it's gonna be like the butt crack of dawn for you.
Yo,
You-
Drunken
It's gonna be like
Jedi
Friday.
HC with the HC in the
You
Twitch
can make it
tag. I love
happen.
to see that. Thanks for all the great content. So glad I found you and the HC community. Yo, thank you so much for the 100 bits, man. I love the HC in the name.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Tactics said he's been going to sleep at 7 a.m. Perfect. He's got gamer hours.
Yep. He's on that full gamer husk. I'm so glad I don't have to go to school anymore, man.
Oh,
Anybody,
dude, don't be
anybody in
telling
the,
me.
anybody in the chat just like remember the dark days of school.
I try not to bring it up, Gargos, because I just
Ah,
graduated,
it's
and I
beautiful,
know
man.
there's a lot of people in school right now, and I feel so bad. Cause
What can I do for you? Hey there. For
Some people enjoy the school. They're built for it. They love it. I was certainly
How
not
are
one
you?
of those people, man. It was a struggle. Just getting through it, man. Just C's get degrees type of thing, but made it through. I sure am glad I don't have to do that anymore.
See you later.
Yeah, man, I go to a dark place whenever I think about going back to school. It was tough. I can't tell you, out of the 40 hours that I had, I probably had like 5 or 6 classes where the last month of class, I was just stressing, trying to hang on. I failed a couple, but I had maybe 3 classes I went into the final exam, and whatever I made is what I got in the class. So I had like a 70 average. If I failed the test, I failed the class. And I made a 74 and a 78 on 2 of those. And it's just the most anxious atmosphere. I hate school.
I know, man. I feel you. Yo, set your hearth here, maybe. We finish Defies Pillagers and Looters. Turn it in, Ding 16.
Yes.
Call it. Let's do it.
Well
One
met.
spicy quest to
Safe
go out
travels.
with.
Oh,
Kiss the
yo,
dude, kiss the
Hello.
dude.
Let me get that
Safe
double kiss
travel.
action.
I actually have a kiss macro now.
Hey there.
Yeah, dude, it's nice.
Have a good one.
Very nice, very nice.
Need help?
Oh, dude, I'm about to ding from this.
Well met.
Yeah, I'm 2 bars.
Light bless you.
Oh my god, I'm so close.
So we're gonna do Murlocs and Pillagers and Looters, maybe.
Let's just do Pillagers, Looters, man, and call it. It's been over 8 hours already.
Okay. I mean, we can wrap it up right there.
Well, so this Ding 16, it's gonna drive me nuts. I'm like 98% or something. I can't fall asleep. I can't call it like this, bro. No way. No way. It'd be torture, man. I'd be thinking about it. Less than 1 bubble. I mean, I'm down to kill like 10 things today, real quick. Yeah, let's kill some gnolls real quick. Let's just go right here.
All right.
Let's kill
let's-
everything.
Let's do a big pull. And we'll call it a day. One null pack coming right up.
Here, bub, when you get a second.
Yo, Punker Pan said 40 years and I still wake up on occasion wondering if something is due.
Dude. I feel that.
The legend.
Dude, the feeling of like procrastinating on an assignment
Bro.
and then having it due that day and then like struggling to like put together some like joke of like a submission.
It's due that
In
day,
time,
and then it's
yeah.
due in 8 hours, then it's due in 4 hours.
And you've
it's
literally
due
been
in
playing
3
WoW
hours.
all night, and you're like, yo, I've reached the point of no return. I actually have to stay up from here on out if I have any shot. Oh,
Oh, it makes me sick. That's so odd. These guys are such the most
Yo,
tactical thing.
Zach.
Got 15 seconds. I'm getting whopped.
Yeah, I'm peeling, I'm peeling.
Got 5 seconds on something.
Nice.
Alright, I'm less than 2 bars. You want to grind 2
Nice.
bars, or should we do the quest?
No,
I don't.
Just finish it. Just grind. We're about to be there. I think we made it further on this play session though than our last one, right? When we went on our last characters, I think we got to like 14 or 15 maybe.
I do. Well, we had a lot less downtime in the cities. We got the Greater Magic Wand sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was quicker.
I think so. What are you about, a bubble?
I got a bubble and a half. Yeah, it's
Bubble
going
and a
quick.
half. Okay.
Yo, be careful, Corvos. These knoll camps to the south are known to take some hardcore lives.
Sure, they're pretty high level too. It's fine. Yeah, thank you. Bubble is so good, man, I swear.
Full heal. Oh, I'm actually. Sorry, I'm out of resources.
Okay, you want to drink for a second?
Yeah, I want to drink before this. Yo, pot. Healing you. Big heal.
Yeah, that board charge freaked me out. I used potion and shit. Might as well use the Hellstone though. It's gonna disappear. So.
Let me grab a Hellstone. Oh, I got my first wool cloth. Let's go. Yo,
Let's
do you have any
go.
wool? You.
I haven't looted in like 5 levels.
Thank you, sir. You don't want to take out that notepad? It looks kind of scary.
We can. Just killing one thing while we wait.
It's 5 gnolls.
Thank you for the bubble.
I'm half a bubble. One
Okay.
camp will do it. Yeah, this 5 pull might kill us though. They're all 1 or 2 levels higher.
Sure, maybe I shouldn't fear this, yeah.
Yeah, not yet. We gotta, let's go out with a bang. This is really gonna take a good pull. We gotta spread the mobs out, dot everything, use all our cooldowns. Oh, I don't even have Desperate Prayer. Alright. Let me think. And these guys slow, bro. There's no backing out. They poison and slow. They're all 17. 4 of them are 17, one's 16. It looks like a stupid idea.
Oh, did we get
That's what it
hosted?
looks
How come
like.
I have so many people in here?
I'm down though.
Just
You got a food buff?
I don't. I keep vendoring it. Alright, I think we're good though. Right? Come on now. We got this shit.
Come on.
Is there a healer in here, like a taskmaster? The taskmaster enrages all of them. So
There's not.
there is. It's a skull. It's taskmaster.
Oh, Taskmaster, sorry.
Yeah, he enrages all of them. Kill him first. Yeah.
I'm gonna let your Void Walker.
Just
do
run in
something.
and Psychic Scream, right or no? Just to get it on cooldown.
Yeah.
Okay,
One of them resisted.
Well, kill the taskmaster. They do backstab.
Kill the one
too.
on you. Kill the one on you.
I'm okay. I can fear this one. Here, I'm gonna fear the one off you. I'm gonna Hellstone just so we see where we're at. Do you have Psychic Scream? It's gotta be coming up, man.
7 seconds. I'm gonna Hellstone.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I still have
rebubble
potion,
you.
by the way. Yeah. Let me potion so you
You're
see where I'm
immune.
at. This is all I have right now, so I'll fear this one. We should be good now, yeah.
Give myself a full number.
Is this the tactical right here?
I think this is the tech.
Wow, that's perfect. That's
Very
it.
nice.
All right, very
There
nice.
she is, baby. Grats. Yo, good play session. Chest bump.
Yep, chest bump. Not bad. Not bad. Decent form. All right, man. I'm gonna hard to just to end and wrap up with the stream. I'll catch you
Yep.
tomorrow, man. If you're down to play.
Yep. Thanks, Cargos.
Peace out.
Good session. See you, man.
All right, stream. That's gonna do it for today. Thank you very much for watching. We were streaming about 8.5 hours today, so it was a pretty long stream. Really appreciate the continued viewership. I know, going back to the starting zone kind of sucks. There's a diminishing return on it, but thanks for just continuing to watch. Regardless, we're through it, so we're gonna be leveling back up in no time. Hopefully, get our personal best with this combo tomorrow. But happy holidays, everybody. Stay safe, wash your hands. You know the drill. Let's see what we got on. Going to host the Silver Sable. Show some love to Silver. Once she put together the whole charity event. If some of you guys watched that, so she just put a lot of time and energy into making that happen for the community and raising money for a good cause. So yeah, Silver for us. I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll be back on with more duos. Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. The date is April 7th, 2020. You'd love to see it. Week 4, Week 5, sheltering in place. Today we have a special treat for you. We have a Blackwing Lair Warlock Masterclass. I am joined today by two very large brain Progress Raiders, two Warlocks. We got my man Alive in the building, who I've been a long-time fan of.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. And we also got Hellspawn in here, who I just met. I just found out that Alive and I are neighbors, man, which is, well, relatively speaking, which is pretty cool. Small world, man. Hope everybody's staying corona-free. But let me stop talking, guys. How are you today?
Doing pretty good. I'm looking forward to answering as many questions as possible. Honestly, I've been playing this game for such a long time, and people kind of think they're burdening me by asking questions, but I think nothing is more fun than taking the knowledge that you've learned and spreading it to everyone else. So I'm looking forward to the stream, man.
All is good. Here is a little bit sad weather in Sweden, but shouldn't complain. I mean, Corona times, you can't do much outdoors anyway, so it's all good.
Big true. So you're in Sweden, yeah. It's how I mean, not to derail too much, but how are they pretty substantially affected over there?
I would say so, but I think also Sweden has kind of chosen a different route, and you can have all your political views on that one. But things are not as strict as some other countries been hit as hard. But to be honest, I think you guys in SoCal is probably having it even worse, so shouldn't complain.
Yeah, everybody's.
California is getting pretty messy.
It is. We're relative. It's way less up where Alive and I are from. We're in Northern California. California is humongous, and LA County, and all of them has the majority of that stuff. But welcome back to the stream, guys. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We did this for Molten Core, and it ended up being really fun and valuable. So I just want to give you guys a little bit of context for these watching right now. This is kind of a almost, I have selfish reasons for wanting to do this too, because I need to step my game up, so to speak, as well. As you guys remember, I went pretty hard during Molten Core, but during Blackwing Lair, I was kind of slacking, and only this past week or so, I really started to try to apply myself and go for nice parses and stuff like that. And got a couple pink parses this week, which I was happy with, but it's still just one step in the right direction. So I couldn't be more excited to have these guys here, and I'm super thrilled that they're here, willing to share their time and their knowledge. But yeah, let's just get started with history of the game. It seems like both of you guys have played for a long time and are super knowledgeable and stuff. Maybe we could just go take us back alive. Take us back to.
Okay, so I first started playing Classic WoW back on the Phoenix server, and I ended up playing in Work in Progress, which was the top guild at the time. Had a lot of good friends there. Then I ended up playing on Nestarius, and then I played on Elysium, Lightbringer, and a little bit played on Northdale, and now I'm playing on Classic.
Nice, man.
Yeah, and I started Korea beta, I think, of vanilla, and then I played EU beta. I was in the military service, so I couldn't actually play on the launch. I think I started like 4 months into European vanilla. Played the warrior main tank. That was really hard coming in late into the game, but eventually, after some good guilds actually transfer off, I played in the best guild. And then I played TBC, but more went PvP on the Shaman and also Wrath. And then for me, actually, Elysium was when I came back to WoW. So I had like a 9-year break from WoW, working with DreamHack and doing esports instead. But I felt it was fun after playing a bit of Legion to also come back into Classic, because my colleague and friend Windforce, who is Progress main tank, was hyping it so much. So I just, okay, I level. And then fortunately, I actually choose to play a Warlock because I want to run around and dot. That's not really how you play a Warlock in Classic, but I didn't know at the point. But I was very fortunate that Windforce got me into Progress, and then Warlock slot opened up almost directly, and then Alive helped me a lot to get up on par, I would say.
And I realized I had kind of a bad introduction and just said only what I did on private servers. But yeah, so on all the private servers I did play on, I'm a Warlock main on every server, always playing Warlock, and that's kind of my thing. So when I first met Hellspawn, he had never played caster before, so at first it was kind of a concern a little bit, but honestly, there's a lot of people out there that are worried about, this is my first time playing Classic. I really want to keep up with people, but this is my first time, and they get a little bit anxious about it. But really, all it takes is the willingness to seek out knowledge. Even one of our best warriors in the guild right now, he started on Elysium, and by the time he was finished Elysium, he was one of the best warriors in our guild, the guy Tetsu. And all it really takes for you guys out there who want to improve, it doesn't matter if it's your first time playing Classic, Vanilla WoW, that doesn't matter at all. As long as you're willing to go out and seek the knowledge, you can be one of the best players.
You love to see
I think
it.
also,
Sorry.
adding to that, I would say that when I came into the private scene of Vanilla, it was harder to actually find online information just because you didn't know what type of quality it had. So that's why I was very fortunate that Alive actually could give a lot of good directions and also help me out. But I think everyone who started at Classic had such a huge advantage, because through Wowhead, through Twitches, through YouTubes, etc., there is actually a lot of good quality information, and also these Discords. So I think that Warlocks today, or anyone coming into Classic, has an easier time than maybe I have. But of course, back in the days like 2004, like there were no information. I mean, almost Google wasn't around, so it was challenging times, I think. But I would say today it's easier. But hopefully we got some tricks up our sleeves that we can provide or give clarity to, because I think it also is somewhat opinionated. I always say that kind of logs in the end determines, and I think Alive and I have at least done some good logs once in a while.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that too, guys. I can't shill these guys enough, guys. I mean, Progress is one of the best guilds in the world. I mean, we covered them during the Blackwing Lair race. We actually went to Alive's perspective for a second, and it was cool watching them in action. So They're going to be providing you guys with what it's like to be a warlock at a super big pumper, top end guild, because you do play differently depending on the fight length, right? You do play differently based on your raid composition. It's just like with tanking. There's also a takeaway from the DPS perspective as well. You're going to DPS differently depending on your kill speed and the composition of your group. So for me, I raid in like a semi-hardcore raid. I can give you guys just sort of like the more normie warlock strats here from wherever that's worth. But it's really fascinating to get a glimpse into what it's like to play at that top percentile. And let me shill them a little bit further, guys. Thank you for all the subs, by the way. Dawkins in the house and a couple other subs. Sorry for a little late on that, but appreciate all the support, guys. But Alive and Hellspawn, they Hellspawn played. Was it World First 60 on Warlock? You said that was the first thing I was gonna get to.
I mean, coming into Classic, of course, our guild had very high ambitions, so we wanted to get World First Molten Core. We did get it on Northdale very easily, but I think that you can't compare the competition. So me and my group actually spent a lot of time on the beta during the summer, but also actually on PTRs of ourselves to nail everything out. I think we spent crazy amount of time, especially Kenny Marsh, our mage, but also Windforce in our group within crazy hours actually. I think that if it wouldn't have been dungeon meta, I think actually we would have had a even bigger leg up. So we were more prepared for outdoor leveling. Then we figure out that we could do better in dungeons. I think for sure when we came into, for example, Sulfurak, we probably did 20 to 30% more XP per hour than anyone else in the world. So we were far ahead. And I think at that point, I was probably like second in the world or something like that. I didn't really care, to be honest, because that was not my goal. Unfortunately, we boomed out a lot when we went to BRD, and also in the way that we couldn't adapt to the LBRS meta. Because it was the difference between the beta and the live that like one of the last things we did on the beta was to check exactly how raid XP was and a raid reputation, and it turned out that going into a raid and 6-man was heavily taking away XP. But when Classic came, actually it was no penalty. So for the first like 2 or 3 weeks, it was so beneficial running 10-mans in Sulfurak and the LBRS.
I remember that, man. Before they fixed it,
which we didn't know because we were ahead. But I would say that a lot of people kind of maybe memed us that other did better in Sulfurak, but our 5-man group did more XP per hour than any 10-man group, I would say, with quite a bit of margin. And that kind of showed how much time we had put into it.
How did you guys rank with regard to Molten Core? Were you top 5 in Molten Core?
No, so I mean, me and my group and maybe one more group in progress, I think were ahead of Apes. But they for sure did super good as a team, especially. So when they went into Molten Core, we were not able to enter. And then I think, like, I went to bed. I think a lot of people kind of lost a bit of motivation, etc. And then we kind of chilled, I would say. Of course, there was a lot of ours that was behind also. And then when we got news that Onslaught was entering Molten Core, we kind of speed up. So I think they entered Molten Core before us. But I think we did Molten Core, I don't know, 1 or 2 hours faster or something like that. So
yeah,
we did beat them. But
wait, you did beat Apes? What do you mean? Not Ragnaros, right?
No. So our timing path, we got to doing the Silithus rep grind for the Hydraxian Waterlords a bit late. So Apes ended up beating us by, we could have been probably about, I want to say, it was several months ago, but I want to say we could have been 9 to 10 hours behind them. But once we knew that they were getting the world first, we decided, okay, the race is over. We're going to get a bit of sleep. And then we heard that Onslaught was going to push it. So we decided, all right, screw it. We'll just go in because we don't want to lose to Onslaught. And we ended up finishing second.
Okay. So second place MC, then BWL, you guys came in first, was it?
First. We tied with, technically, we tied with a guild named Cataclysm, which I've played on many private servers.
Calamity,
and I've
right?
Calamity. Calamity? Yeah, Calamity. So I played on a lot of private servers, and I've never heard of the guild named Calamity. So for them to come and tie with us is pretty impressive. It's really good for them. I'm impressed. I will be fair. I will be honest that I think a lot of guilds obviously PTR'd for Blackwing Lair, and a lot of the PTRs that we're using at the time, since there wasn't a classic PTR, were more difficult because we were using private server PTR data, basically, values. And since those realms were more difficult, I think a lot of the guilds that practiced went into Blackwing Lair playing it too safely. So if we could have done the classic PTR for Blackwing Lair, I'm not saying any guild would have came in first or beat us or whatever, but I think generally speaking, the guilds would have played a lot more aggressively now that we know the damage values are what they are.
It was an interesting race to watch, man. I mean, congratulations. Either way, you guys killed it. I mean, that's huge. And the other thing I was going to say, guys, is that Alive, you've written multiple guides on Wowhead. That's mainly the way I followed you. So you've been around. We probably have a few Alive fans in the chat if anybody wants to show your support. But it's really, really good to have you guys here, man. Clearly very experienced, amazing players. We are very, very lucky, guys. So if you have any questions for them, or even for me, just start putting them in the chat. I'll upload it. I'll make a little spreadsheet over here on the right, and we can answer them as they come up. If there's anything super juicy. But here's the agenda for today, guys. We're gonna talk about perspective going into Blackwing Lair. Now we all know to get world buffs, get consumables, and all that type of stuff. Me personally, in our semi-hardcore raid, do I go out and get every last thing? No. But you know, you kind of assess how much gold you have. You know, how much time you have to play, where you are in the world, you know, and you get what you can, at least personally. But let's just clear mind, guys. Alive, Hellspawn, you have raid, let's say tomorrow, or you're raiding later today. What is your...
I'm raiding in a few hours.
Raiding in a few hours. What is your method to the madness going into it? Anything juicy stand out as far as maybe where to get shards or any particular strats?
Normally
Should I start off,
speaking...
Alive?
Yeah, sure, you can start.
I think you will be able to talk so much about it. So I think that from my perspective, I think there are a couple of things, and that's during phase 1 it was exceptionally important to farm gold. Phase 2 was for the ranking, and now in phase 3 it's you can complete some more gold, you can get some alts up, etc. But at this point you kind of want to be in a good position, so you can if you're slow, if you have a lot of private stuff or work related, etc. You kind of want to only be able to raid log, even in the best guild in the world you can do that. So for example, I took a game break from this year, so I just recently came back. I'm a bit behind on the gold, but I still have the 20k of gold type in consumables, so I don't really need it. What I kind of do is always that you max out your shards, you do all your world buffs. I think that the way I'm doing it and our guild is doing it is also that we have summoning warlocks, so in that way you can actually pick up all your world buffs pretty fast. And
Thanks
for
for
a
the
warlock
awesome
and a
content.
caster actually in classic, you don't need to take a BRD or a strat live buff, because those are kind of mitigated out from the greater arcane elixir. So these very min-max buffs you actually don't need, I would say.
I think a lot of people don't even know about the BRD and Strat Live buffs.
Explain that.
Okay, so on private...
BRD and Strat Live buffs. I've heard of these. I heard Onslaught figured these out first. I'm not sure, but this is... Okay, go. I actually have no idea what you're about to say.
It's hard to say who figured these buffs out first, because, I mean, private server players have been doing it for so long, so I'm not really sure who found it out first. But basically on private servers, how buffs worked were a buff would stack as long as it didn't have the same text as any other buff in the game. So down ranks of arcane intellect or anything of that nature. For example, Elixir of Sages gives you intellect and spirit, but it wouldn't give you the intellect part because there were other buffs in the game that give you intellect. Anyways, that's how buffs worked on private servers. And there was a BRD buff where if you go in BRD and you go past the arena, there is a spellcaster there that you can mind control, and it'll give you a buff called Fury of Ragnaros.
Fury, yeah.
And it's a 30-minute buff that adds 25 spell damage. But the way it works is it adds 25 additional damage to the tooltip of your spell. So since it added it to the base tooltip of your spell, it ended up scaling very well with potions, percent damage, increased modifiers, and so on and so on.
What's the length on it?
30 minutes.
Okay.
So basically, you had to have all your buffs, and then when you did this buff, you needed to zone in directly or be able to zone in, because our best runs were about 23 to 25 minutes, meaning that like maybe you lost a 1 minute or 2 minute on the buff itself, and then maybe like raid start is 1 minute, and then basically we run out. So it was extremely important to min max it, especially if you did the respec thing on top of that, so that you could have DS together with SM. Um,
Yeah,
it was
so
tight.
you would get all your 2 hour buffs, then you would get your 1 hour buff, and then you would go get teleported to a warlock trainer, so you could do the respec buff where you demonic sacrifice your succubus for the 30-minute demonic sacrifice.
You
buff,
guys do
and
that
you
every week.
instantly-
Be honest, that's insane. If you do, that's
No, so that is something that I wanted to do every week in
Mhm.
Classic, and I have the gold to do. But about 4, 5, 6 weeks, something like that, in phase 1 of Classic, Blizzard randomly hot patched or hot fixed it
no,
without any warning.
it doesn't work anymore. Oh,
No, it does not.
It worked during
So-
MC.
Yeah, that is something that I farmed a lot of gold for because I'd planned on doing it
Yeah.
for every single raid. Because if you are a warlock doing the respec buff and your guild gives you 2 debuff slots, one for corruption and one for amplify curse of agony, no other class in the game can beat you unless you get really unlucky with resists.
Well, can you say that again? That sounds really juicy. I didn't quite
Okay,
fully
so-
comprehend the magnitude. Guys, type something in chat if you're alive. Alive is about to drop some knowledge right here.
Okay, so what the respec buff is you have your normal demonic sacrifice buff.
Mhm.
You get all of your world buffs, and when you get all your world buffs, you get teleported, summoned to a warlock trainer.
Mhm.
Before you want to unlearn your talents, and before you unlearn your talents, you demonic sacrifice your succubus to gain the 30-minute 15% shadow damage
Mhm.
demonic sacrifice buff, and then you immediately unlearn your talents. It does not take away your demonic sacrifice buff, and you can respec into Shadow Mastery Ruin. So you get the 10% shadow damage from Shadow Mastery, you get a chance to trigger Nightfall for a free Shadow Bolt, and you get 6% more Curse of Agony damage, and you get Amplify Curse. So in a speedrun guild like ours, for let's say Molten Core, for example, most of the bosses were lasting around 20 to 25 seconds, which is perfect timing for Amplify Curse of Agony. If you have 4 warlocks, so you put up all 3 curses and you allow the 4th one to put up agony, and you take 1 corruption slot away from one of the other warlocks, the warlock that is doing the respec buff early into the game with Amplify Curse of Agony, corruption, respecking, and all that has the potential to beat every single class in a single target fight, including warriors.
Cheese and rice. That's insane. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It doesn't work anymore though. Damn.
Yeah. I don't know why they took it away, because it's not something that allows you to one-shot a boss. It's not something that is, everyone's going to use. It's a very expensive thing to do, and a lot of people can't raid in sub 30 minutes. So, and if you die, you lose the buff. So
Mhm.
I'm not sure why they took it away. There's so few people even utilizing it in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would see it as a bug though. But I would say that for me, going Warlock against the Classic was what the live described, because actually you do get flat out 10% more damage, and for a Warlock actually that's even more than 10% because of the crit. So you multiply it a couple of times, and therefore it actually is more than 10%. Also with the described BRD buff and with the Strat Live buff, I had calculated that I would about get 15% more, meaning that from just the standard damage without crits and multipliers, that would be 25% more damage, which actually would make that you should, if you get, can I say, needed the right way, be number 1 DPS when you do BBL. So that's just like a big bummer how Classic turned out. I don't think that that's still something that takes me or drives me away from Warlock, but let's say that you were hoping for the best as always, and both me and Live are kind of like believe so much in the Warlock class, even though I would say most people rate Warlock as being the worst DPS class. But I mean, when I POG, for example, right now, I'm number 1. Like that's just how it is. and that's because I do flask, I do consume, I have my world buffs, but also the way I'm used to playing kind of excels out from that. But yeah, I guess that's the state of it. So going back to it, I think that setting up a routine in how you do all your world buffs, that you're having your shards and you're having all your consumables, and then you kind of try to maximize the duration of these. So you always take the DMT, the DMF, the Onyxia first, you take the Sunflower last, for example. Because you typically would maybe have a 1 hour BBL raid, then more or less you can have the Sunflower throughout the whole one. And because the Warlock is so needy, meaning that all percentages of extra damage or percentage of extra crit would be more valuable than any other class, especially the crit part. So that's the best tips, I guess.
Crit is insanely important for Warlock, even especially into the early game. And this is something that countless people, even in my guild, have debated with me about multiple times. But every single time, not to sound boastful, but every single time logs are posted at the end of the raid, and it's boss encounter plus trash logs, I have multiple logs of not even a single mage beating me, because in a speedrun guild, when you're killing a Surger within 1 Shadow Bolt, or you're killing a dog within 1 to 2 Shadow Bolts, crit is what's going to make or break every single individual parse for every single pull, depending on the pull, if it's single target or up to 2 targets, and depending on the kill speed. But having a set that you can swap over to for specific trash pulls is what a lot of caster players, including myself, do in Molten Core, in Blackwing Lair, and so on.
What is the main goal you're achieving by swapping sets? You're going for a crit set versus spell damage set, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, so for example, in the early stages of Molten Core, as you enter Molten Core, I would have a full crit set for the first giant pack, and then you pull the Lava Surger or whatever's the single target mob right in front of you. It spawns randomly. It could be an Annihilator or a Fire Lord. And then I use that crit set for every single pull that is 1 or 2 mobs. And then I'll swap to a full flat spell power setup for the trash packs more near Shazra that have 4 mobs at a time.
Because you're multi-dotting.
Because I'm multi-dotting,
okay.
Correct.
Makes a lot of sense. Same with the big things there, the big ticket items there are trinkets too, right? Like you're switching away from either Eye of the Beast or whatever to something like Briarwood.
Okay, so I didn't have a talisman for a very long time, and Dire Maul was not out back in Molten Core, obviously, so if I could swap to double spell power trinkets there, I would, but since we didn't really have options pre-Dire Maul, I kind of had to stay with Eye of the Beast and Briarwood.
Yeah, but I think also another part, very much to Eli's point, I think one way of thinking about it is that if you go farming and you actually are DSSL, that way, like the big farm build, then you don't want to have any crit at all. Like you only want to have raw spell power, and that is some of the fundamental you can think about it, because you don't cast any hard cast, therefore you're just dotting. So it's the same basics. But I think other parts that I didn't utilize in Lightbringer, and I think that the screenshots you kind of showing right now is from Lightbringer. So that's about 2.5 years ago. I think this one in particular is AQ, yeah. One thing that I didn't utilize, I don't know if Alive utilized it, I don't think you utilize it, was actually gear swapping into fire. So in Molten Core, when you get to Lucifron and you do all the hounds, I always will summon an imp, and I will demonic sacrifice that one and swap into fire. And then you don't want crit, because Hellfire is not critting. And in that way, together with Oil of Immolation, you actually are dominating the logs. You will be number 1 on these hounds pack. Mages might be on the same level, but
you won't
typically
beat
like
a mage.
you're pumping.
Yeah.
Huh?
You won't beat a mage, but you do make a good point. Yeah, that's something that I encourage all of the Warlocks to do, and something that I encourage in the stream is to any single scenario that you ever Hellfire in a raid, any single scenario that accounts for multi-dotting Hellfiring or just purely Hellfiring, you should always have a full spell power or full fire setup. Like Hellspawn was saying, in the early Molten Core days, I believe all of our Warlocks had Eye of Flame. We had Fire Striders from Strat Living and a full fire setup, because that is or flat spell power, because that's the only thing that is going to give you the most benefit out of any AoE situation. Having crit rating is essentially completely dead in any situation that you're hellfiring.
I want to ask you guys a question too. So let's just think about this: 4 targets, and they're all clumped up together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say maybe even 3 targets. I'm trying to find the break point here, but let's say there's 4 core hounds all on top of each other. Is that enough for you? Like, what is like the broad strokes rotation approach to that? For me personally, I would just agony. I would make sure to get an agony corruption on each one, and then go in and go for a hellfire. But I've always thought to myself, is it worth putting up that 4th agony corruption on that 4th one? Because you're missing out on some hellfire ticks on 3-4 targets.
That's actually that's actually a pretty common mistake.
Yeah.
So anytime there's, it really depends on what your character's values are, your spell power and whatnot. But generally speaking, 4 or more targets, you want to be dotting as you're moving in. Preferably, it depends on how fast your guild is clearing that pack.
Mm-hmm.
Curse of Agony is going to do the most damage for a single global. But again, you kind of need to know exactly how long that pack is going to live. If it's not going to live for at least 80% of the Curse of Agony, if not more,
Let's
then
assume
you'd
you get
rather
full
go with
value
corruption.
from it, though.
Okay.
On just a
So-
semi-hardcore raid, type of thing. For you guys, I assume the agony. If your stuff is dying in 2 shadow bolts, the agony barely does any damage on the first 4 ticks.
Okay, so what I was going back to earlier, that's actually a common mistake. A lot of warlocks, they think, oh, I have dots, therefore if I can multi-dot, I should.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you know that in any given pack that you are safe to Hellfire, there's no specific mechanic that's going to hurt you or knock you back or anything like that. The only time you want to dot and multi-dot is as you're moving into Hellfire position. As soon as you're in position for Oil of Immolation to trigger and Hellfire to trigger, it is better DPS for you to simply just start Hellfire.
You're saying even with 2, what is it with 4 though? You said 4 plus. Is that breakaway? Because what if there's 3? 3, there's no way.
I would say like I do Hellfire when it's 3 mobs or more.
Yeah.
4 is without a given. But I think
Okay.
we're coming to fundamentals later on. I think, but we're going a bit left, right, center. But
Yeah.
just to answer on this one is that very much to Alive's point, and I think here's one of the fundamentals how warlocks can go from almost getting beaten by the tanks into actually being a bit more competitive. And that is that if you're playing in a guild where you can predict when the pulls will happen, so it's not just like ninja pulls or random stuff, you will know when it will happen. The way you need to do it is watch either your hunter or your tank very close, basically stand on top of them. So when they go in and shoot or body pull it, by that second you put on your curse, and after the GCD you do your corruption, and then you get in position and casting. So basically every fight where you have a curse assignment, you will have 3 seconds of free movement. And if you compare that with a mage, is that the mage would need, if it goes up to where the tank is standing and basically pre-casting, you would probably need to move after it because the mob would come to where the tank was standing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Where the warlock actually have 3 seconds of movement. So the way I'm playing, I will always be in the front in our guild. Like I will always be ahead. But as soon as the mob is pulled, I will move backwards for 3 seconds during my dots, and then come into position and hard cast.
So and they have no
basically,
problem with you
I
standing on the tank. I like that strat a lot.
Yeah, so
Moving with the puller.
That's especially in Molten Core, that is the correct way to play. It really depends on what raid, because there's some more dangerous mechanics going forward. But generally speaking, if you're comfortable with the players that you raid with, the warlock during any given trash pull should be, and even on boss pulls, as long as there's no mechanic that threatens you otherwise, you should be on the front lines with the hunter that's pulling or the warrior that's pulling, because the very moment that one of these trash pulls gets in combat, you need to be immediately taking control of the situation, getting your curses up, getting your corruptions up, or doing whatever you need to do. And if you need to fix your positioning, you do it while you're using those globals on corruption or curse of recklessness and so on. And once the mobs are actually on top of you, if it's a hellfire situation, then make sure that you're standing where the tank is going to be standing. And if it's not a hellfire situation, then while you're doing your curse, while you're doing your corruption, you can be positioning yourself to where you need to be positioned, not in melee position.
And also
amazing
talking about
tips.
the dogs at Lucifer and Magmadar is that the way I'm doing it, and it could be that you need to slice in agonies. Gotta commit or gotta confess, I probably have overlooked it. But the way I'm normally doing it is that I'm kind of far up, and then I do corruption, tab, corruption, maybe a third corruption. I never do a fourth corruption, and I never multi-dot two dogs. The reasoning for it is that we do too much damage typically. So I'm a bit, how to say, afraid to die on the dogs. So when I'm fully pushing it, there's always a risk of dying. So you need to have your lip there. But basically, I do corrupt, oil of immolation, hellfire. But that's because we're playing with some world-class tanks also that actually pick them up and do significant threat early. Maybe if I played in a more like semi guild, I would more do like agony, and then go. But I would never go agony corruption on the same dog.
Okay. Well, just to get our fundamentals straight, just like you said, yeah. Apologies if we're going left, right, left, center, right. All over the place. There's just so much to cover in so little time, right?
Yeah.
It's like where to even start, right? So many juicy questions, at least I have. Just to get our ducks in a row here, let's just imagine that you have 3 targets right on top of you for some reason. Like, we're not factoring in the pull here. It's just you're standing on top of 3 targets. And you just have to do as much damage as possible within like 10 seconds or something to those 3 targets, or like let's say 20 seconds. What I'm getting from this is like, because there's no travel time, because there's no mobile time where you're getting set up and moving into position, you just immediately Hellfire is the number one thing to do.
Well, okay, so I'll take this one. If the mobs are already on top of you, do the tanks have a hold of them, or
Yes, threat is not a concern.
then you immediately start Hellfire?
You immediately Hellfire.
You oil of immolation and then Hellfire.
2
I
targets.
would
How does that
say-
differ? So sorry, Hellspawn. Yeah,
Oh,
what's your
2?
take on
I
it?
mean-
Let's see Hellspawn's first. Let me see
Yeah.
what Hellspawn has to say on this.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were still
think-
talking about 4.
No. With the free target, I think it's a good question, but I think also you need to weight in the resistance of the mobs. Because especially in Molten Core and in BVL, you do have certain targets, certain mobs that do have higher.
It's true. Let's not
fire
factor in
resistance.
resistance for now. This is just like trying to get to the conceptual broad stroke here of like
Yeah.
where you should rank the spells in your own mind, like your own value
Actually,
system.
If it's 3 mobs, 3 mobs is kind of the iffy point. 4 mobs or
is.
more and you Hellfire. 3 mobs, I would say it really vastly depends on your critical strike rating. If you don't have world buffs, then I would say Hellfire. If you're not going to get hit by anything, you're totally safe to Hellfire, and you don't have world buffs, I would say Hellfire.
On 3 targets.
Yes.
No
But-
corruption. Not even 1 corruption or 1 agony. Let's say you're doing 20 seconds of damage.
You could get 1 corruption off and then start to Hellfire. But if you have full world buffs and you have good gear and you have high crit rating, that's when your single target spells start to go up in value.
Mm-hmm.
So it would really you would have to bust out some math and really start to think about it. But at 3 mobs, if you still have world buffs, it could be better to put up corruptions, 1 corruption, and just start blasting with Shadow Bolt. It really depends on what your character's stats are. But if you're not raiding with world buffs, you'd most likely put 1 to 2 corruptions up and then Hellfire.
Yeah, and I would say that the 2 good examples of this is Lucifron and Gehennas, and both of those are not having a high fire resistance. But there is one more concern, and that is if your guild, typically maybe on the high level or mid level, they will kill like, add 1, add 2, and then kill Lucifron and Gehennas. Where I would say our guild, they will mainly go for Lucifron and Gehennas, and then just basically leave the ads. And in that setup, it's better to go and fire, because all the 3 mobs will kind of die at the same time. You finish off with a Death Coil and a Shadow Burn. But if you go in like a mid-tier guild, which go in add Lucifron, add Gehennas, I actually would say it's better that you corrupt target 1, corrupt agony target 2, corrupt agony the boss if you have those slots, and then just Shadow Bolt. Because the problem that you will have if you're going into fire gear and Hellfire is that you're pushing your Hellfire, the 2 ads die, and then the boss is like 60-70%, and there you're standing with your Imp sacrificed and you're standing with your fire gear, and you will do like no damage on the boss. So it's a bit hard to describe it, but I would say that the best way for us is to go FAP and full AOE. But many other guilds, I would say, it's better to go Shadow instead.
He brings up a good point. It also depends on if the mobs are dying all at the same time. In our guild, usually our melee are very, very good about killing things equally. And that's usually how our strategies work out as well in most circumstances. But in some other guilds, you may be focusing down one of the 3 ads, which could change how you play the situation. But I think, and it's totally up to you, but I think we're getting a little bit off track since this is supposed to be a Blackwing Lair overview, and we've talked about Molten Core for quite a while.
Yep, absolutely. What I'm getting from this, though, is that I need to rank Hellfire higher up in my value system as a Warlock. I think it's because I raid in like a semi-hardcore environment where stuff stays up a lot longer, right? So like I can get sufficient value from Agony, and I'm also allotted Curse of Agony slot a lot of the times. So I'm able to get up that Amplify, and because things, our kill times, I'm looking at, if you look at our BWO, I have my BWO logs up right now. Our kill times are like a minute 58 Ebon Rock, a minute 34 Flame Gore, Fire Maw 245. Like these are game changers, right? As far as probably the way you guys would approach things as well.
There, some other classes like Mage, for example, your gameplay is a lot more black and white and linear. Like if it's this situation, I do this. If it's this, I do this. It's a lot more straightforward. Not to say that's a bad thing, but I'd say for Warlock, the situation has so many variables at any given moment because you have to put yourself in melee range. Is that a threat to you? Is there any AoE damage? Does that lowers your total overall threat table because you're in melee range. You don't have the buffer. You're also using life as a resource, and there's so many different variables where we can try to give an accurate explanation as long as we know all of the variables, but it really, really comes down to how well can you depend on your tanks, how well can you depend on your healers, and what kind of guild you're in.
Absolutely.
The gameplay is going to change if you don't raid with world buffs. Gameplay is going to change if you're raiding with less tanks or more tanks, or there's a lot of different things that could come into play.
Absolutely.
And I think a good thing to point out is that I think that what our team, especially what we did in Lightbringer, and when I say team, I say the Warlock team, is that we try to see ourselves as one unit, because like Warlocks are the most needy class to be able to perform. But I think it also kind of hurts at least me personally, seeing all these Warlocks kind of getting beaten by the tanks, and everyone like, Warlocks are shit, you're here to just summon, do your curse and then go AFK. I hope that we kind of, through this call and today, can I point out that there is potential, and actually it's not only by metrics, it's actually by practice too. But you need to play around the strength and the weaknesses of the Warlock, and the Warlock is such a high potential class, meaning that if stars align and if things are configured for it, you will be number one. And I think there is also some other part that we get into that why Warlocks actually are number one.
Okay.
So I think there are some parts, like I mean, just to give example, and we can deep dive into it, that currently the world's fastest BVL Classic clear is done by Progress, where Alive was the only Warlock. And checking at that log, it looks like Alive, good Warlock, but he didn't do good damage. It's like in the bottom, he parsed bad. But only adding in the Curse of Recklessness into Alive's damage, if you have like 50 melees, I don't know what Curse of Recklessness actually contributes, but maybe it's about 100 DPS. It means that Alive without doubt.
For rank 14 with the armor values that we have, it's around 100 DPS.
So it's not that much.
You can add, so you can actually
per melee.
Oh, per melee. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's,
so you can actually reduct the damage from the melee class and add it to the Warlock, meaning that the Warlock is just, completely above and beyond anything else.
One buff adds 200 DPS per pumper?
100.
100. Oh, 100. Okay, that's still disgusting though. Yeah, that's okay. That's huge.
Well, Curse of Recklessness lowers armor by so much, and armor works in a logarithmic curve, which means the more you penetrate, the better it becomes up until 0.
Hell yeah, dude. That's
So
that's
there's a
sick,
lot of
dude.
those kind of things that you can also take into consideration. Where that I think that gives me to my overall warlock view is that the first 2 warlocks, saying that you have at least like 10 melee and you have at least 4 mages. The number 1 and number 2 in that raid will be warlock with Curse of Recklessness and warlock with Curse of Elements. Warlock 3 is always problematic because Warlock 3, I would say, could potentially be a DPS decrease because that Curse of Shadows only contributes to 3 Warlocks. However, Warlock 4, because it doesn't have a curse, and also because it will have a corruption slot, will actually, by metric, be comparable to everyone else. So if you take your best warlock in your guild with the best gear, and that one is able to beat warriors, rogues, and mages, that is the warlock that you should compare if you should add that 4th warlock or not. You should not look at number 1, 2, and 3 who are having curse assignments, because curse by itself will probably reduce, depending on the guild, both 5 to 10% of damage. So even if I said that you open with your curse and you move, in the games that we are playing on the very highest level, that curse still you can't avoid because you multi-dotting. So instead of putting up a curse on the second target, you would have cast a Shadow Bolt instead. And of course, a Shadow Bolt is just more damage than a curse that does no damage to your own lock.
Oh, sorry,
the way
go
to
on.
see it, and I think going into the next step is AQ. Is that like mages will fall off after 5 mages? Is my view. Where actually warlocks, as long as you can have corruption slots, will benefit up to 6. So it changed quite a bit. But even for BVL, if you can have 4, 5, 6 warlocks, look at the ones who doesn't have curse assignment, meaning warlock 4, 5, 6, and see if they are able to beat the other DPSs. If so, you should have them.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Doing curses and just tab targeting curses and casting, over 100 curses in any given raid is so much of a DPS loss that it kind of gives warlocks a bad name because they look bad on the meters. But if you are one of the warlocks that gets a PI assignment, gets a corruption slot, and has no curse assignment, if you know what you're doing and how to play it, you can do a lot of DPS. And kind of backtracking to what your question was earlier about the potential of Warlock, Warlock, just by doing the math and knowing the spell power ratios and knowing what spell damage modifiers we have available, Warlock DPS for single target, purely single target, has one of the highest damage ceilings. The only issue is with Warlock this early into the game, as everyone knows, we don't really have much hit rating. So we still have a super high damage ceiling. It's just really, really difficult to reach that damage ceiling since our damage is so volatile. We can have improved Shadow Bolt resist. We can have our Shadow Bolt partially resist 75%, 50%, and 25%. And on top of that, you have little to no hit rating.
Well, you hear this all the time that warlock parses are kind of like RNG.
Yeah.
You hear that all the time, right? Like you just get lucky, you get a bunch of crits, and bam, you got a really sweet log for the evening.
I actually, these buffs that we were talking about earlier, the BRD and Strat Undead buffs, back on private servers, I was doing a run, and I actually have a private video of this where in just Zul'Gurub in Blackwing Lair gear, just ZG in Blackwing Lair gear, in Blackwing Lair, my Warlock was able to crit 7,000 damage and over 6,000 damage consistently.
That's
and
insane.
Does that mean so just by looking at that, if we have, let's say, a 25-second flame gore, and I can, after I do my curse assignment, or let's say I have no curse assignment, I can get in maybe 10 Shadow Bolts or 9 Shadow Bolts, depending on my MS, coil, and Shadow Burn ending, and so on and so on. If for any reason those 9 Shadow Bolts were, even 5 of them were critical strikes, I would be 2.7k, 2.8k DPS. But again, there's so many variables that come into play that you don't oftentimes see Warlocks get to reach their potential. And that kind of changes moving into ZG, because when you go into ZG, you just have Bloodvine, which gives you more hit rating. And the hit rating for Warlocks, it's not necessarily that it's going to increase your damage per se. You will be doing more DPS, but it doesn't really directly increase your damage. It just makes Warlock's damage less volatile.
Yeah, more smooth.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually with it. Let's get into talents, boys. So
Sure.
let's assume maybe we can start with you, Hellspawn. What is your so are you allowed a corruption slot? Are you allowed an agony slot? What is your sort of preferred spec and why going into BWO?
So I'm used to having a corruption slot. You never have an agony slot, so agony you only use if it's off target. But I'm kind of used to that the targets just die too fast, so you never I barely ever use agony in MC or BVL,
Mm-hmm.
like extremely occasionally. In the plug that I'm running right now, we don't really have debuff slots, so I actually been able to use agony too, and then damage kind of flies, I would say. I'm extremely boring when it comes to talent, so I play the standard DS Ruin.
DS Ruin, okay.
I'm basically have never played SM Ruin, and the reasoning for not playing SM Ruin is because in MC and BVL the imp is kind of useless because of fire resistance. Also, that in classic it actually runs out of mana faster than ever before, so I feel it's shit. You can play with the Succubus, but it just feels like it dies way too much. Also, just that DS is 15% shadow, where SM is 10%. And DS is 15% fire, where SM is 0. And sure, you have the Nightfall, but as you don't have up a lot of corruption targets, especially not on boss fights, but also I would say actually on trash, you will get so few Nightfall procs. And I think also that everyone Nightfall is like free damage. You just get the extra shadow bolt. It's super good. Sure, but it's a GDC, so it's like 1.5 anyhow. So with the shadow bolt it's 2.5. So you don't even benefit from the full free cast, because you will not really finishing off with a Nightfall proc anyhow, because you will finish off with a Death Coil Shadow Burn. So
And
I don't like SM Ruin, if I can say it like that. I think when it comes even into play is in AQ with a full 2.5, but not even there. Like, I think Arlo showed that DS Ruin is the #1 spec throughout the Wall of Classic.
You think so?
and on top of that, DS Ruin gives you the survivability by using the 3 points into improved Voidwalker for the improved Voidwalker shield, which if you're a good Warlock, you know when to use that, which we'll go over after we go through the bosses in Blackwing Lair. But the Voidwalker shield is a very, very important mechanic, and to play off of the Voidwalker shield, having Fell Domination can be a massive game changer in some particular points in Raid. But yeah, as Hellspawn was saying, going forward in AQ and Naxxramas, Demonic Sacrifice is still going to be the best spec for single target. However, SM Ruin gains value through some gimmicks. For example, in Naxxramas, if you're SM Ruin, then you have the increased range on your affliction spells through Grim Reach, which means on 4 Horsemen, you can actually outrange a lot of their abilities with your affliction spells. For example, the Void Zone you can outrange, the Chain Lightning you can outrange. So it's not that SM Ruin becomes the more dominant spec damage-wise. It just ends up that you can get away with doing more damage because the extra range on your affliction spells comes into play.
Here's my also thing. If we're on the same page saying that Warlock, parsing in general, if that's your goal here, right, is to do as much damage, get nice logs, all this. If it's based on some RNG, wouldn't you kind of play to that and go for Nightfall, like in SM Ruin, like you would just rely on having some lucky Nightfall procs to try and get you a higher top end potential on a fight?
Because so Nightfall gains a bit of value later on, since not all trash mobs are able to be clumped up together and cleaved down right away. Like in AQ40, after you go through the Twin Emperor's room and moving forward through that trash, there are mind flayers and things of that nature where you have to separate these mobs. You can't stack them up and AoE them down. And in those situations, I would say Nightfall is very nice to have, and even improved Curse of Agony for 6% more damage is nice to have, but it's just not worth it, at least in our guilds, in these earlier raids, such as Blackwing Lair and Molten Core, because a lot of the times, at least in our guild in Progress, you can stack up all of these mobs. In Molten Core, for the elemental packs, tanks can use a free action potion, stack up the mobs, you cleave them down right away, boom, they're dead. And you don't really get an opportunity to really utilize these multi-dots.
I'm saying single target though. I mean, I'm thinking there would be a concern that stuff died too quick. But so every tick of corruption, you get a shot at Nightfall. So if you're going for just the highest potential single target parse on a mob, on a boss, wouldn't you throw up corruption, hope it gets lucky, it gets 3 Nightfall procs, all those Nightfall procs crit, and you have the highest possible.
Technically, if you get really, really lucky, SM Ruin has a higher damage ceiling. It's just you rarely ever reach that damage ceiling, because let's say, okay, so corruption does 6 ticks, okay? And Nightfall has a 4% chance to proc. And that means that you'll have a 24% chance to proc it during 1 corruption. And for our boss fights, usually you can only use 1 to maybe 2 corruptions, which means you have maybe a 30 to 50% chance, depending on how many corruptions you're able to apply. So even if you have a 50% chance, let's say that accounts for half of a Shadow Bolt. Let's just say that 50% chance is going to do half of a Shadow Bolt, even though it's either yes or no. It's a coin flip. But let's say it does half of a Shadow Bolt. What Hellspawn was saying earlier is when you fire off that Shadow Bolt, it activates a GCD. So the tooltip of Nightfall says that you get Shadow Bolt instant cast for free. But it's not really instant cast.
You only get half,
It's a 1.5 second cast because it gives you a GCD. You're not able. It would truly be an instant cast if you fired it off and it gave you no GCD and you could immediately start casting a Shadow Bolt.
So in order to get 1 full Shadow Bolt, you need 2 Nightfall procs, pretty much. Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you'd have to get super lucky on a boss. Like you'd have to get like 4 Nightfall procs or something, which barely ever happens in practice. I don't think maybe it's never happened.
But at the same time with DS, as you have 15% and SM has 10%, if you're critting everything, those 5% suddenly actually becomes 10% because of the crit doing the double if it's not partially resisted.
Yeah.
Just adding to what you have up on the stream also, I would come with some suggestions, and that would be that
that spec is incorrect.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm curious. I'm trying to
removing the searing pain. What is that one called? Actually, improved searing pain.
Yeah.
And put in actually catalyst or cataclysm, because cataclysm is not great in any sense. It's actually shit. But you will run out of mana, and you will run out of mana, and you will maybe need to life tap at some point. And then it's better to have points in cataclysm. Don't you agree, Alive? Or what is your view?
No. So in Molten Core, you have 2 extra points that you can use in the destruction tree, and those points are either going to be put into Cataclysm or into Searing Pain,
or maybe a potential of intensity too. Some people do that.
That's if you put it in intensity, that's basically saying that you don't trust your tanks, and you never want to play around failing.
True.
So the 2 points really come down to Cataclysm or Searing Pain, and I would say in Molten Core, I would go for Cataclysm because Searing Pain is immune. Almost every mob is immune. However, Searing Pain is actually a really, really important spell in Blackwing Lair. You use Searing Pain quite a lot if you're really min-maxing your damage, and Cataclysm gives you such a small conservation on mana. It's only 2% and only on destruction spells. Such a small savings on mana that it's actually better to go 2 points into Searing Pain and get 4% extra crit chance on your Searing Pain.
Also, aren't your guys' fights so? Let me look at your fights again. Actually,
Also, you wouldn't put 24 points into Demonology. You'd go 21. The spec is 9, 21, 21.
So you should remove points into Unholy Power. I mean, it's completely
let's go together. Let's start it. Affliction, you go 5 points Corruption and 2 points Tap and 2 points in Suppression?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Then Embrace Impel Stone, Imp Voidwalker, Feldom, Felstam, Master
So-
Summoner.
The
Yeah, so you
only
have 4 points
only-
in Fel Stamina.
Mm-hmm.
the
And
only
3 in
important
Unholy Power.
points, the only important points in Demonology are Fel Stamina, Hellstone, Improved Voidwalker, Fel Domination, Master Summoner, and Demonic Sacrifice. And pretty much Unholy Power, and the one that gives your pet more health. All of the other points are pretty much just.
Yeah. Did we lose alive? Hello?
He might have got muted for a second. So this is the spec that you use though, Hellspawn in Raid.
Give me 1 sec. I actually lost one. Let's see. Yeah, that looks correct.
And
That's
I'll-
one I would use. And I mean, to be honest, if you could only click and have Ruin, DS, and like Insta Corruption, then you could remove the rest of the talent tree. Like Warlocks have the worst talent in the game that you don't utilize. But for example, Ruin and DS are. I mean, I think Ruin might even be the strongest talent in the game. Like it's so crazily strong. That's one. And I mean, life tap, you don't want to do it, but when you do it, you want to get the most out of it. So, and because that you're having a higher hit rating later on, it doesn't make any sense to have more in suppression.
Someone made a really good point actually in the comments. I never thought about this because I'm rarely DS Rune. I'm always SM Rune for the most part. I'm really gonna give it a shot though after this and see the difference and get a comparison. You guys got me hyped for it. Mount Monkey says can move points out of Felstam on Holy Power for a health funnel, which will help with DM East farming. I'm curious. Do you do DMS East farming? That's a very interesting point. Yeah.
DM East is really good farm, especially if you have an alt, so you can cover all the different professions that you need. But yeah, Unholy Power and the talent Fel Stamina they're just filler points. You're going to be sacrificing your pet anyway.
Mhm.
The only important points in the Demonology tree that we're utilizing are Improved Voidwalker, Master Summoner, Fel Domination, Demonic Sacrifice, Improved Hellstone, and the one that gives yourself stamina. Demonic Embrace.
Yeah, and I think we did get some questions here, and the live expanded a bit about Searing Pain versus Cataclysm. I would maybe I'm dropping even a knowledge bomb for Alive. I'm not sure. I haven't told many about it, but I had overlooked actually Immolate, and why I'm saying that is that in BVL, and we come even more into that, it's actually extremely hard to play a Warlock because either you do no damage or you do too much damage, and you pull aggro and you die. But when a Wormkin or a Chromagus early is fire, you always put up an Immolate. And then you start
Big
doing
brain.
Searing Pain. And then you start doing Searing Pain, but
Yeah.
Searing Pain actually is a tanking ability. But there is actually a trick which gives a bit lower total DPS, but actually higher because you won't pull aggro. So the total will be higher, is actually that you downrank Immolate one step. So you do Immolate, I think it's rank 7, and then you spam Immolate rank 6. That would make that the Immolate rank 7 will have the dot running, and you run Immolate rank 6 that will
Oh, it's like that
continue
Moonfire
doing the
trick for
damage,
Druid.
but you
Wow.
will not reapply the dot.
Yeah.
And in this way, you can actually maximize the fire, like basically 99 on threat compared to the tank, without pulling aggro. And if you did Searing Pain, you will just do less damage before you pull threat.
Yo, that's
And,
fucking
and that kind of takes it away a bit also from improved Searing Pain. I don't even know if I live you about this one or
Yeah.
what about it.
Well, I mean, it's just how classic mechanics work. If there's a more powerful spell or effect already active, then it will not override it. That's how all of the buffs work in the game and debuffs. But I would say that that's a really useful trick and something that people should definitely utilize for Chromagus and for the Wormkins when they're fire vulnerable. But that is only to maximize your DPS if you're already near threat cap. But if you're playing in a guild like Progress, or you have a Fury tank that knows what he's doing, has good gear, and let's say that Chromagus isn't fire vulnerable the first vulnerability, it's fire vulnerable the second vulnerability, I'd still go Searing Pain because doing a max rank Immolate and then spamming Searing Pain will yield the most theoretical DPS in any given situation that has fire vulnerability on single target. Again, The only issue with that is Searing Pain does 150% threat, which means you are going to generate a lot of threat. But there's a lot of ways to get around that. So I think the Immolate trick is very useful to know. But if you know what you're doing and or you have a very competent tank, then I would say that it doesn't really come into factor too much. For example, on the Wormkin packs, and something I went over in my Blackwing Lair deep dive on my YouTube, on the Wormkin packs, a lot of times you can play around with your potion cooldown, and if you're Alliance, you can play around with Blessing of Protection, and you can intentionally spam aggro by using Searing Pain, and mitigate that by taunt rotations, Blessing of Protection, limited invulnerability. So you can go over the threat table doing the maximum amount of damage, knowing that you have those things to fall back on in case you do pull.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool.
But I think concluding on this one, this is the preferred one. I think for can you say mid-tier guilds, I would say that Cataclysm is better. I think for the top one with the highest potential for sure, improved Searing Pain is. I think one point that Alive did, but I think we can emphasize on, is that one of the benefits with SM Ruin is that you actually get, it's called Grim Reach, right? So actually your Shadow Bolts and your curses or affliction spells are 40 yards, both of those, or is it 36? 36, right?
36.
It's 36, yeah.
It's 20% of 30, yeah.
Even I get a bit annoyed at several points when I can't really curse, like, you know, a Magmadar or it can even be Nefarian, that you need to really position yourself perfectly to be able to curse and Shadow Bolt and not getting the fear. And with SM Ruin, you don't have that problem because you can be on 36 yards all the time, and that makes it easier. And in some occasions, especially if things goes wrong, it's beneficial. So even though I don't like SM, I think it would be maybe a easier game-wise.
Yeah.
But I sure would still say, if you're taking all the world buffs, you're in a good guild, you want to push meters, go DS Ruin because that's the best.
Well, I have a selfish request from you guys. Like, this is honestly super helpful for myself and chat too. If you guys have any opinions on this too, so I'm in a semi-hardcore raid. As you can see, our kill speeds are pretty slow. Like 245 Fire Maw, 2 minutes Ebon Rock, 134 Flame Gore, 435 Chromagus, 430 for Neff, right?
435.
For Chromagus, yeah.
Did you guys get nature like 6 times in a row?
I'm not even sure, brother. I'm not even sure, but it's a different beast, man. When you're raiding like kind of a semi-hardcore environment, so most people come in without like full world buffs, myself included. I'll get like Oni Head and I'll get like a Songflower or something. That'll be it, and not, you know, most of us aren't flasking or anything like this. But in this environment, for whatever it's worth, if you had to operate in this environment, what we're doing as a Warlock core is we're rotating through and we're letting one Warlock at a time use Agony. Now it's not optimal, but nothing about this raid is designed, you know, completely optimal. You have to just keep this in mind, right? No one is really on that same page where they're trying to go full big pump, right? So some people choose to, and that's kind of where we're at right now. The Warlock core, we're going through the motions, and one person at a time is going to be able to go for a Clap Knight and be able to use Agony. Now, what spec would you go? Is it a worthy consideration on these long drawn out fights and your authorized Agony to go SM Ruin, or would you still go DS Run? If you had a PI slot too, because we're going to be, you know, paying for the priest to give us Parse Infusion.
Pay them?
Well, we're going to start because there's none of them are PI right now spec, but we're going to have one of them respec, and we're going to cover the respec costs. Yeah.
But my point is about this, like, why is, I mean, when we played before, everyone was PI. Mm-hmm. Even the Shadow Weaving priest was like PI Shadow Weave. Like, why are even Holy a consideration? Is it just because people are worse, or like, I don't get it?
So, a lot of people, I'd say it's a mindset thing, and it could be a guild thing. So, a lot of people have struggles healing fights like Fire Maul and fights like Veil, fights where there's a lot of AoE damage going out. Sometimes techie packs can be troublesome for a lot of guilds. And some guilds, if you're not doing all of the mechanics properly and executing everything properly, then the plus healing from going holy is going to be more beneficial because they need that. They need that to survive Veil. They need that to survive Fire Maul. If they don't have that, they'll either run because they can't downrank properly, or they just don't do enough healing output. In a high-end guild like our guild and like Apes and some other high-end guilds, it doesn't really make any sense to be holy at all, unless it's maybe a progression raid and you're just doing it to be safe, or a speed run because you're not really using many casters anyway, so there's no real need for PI. But in our guild, it's a bit of a different mindset. In our guild, a lot of times it's not about the healer's parse. It's not about how much healing can I do on the meter. It's more about what can you get away with. How a top end guild's mentality is play as aggressive as you possibly can and see what you can get away with, rather than play conservatively. And so having all of our priests go PI kind of follows that mindset by bringing as much to the raid output as we possibly can, and just making.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the spec I'm using right now, and you know, my week already passed, so I already went through the week and got a couple pinks this past week. You know, for whatever that's worth, I was pretty happy with that. But I definitely could do a lot better. There's still a lot I'm not understanding about BWL. If you could get PI, this is kind of the Warlock dream. It's like our wet dream, right? You know, PI, maybe multiple PIs. You know, because no one's really competing for it that much in our raid. You know, so if someone wants to step up and try and do that, people are usually supportive. You know, and you have agony slot and stuff. Would this be a spec you would go, or would you still go DS Roan?
For Blackwing Lair, I would probably. It really just depends on. Are you trying to parse on Blackwing Lair overall, or do you only care about bosses? Is trash a factor to you?
Yeah, I mean, trash is a factor for sure. It's talk about just the entire performance of the raid overall. You know, just.
Then I would still probably go Demonic Sacrifice. It really depends on what strategies your guild utilizes. Because using the Voidwalker Sacrifice is still going to be good, but using Voidwalker Sacrifice is better the faster your kill speed. Because obviously what you're trying to do here is minimize the amount of spell pushback you're generating through like Veilastraz AoE damage, Fire Maul AoE damage, and things like that. So in the faster the guild you are, you have less time for that damage to go through your Voidwalker shield, through your Priest shield, through your Greater Fire Protection Potion shield. So I would say that Demonic Sacrifice does lose some value in a slower pace guild, but I would say it depends on your strategies for trash more importantly, because if you have any trash where you're AoEing it, such as Veilastraz trash, those trash packs are very easy to AoE.
Yeah, we AoE those.
If you have multiple situations where you're utilizing AoE, or even using like Feldom on Chromagus, you can squeeze more damage out of Demonic Sacrifice, but Demonic Sacrifice is going to ask more of you as a player. You could be lazy and not change your Demonic Sacrifice buff at all.
You're saying sack the imp, right? Just for increased health.
Yeah. So you want to save Feldom for a time that you need to alternate right away. So, for example, I have a macro where you can summon imp, instantly Feldom Demonic Sacrifices on Chromagus. If it immediately goes fire, I need to have that right away. But Fel Domination is a 15-minute cooldown, and that's a pretty long cooldown for a fast clearing guild. So you don't want to just use it whenever. You want to use it for a situation that actually needs you to summon something right away. But if you're a lazy player and you don't want to utilize the tools that Demonic Sacrifice has, then don't go Demonic Sacrifice in a slow-paced guild.
Yeah.
But I think also answering your question is that number one, the one who should have a corruption, or like, I'm not used to anyone having an agony slot, but if you do have an agony slot, it should go to the one who has the highest spell power, because that's how he benefited most. And of course, if one is SM and one is DS, having the amplified agony, I guess, will make that agony not being more valuable. But then you have the downside that, let's say that you start Chromagus and the first vulnerability is Frost, for example, and the second one is Shadow. You don't want to have one Warlock having a lot more damage done at that point than the other ones, because you want everyone to maximize their Shadow Bolts at that point to be able to push threat. So it's a bit about how the Chromagus vulnerabilities works. Like, the worst you can ever get is that it's first fire and then shadow, because probably you will end up dead because you couldn't control it. I mean, remember that a Chromagus Shadow Bolt vulnerability crit normally does 10k, which means that if you have a really good tank, that's about 3 seconds or so, meaning that you cast a Shadow Bolt, and when you cast the second one, you will pull threat. So it's like very, very hard, and the hard part also is that you kind of stay off half a second, and then you need to be aggressive again, because otherwise you get behind. So Chromagus is a really, really hard boss to maximize it, and also adding in, time lapse into that configuration makes it even more sketchy. Both me and Alive have died a few times where people scream and are upset, but those two things happen, especially if you resist time lapse, I would say.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyhow, I would overall say that yes, if you are the ones having the highest spell damage and you are SM Ruin, sure, you should have the Agony slot. But I don't think anyone should play SM Ruin.
Okay, so this is really good. Like, what I'm taking from this is that you guys love DS Ruin, and you can squeeze out more damage on trash packs too, sacking the imp, and that there's a strong case for it. Especially with the Nightfall. You need 2 Nightfalls to get that free Shadow Bolt.
I would say we heavily prefer Demonic Sacrifice because of the people we are. We are min-maxers. But if you're in a fast-paced guild and you're not a min-maxer, Demonic Sacrifice is still going to be better. But if you're in a slow-paced guild and you're not willing to utilize all the different tools that Demonic Sacrifice has, you don't want to think about all that, then just stay SM Ruin. But if you're in a slow-paced guild and you want to do everything you can to do the best that you can, then I would start practicing with Demonic Sacrifice and start getting the hang of it.
Hell yeah, man! All right. Well, that kind of answers the talent side of things. I'm learning a lot already, man. This is just such a treat, man. This is a delightful way to start the day. Let's get into some fights, boys. Let's go fight by fight, and then we can just chat too, like key points, any tips and tricks you have for these fights as you go through them. Anything to get ahead. Let's share some stuff. So we got, first off here, we have Razor Gore. First boss of BWL, the little egg gauntlet here. Is there anything that you've learned on Razor Gore, or anything that comes to mind at all, little things that you think you do or you've observed in others to put you in the best possible shape for this fight?
I can start a bit. I think Alive normally has more to say. So I think number one is that, remember that my configuration, I don't care about logs per se, so I care about speed time. But of course, for me, my personal part is my logs. And unfortunately, as it seems in current Classic, the trash on Razor Gore doesn't count. So in that way, this is a snooze fest. I would say that it acts extremely different compared to Private, but I kind of like the way that it acts in Classic, because it's beneficial for casters. So the pug that I did what was that Sunday? I think I had like 6.5% rate damage, where number 2 was like 4.5, and this is not bad players that I have in that pug. And why I was able to in my second BVL perform so well is that if you're positioning yourself very good, so you basically can hard cast Shadow Bolts all the time on Dragon Kings, and then only do Death Coils and Shadow Burns when you move, you would do more damage than anyone else. Like, you're wrecking on this fight. But overall, this is a shit fight to even talk about when it comes to logs. But you need to learn how to position so you can hard cast all the time.
Okay.
I don't know, Alive, you have more?
Yeah, I would also say that if you only care about boss parse, then clearly phase 1 does not matter to you. But if you care about your parsing overall, then I would say phase 1 of this fight is also very, very dependent on your situational awareness and reaction time. So there's a spell priority list that you want to follow to maximize your DPS. Ideally, you want to be casting as many Shadow Bolts as you can get away with. However, there's not always a situation that dictates or that allows you to get that Shadow Bolt off, particularly in faster clearing guilds, which is generally what I'm going to be referring to, since that is the habitat that I'm used to. But generally speaking, in my guild, you can never, ever, ever get a Shadow Bolt off on any of the orcs. The only thing that you can get a Shadow Bolt off on are the Dragonkins. So for me to parse on phase 1, the best thing for me to do is find the nearest Dragonkin and start casting Shadow Bolt on it right away. If there is no Dragonkin near me, let's say that I'm standing on one hemisphere, 50% of the room. I'm not standing directly in the middle of the room. I'm standing in between 2 corners. Then if a dragon spawns far away from me in one of the opposite 2 corners, and there's too much running, then I'll just stay and immediately try to shadow burn one of the orcs that spawns, get some searing pains off on one of the orcs that spawn, and I won't give up too much of my DPS time towards running to the other side of the room. However, you always want to keep your eyes peeled when the spawn waves come, because if one of the Dragonkins does spawn on your portion of the room, you need to immediately get on it. And most importantly is on Classic, this is not how they worked on private servers, but on Classic, the Dragonkins seem to always want to run up onto the pedestals as well, on the sides of the room. So you always want to position yourself as well to not get line of sighted as they go up the pedestals. I guess pedestal is the best way to say it, up the ramps on the side of the room. You always want to position yourself to not get line of sighted as soon as they start doing that, in case you end up missing out one of your Shadow Bolts. And another thing to mention here as well, on this specific boss encounter, I prefer to lean a bit more heavily into critical strike rating. Mm-hmm. And the reason I do that is, particularly for my guild situation, since I have to use Searing Pain, Death Coil, and Shadow Burn so often on this fight, and all 3 of those abilities have 43% spell power coefficients, very low spell power coefficients, and most of the time that I Shadow Burn, it's going to be only a Shadow Burn. That's all I have time for on that specific orc, or all I can get off on a Dragonkin is 1 Shadow Bolt, 1 Shadow Burn, that's it. 1 Searing Pain, that's it, and then it's dead. Since things die so quickly, and I'm using 3 different spells, 3 out of 4 of my spells are 43% spell power coefficient spells, then I'll actually parse better if I stack more crit, not necessarily all crit, but more crit and a little bit less heavy on spell power, because I'm utilizing those instant cast low spell power coefficient spells. So like a ring such as Band of Dark Dominion, I would swap away. Ebony Flame Gauntlets, I would swap away, because those give you shadow damage and a lot of spell power, but you're not just using shadow damage. Tome of Shadow Force, I would swap that off for Therazane's Touch, which gives you spell power, so it activates on both your Shadow Bolt and on your Searing Pain. And I would do things along those nature. Instead of Briarwood Reed, I would use Eye of the Beast on this specific fight, and things of that nature.
It's so funny you say that, though, like, because it's so dependent on your guild being progress, like killing stuff so fast. So yeah. in our semi-hardcore, raid environment, which probably most people are in the chat or something like that, the fight, this drags on for a bit, this first little gauntlet. People, it's kind of a snooze fest sometimes, but I would just approach it in the opposite way. I go high spell damage, and I just sit in the middle of the room, just literally throwing up agony corruption on like everything around me, 360 around me, as everything is spawning. And then if I get aggro on something, I'll fear it off me, or I'll run. If it's really bad, I'll run up onto that little pedestal and like jump off the pedestal, so that it like gives the tank some time to pick it up off me. But in a situation where the mobs do stay up for a long time, I don't put up agony on the orcs. I don't even really try to touch the orcs usually. I'll just try and throw up the agony corruption on the Dragonkins, and then just fling shadow bolts everywhere as I get nightfall procs.
If your guild has multiple dragons up at a time, like let's say you can't kill all the dragons before the next wave, and your guild stacks up mobs from wave to wave a little bit, you have overlapping, then I would say definitely lean more heavily into spell power, because you're not sitting there waiting for mobs to respawn. You always have an opportunity to cast Shadow Bolt. So like I said earlier, the spell priority list, Shadow Bolt's at the top of the spell priority list. You want to be casting that. And if you're in a guild that is killing things slow enough that you can be casting that, then you want to adjust your gear towards that scenario.
Absolutely.
If you're in a fast clearing guild that does not allow you to cast the number 1 priority spell, it knocks you down to lesser priority spells like Searing Pain, then you need to adjust your gear towards that.
The other thing I want to mention is that you guys do the same thing. Like there's no drop in combat between the trash and the boss, so you want to make sure you have all your coolies up, you have toe up, you have everything you need and full mana as you're engaging the boss and moving in between, the adds to the boss. So that's just one thing to keep in mind if you are trying to go hard on the boss itself. Keep in mind the trash doesn't count. Don't get caught with your toe up down because you used it, mid trash. Like I usually try to be conservative with it and only use it one time, and then I'll just wait all the way till the boss is up.
If you want to parse well on Razor Gore, make sure that when the last egg is coming up, you have full mana. Make sure that you have toe up off cooldown. Make sure that you have make sure that PI is off cooldown in case you used it on the pull. And make sure that you have a pre-popped Greater Fire Protection potion, because you want your potion cooldown to be, especially in slower clearing guilds, you want your potion cooldown to be off cooldown by the time Razor Gore is able to be engaged. That way you have a Greater Fire Protection potion up to negate any spell pushback from his Firebolt volley. And then you have a second potion that you can pop in case that he does enough Firebolt volleys to knock off your first.
Another thing you could do too is you could sack a Voidwalker well in advance and then get the bubble just for some additional stuff if you're worried about just the boss, like you're trying to get as much absorb.
If you're only cheesing the boss, I would say yes, but if you take the time to hard cast summon Voidwalker, then you're losing so much trash damage.
This is true.
I think some other parts is that it's very important to use your PI or TOEB early in that fight. So like basically if you see that you will be able to hard nuke a Dragon King the wall part, or even if more are up, that's good. I think that in progress, I would guess alive that you can never use PI on Razor Gore and then also having it up for Valastras.
Correct.
And in that way, you'd never use PI on Razor Gore because you need to have that damage on Valastras. Both that is beneficial to your log, but also it's beneficial to your guild. So typically, you don't use PI on Razor Gore, just on the trash.
I'd say it depends on what you're going for. If you're going for what is best in mind for the guild, then it's more important for you to burn down Valastras quickly and use cooldowns on Valastras as opposed to Razor Gore. But if you're only focusing on your parses, and that's all you care about is parsing well, I would say use your PI and use your TOEB on whichever boss you have a lower parse on at the given moment.
Yep. I gotta go hard on Razor Gore. My Razor Gore is kind of low right now. I don't know why.
Yeah, just to round out your average, because how the ranking works on Warcraft logs, sometimes you'll have a bad parse on one boss, sometimes you have a great parse on the other ones, and you just need to bring up one of your parses. But if you're raiding with the goal in mind that you want to do what's best for the raid, then you should be using your cooldowns on Veil instead of Razor Gore, because killing Veil faster is much more important.
It's true. Most guilds, you're going to have those coolies up, though, available for Veil just because you move at a slower pace, right? Like in Progress, you have to actually pick and choose which one you use your coolies on. It's funny, man. Moving on to Veil, though. This is a spicy one. So people are already asking in the chat, how do the big brains handle Veil? It's a spicy fight for Warlocks. You got to have your trigger finger on that lip. And I'm really curious. This is one of the hottest topics.
So going from like A to Z on this one is that on Razor Gore, when he's doing the fire volleyball, and you know that it will die before the second one, then you pop a fire pot. And this fire pot is not for Razor Gore; it's actually for Valastras. That's how we do it when we do it very fast. You run in, you make sure that you don't take any fire damage from the dynamites of the goblins, and then Razor Gore starts. And Razor Gore is a bit different than Valastras is a bit different compared to what I'm used to, but I think I know how to do it at least. And that is that first you cast a Voidwalker, and then you see on the cooldown on it, and then at the point when it's about 15 seconds until it starts, you sacrifice, not the monster sacrifice, your Voidwalker, and then you hardcast your Succubus, and then you demon sacrifice her. And then basically you do your corruption about 1 second into the fight, and then you just hardcast Shadow Bolts. What you want to do is also that you want to use PI and TOA basically from the get-go, because if you have a guild that kills it under 30 seconds, you want to have it up more or less from the get-go, so basically from the second Shadow Bolt. The other part that you can do is that you make sure that the PI priest that you have will spam a power shield on you directly when your Voidwalker sack is going away. Another point that I think is possible is actually that when your fire pot is running out, because you will have you will use it again, because you used it 2 minutes earlier at Razorgore, but you can actually squeeze in, I believe, a flame deflector also after the fire pot is out, so you get 500 extra from the pushback, because pushback in Classic is extremely harsh on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So like what I'm used to is that pushback is not so big, but in Classic you get completely ripple. So you want to have like double fire pots, you want to have the sacrifice, you want to have the shield, power world shield, and I would also say a flame deflector should add on that one to help.
Flame deflector, the trinket?
No, so it's a use item, engineering item.
Oh, I've never used that shit.
So in private servers you can actually use this one combined with the fire pot, but because in Classic actually it takes the same buff slots, but you should be able to use this one after a fire pot, I believe, but actually haven't been able to use it yourself. I don't know if you have done it alive.
Yeah, I mean, it won't do it with GFPP up, but you can work it so, like, let's say GFPP is on cooldown and it falls off, that you could use it. But generally speaking, I think that Hellspawn explained the fight pretty well. If you see Razorgore doing a firebolt volley and you know that it's going to be the last one before he dies, immediately pop a GFPP so that you have your GFPP off cooldown for the next encounter when you go into Vale, because you're going to want 2 of them. You're right about all the about the Voidwalker sacrifice. It's really, really important for Priest too, like he said. You can't Power Word Shield and Voidwalker Sacrifice Shield do not stack, but what your Priest can do is make a weak aura to see when you're to track your Voidwalker Shield, your Sacrifice Shield, and when it falls off, he can start doing bubble on you right away to mitigate your spell pushback. But something that you didn't mention here, since spell pushback is so harsh on Classic, you really, really want to avoid it if you're trying to parse well. You want to use a little bit of fire resistance gear on Veilastraz, particularly...
Really? Holy shit.
Particularly the longer the boss fight takes. So in a guild like Progress, we hardly have to use any at all, because we kill it so quickly. We kill it before the tank gets.
What about for my raid? I'll be honest with you, dude. I never put on fire resist gear pretty much ever, just because it feels so unbelievably terrible to take off your juicy gear and put on some scuffed ass FR.
But there are some tricks to you right now. For example, like if you have double Nemesis legs, then you can have one with spell power, which is only 8, and one actually with fire resistance. So that's 23. The same is like if you're using a free Nemesis combination with the head, then you can have one with 8 spell power and one with fire. In that way, you actually get 40 extra that basically you don't sacrifice anything on. There are a couple of other items, but I would say
you don't.
When you are at a 1 minute type of Veilastraz skill, I would say that even if you full consume everything we just mentioned, you more or less, I would say, almost want full fire res gear, like almost 5 more setup.
So you guys do the same thing on Fire Maw, then I'm assuming. Then you guys
on Fire Maw, fire res is way more important. But on Veilastraz, when I say you put on fire resistance gear, I'm not saying you put on gear that only has fire resistance, like some green of resistance rings.
Yeah.
No, that is
how
not
much
what
you
I
going
mean.
for, bro? How much fire resistance are you going for?
So something I would do is, like Hellspawn said, I have 2 pairs of tier 2 pants, and
you lucky bastard.
the tier 2 pants has 10 fire resistance already on it. So what I do is I have a second pair of pants that I enchant with plus 20 fire resistance. And then I'll have a second helmet that I enchant with plus 20 fire resistance. And it can even be a helmet that doesn't have fire resistance on it normally. Just a rank 10 helmet or a tier 2 helmet or whatever helmet you're using. And on top of that, you can get multiple different 3-piece bonuses with tier 2, which, as a side note, less options will be available moving forward because you have to wear Bloodvine, and Bloodvine's just too good. But for example, right now, before we get Bloodvine, one of the best pieces that you can use for a 3-piece tier 2 to get the 23 spell power is the chest piece. The chest piece is quite good. It's 1% crit, 32 spell power, and on top of that, it has 10 fire resistance.
Yeah.
So if you're wearing the pants because you already want to wear the pants, that gives you 30 fire resistance, including the enchant. If you have it on the helmet, now it's 50. If you're wearing your tier 2 chest, which is already a good DPS item, you already want to wear it. That's another 10. The shoulders for tier 2, they're not the best shoulders in the game. They're not better than shoulders of Blackwing Cabal.
Hey, got mine last week.
But they're a little bit less spell power, and they have 10 fire resistance. And tier 2 boots, they're not better than Snowblind shoes if you are able to kill a Zergos, but they're still really good, and they have 10 fire resistance. So it's not that you put like crappy fire resistance pieces on. You put pieces on that are missing like 6 spell power off Biss, 7 spell power off Biss, but they have
how much you shooting for though? Or is it just however much you end up with? You just find that compromise. But I'm thinking about like 100, 100 FR or something like that.
So, are we talking about total or off gear? Because we also raid with UBRS buff.
All of
which
you?
adds a
You
lot
all
of
go to you clear out Ubers. I guess at that point you're already going full. Yeah. All right. I mean, how much does that give you again? Like 80 or something?
81, I believe.
81.
No,
the
81.
UBRS gives 60, right?
60.
No.
Okay.
60 is the Paladin aura.
Okay. Is UBRS 81?
That's insane,
81.
brother. But that's
80,
actually not too
83.
bad to get. Actually, how long does it take to do UBRS? I mean, the thing is, you already have all your world buffs when you get it.
It's
though,
in
which
the
is
first
rough.
room. It's in the first room. You go in UBRS, you cross the bridge, the spellbinder's right there. You get it, you're done.
It's true. It takes a while for like a not like for a semi-hardcore raid to all go get it and split off into groups and stuff. Though it takes like 20 minutes from raid time or something. For you guys, you probably have it down to a science though, like 5 minutes or something.
And also something that a lot of people don't use is there's also a fire resistance Juju, an eco from Winterspring. Shardtooth eco you can turn into Juju Ember, which is another 15 fire resistance. So, and along with Paladin Aura or Totem, along with UBRS buff, along with Juju Ember, Gift of the Wild gives you a little bit of fire resistance, or all resistance, I should say. Adding all these things together, you end up getting a ton of fire resistance for very, very, very little drawback. The buffs that I stated are literally 0 drawback. But putting pieces like tier 2 shoulders on, tier 2 boots, and things of this nature is very, very small drawback compared to the benefits that you gain, because the more fire resistance you have, the longer that your power word shield is going to last before it breaks, the longer your GFPP is going to last before it breaks, the longer your Voidwalker shield is going, everything is going to go up in value.
That's so true, man. I'm actually learning so much from this, dude. I'm becoming woke to the power of FR right now.
And I mean, this part I had overlooked quite a bit, also because I've been on a player break since before BVL. But for example, I did see on a live's gear that he's using head of Onyxia, so the ring, right? And that ring, I would never say, oh, I want it or I would use it. But in the current classic meta as we are, actually it's worth getting head of Onyxia and the ring and swap that one out.
Dragon Slayer Signet.
Oh,
well, actually, yeah. I got Dragon Slayer Signet back in Molten Core because that was part of my crit setup. So back in Molten Core when we were speed clearing Molten Core, and I told you I had a crit setup. So back in Molten Core, as my crit setup, I would use the Onyxia ring, which is stem, int, fire resist, and crit. I would use Ring of Entropy off of Doomlord Kha'Zix, which is stem, int, and 1% crit. I would use Gloves of Spell Mastery, which is 2% crit. I would use Cap of Scarlet Savant, which is 2% crit. And I would go very deep on the critical strike rating.
Mhm.
But Dragon Slayer Signet, I would say, compared to the rings that are available in Blackwing Lair, is quite bad. Dragon Slayer Signet is not that bad compared to BRD Quest Ring. It's not that bad compared to Maiden Circle. But when you start comparing it to Band of Dark Dominion and Band of Force Concentration, it's a pretty strict downgrade. So I wouldn't. That would be a fire resistance slot that I would look to move away from, but I don't currently have a Band of Dark Dominion. So currently I use that ring as a fire resistance ring on Fire Maul and Valistraz over my Maiden Circle. But if I had a Band of Dark Dominion, I would not use that ring. I would use Band of Dark Dominion, and I would look to get fire resistance elsewhere.
I see.
And I think also proving the point is like both me and Eli, we craft double legs of Bloodwine, and we have one with the Warlock enchant from CG and one with Fire enchant. So like that's the level of how we prioritize it. On Fire Maul even more so. On Valistras, because Progress has such a fast kill time, probably it's not beneficial. But for guilds who have like maybe 2 tank burns, etc., I would say go full fire rest on that one, because someone in the chat alive did say here that even if you have fire rest, you do get the pushback, meaning that for us it makes sense because we protecting our shields with the fire rest. But if you're having a long kill time, you will not be able to protect your shields as much. So maybe the diagram is going up again to not have fire rest if you have long kill.
So how the mechanic works for Valistraz in particular is the fire resistance is going to increase your odds of full resisting the damage, not partial resisting. At least that's the data that I've seen on Classic. Some things are different than private servers so far, and I haven't been able to test everything, but the fire resistance should be increasing your chance to full resist, which means you can have bad RNG, similar to Fire Maul. You can have bad RNG and still take the same amount of fire damage, but having that complementary fire resistance just slightly increases your chance to full resist each tick. And if that full resistance happens, then of course your absorbs end up becoming more beneficial. So for Valistraz, I disagree. I would not stack fire resistance, because you're not going to be able to get enough fire resistance to really increases your chances to like reliably full resist the damage every time. You're not going to be able to reach that much fire resistance unless you completely gimp your damage a huge amount. But I would say for Valistraz, use fire resistance pieces that are complementary to your DPS as is.
Another thing I'm thinking of right now, bro. So our Valistraz kills a minute 15. Yours is how long, probably, if you had to guess off the top of that? Let me just look at this again.
Our last kill, we only had 1 bomb, so maybe like 20-30 seconds.
20-30 seconds. So you can pop another, instead of a mana potion, I'm pretty sure I could, I mean, my mana will last a minute 15, right? My mana will last
you have infinite mana on Valistraz.
Oh, yeah, true. What am I saying? Sorry, I'm retarded. But so I'm saying, so you're popping, so with the point I'm trying to make is you're popping a GFP, or you're popping a protection potion mid-fight. Like,
so you have one
prio,
pre-pop,
right?
and then
There's
you
nothing
pop
better.
it. And we didn't really go into it, but maybe some listeners here haven't maybe played on the same level, or even starting to approach into that. And that's like when you cast a Shadow Bolt, right before you start casting the second Shadow Bolt, you do pop your pot in between. So basically you don't lose any time on the cast, because you're popping your consumables in between. So what you're doing is that when you see that the fire either you calculate it and know it by heart, or when you see that the debuff from the absorb protection pot is falling down, the next time to cast, that's when you pop your fire pot and then do the Shadow Bolt. So it's kind of seamless on the cast, so to speak, and that's how you use your demonic your demonic runes, and how you use your mana pots normally too. So having that type of skill of using consumables in between casts is very crucial, and even more so on Valistraz. So you don't stop a hard cast because you see you get pushed back to use your consume. You let that hard cast come through, and then you pop it.
I just thought of another big brain thing. So okay, this is something. First of all, let me ask you this, guys. On Veilstraz, are you guys with your current tanking setup and everything like that? Are you able to go full Zug right off the jump and not have to
Yes.
wait at all?
Yes.
Right? Yeah, the fight's so
The-
short that it's not a
The
problem. right?
only time that we have issues on threat as a warlock is if you become the bomb and you can instant cast Shadow Bolt.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
then you don't do any threat, right?
You do a lot of threat.
I think that you cannot get aggro when you have the burning, right? That's how it should be.
I think yeah. I think
You might be right. You might be
actually.
right. You might be
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
You might be right.
Because think about it, I've gotten it before. Before you stand off to the left and you just start flinging shadow bolts for massive damage, right? Like
Yeah.
you would definitely pull if you would get
Yeah,
that
yeah.
from that.
You have minus 80% threat.
Yeah.
So you
I
just
forgot
remember
about
that
part.
to set number 1 parse, you will need to die in that one, and you want to have a kinda late bomb, but that you just die in the Valstress die, because basically from you get, is it called Burning Adrenaline, or is that the one that gets the tanks get? Whichever debuff that Valstress gives you that makes you go into being the bomb, from the second you get it, you just hit your Shadow Bolt button, like you smash it, because you will just cast all the time. So when you're moving, you're smashing your button basically, and then you would do like the 1500 DPS or something crazy like that.
Yeah. I mean, to be completely honest, all of the tips that we've given on Veilastraz so far will help you parse better, but the world record top parses on Veilastraz are gonna be made by people who got the bomb.
Mhm.
You will not be able to beat someone who got the bomb and is just blasting. But something that I'd like to mention going forward, there are some things that get in the way of this, but the best time to pop PI and Talisman, if you have a Talisman and PI or Zandalar Hero Charm going forward, or anything of that nature, you don't want to pop it right off of the start, and that's because of Shadow Weaving. You want to wait till Shadow Weaving's at 5 stacks before you start doing popping your cooldowns. That way you get the most damage potential out of those cooldowns. However, there are certain things that could get in the way of that and change the game plan. For example, on Veilastraz, if you know that your absorbs are not going to last very long and you're going to start getting spell pushback, then I would not wait for Shadow Weaving to get fully stacked up.
Mhm.
And also on fights where in our guild, for example, some boss fights we kill very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So I can't just wait for 5 stacks of Shadow Weaving, because if I wait for 5 stacks of Shadow Weaving to go up, then the boss is at 50% health. So if the boss dies too quickly, which is probably not going to be the case for most guilds, then you also have to pop it right away and you cannot wait. But the ideal situation, if there's nothing interrupting you, you have no spell pushback, and you're totally free to do whatever you want. Like, let's say when Nefarian lands, Nefarian's generally speaking a pretty long fight. You don't want to get in position and immediately call for PI, pop your cooldowns. You want to wait till the Shadow Weaving is fully stacked up and then pop your cooldowns.
That's a
I mean,
really
you
good
want
point.
you want to see Shadow Weaving, improved Shadow Bolt, and the Nightfall up, and then you pop and go ham, basically. But to Alive's point, Valastras, which we still are on, is that it starts, it's 1 second before you want to do something, or half a second. Then you actually typically do your curse and then your corruption, and then cast a Shadow Bolt. All those is like 1 second plus 3 seconds plus 2.5 seconds. If you have a 30-second Valastras kill, you need to pop it after your first Shadow Bolt. Otherwise, you will not benefit from it, because you will just have the buff with instead. So
Yeah, it's true.
you just need to
Also-
kind of count backwards from.
This is where feeling
how
out your
fast you
raid
kill it.
is really important too,
Yeah.
because if you think that you have a shot at getting that second Toep value, right, based on historic the historic precedent of your kill speed on the boss, because for that's kind of the boat that I'm in with our guild, not on Veil in particular, but with other bosses, right? Then you just want to time it so that you get two sets of Toep
But-
pops. Yeah.
The chance of the time aligning so perfectly that way is pretty low. But again, that's something that you could just review in your logs. If you know your guild is killing X boss at a consistent rate, every single week it's a few seconds variance, then yeah, that is something that you want to look at. There's actually 2 more really secret tricks that you can do on Veilastraz that I haven't even told a few of my guild members.
Oh shit.
But I haven't been able to fully test it on Classic because I haven't been getting the bomb. So I haven't been able to fully test it. But how it worked on private servers is, if you get the bomb, you can pop a Flask of Petrification right before it goes off. And Flask of Petrification, the tooltip, makes you immune to all spell and physical damage. So it'll go off and you will not die.
Oh man, save the world buffs.
So what could go wrong here on Classic is right as you click and use the Flask of Petrification, it could immediately detonate the bomb and force you to take the damage. It didn't work that way on private servers, and I haven't been able to test it yet. But maybe that'll change in a couple hours when we go into Molten Core. But if that is working, that is huge, because that means not only can you get the bomb and pump damage extremely, but you can also live, continue doing damage, and on top of that, not lose your world buffs. And the second thing is, on private servers, I haven't been able to confirm this without going on to the Classic PTR, but on private servers, the bomb that Warlocks get most of the time, at least in my guild, is the second bomb. Because the first two bombs are going to be chosen off of, they're always going to pick mana users. And the higher threat you are, the more likely it is to be chosen. So usually, the first people that get the bomb, if you start doing damage right away, like we do in my guild, the first people to usually get the bomb is either a healer, because they have to start healing the tank right away, or a hunter. Generally speaking, the second bomb will go to a warlock or a mage. Usually, typically a warlock, since they generate a little bit more threat than a mage. So what I like to do is right before the second bomb goes out, and this worked on private servers. Again, I haven't been able to 100% confirm on Classic. It's been working so far, but I don't want to give 100% confirmation. I call for a Blessing of Protection a couple seconds before the second Valistraz bomb goes out, because that is the one to likely target me. And if I call for a Blessing of Protection, it worked on private service in such a way where you were taken off of the possible candidate list of receiving bomb. As long as you have
like zero threat, basically.
As long as you have Blessing of Protection active, you cannot be chosen as a bomb. And then the third bomb will always go to a tank. So you can completely bypass that.
Yeah, but that is what we get into, a bit of a greedy play, so to speak. But I think having healers getting the bomb on the first is good for the guild. I think dodging it and passing it on to the next one is questionable.
Well, I mean, the most ideal situation is to have the bombs go on the healers, because world buffs affect healers the least. Obviously, crit is good for healers, but the more world buffs you have on DPS, the faster the rate is going to be in conflict.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Should we move on?
Yeah, let's move on. We got to blast through these.
Sure.
Velstraz is one of the juiciest ones. So Broodlord. Okay, Broodlord's next. Yeah, we'll try and rip through these here. All right, let's think about this. Broodlord, you just cleared suppression room. You're walking up to him right off the bat. Yeah, go for it.
So I mean, Broodlord, I would say remember to take your what's it called? Tumber surprise right before the pull. So
the food. Yeah, sure.
And the normal way that guilds do this is that they run across the room to the left side of the gate. And if you have a really good tank, you actually do want to do your curse, you corrupt, and then actually do Death Coil Shadowburn when you run. But I have not even been that ballsy that I do it. What has been the meta now in Classic, which for sure is better for the guild and also for the casters, is that you just go around the corner and go to the right instead. So in that way you don't need to move as much, and maybe you can do a Death Coil and Shadowburn when you move that one, but I would say that Broodlord is one, if not the, after Cro-Magus, most sketchy boss for a Warlock. Because typically, if you do things right and you have a good guild and you have good gear and you know what you're doing and you're full buff, there is a high chance that you pull threat. This is like the #1 threat mechanic. and that's just because of the aggro decrease, aggro reset that the tanks would eat.
Knockback.
Yeah, so this one is sketchy as hell. And basically, you as pump, I stopped to quite a lot of damage mid-fight on this one if I see it going in the wrong way. But also, you do want to shove through a bop and a lip in the end when you finish it.
Yeah, so I would say faster clearing guilds have a much easier time parsing on this boss because you experience less of the knock away mechanic, which is the one that is going to reduce your tank's threat. And in addition to that, there is a grace period for executing a boss where threat doesn't matter, and that's by using Blessing and Protection and limited invulnerability potions. And the faster your guild is at killing a boss, the larger the window is, I guess I would say, for that grace period. So, for example, if you're killing a boss at a really slow rate, then you could probably call for a Blessing of Protection at 10% of the boss's health and be able to pump threat even beyond the tank. You can completely disregard threat if you're in a slow clearing guild and you call for it at 10%, because you know, okay, if I call for it at 10%, the boss is going to die before my Blessing of Protection falls off or the limited invulnerability potion falls off. So you can execute it and not worry about threat if you know the boss is going to die. And if you're in a faster clearing guild, that window, instead of 10% of the boss's health, becomes 30% or 40% of the boss's health. And Alliance has it even easier because not only do you have limited invulnerability potion, but you can rotate limited invulnerability potion into Blessing of Protection or vice versa. So you actually have a longer grace period to go over the threat cap and nuke the boss.
Never in my life have I used the lip aggressively. I'm about to start though. That's huge, Brand.
That is probably one of the best DPS consumables for threat sensitive fights. The only issue is you have to be experienced with your guild. You have to know your guild's kill potential. You have to know how fast your guild has been killing the boss in the past, because if you go for this and you call for a Blessing of Protection or you call for a limited invulnerability potion and you got your timing wrong, let's say you start blasting, you got PI going, you're doing a ton of damage, the tank gets knocked back and you're still blasting, you're going hard, you're way above the tank in threat, and let's say the boss doesn't die and limited invulnerability potion runs out, then you just screwed half the raid because the boss is going to immediately come run over to you. So it's this grace period, by using limited invulnerability potion aggressively and Blessing of Protection aggressively, is super beneficial towards parsing on threat sensitive boss fights. However, you need to make sure you know the pace of your guild's kill speed.
I think we'll just use it at the end, Ben. Like, just use it towards, so, like, just give yourself a runway if you know, like, the fight's probably going to end shortly after the lip expires, so the aggro won't even be, like, an issue. I'm just thinking, like, you would fill your guild out, but, like, you just keep the potion in the tank and just monitor your mana in case, and if you didn't need the mana potion or something like that, and you're towards the end of the fight and you're up there on threat, just pop the lip and go full Zug Zug.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah. It's very good to do. You just want to make sure that it dies before the lip runs out, or immediately after it runs out, or something close to.
All right.
Yeah, and I think adding on top of that is just that the suppression aura is very huge, more larger than we are used to. So if you have the position of the casters at the gate, you actually need to hug the wall 100%. So I think I did that error. I think Alive did it if it was your server first, the speed run, that like you stand where you're used to standing and you actually eat this one. I think it's also good to know that if you get the suppression aura, it's actually typically beneficial to move out of it and not cast, because when it ticks off, you will cast a faster Shadow Bolt than actually just let it hard cast with the suppression on. So that one is a bit tricky. I'm not fully as experienced on the, can we say, around the corners you go directly to the right. But I think you also need to really stand in the corner, because the suppression aura is completely wrecking your DPS and your log. So make sure to not have that one up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to Fire Maw. This might be, again, one of the biggest, spookiest ones that some guilds think is the biggest pain point in BWL. I have my own strat here. I'll just air it and feel free to, make fun of it because maybe it's insane. I don't know. But, our Fire Maw kill is, let me go ahead and see our Fire Maw kill. Fire Maw takes us
8 minutes, 43 seconds.
2 minutes, 45 seconds. So what I do on Fire Maw, I got a 99 on it this week, so I don't know, maybe
That's
it's...
great.
Thanks.
Good for you, man.
But it's weird, I'm SM Ruin, right? This is what I do on Fire Maw, yo. So, I pre-pop the Void, I get the bubble, all this, and I tried... I didn't even have a GPP or anything like that, no PI or anything like this. I'll stay there till I get a ton of stacks, and then I'll move to the right and LOS it, of course, right? But this is what I do that I think, because you have time. You're trying to use that time where you're waiting for the stacks to run out productively. So the way I use it productively is I will immediately hard resummon a Voidwalker and sack it, and then I'll have enough time to hard resummon a Voidwalker, tap 4 times, which will bring me back to around full mana, and then I'll go back into the fight with the new Absorb on as well. And that's what I did just to stop that pushback resistance. And you have to do it in our kill on Fire Maw. We probably have to dodge let the stacks drop off like 3 times in total. So I did it like 3 times, sacked, hard resummoned 3 Voidwalkers throughout the fight, and it actually, converted into a pink parse. So I don't know. Maybe
that's pretty good. Although I would say again, it's easier to parse here on a faster clearing guild, obviously. But the goal here to parse very, very well is to be able to let your stacks drop due to fire resistance. So for this specific boss fight, I'll have with UBRS buff, with Juju Ember and full raid buffs and fire resistance gear. And for this specific boss fight, I use the Dire Maul Warlock class trinket over Briarwood Reed because it has 10 fire resistance.
Ooh, big brain.
And then I also use Blazing Emblem. If I had a tier of Notharian, I would keep using Blazing Emblem, but I would drop the Dire Maul trinket for tier because tier is just too good. But Blazing Emblem is huge here. It gives 15 fire resistance in a trinket slot, which is very, very big for a trinket slot and overall very good. But in addition to that, it has an active use where it increases your fire resistance by, I believe, 50 for a short amount of time. And what you do is, without Blazing Emblem, I usually have around 275 fire resistance for Fire Maul in my fire resistance gear. And that's with full world buffs and everything. And what I'll do is I resist a bunch of the Fire Maul stacks, and you can get high enough fire resistance where you resist the stacks consistently enough that you can just drop your stacks. And what you do with Blazing Emblem is you kind of hold it as a buffer. Anytime you go above 3 or 4 stacks, you can activate your Blazing Emblem and shoot up to like 330 fire resistance, giving you a super, super high probability to drop enough stacks in a row to completely get rid of your debuff.
Hold up, but it's an on-use trinket though, right? So you can't you have to use it 30 seconds after toe up or some shit, right? Like you can't just pop in.
I don't use toe up on that fight.
You don't use toe up on this fight? Is how bro? How though? You're saying it's this toe up, man? Extra flask?
If I could use Toad and stay in, then I will. But if I use Toad and that brings me low enough fire resistance to where I have to move out, then I will not. So I currently do not have all of the fire resistance pieces that we were talking about before. I don't have tier 2 boots. They haven't dropped for us. So if I got some more of the tier 2 pieces that had a little bit of complementary fire resistance, then what I would do is I would drop my Dire Maul trinket and use Toeb, because Toeb is a huge trinket. It's a huge DPS increase. But the whole point here is to have just enough fire resistance to not move out. So once I get maybe tier 2 boots and I get enough fire resistance to not move out, then I'll use Toeb. I want to use Toeb. That's one of the first slots that I'm looking to swap into when I get more fire resistance. But currently speaking, I don't have tier 2 boots. I'm missing some of the
This
pieces.
man has 600 DPS on Fireball, man. The results don't lie. I think that's insanity to not use Toa, but it makes sense. I'm actually becoming so woke to fire resist right now talking to you guys. Like, this is just...
I think it's also like the private servers that we are used to. Firemore was not at all this harsh. Like Firemore is dangerous in BVL. Also, that the pushback is so much more punishing. So that's why we like you more or less have all out fire gear. Like, of course, you don't do like flat fire gear, but you really need a lot of fire gear. And for sure, with progress, the fights. I mean, no one steps out to reset the stacks ever. But in a guild also where you need to step out, actually the fire gear is even better. Because like in that way you'll be able to stay in longer. So in a long duration fights, like the more fire gear you have, the better it is, without a doubt. I think also if you play SM Ruin the way that you did, when you step out to hard cast the Voidwalker, that's perfect. So that's for sure a fight where SM Ruin is good for, like, let's say a mid-tier guild or class. I think that one part also to bring up is that on Firemore is one of the few that you ever meet up Firemore to do the curses or corruption. You actually want to wait that one into place. So I don't run in on the tank on this one.
I actually I disagree about the spec. I think Demonic Sacrifice is strictly better here because let's say you're in a guild where it's unavoidable. You're gonna have to move out. When you move out, it is very smart of you to summon another Voidwalker for another shield, less pushback. That is smart. But if you're Demonic Sacrifice, not only will that summon
you can hardcast twice. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, not only will that summon will be...
Ooh, it's stronger too. It's stronger.
Yeah, it'll be faster and it's stronger.
Stronger and faster. Ooh,
but,
man.
But it being faster is actually significant because what you can do when you're line of sight and trying to drop stacks is you can see the animation of Flame Buffet go out on people that are still out taking it. You can see the animation go off. The little fire will flame above their head. And what you can do is you can time the ticks of the Flame Buffet and strafe out in between ticks and get a death coil off or get a shadow burn off.
Bro, I always wanted to have big enough balls to try that, but the stakes are so high, right? It's a GG if you get that, if the stack doesn't fall off. But people are telling me you can do that. Yeah. So you have to wait for it just as soon as you see it hit.
You can do it. You can do it,
Okay.
yes. You have a big enough window to be able to do it. But again, it is a little bit risky, but if you're coming down to, hey, I want to be the best warlock in my guild, or I want to parse in the world for warlocks, I want to go for world parses, then those are the things you have to do. And it comes down to you either do it and you play it right, or you don't.
Yep. Interesting, dude. Interesting. Golly.
I so far haven't done it, and the reason is just like this batching is just so hard on me. So I feel that I will just get upset on it.
If you're going for that pink, you gotta risk it for the biscuit, though,
Well,
man. I'm
absolutely.
telling you. Yo, is that what you did on this 594 though, alive or no?
No,
Well,
I mean you don't reset. So he just said.
I don't
Oh,
even,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I
you
don't
just
even
sit
step
there.
out. But
Yeah, you
the
sit
DPS you're looking at on my Fire Maul, I'm not trying to, make any excuses or anything, but the DPS for Fire Maul that I have right now isn't even really good because I'm playing it. I'm testing the waters. I'm playing it more safe than what I have to. That way, I know exactly what fire resistance I need to be able to consistently stay in. And on top of that, again, like I told you before the stream started, some of my parses currently for Blackwing Lair are lower than what I'm used to because I'm not always, but I'm usually the warlock that we take on to speedruns. And so I've been in a few speedruns lately, and I haven't had Shadow Weaving in my raids. I haven't had Curse of Shadows for a few raids. I haven't had a PI assignment because up until ZG patch, we are prioritizing power infusions over to mages. So my parses are okay right now, but they should be.
Yeah, they need to all be. It's not even pink parse life. You got to get up to fucking off-white eggshell white parse life. What I was gonna say, bro. At 42 seconds on a fire mock kill, can't you just sit there and not even have to worry about, like, even with no FR? Like, are you really gonna die in 42
Yes.
seconds if you start with?
100%.
Yes.
But what if you did the thing at the very end for the last couple pulses of flame of whatever the flame buffet? Like you did the little duck and weave where you just use a coil, shadow burn, and
It would depend on how many seconds it would take afterwards. You just need to account for how many shadow bolts you're losing. So it would really come down to how many seconds you're really losing. But again, even if you went with no fire resistance and you tried to do that duck and weave method, that would mean that you're experiencing more spell pushback during the time that you're in because your absorbs are running out faster as well.
Because your absorbs are running out. True. What if you fell dommed out a void mid fight and then just took the L of took the succubus the damage lost for
you
another
still
absorb for tempo? What's that?
That's still not worth it because the flame buffet increases the fire damage you take as well. So if you're not dropping your stacks and you think, oh well, I'm gonna stay in and just instantly get another Voidwalker shield and sacrifice the damage from demonic sacrifice.
Doesn't work.
So if you go for that strategy, then you've already accrued so many stacks. You're at 7, 8, 9 stacks where your Voidwalker shield is going to be popped within 1 or 2 ticks because you're taking so much increased fire damage that each tick is just going to obliterate your shield.
I think 40 seconds. I mean, I don't know, man. You're the big brain here, but 40 seconds, I think you can make it, bro. What if you didn't use a mana potion, use a health potion or something too? Like,
I mean,
oh no, yeah, that's what. GPP or something. Like, you think you would really die in 40 seconds? And what if you died, but you died in a pool of blazing glory, and you said you died like 2 seconds before the boss?
Well,
I don't know.
You're not going to parse on Ebon Rock. You're not going to parse on Flame Gore. You're ruining the whole rest of the raid for yourself.
It's true. It's only 40 seconds though. Okay. Anyway, this is really
it's a very fast kill, but I would go for 0 fire resist items if we killed it in like 25, somewhere between 25 and 30 seconds. Then I would start pushing for no fire resist items. I would still use like Bloodvine legs with fire resist. I would still use like buffs like Juju Ember. I would use UBRS buff and things like that. But I wouldn't go for items like Blazing Emblem or things like that if we were killing it in 25, 26, 27 seconds.
I see. Blazing Emblem is just right there at that sweet spot where it's barely worth it, sort of like it's needed. Yeah.
As we kill it faster and faster and faster, I'll need less fire resistance items because I'll experience less ticks of the flame buffet. But as it currently stands, even with a 45 second or 46 second or whatever kill time, is if it's 50 seconds, 45 seconds, anything like that, you need some fire resistance.
I see. Okay.
Just dropping stacks is very, very important.
Okay.
And I think the last thing to add on Firemore is that I wouldn't say that it's super sketchy on threat on this one, but you can get crit streaks you actually can pull aggro because on the drakes you do crazy damage. Also, of course, if the tanks eat, that happened to me 2 raids ago, eats a wing buffet, then I got teleported and fucked, and that was not so fun. So I think just because also that you pre-pop a fire pot and that you pop one in mid-fight, you actually cannot use lips. So Firemore is a bit sketchy, but not at all as sketchy as Brute Lord.
I see.
You can't lip there, yeah.
The other thing is just bandage on CD too. It's just for whenever if you're in one of those guilds where you can't stay in, you might as well and have multiple ranks of Hellstone too. You just have to have a lower rank. You don't have to.
Also, something that kind of goes for all of the Drake bosses for the most part. They're all tauntable. So it's not really that bad if you pull threat. Obviously, you don't want to consistently be pulling threat, but if you pull threat, just make sure you don't pull threat during a shadow flame breath. Then you're in trouble. But generally speaking, I personally don't think pulling threat is that big of a deal on the Drakes. But I could be a bit biased just because our tanks have good reaction time.
Yeah.
So if I know that I'm pulling threat,
you trust
then
in your tanks. Yeah.
It's not a big deal. It's going to be taunted back in a second.
Real quick, Dive has a
also
question real quick
interesting-
from the Warlock Discord. The Warlock Chief Administrator of the Warlock Discord, Big
Sure.
Dive. He says, "Is it possible to make a weak aura at a time to flame buffet pulses?" Probably, right?
I would assume so. There's weak ores out there to time like lava jumping, for example. So I would say that if you could time that, you could time flame buffet pulses. The flame buffet pulses, all you would have to do is look at a VOD, and you could easily determine the interval of time.
On private, we did have that one, so
Yeah.
but classic works a bit differently. I think
Alright.
also one thing to add on this one, putting threat, is that actually you get teleported. So I've been able to get teleported on Razor Gore, Fire Maw, and Ebon Rock. And you can actually survive the teleport too, but yeah, in classic, you actually get teleported by these ones, which is a bit annoying and stressful.
Are you talking about the wing buffet?
No. So if you pull aggro on Razor Gore, Fire Maw, or Ebon Rock, I guess that also goes for Flame Gore. The boss teleports you into melee range.
And that's classic exclusive? I've never experienced that.
It's not on private. It's classic thing. So in that way, I've been able to pull 20% like that.
Oh, okay.
And if you're really, really fast, you can actually jump and survive it. But normally you also get one-shotted. The good part, at least, is that Fire Maw then don't come out into the raid. Because it actually, you get teleported, so it sticks.
Interesting.
But
I've
you
not
die.
seen that.
When GR blown
not,
up your spot, man.
recommended.
He says we have that weak ore in progress. Alive just doesn't have it installed. That's funny, man.
Wait, who said that?
WinGR/Zach in the YouTube channel. I'm not sure if he's in progress. Anyway, yo, let's blast this. We have 24 minutes to get through 4 bosses, but these are just Drakes, so not too bad. 2-minute thoughts on Even Rock each. Actually, you have 100 on Even Rock, I think. Actually, let me see. Even Rock. No, 99. You have a small brain, 99 pink parse.
We should take the trash before we go to Ebon Rock, though. And
Okay.
I think just going it super quickly is that as a caster, you need to prioritize the Warlocks always. I actually normally go for like the X-Mark Warlock, but in Classic, it's kind of rare that it's summoned, so you don't need to be as needy. Also, of course, you want to put up like a Corruption or Immolate and try to get out vulnerability. I think it's very smart actually to have a Shadow Bolt rank 1, because if they are Shadow vulnerable and you put up a Corruption, they will come to you. But if you do a Shadow Bolt rank 1, they will not come to you. So in that way, you are a bit protected. But on these ones, like, I'm pumping damage as a madman. So I think I had like double threat on the Vimkins at the same time, etc. Like you just go able. I don't think we need to say so much more. It is good to do Rain of Fire on the Goblins if you can, but they seem to die kind of quickly also. So maybe it's not. It's better to prioritize on Warlocks. But if you want to pump logs, you should go on the vulnerabilities on the Vimkins and on the Goblins.
Gotcha. Good point.
I don't know, Alive, you want to add anything on it?
Well, I think that we could just go over. We don't have to go through every trash pack. We can just go over what you should do for a typical Techie Pack pull and a typical triple Wormkin pull. And let's say a typical Techie Pack pull is 2 Warlocks, because there's more trash packs with Techies that have 2 Warlocks than there are 1, and 1 Spellbinder. Let's just say that's the average Techie Pack pull, and 1 Wormkin. I would say always get your curse down on the Warlocks and focus the Warlocks so you don't get any summoning portals. And this is more important in slow clearing guilds than it is in fast clearing guilds, because on private servers, if the Warlock got a portal down, then the portal would not despawn when the Warlock died. But on Classic, the portal will despawn if the Warlock died before the demon came out. So you have a little bit more leeway on Classic with you than you did before, but if you're in a slow clearing guild, it is very, very important to not let a demon spawn out of the portal. So you focus the Warlocks, and then you have 2 options after the Warlock dies. You can either A, go onto the Wormkin, or B, AoE the Techie packs. Usually, the Techie packs are going to be tanked by a mage. And if the mage is doing the Techie pack tanking correctly, he can take essentially no damage. So you have one person tanking 1 pack of mobs, taking little to no damage, and then you have a tank tanking a Wormkin, taking little to moderate damage. So the Wormkin is doing more damage output to the raid than the Techie Packs are, as long as everything is being handled correctly. So what it really comes down to is, how do I deal the most damage off of these packs? And the answer is after the Warlocks die, you want to immediately check the Wormkin and see if it's fire or shadow. And the tank is going to have enough threat on it to not have to use rank 1 spells to check. You can use max rank spells because you focused the Warlocks first, so the tank will have enough threat for you to check with max rank. So you want to immediately check, and what I do is I'll go for a Corruption Immolate, and you want to have some sort of combat text log, MSBT, or some add-on like that, so you know which of your dots are actually receiving amplified damage. And if the Wormkin is shadow or fire vulnerable, then it is most efficient for you to not AoE the techies and focus on the Wormkin and leave the melee or the mages or whatever casters cannot do those vulnerabilities to kill the techies. If you do not have shadow or fire vulnerability, it is more beneficial for you to AoE the techies down.
And you just ran to fire, right? Because Hellfire too dangerous.
Correct.
Yeah. You kind of said exactly what I said. I think adding to that, if you get aggro on the Warlock, make sure to pop Shadow Ward. Actually, that's one ability that's very good in this occasion, because the Shadow Walls do hit a lot, but the Shadow Ward makes that you take no damage.
Well, you could always pop it before you even do the pull, though.
Sure. But I think guilds mainly drag them through the the rooms and they run a lot, etc. But remember to get up your dots very early, especially if you don't touch them. Just get your dots up and then run down.
Also, there's, depending on how you pull some of the techie packs, sometimes you'll see the Wormkins before you even see the Warlocks come in range. In which case, if the Wormkin comes in range before the Warlocks, it won't hurt to check the Wormkin with the rank 1s real quick, just so you know ahead of time what vulnerability.
Yep.
Anyways,
Gotcha.
we can move on to
Ebon Rock, the
triple
hardest
Wormkin pack.
boss. Oh, the triple.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
okay.
true. No. You're right. The Wormkin pack. Let's do that. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for the triple Wormkin packs, there is actually a weak aura that will automatically show the vulnerability on Chromagus or these Wormkins the second it is known to the raid. But what you want to do is, upon the pull, if it isn't already detected, you want to check the mobs with a rank 1 spell. And then after you check the mobs, there's 3 different things that you want to pay attention to. 1, is the tank spinning on the target that I can do damage to? If the tank is spinning on a fire or shadow vulnerable mob, you cannot DPS it. Number 2, if the tank is stunned, normally the tank can pop a free action potion and avoid the AoE stun that the Wormkins can do. However, if sometimes the tank has potion cooldown, maybe it's an off tank that's a Fury DPS and used a Mighty Rage potion recently. If they're stunned, don't go on the mob. And 3, if the tank is not stunned and not spinning, then you can DPS. However, let's say that 2 out of the 3 mobs do have a vulnerability that you can damage, Shadow or Fire or Fire Shadow. Then to help mitigate your threat, what is best is to put an Immolate up on the Fire one, swap to the Shadow, put a Corruption up on the Shadow one, and if you have Curse of Elements assignment, you don't even have to put Curse of Elements up. You can just put Curse of Agony up on the Shadow one. And then you want to swap your hard casts back and forth. You want to go back to the Fire one, do a Searing Pain or an Immolate depending on your threat. Swap back to the Shadow one, do a Shadow Bolt. Swap back to the Fire one. Or the same thing with Shadow or Fire. You want to swap in between targets instead of just nuking one to help disperse your threat as much as you can while doing maximum damage output.
No, that's big brain. I do that all the time. Swapping back and forth between targets to mitigate threat. That's like a Warlock essential right there for those of you guys listening.
Yeah, and I think to Alive's point, I agree with everything. I think that open up with that rank 1 Shadow Bolt. I always do on the 3 targets. If you're really coordinated, you can have 1 each. Actually, the mage should do a rank 1 Flame Strike on all the 3 when they run. In that way, you will have checked the fire already from the get-go. Otherwise, I actually do full cast Immolate on them, which is a bit sketchy, but a corruption is much worse, as I see it. We mentioned it very early in this podcast, but if let's say two targets are arcane, for example, and there's only fire one, and the fire one has kind of loose aggro, do immolate and then down rank one step with immolate, and then you spam immolate instead of going immolate Searing Pain, because if you do immolate Searing Pain, you will just pull aggro. And on this one, like, you need to juggle lips. Like, I think that I was juggling two at the same time, and then you jump up and down, and you know, it's a bit panic mode. You don't want to do that because you kind of fuck the whole raid in that way. So it's a bit also having patience, because remember, like, a Shadow Bolt can crit for like 7-8k on this one, and pressing your Searing Pain, you will pull threat super fast.
Also, typically, not always. There are some emergency situations, but typically your paladins will also have Blessing of Protection off cooldown here, in case you want to use that grace period once again to finish off one of these mobs if they're at 30%, 20% health.
Gotcha. All right, let's move on to Ebonrock. There's some really good.
Typically, you push aggro in the end. Like, I'm never afraid of getting aggro in the last part, but then I need to know that it will die before it reaches me.
I think 95 or 99% of warlocks out there have never used that strat before with the max rank immolate, then down rank it just for the instant damage on immolate. That is just mind blowing right now. I'm actually gonna try that out, man. That's huge brain right there.
Yep.
Let's move on to Ebonrock. So Ebonrock, not too much to this fight, sort of tank and spank. What do you guys think about this?
It's spooky. You pull aggro.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, there's not many mechanics that you're really concerned about other than threat. The only mechanic you really need to pay attention to is what is my threat. But other than that, Ebonrock is a tank and spank, so you're just gonna follow whatever you're gonna follow the rules for any given 1 versus 1 tank and spank scenario, which would be wait for 5 stacks of Shadow Weaving before you pop your talisman and go for PI. You want to try to time your corruption. That way you have a corruption up going in to your talisman and PI, and then it ends. Your corruption falls off when your talisman and PI have like 1 second or 0 seconds left would be perfect, so that you can immediately apply another corruption on the very, very, very tail end of your buffs to get another, so you can snapshot it and get another amplified one.
Love that.
And then other than that, it's pretty much just the normal rules that you want to run by for any single target scenario. The most ideal way to end the boss fight is to go from Shadow Bolt into Death Coil Shadow Burn, and you always want to go Coil into Shadow Burn and not Shadow Burn into Coil, because you have the travel time of the coil before the damage register.
I think last part to add on this one is that the Drakes actually do much more damage than what we are used to. So tanks would typically use sword and shield, or dagger and shield, which means that they will not dual wield tank, which means they will do a bit less threat. Of course, you get a lot of threat on this one, so it shouldn't be a problem. But one thing that you could ask for is actually that the tanks try to rotate the taunts and like have 100% rage, and then get aggro and then dump it and then get taunted back. So some guilds actually do that, like you circulate it, and whichever gets aggro like builds it on. I think it's good to taunt away the wing buffet. But then you want your third tank to also have some aggro without having the wing buffet to dump rage. So you can kind of maximize the threat even more. But I would say kind of few guilds are doing it. Depends also on your kill time, of course.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on to Flame Gore, another seemingly tank and spank type thing. Anything juicy here with Flame Gore?
Pretty much all the same rules apply. The only thing that can kind of interrupt you here is the AoE fire ability that Flame Gore has, in case your hunters are a little bit slow on their trank shot rotation. So it is possible to have a greater fire protection potion pre-popped. However, you don't want to pop a greater fire protection potion during this fight or before this fight, because you want a major mana potion. So the time that you would have to be popping it is during the techie pack pulls in the hallway right before the ramp going up to Ebon Rock, or when you're doing the triple Wormkin pack. The point is you want to have it pre-popped because you want to be able to use a major mana potion on Ebon Rock, and you want to be able to use a major mana potion on Flame Gore. But if you have one pre-popped for Flame Gore, it is going to be beneficial just so you get a little bit less knockback from the AoE pulse in case your hunters are a little bit slow.
Okay.
And I think also one part that we didn't really touch on, that typically if you have a fast clear, you do want to use PI on Ebon Rock, so it's up for Chromagus, and you miss out of Flame Gore. If you're really lucky and really lucky but it's slow, you actually maybe can use it on all three, but typically that's how it turns out.
Yeah, I think
Flame Gore actually is the one that you can crit even harder on. I don't know really why, if the shadow resistance is lower, but it's always been where it's like the craziest DPS you can ever do is on Flame Gore. So be that aware, like pulling threat on it actually is pretty easy.
This is actually the 100 that you have alive. 675 on Flame Gore. Somehow you did more to Ebon Rock though. You did almost 800 DPS on Ebon Rock.
I mean, both of these fights are kind of just RNG. In my experience, Ebon Rock gives a lot more partial resistances, which would ensue that Ebon Rock has higher shadow resistance. But both of these boss fights are just come down to RNG. It's just a single target tank and spank. The faster you kill the boss, the better, because that means a higher percent uptime on your talisman and on your PI. I'm actually surprised I have 100 on this. I really think my logs overall have not been nearly as good as what they could be. I also am not that geared overall, but I'm impressed that I have 100 on this one, actually.
Yeah, that's legit, dude. That's legit. I'm actually really excited to hear your Nefarian perspective, dude, because my Nef is kind of scuffed, and you have a fucking rank 11 Nef kill. We're getting there soon, though, boys. We're getting there super soon.
I just want to say one thing, though. Like, I think that these ones are good to compare, etc., etc., but, like, I never value boss ranks compared to a full run, including trash. So, to me, the way that I only value is trash plus boss damage, because that's how you contribute to the guild the most, and also for speed clear. So, and unfortunately on classic logs or Warcraft logs, there is no full runs comparisons, right? There is only on bosses, which makes the wall side kind of, in my part, not as lucrative, if I could say.
Yeah.
So I like to kind of compare on full runs on that log and look into how you did towards other classes instead, or other warlocks.
I agree. Most of the people in our guild don't really care about strict boss logs. Every single time we post logs in our Discord, it's always trash plus boss, because that really allows you to see what players are actually performing well. Because you could be doing little to no trash damage and just cheesing bosses, and that kind of entices people to play more greedy and do things that are not actually good for the raid.
Yeah.
Just so that they can pump on the bosses. So I do wish that Warcraft logs had some sort of division where it included trash plus boss and ranked people that way, but unfortunately, to my knowledge, they don't.
Yeah.
I mean, me and Alive are pretty greedy, but we are not crazy greedy. Maybe we are doing some things that are pushing on logs, but at least I would say that our overall view, and my in particular, is like, I only care about trash and boss. Like, I would...
Same.
I can check on something, but won't, like, change my playstyle to maximize on a boss.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's truly, like, the big brain way to look at it, right? So everybody's playing kind of... It aligns the incentive so you don't play selfishly, because this does encourage selfish play. Agreed. It is still spicy to look at the big fat numbers, though, but it makes a lot of sense. All right.
So I mean, Chromagus, I personally feel is my hardest boss that I still like. I think it's hard to fully nail it. And the reasoning on that one is that you're really walking on the edge of the world, and if you do one micro misstep, you fall over in one or another sense. So the typical is that you pull aggro because you did like a crazy 10k Shadowbolt crit, The other part is that you don't shoot that shadow bolt, but you kind of lay off too long. And when I say lay off, is that you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna pull threat, and you stop your cast, and then you kind of wait 1 or 2 seconds and start again. Where actually you should have started the cast directly again, because like you need to be directly under the tank's threat at all points, and it's super hard when you do 10k in a chunk. So Chromagus is, at least for me, probably the hardest one to fully maximize.
Yeah.
Of course, in a guild like Progress, it's easier because it would be like 2 to 3 vulnerabilities and then it's dead. So in that way, it's kind of like you get the vulnerability and then you just blast. But it is hard, and especially also that you need to wait for the first breath, because if the first breath is time lapse, you're kind of fucking the guild quite a bit, and then you kind of need to eat the time lapse. And it can be good to also know that when you intentionally eat the time lapse, there is a risk of resisting it, and then you need to lip. And I have failed on that at some occasions.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was very angry. I didn't encounter for it being resisted, so I was like,
Yeah.
because in our guild people are kind of hard on each other, and I think even more so on warlocks, just because warlocks, they know like control your damage, you don't know how to play, and me and Alive for sure want to pump and try to perform, and then when you take the time lapse but you resist it, then you need to lip fast.
My Horde Warlock brothers, we know that feel, man. Like it really, it's so easy to trash on the Warlocks. Like, you know, it just happens all the time, and you get like a bad rap.
Warlocks are really easy to blame because they're the most dependent class. You cannot reach your full potential if you have a bad healer. You can't reach your full potential if you have a bad tank. You can't reach your full potential if your tank's gear isn't good enough. There's a lot of different factors that go into play and towards reaching your potential. And the same thing can be said for Chromagus. I mean, if you're playing Chromagus absolutely frame perfect, you're doing absolute simulated perfection, then you're still playing very, very dangerously, because you need to be able to utilize your invulnerabilities to be able to pump on shadow vulnerabilities. You need to be able to line of sight the breath at the very, very last second. You need to be able to fit in, let's say that the breath is coming in 2 seconds. Okay, I don't have enough time for Shadow Bolt, but I do have enough time to get a Deathcoil Shadow Burn off, because I know that's going to give me a 1.5 second global, and I can get that off right as I line of sight. And line of sighting too much. You don't want to run line of sight too much, because then you're gimping your DPS on the runtime trying to get back into line of sight. How fast you can swap your wands during vulnerabilities. How fast can you swap to a nature wand or frost or an arcane wand?
Oh my god, that's fucking big brain. I never did that. Wait, how many wands do you have? Is it worth? But wait.
Well, you don't need a fire wand and you don't need a shadow wand, but the best arcane wand you can get is Essence Gatherer from Black Malaria Trash.
That's worth using though?
Yes, 1,000%. Yes.
No.
I mean, I think a Shadow Bolt on a Wyrmkin or Chromagus, when it's like on a Wyrmkin, because they actually are resistant against other elements, I think. Like a Shadow Bolt does like 300, 350 for me right now, where actually the wand is doing like 450, but also you have a very high attack speed.
Yeah.
Yo, so, hold up. Walk me through like a quick, just okay. You pulled Chromagus. You're alive. You're sitting there. You fucking had a rank 232 in the world parse on Chromagus. Like, what is just make a simulation here, like of how it would play out, like just the
right as we tank Chromagus right where he stands in the gateway, and we line of sight around the gate to the left, right there. So right as Chromagus comes out of the gate, he's not going to do his breath. So I can stand directly in front of him, and we're not going to know his vulnerability until someone in our raid checks it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by casting a rank 1 Immolate into a rank 1 Shadow Burn.
Do you really though? You actually do that?
Yes.
That would feel so bad. I feel like I'd be so far behind if I did that.
I do Shadow Bolt rank 1, and I just count on mages doing the fire.
That's what I do, bro.
Well, mages will always check Frost first, because Frost will give them the most damage. You could be hyper organized and say, okay, this mage check fire, this mage check Frost, this, but most guilds aren't going to be that hyper organized. So a lot of the people that are listening to the channel aren't going to be in that situation. They're going to be in the situation where they have to check. So if you're standing right as the gates open, Chromagus is right there, he just becomes targetable for the very first instant, then I would check with a rank 1 Immolate, and I would start with Immolate. That way you can get the GCD ticking as you're casting the Immolate into a rank 1 Shadowburn. You could probably even do a little bit higher rank Shadowburn or Immolate, depending on how good your tank's threat is at the beginning of the fight. You could do like rank 3 Shadowburn and Immolate, something like that. But you want to do a safe rank to be able to check. And then once you find out what the vulnerability is, if it's fire, you start spamming Immolate, and you do the Immolate trick that we said before. You do a max rank Immolate to get the data, and then you start spamming lower rank Immolates depending on what your threat is, preferably 1 rank lower. But if your threat starts climbing even higher because your tank is not that geared or whatever reason it may be, you can go down in ranks. If your tank has a lot of threat, then you do max rank Immolate into max rank Searing Pain until you have high threat. If it's Shadow when it first comes out, then that's also very dangerous for the first vulnerability to be Shadow, because that means you can't really cast a Shadow Bolt right away, because if that Shadow Bolt crits, you're totally screwed. So what you have to do instead is instead of doing a Shadow Bolt right away, you just put a max rank Corruption up, because Corruption's going to do a lot of damage, but by the time the Corruption reaches its first tick, your tank's threat will out-threat the damage that the Corruption's going to do, and then you can determine where to go from there depending on what your tank's threat is. Generally speaking, if you cast a Shadow Bolt after the Corruption and it doesn't crit, you're safe. If it does crit, you're probably screwed. So you want to start off with either A, a Shadow Burn, or B, just doing like 1 rank of Shadow Bolt under or 2 ranks of Shadow Bolt under, and then kind of feeling out the threat. But you really don't, it's not really too good for it to be Shadow or Fire right away.
Okay.
You'll get the most
We'll just
damage.
play one out, for example. So he goes, what, fire first?
If it goes, okay, so if the gate's open and it goes fire first,
Yeah.
I would do do I know it's fire?
Yeah, you know it's fire.
Or am I checking?
It's fire. No,
Okay.
you don't even have to check. It's say you have a weak ore or something like that. You just know it's fire. Let's just play it out.
Since I have a very geared and reliable tank, I would
Mhm.
just go straight into spamming max rank Immolate, because my tank does enough threat where that is safe. Although he probably would not do enough threat if it's fire right away. He would probably not do enough threat for me to do max rank Immolate into Searing Pain.
Okay.
Since it's the very, very
But
first
you could adapt on
vulnerability.
the fly if it looked like you had a
Correct.
huge threat lead or something, then you switch over
Correct.
to Searing Pain. Okay.
If he started climbing up, I would just stop casting Immolate and cast Searing Pain. But if I saw that I'm gaining threat around the same rate as he is, I would just stick to Immolate. And if I'm gaining threat at a faster rate than he is, then you want to do the Immolate trick where you're doing max rank and then starting to cast down ranks.
Dude, this is fucking that feel when you realize you've been playing a video game like totally incorrectly for this shit. This is like mind blowing right now. I need to go to video
A lot
game.
of
I mean,
people-
Yep. What is it?
Oh,
Um,
God.
A lot of people say that classic WoW is very, very simple. DPS rotations are very simple. However, there's always going to be, if you look at it from the outside and just look at a generalized standpoint, then yes, it is very simple. But there's always going to be ways for you to min-max and shine more than the guy next to you. And since the game is more simplistic in DPS rotation, the things that you have to utilize, the tricks that you have to utilize to get one step ahead are very, very min-maxy, very, very minute, and things that you constantly have to be taken advantage of to be able to be consistently better than everyone else.
Okay. So
Yeah.
let's just keep playing it out. It's fire first, and then what happens? What happens? How does it unfold?
Okay, so it's probably going to change vulnerability before the first breath if it's immediately fire. So I would just keep doing what I said before. Immolate if you have high threat, Searing Pain if you have low threat, and so on and so on. As soon as it changes, if it's Shadow and I have high threat, then I would immediately go for a Corruption first, because your dots, even though they're empowered, are not going to generate more threat than the tank is, and if your dots are generating more threat than the tank, then your tank has some serious issues, either gear-wise or playstyle-wise. And if you have Curse of Elements, you can immediately swap into Curse of Agony. That way, if you have to hide, you still have dots ticking. And if it's Shadow, and the breath is coming, let's say it goes from fire directly into Shadow, and you have 7 seconds until the first breath comes out, then you don't want to hard cast a Shadow Bolt. It might be too dangerous. You can just do a Shadow Burn into a Death Coil, or dot corruption, Curse of Agony, Death Coil, Shadow Burn, line of sight right before the breath goes out.
And I mean, I do it a bit differently in the way that I typically do not do Shadow Burn and Death Coil. I'm more like just running, waiting, and then try to get in the Shadow Bolt. But I would say that what Alive says is, like, you can probably fuck yourself harder with it, to be honest, that you just do Shadow Burn and you just jump up on threats so you actually pull aggro. But it's more safe because a Shadow Bolt is like, if it crits or not crits, it's such a big variance. So that's a big, like, Shadow Burn and Death Coil are more stable. So if you're used to that, I would recommend it. I think the way I'm doing it is not as good, if I can say it like that.
So this is kind of the same thing as Razor Gore. There's a spell priority list. For fire, you want to be casting Max Rank Immolate and Searing Pain. That is your top priority. That's what you want to be doing. However, if the conditions don't fit that, then you have to go to priority number 2. And priority number 2 would be Max Rank Immolate for the dot, and then spamming lower rank Immolate. So it's sort of a priority thing. You want to be doing the priority number 1 that yields the most DPS.
Well, no, priority 1 is max immo Searing Pain. Priority 2 is max immo downrank. Or no, priority 2 is just max immo spam only. And then priority 3 is max immo downrank immo.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay.
And then the same thing.
I would say though that even if it's fire on the first, I would still put up a corruption. So that's what I normally do. I don't know if you do that Alive, but I would have put up.
It depends. It depends on how fast you find out the vulnerability. To be honest, but still, even for Shadow, like, the most ideal situation, priority number 1, is put your dots up and spam Shadow Bolt. That's the best situation that you can put yourself in. However, there's factors that limitate you. You might be high in threat, so you can't cast. You can't fit that situation, or the breath is coming up, so you can't fit that situation. You have to line of sight, and on your way to line of sight, you can cast instant cast spells and so on. So it's kind of like Razor Gore, where you want to be doing the highest priority stuff, and if the situation doesn't warrant that or doesn't allow you to do that, then you move to priority number 2. And if the situation doesn't warrant that, you move down to priority number 3.
Also,
and so
use
on.
Sapper. Someone mentioned for fire. Forgot about the shit. Yeah.
If the boss is being tanked close enough for you to be in range, yeah. Sapper, yeah, you don't want to spend too much time running into place to get your Sapper off. But if the boss is like right around the corner and you're in range, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
And I mean, the CD also that you will have is that you must much likely have used your Sapper in Suppression Room. It might be so that it comes up. I would say that in a progress like speedrun, it should probably have come up to Chromagos, but you do want to save your Sapper for Nefarian's ads, so you don't want to use it on Chromagos regardless.
Yeah, but that's in a normal guild, it's going to be up in time.
I see.
Yeah.
So then, what is this nature and arcane rotation? Like, you're actually using a wand right now. Like, this is no meme. Like, you on this fight or one of these parts is we're actually using a nature or an arcane wand.
So the best thing you can do. Okay, so let me test you real quick. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, let's test everyone in chat.
All right.
What is the biggest DPS upgrade that you can get for a glove enchant in Blackwing Lair? What's the best DPS glove enchant for Blackwing Lair? Hellspawn, I think you know this one.
DPS
No,
increase?
I leave it for the rest.
I don't know, man. The chat saying agility, Minor mount speed. That's what I have on mine, yo. I'm not gonna lie. I have minor mount speed on my
So-
gloves right now.
The best stat that you can get on
Plus
your
two
gloves is
fishing. Agility.
plus 2 fishing.
Agility doesn't affect
Uh,
wand in classic though. That's the thing though.
Oh, does it not?
No, it
Does
doesn't.
not?
It doesn't. Not on. It's
Okay.
private server thing. But it's still
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
Never mind. I thought it was still affecting it.
In private server though, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah.
though.
Yeah. But
I see where
a
you're going.
wand is considered a projectile. A wand hit is considered a projectile hit on private servers. So agility would give it crit chance. So all right, but still, the best wands that you can use for arcane would be Essence Gatherer.
Essence
and
Gatherer
then-
for Arcane. Okay.
If you haven't seen an Essence Gatherer or your healers,
Where-
need
where
the
does it drop
Essence
at?
Gatherer,
And BBL.
Blackwing Layer Trash. Blackwing Layer Trash.
Oh, okay.
It's like 85 DPS or something.
So if you haven't been able to get one of those, you can just use Bone Creeper Stylus from Shoulder
Oh yeah, that's Arcane. I have that. Everybody has that.
And then
Yeah, it's the second
for-
best for Shadow, but best tier.
Bro, you have to help me out here. You're telling me that using Bone Creeper Stylus on Chromagus is gonna do more damage than my fat
That-
Shadow Bolt crits.
yes, it attacks faster and does more damage.
Oh my god, bro.
And okay, so for Frost, you can obviously the best wand you can get is Cold Snap, but you're never gonna get Cold Snap as a Warlock. That's just not gonna happen. So instead of Cold Snap, you can use the Alteric Valley Frost Channeling Wand, I believe it's
So the
called.
rotation for all
So-
these though is you still maintain corruption or whatever your dots are, right? And then you just wand.
Well, it's better for you to. You can. The only reason you would keep up your dots is so that you can check a vulnerability the moment it happens.
Yeah.
So you would still want to keep up a corruption, but it's not as much for the DPS. It's more so that you want to have it up and checked right away when a vulnerability changes.
But you would have it up though, right? So you would just keep the corruption running
Yeah.
and then you would just
Yeah.
wand.
And then for Nature Wand, the best one that you can get is what's it called? I always forget the name of the one. The one from Eastern Plaguelands quest chain, the PvP one.
Oh, I have that one, the stamina one.
Storm
Storm
Ranger?
Ranger. Storm Ranger.
Storm
Yeah,
Ranger.
that's what I'm
But but when Zul'Gurub comes out, there's actually a hidden OP item that a lot of people just disenchant. And off of the Spider Priestess, she drops a wand called Meryl's Touch, and it is by far the best poisoned wand that you can get at that tier of content. It attacks extremely fast and does really high DPS. And speed is actually a significant factor in Chromagus because that means that you can time your line of sight a little bit better with your wand attack auto attack timing whenever a breath goes out.
So you're telling me there's a reason that you can get these so you can be up in the running for these wands because the wands we always just give them to like the healers and people that want them in our raid, like, you know, people.
Yeah, I mean, even for the healers, this is something that they could do because as a priest, you can't do fire damage, right?
Yeah.
But in Molten Core, a lot of people are just disenchanting the fire wand Crimson Shocker. No one needs it. Who gives a crap? But as a
And I mean-
priest, if you're trying to min-max damage and you don't have any healing that you need to do, obviously you want to prioritize dispelling. You want to prioritize whatever your job is for the fight. But if you don't need to dispel, if you have downtime, then you could still min-max your wand damage. You could have a Frost Wand. You could have Crimson Shocker for fire damage. You could have some Shadow Wand. There's a bunch of different options, honestly. Skull's Touch, etc.
Apparently,
Yeah,
Dive
and I
wants to
mean,
bring up that in Suppression Room, Curse of Tongues does not work on the Dragonkin or the Orcs.
Correct.
Good to know.
You can't kick it. You can't slow its cast. Nothing like that.
Okay.
You could on private servers. You could counterspell them too.
Yeah.
But you can't here. You can't here.
But I would also say that I think there are a couple of things for the wands too. Like having a really strong wand like Essence Gatherer is actually worth when you're just getting your shards. So the way I'm doing it is like you dot up, you do a Shadow Bolt, but then when you get into melee on you, I want to perfect it in with the Soul Drain just because Soul Drain is so crap in Classic because of the pushbacks. So I think like you should have good wands. But for Chromagus to bring these ones, that's actually worth. I think that I don't know. I haven't figured it out, but I have some add-on problems. I don't know if it's like the standard add-on, but I cannot really swap add-ons, swap wands. I don't know if you have some good add-on for it alive, because
No,
I actually have big problems that it doesn't swap in combat.
I
don't know
feel
why.
that
You know, there's a
uh,
global on it, right? There's a 1.5 second global, so maybe.
Yeah. It's the wand auto attack produces kind of a weird global that kind of can interrupt your swapping. You need to swap like at the perfect time, or else it's kind of scuffed a little bit.
Yeah, but I think there should be some add-on also helping you with it, to be honest. And for me, it gets stuck. So I don't know why, but
So
it's weird.
So if you were to
But
do
this is
BWL right
where-
now, and he was about to be nature vulnerable, Scout's Honor, you're swapping to your good old trusty Storm Rager, and you're slapping Chromagus with the Storm
Yeah,
Rager. Scout's Honor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm about to do Blackwing Lair right now.
Oh my
You can
God.
pull up. You can pull up. So on my YouTube channel, I have a video that I recently uploaded where I brought out the Frost Wand and just started backing up with my
This
Frost Wand.
cracks me up.
And
bro.
I mean,
I
just
can't
saying,
wait.
like, the top mages are doing the same, so they swap into when it's shadow and when it's nature vulnerability too.
Yeah.
So it goes for mages too, and
We do it on the Wormkin packs as well. If the Wormkin packs is like nature, arcane, then the mages go on the arcane one, and we just sit there and wand the nature one, or whatever wand is the highest damage. Like if you have Storm Rager and you have Essence Gatherer, then you would go for the arcane. But if ZG comes out and you get Meryl's Touch, then you would go for the poison because Meryl's Touch does more damage.
Do you remember this parse on Chromagus? Did you actually swap wands on this, you think? I mean,
Which parse?
you did 700 damage, 700 DPS.
We ended that parse with a shadow vulnerability. I don't remember what the vulnerability. I think we had a frost vulnerability earlier. I want to say. I don't remember exactly all the vulnerabilities for that specific parse. I just know we had one shadow vulnerability. But if we only had one shadow vulnerability, we usually have 3 vulnerabilities on average. Then I definitely swapped wands. I probably
Nice.
used Wand of Biting Cold or something like that.
Damn, dude. All right. Anything last things on Chromagus? Anything you guys think of, or should we go Neff?
Always pay attention to time lapse. If you don't know what both of the breaths are, let's say you saw the first breath come out and it's anything other than time lapse, and you're starting to pump your threat, it's fire vulnerable or shadow vulnerable or some sort of damage that you can do, fire or shadow, and you're pumping threat and you get really high threat, then it's really, really important that you pay attention to the second breath. If you go to hide before the second breath and you see Chromagus is casting time lapse, then you have to immediately move out if you're above the second tank in threat. Because the first tank is going to eat the time lapse. He's going to be frozen in time. So it's going to go to the second highest person in threat. If that's you, you're screwed. So it's really, really important that if you're pumping damage, it's totally okay to be second in threat under the tank. It's totally okay. But if you see time lapse coming, you have to have really, really fast reaction time if you're second in threat. And you have to run out and eat the time lapse with the main tank, or else it'll go for you and kill you in one hit.
I see. Yeah.
And I think adding on that is that on the free pack of Wimkins before it, it's good if you can chill a bit and not have to push your lip. Because if you get time lapse and those mechanics, it's really important to be able to lip in case it comes from you.
Yeah.
All right. Do we go to the final boss of Blackwing Lair, ladies and gentlemen? None other than Nefarian. The final boss, man. This is one that is rough for me. Let me check mine real quick. I think mine is scuffed. But you have a rank 11 part. Oh no, I got 95. Not bad. But anyway,
so
sorry.
One thing to start off the bat that actually I think it seems like a lot of people are doing wrong in Classic is that you should actually start your fight in the middle. So you should actually stand like on the typical buff spot and not stand on left and right. And the reason for this is that you want to get the colors called out. So you don't want to be on the side where it's black and where it's red, because that's shadow and fire. More or less, they are not immune, but they are heavily having high resistance. So you want to go on colors that are like blue, yellow, green. So that's number one. So like the way that we have always done it is that we have our casters in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and then it gets called out like mages left, the warlocks right, or something like that. Because you'd never have a side. Can they even have black and red? That like those are combined, right?
Yeah,
Alive?
you can have black on one side and red on the other. Very rarely, but actually the best way to call it out is you want to have a warlock assigned to each cubby, so that they can put Curse of Recklessness up. In our guild, we kill
Really?
the little. Yeah. It's a DPS increase. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
but
DPS increase.
Isn't both Razorgore and Nefarium phase ones a set timer? It has nothing to do with your kill speed, right?
Well, for Nefarian, you, especially in guilds that are clearing it slower and not instantly popping the mobs, it's important to at least get the Curse of Recklessness up on the Chromatic mob, because the Chromatic mob, you're going to have such high resistance on it anyway, and you really, really don't want your melee to fall behind. In our guild, it's not a problem because everything dies right away, but in lesser guilds, getting those mobs stacked up can really cause some trouble and cause the healers to put out more mana than what they should be putting out, and not being able to conserve it into the next phase. Even though sometimes you can drop combat in between phases, which is kind of dumb. But yeah, I would always
Fair enough.
I would always put Curse of Recklessness at least on the big ones.
Okay.
And if you have a warlock one in each room to do the Curse of Recklessnesses, then the rest of the casters sit in the middle, and those warlocks call out, okay, we have green on throne room, we have blue on entrance. Okay, warlocks go to the blue side, mages go to the green. And you just call it out that way. That way, if you sit in the middle, you have the least amount of travel time to get to the side that you're supposed to be on.
All right. I'm checking a look at this parse right now. I'm trying to see how much was the ad. So you used the sapper, not even holy water. Okay, I was actually curious. So on this dude, you did seriously a disgusting amount of damage on this. I mean, 958 DPS on this boss. Walk us through a Neff fight, bro. Walk us through a Neff fight. I mean, all the ads come out. You deal with all the ads. Neff comes down.
Well, the ads come out right before Neff dies. They come out near the very end of the
No,
fight.
I'm saying like you did the little gauntlet event at the beginning with all the different with the wormkins coming out and stuff. You kill them all. And
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So for my guild, since the wormkins die pretty much right away, the best thing I can do in phase 1 is just make use of my instant cast spells and my Searing Pains. Since I don't have an option, I literally cannot cast a Shadow Bolt against the lesser mobs that spawn in phase 1. They just die too quickly.
Mhm.
So I Searing Pain, Shadow Bolt, or Searing Pain, Death Coil, Shadow Burn, and try to keep Shadow Burn on cooldown.
Mhm.
And if everything is dead and I'm waiting for something to spawn, then I'll use Shadow Ward, because Nefarian will randomly teleport around and cast Shadow Bolt, and that Shadow Bolt, if it targets you, can give you spell pushback. So if you have dead time in phase 1, you're best off just putting a Shadow Ward on yourself. And then as soon as you're transitioning into phase 2, you want to stand to the left of the caster team, and you want them to not stack on you. So you want to be in range, or you want to be out of range of the AoE fear, but you also want to be away from your caster team. And the reason that is because a warlock class call will summon an infernal down at the place that the warlocks are standing, and there's a little micro stun that goes off. So you don't want that micro stun to interrupt a heal or anything like that. So you have your warlock stand off to the side to not interrupt as many players as possible.
Mhm.
It's basically just the way I'm positioning is that there is a bone and you stand behind and can stand a bit to the right,
Yeah.
then you won't get fear if Nefarian is not being moved. I think just on the phase 1 part, as Alive said, typically you kind of like spam your Shadow Bolt and Death Coil and tab at the same time, so you try to get it insta up. You can get in the Searing Pain on the small ones. The bigger chromatics, you do be able to Shadow Bolt on, but if your guild maybe is mid-tier, you probably even can Shadow Bolt once in a while on the smaller ones. But this one is very hard because you need to stand very aggressive and you need to be really on point and like have a mean face on yourself, I would say, to do damage on it, and it's hard. I think going into phase 2, where Live described the parts with the call, I think one part, the warlocks are, or not the warlocks, the what are they called now? That you spawn.
Those
The
constructs? Oh no,
Yeah,
oh
the
the
Infernals.
okay, yeah.
So good to know that the Infernals, those are fire immune, right, Alive?
Yep.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't rain of fire or hellfire on them, or even sapper them. So it's kind of a waste to shadow bolt also. Better to have the mages doing that, but that depends a bit on your guild. I think that the last part with it is that remember to do your major mana pot and your demonic rune or dark rune kind of early, because the fight is typically so long, so they will come off CD and you can use it once again. And you don't want to life tap too much. And I think also it's more of a trick for AQ and even more so for Nax, but always life tap once when you can. Like, you have used your mana and you life tap so you don't get full mana, but almost full mana. And then you just do it once so you actually have some HP regeneration. Normally healers do heal you, but if maybe it's a stressed situation or your guild are a bit low or have maybe not the best performers, always try to have that you have like 80% life, 80% mana, and that you regen in the end, instead. That's a good way of trying to max out a bit, so you don't need to stand and do like a first aid or so. Other than that, just pump. I would say that Nefarian actually is one of the fights where it's possible to pull threat. Like it actually is.
Especially if you're Alliance.
Why is that?
Horde, you meant.
No, as Alliance, if you get a Paladin class call and it bops, then you can generate higher threat.
Oh shit! Damn, feels weird, man. Alliance talk.
But I would say at this very current part, even if you have full BVL gear, probably you cannot pull aggro. But when you in the Sul'Gurub patch, actually was announced that it's coming the 15th of April, so that's soon. That's it's 8 days from now. With the Bloodvine, I would say actually it's possible to pull aggro on Nefarian.
Damn.
Yeah, for certain, yeah.
So, it seems like the most important thing with getting a good parse on Nefarian, man, is connecting with all these bone constructs at the exact same time. With this Sapper, the Holy Water, bro, this does 220.9 DPS. It's 23.04% of damage. I mean, of course, I knew that going into this, but this is, you must have had a really nice connection here, right? This is...
Well, I mean, I don't ever move towards the constructs, and well, sometimes I have to move just a tiny bit, but generally speaking, we kite the constructs to a specific spot, which is usually right on the casters anyway.
Yeah.
Because you don't want the casters to move because they'll lose DPS. So you can actually life tap or do something that will put you on GCD while also Goblin Sapper charging and not moving. Or in between Shadow Bolt casts and not moving, and so on and so on. And most always you'll have a Blessing of Protection off cooldown as well. So when you know that the ads are being kited over to you, you call for Blessing of Protection. You immediately just Sapper charge them, or Holy Water, or whatever you want to use.
The thing with me, I don't know if you have a similar spot, is they die so fast that you want a juicy piece of the action that, like, you have your finger on the trigger and you're like, hold, and you wait until you get as many in there, and you don't want to pull the trigger too early, but they do die really fast, so you have to finesse it. I mean, at least with our guild, we have to move a little bit to the area where we need the Sapper. That's big rando.
Yeah, sometimes you have to move a little bit, but it's easier to manipulate where the enemies are going rather than like lose your damage uptime trying to move towards the enemy. I mean, they're able to be CC'd and slowed by everything in the game. You can Frost Nova them, you can Frost Trap them, you can slow them down, everything. So it's easier for you to manipulate them and stack them up into a given pre-decided point.
Absolutely.
And I mean, those parts are, can we say, a bit cheesy and so on, but I mean, they need to die, and the faster and the better way you kill it, the better it is. But for sure, I kind of like to get a bop and do it, so I call for a bop and then Sapper. And the other way is to do it even a bit more cheesy, that you kind of weight it in so they are like 60% and then Sapper. That's kind of the same way as Core Hounds packs in Molten Core, that when you do the double pull before Magmadar, then you do a Hellfire and then you finish it off with a Sapper Charge. But you know, does that make anything going faster, you being better, and the guild performing better? I guess it's more fun things more than maybe and log things more than actually being.
Do you guys have an opinion on Sapper versus Holy Water? I've always heard Holy Water's better because it scales with spell power, but who really has time to go get Holy Water? I guess you know Progress would though, if they that's the type of guild that you would.
Holy
get
Water's really not that bad to get because there's a lot of mages that are like boosting Strat Undead or grinding Strat Undead for gold, or you could just get a group to go do it. There's plenty of people looking to get a piece of gear off the last boss there. I would say Holy Water is really not that bad at all. There is a little bit more of a delay on it just because of the animation. But the way we do it, it's being dragged over us anyway, so it's more convenient for us to do Sapper the way we do it. But I would say that Holy Water would yield more damage output if the stars aligned and the AoE hit absolutely everything and all the mobs were stacked up perfect for it. And I would say Holy Water is better. It's just more convenient to use Sapper.
I see. So you have a little room for even improvement on this World 11 parse, man.
Well, it all depends on how we're moving the mobs. But also,
I would also say that it's extremely hard. I mean, this has been since like the first MC raid. Like for a Warlock in particular, it's super hard to get all the gear. So, for example, I have quite a lot of the PvP gear. I do have the fire gear. I mean, I can't actually get everything I want. So I'm squeezing down on the soul shards, which I would say Alive would scream at me if he saw it in reality. So, and that's just because like when we ran on private servers, I never had any fire gear, and I didn't bring PvP gear typically. But because of Fire Mode that we are playing on is there is a lot of threats, so in that way I kind of feel I need to have the PvP gear, and also I have the fire gear with me, so you are screwed. So just that way, that single factor, I would say it's actually beneficial having Sappers over Holy Water, because you will use the Sappers in more occasions.
Also, something as a side note, it's kind of relevant on Nefarian, but it's going to be more relevant going forward into later raids, since the bosses are going to last longer. There's a lot of small min-maxing you can do on long duration fights where you have to life tap and constantly be reapplying multiple corruptions. I recommend that every Warlock that really wants to improve always take a VOD, maybe Shadow Play or whatever you want to do to take a VOD, and just look over the VOD every now and then before the next raid if you're really trying to improve and min-max. But on these long fights, you can really look into when your corruption is falling off, how far into your next Shadow Bolt you are, if it's worth to wait like 0.2 seconds to reapply the corruption, and fitting your life taps into that, because like Hellspawn said earlier, you don't want to go completely and then life tap 4 times, because that puts you in a dangerous position health-wise. So it's good to life tap incrementally, but at the same time, you don't want to over life tap either. Like on a boss fight like Ragnaros or Nefarian that lasts a bit longer, you don't want to life tap so much that when the boss dies, you Shadow Bolt, Death Coil, Shadow Burn, the boss dies, and you still have 40% mana. Because that means you spent GCDs on life tap that could have been spent on damage. You didn't need that excess of mana. So on long boss fights, there are very small things you can do to min-max that. Like if my corruption is falling off in 1.2 seconds and I am 9% mana, instead of casting a Shadow Bolt, it would be better off for me to life tap, because life tap is going to be a 1.5 second GCD, and corruption's falling off in 1.2 seconds. I only have 0.3 seconds of downtime when I'm already going to need to life tap anyways. And then there's a bunch of little tiny scenarios like that where normally in a very, very short fight, they wouldn't really matter. But going forward, as the boss fights last longer and longer and longer, they're going to start contributing towards your DPS more and more and more, especially when you're in Naxxramas killing KT and Sephiron. If you can determine when you should life tap, when you should reapply corruption, when you should wait on reapplying corruption, if you should cast another Shadow Bolt or life tap, if you can get experienced enough to know all of those situations, you can see incremental DPS increases the longer the fights go on.
And this one is something that even when a live does like how to parse in BVL, or when you just watch a fast speed run, or you look at the logs and you deep dive into it, this is almost, I would say, a bit beyond that, because it comes from experience. So when I'm nuking on Ragnaros, I'm always calculating, will I be able to do a Shadow Bolt, a Death Coil, and a Shadow Burn SN? If the answer is no, in my sense, I life tap. And sometimes you like, God damn it, I didn't do it right, so you don't get off the Shadow Burn. Or sometimes you end up with too much mana. I would on a guesstimate say that me and Alive probably hits, if we world buff, probably hits 95% of the finishers. But it do happens, and also it comes into when you lose your world buffs mid-run, then you actually need to adjust, because then you have a less mana pool, which really hits you that you run out of mana earlier, which requires more life taps, which changes the pace on how you life tap. So like if you don't have world buffs, probably in Nefarian you do quite a lot of double life taps. If you have world buffs, you probably do single life taps. It's like I can't almost describe this one. I think the only way you could describe it is that you in the live case, like me in the live, we're watching his VOD, and then we talk about did we right or did we wrong or how did we think. That's the only way that we can like educate ourselves on these ones. But we are down to like the nitty gritty. But I think that here is where you can squeeze out 5 to 10% extra.
Yeah.
So these are about cursing or casting your curse and corrupt early, standing on the tanks and the hunter, and how you actually finishing it together with the mana. We can say control. What's it called?
Management.
Yeah, the mana management. That's probably the big difference. It's not about how hard you hit the Shadow Bolt button.
It's how you manage all of your resources.
Mhm.
Health is a resource. Mana is a resource. Threat is a resource. All of it needs to be managed, and that's
You want
not
to finish
something
with
that you
zero
can
resources too. You want to dump, like just play in a way that you'll end with nothing, and you start with everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's not something that you can really just blatantly go out and teach someone. It comes with experience, and the best way to get better at that is simply by just watching your own VODs. By watching your own VODs, you get a better feel of how fast your guild kills certain bosses, which will increase your performance because you know what kind of grace period you have for immunities like Blessing of Protection, Limited Vulnerability Potion. You get a better feel for that. You can go back, look at your VODs, and see exactly when your Greater Fire Protection potions are falling off on the fire damage bosses. You can see where you should life tap here, where you should corruption here, and you start noticing a lot more things, but it's something that's just going to come with experience. I've been playing only Warlock as my main in Classic on 5 different private servers, I want to say. Over 5 years I've been playing Warlock in Classic, and I still watch my VODs. Not every week, but almost every week.
So, here's an example. Like when I was about to do my first BVL, that's 2 resets ago, I actually watched Alive's VOD just to kind of get the grip and the feeling of it again, and try to kind of take out the small things that were different from Classic. So I saw on the Razor Gore how the pattern of the Dragon Kings were. So actually, when I went in, I was able to top DPS from the get-go. And if I didn't have that insight, it would be kind of impossible. I think also other parts, like, you know, we kind of come from a position where Warlock or Hunter are considered the worst class. I think it's good to point out that when it was not a DMF week, but still a full speedrun week, Alive did #1 DPS in several BVL runs that we had in progress on private. I think another part, I think there is one of the logs which is
Top damage
like
overall? Out of all classes?
Top damage overall.
Wow.
Yeah.
Above all the warriors, and then there were like the best warriors, I would say.
They were rank
I think-
14s as well.
Yeah, and I think that if you look at one of the screenshots I sent, I mean, I think always comparing logs is shit, but there is one called like AQ server first rank 5 twins tanking. So this is from our very first AQ run that we did on Lightbringer, where I also was twin tanking and still were ending up on top 5. And I think one thing that is important from that log I think it's ended up in the wrong window though.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Which one is it out of all these? Is it the bottom one?
It's called yeah, I think it's the bottom one. Like
The
AQ
bottom one.
server first, rank 5. So this is from a super old stat system called Realm Players. I think no Legacy Players, and it's actually I think this one was pretty good, but I'm not sure if it's like how accurate it is. Today's logs are more accurate.
Trying to find it, brother. Which one from the there's the very top one that you sent.
Give me 1 second. Sorry for. I'm just trying to point out that like how good actually warlocks are. So it's the very last one.
Oh, the very last one at the very bottom with the damage healing total only bosses. Okay. Pull it up.
And just pointing out that like in this screenshot, which can be good to know, is that the mages do have ignite, so that's why the number 1 mage just is way above everything else. But if you normalize the ignite and spread it out to all the mages, if I don't recall it wrong, the mage that is number 6 was like the average of it. So you can actually see that in AQ server first with twins tanking, meaning that the warlock is tanking and it's not doing a lot of damage on that fight, warlocks actually came out third and not too far after the 2 top DPSers. And you can see this was like when Sulp was in his prime and Tetsu, and I mean I haven't done AQ. Yeah, it's me. That's
it's
also
you.
I would say.
Also, keep in mind that we are not. This was server first, and on this specific server, you could not raid with world buffs for the first month, and warlocks are very, very dependent on world buffs because of the improved Shadow Bolt debuff uptime. So this is also without world buffs. If you're playing AQ40 100% optimally, and you have equal levels of gear to everyone else, you should be able to beat all of the mages on trash plus boss damage. The only mage that you're not going to beat is the mage that has the majority hold on Ignite, because Ignite is just such an absurd mechanic that no one can beat it.
Damn.
Yeah, so what you normally do is that you take all the mages Ignite damage, and then you equalize it out so everyone gets the same portion, because it's not one mage is not better than the other one just because he got the Ignite first, so to speak. That's a random mechanic basically. So that's normally how you like equalize it out. But I mean, I don't say that this one is maybe representative, but it's always good on these very first runs because everyone is trying to perform to the best, and that this gives some indications of the strength of the classes. So I mean, we have good times ahead for us for the warlocks, and
we get stronger. We're like a fine wine. We age.
Yeah.
Age
and
well.
Actually, Nax is even more crazy. So I mean, to kind of round it off on this kind of warlocks is fantastic in the future. So in our server first Naxxramas on Hagen, we had a really bad start. So our tank misparried, and 2 I think melee DPS got aggro. I didn't do anything for 20 seconds, and I did 3 Shadow Bolts, and I got aggro and wiped us, and almost cost us the race. That kind of shows that you go from 0 to like 1000 DPS in 3 casts.
Yeah.
Which
honestly,
is just, like unheard of. You know, like no other class can do that.
Warlocks in general, they are a really strong class. It's just the way that we raid in Molten Core and Blackwing Lair that gimp them. Like Velastra's trash, for example. Most guilds, you just stack it up. And if you're stacking things up, you're not going to be able to out DPS a rank 14 warrior cleaving. You're not going to be able to out DPS a mage doing AoE damage. You're not going to be able to. But that's how we raid Molten Core. That's how we raid Blackwing Lair. And if you look at the fights that are not short burst AoE fights, Warlock starts to pull ahead. In single target fights, again, we would have to pull up some private server logs, but if you have Bloodvine gear, you start to get a little bit of Blackwing Lair gear, you get Bloodvine gear, you have your tier, then Warlocks can be at the top of the DPS meters. The only things that are actually bringing them down on the overall damage meters for the whole raid are those situations where you're doing AoE. Because in Suppression Room, mages are going to Arcane Explosion and pump the meters a little bit. Warriors are going to be able to cleave the AoE fights, and they're going to climb ahead. But it doesn't mean that Warlock is a bad class. Warlock actually, with ZG gear, full world buffs, Blackwing Lair gear, can be one of the top damage dealers. The only issue is we're very, very weak on AoE. And the reason why we get better going into AQ40 and Naxxramas, obviously we get better because of gear. Warlocks are very, very dependent on stats. But not only gear, but the way that we do the raid changes, and it changes in a way that is better for Warlocks. So kind of like what I was saying before, some of the trash mobs in AQ40, such as the Flayers and the trash mobs after the Twins, you can't stack them up because they have effects when they die, or they have a Mind Flay, or they have a Fear. They have different effects that allows you to you're not allowed to stack them up and cleave them down. You're not allowed to stack them up in Cone of Cold and Arcane Explosion. So the fact that you have to spread them out allows Warlock's toolkit to shine. You're allowed to multi-dot. You're allowed to do the things that Warlocks want to do, and not the things that mages and warriors want to do. So it's not necessarily that Warlocks as a class are bad. It's just the way that we raid early raids in Classic WoW aren't befitting of a Warlock's toolkit.
Well said, man. Well said.
Yeah, and we said it extremely early in the talk, but also adding up on top of that is that the first two Warlocks typically will always do the most damage because of Curse of Recklessness added. Without that, it's just the most damage. We're talking about like a 800 to 1000 DPS that you can actually add to the log, if you could. And then Curse of Elements will be if you have like 4 mages or more. The third Warlock would always be a bit questionable, but actually Warlock 4, who should be your, like position 4 should be your best Warlock. If that Warlock is doing more damage than most of your other players, then that player is just better to pick to have that 4th Warlock. And then adding a 5th or a 6th is all dependent if you can have corruption slots and of the quality of it. I would say that unfortunately the majority of the Warlocks are not trying to push enough. Like they are kind of like back sitting and thinking, yeah, I'm kind of worthless or I'm not doing so good. But I think that Warlocks need to be ultra aggressive, ultra
I agree.
how to say, focused and trying to really push, because like if you're min-maxing to the biggest ability, you actually have possibilities of being a
Thing
top
is, if you're
DPS.
min-maxing with the Warlock, you're basically flirting with death, like more so than any
Yeah,
other class.
exactly.
You know,
You
so
are.
like,
You're dancing with the devil.
the incentive for most like just normal gamers and stuff is that the downside of going a little bit too hard is like the risk is so high, right? Like your whole guild will yell at you and you become a meme, and like they'll be like stupid
And
Warlock.
I feel like that's kind of why a lot of Warlocks don't go too hard, because as a Warlock, if you're pumping as hard as you can and you're really trying to parse, then you're playing on the edge, because you're popping limited and vulnerability potions so you can go way over the threat table. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're playing life on the edge. If you do one thing wrong or time it wrong, you could not only kill yourself, but you could kill others. So I feel like a lot of players are so afraid of mistiming and misplaying, and they have a fear of doing something bad and getting yelled at or getting someone killed, that they choose to just not go super hard
100%.
and choose the safe route.
Yep.
But I can't do that.
And I would say, like, for sure, melee is benefiting the most from world buffs and getting all consumables. But actually, just because of how Ruin is working and the multiplier of PI, Nightfall, TOEP / Hero Charm, actually, I would say that if you think that your Warlock is doing good, try one raid to get all the world buffs, do your flask, get all the Shadow power, the Arcane power, the Fire power. Like, you need to have Fire power too, because of the vulnerabilities and AoE. Try to do those parts and just see where you end up with trying to go completely crazy on the DPS, because for sure Warlock is like the most satisfying playing on the highest level when you see those big crits.
Also,
But doing the big crits is not what will make you being a good raider. because you need to min-max on the way of how you open it up with the curses, the corruptions, the finishing with Death Coil, Shadowburn, the mana usage, and everything else that we talked about the last couple of hours.
Gotcha. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's our Blackwing Lair masterclass right there. That was a colossal amount of information shared in a short period of time. My brain hurts right now. I really can't thank these guys enough, yo. Can we get some cheese and rice in the chat, some emotes in the chat, round of applause for everybody. We need to pay them back a little bit for their efforts, though, guys. If you guys are all here, we need to follow them, support them, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. Make it worth their time for being here today and sharing all this information with everybody. I'm linking a live stream right now. If you want to support the channel, best way you can do it is by making it worth the guest time, guys. Please go drop them a follow or a sub or whatever you can do.
If you wouldn't mind, could I link my YouTube video
Absolutely.
or my YouTube as well?
Link
I
away,
have a new
please.
video coming out tomorrow.
Hellspawn, do you have a Twitch, YouTube? If not, you should, bro. Big brain.
No, I don't. I haven't used YouTube too much, but I do streams occasionally. I can put it here in the
Okay,
Discord.
perfect,
You can link it
perfect.
wherever you are. I mean, I primarily stream when we went for World First Molten Core, so, and I pushed really hard on that one, but we came second to Apes, so that sucked. And hopefully I will start raiding again a bit more frequently on the Warlock.
Also,
I mean, I love Warlock.
I do have something top secret coming out when AQ40 is closer. There's something that I'd really like to test out. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Kargaz, I'll keep you updated on the information as well.
Please do.
But
brother.
when AQ40 comes out, we have a special spec that only works in AQ40 and no other raid. And it's a spec that I guarantee none of you Warlocks have ever used in raiding.
Is
and
it
it's-
MD
it's-
Ruin or something?
It's not Master Demonologist.
All right.
I would say this. I actually told Alive that I'm not sure if you're trolling or not right now. So that's the level of it.
Even I've known Hellspawn for years, and even he wasn't sure if I was being serious or not. But it's a legitimate spec, but the conditions, you have to have very specific conditions to make it work.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
All
That's
right.
I'm gonna say.
Well, we'll stay tuned for that. Here's Dive's YouTube. Not Dive's in the chat. Good to see that. This is Alive's YouTube as well. Guys, please, especially with Hellspawn, because he's just streaming like infrequently, let's get him some subs and followers so he gets a base, man, so he can start streaming, guys. Is hell, you know that's important. You want to stream to just yourself, man. And so I dropped it in the chat. Please, just take this time. Take this 2 seconds just to give him a follow or a sub or something like that. Thank you very much for the $2, B Stoker, and all the subs and donations and primes and all that throughout the stream. Sorry I wasn't able to shout each and every one of them out, but it is sincerely appreciated. Guys, do you have any closing thoughts for the people? Any shout outs or anything like that?
No shout outs at all. I would just say don't be afraid to really push things to the edge if you really want to be someone who parses. And also, never be afraid to seek out information or ask questions. I don't stream as often as I should, but if you do catch me streaming, don't be afraid to ever ask any questions, or you can PM me on Discord. I personally love playing Warlock. I love playing Classic WoW, and you would never ever bother me with any questions. Sometimes on Discord I can't answer right away, but if you join in on one of my streams, you can ask me 100 questions, and it doesn't bother me one bit.
Yeah, I mean, for my part, I think going with questions to Alive is super good. That's what I normally do. I think that sometimes we share opinions, sometimes we have different opinions, so no problem to ask me also if you see me streaming or on Discord or whatever. I think I'm also on Alive's Discord. I would say, other than that I hope from DreamHack's point of view that actually we can do some cool stuff with WoW in the future and Classic, but I don't dare to how to say promise anything, but maybe there are good opportunities with it. Other than that, I think we combined as Warlocks just need to get a bit more proud and start pumping. I think it would have been super fun if we could have had Exen from Apes right now, because he had done some really crazy logs, and there are many other good Warlocks out there. So I don't think that me or Alive or any other from Progress in particular is way above everyone else. But I think that maybe Alive has contributed with a lot of the good insights. And I do think that if you only stare on these boss logs, I think you're doing it a bit wrong, or you're checking like the world first that Alive did with Progress, that his log was not good. Well, that's how it will be if we cannot be playing in position 4, meaning not having curse assignment and having corruption. And I'm very sure that we will see these crazy performance from a lot of the warlocks going forward. So
Yeah, looking at parses will not always accurately tell you which is the best warlock, because again, like we said, XN, I know XN. He's a warlock in Apes. I've played with him. I talked to him. He's a good warlock for sure. But the way Apes is structured, they play with 4, 5, 6 warlocks. They focus a lot of their gear towards warlocks. They gave their talismans of inferior power to warlocks prio. So not to say XN is bad. XN is a great warlock player. However, a lot of the parses will not reflect a player's skill wholeheartedly, because it also depends on how they're structuring their raid, how they're distributing loot. If they have a good Shadow Weaving Priest, if they have a bad one, how many PIs someone's getting. You don't always know the situation of the raid. So don't always try to compare yourself to someone else's log. If you're trying to improve as a warlock, don't aim to be as good as someone else. Just aim to improve yourself, and the damage will follow.
Hell yeah. Guys, thank you so much for your time and being here. I really, really sincerely appreciate it. And for those of you guys watching right now, we're going to be doing ZG World First coverage. We did BWL World First coverage, watching these guys in action. They just announced it on the 15th, so that's in 1 week's time. It seems like a good amount of people that might be watching right now might be interested in that type of content, so that's why I say it. But this will be a VOD up on my YouTube channel, so you can go back and rewatch any part. I'll try to add some timestamps to it and all that. Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in. Thank you, Hellspawn. Thank you, Alive. You guys are the best, man. And
fun. So gonna be controversial, I think, on who gets what.
Zul'Gurub is definitely going to be a spicy World First race. So if you guys are tuning in for the World First race, definitely you don't want to miss the Zul'Gurub run. Trust me, I know it's just a 20-man instance, but I've seen the strategies behind the scenes. You're gonna want to watch it. You're gonna want.
Hell yeah, we'll see. Well, TBD. But thank you guys. Wash your hands. Stay safe. Stay corona free. Socially distanced. Play WoW.
Warcraft, baby! Yeah! My nipples are all hard, and I'm gonna pwn noobs.
We're at EB Games in West Hollywood for the release of the Burning Crusade.
Waiting for the World of Warcraft expansion to come out.
Do you guys play together?
No, we play different servers. He's Horde, I'm Alliance.
Oh, that's like separate bedrooms.
Wait until she levels up so I can kill her.
We knew what a magnitude it would be, but, honestly didn't think it would be this big of a line.
There's a bunch of noobs here. I can see them.
Have your receipts ready. I'll make it go faster.
I'm looking forward to the new Alliance race.
New levels, new weapons, flying mounts, new professions, new races.
I'm looking for World PvP because I hate Horde, so I kill Horde when I see Horde.
Lord!
I think I'm looking forward to my little pet that I'm going to get when I get the collector's edition.
I wanted the pet.
If someone doesn't play WoW, what do you say to convince them?
I really didn't have to say much. I got him into WoW. I got like 7 of my friends into WoW. My ex-girlfriend, emphasis on the ex.
I wouldn't talk to them if they don't play WoW.
It feels great. So who's hotter, the Night Elves or the Blood Elves?
Oh, the Blood Elves.
Blood Elves.
Night Elves. Night Elves.
I would say that the Night Elves are probably 17.334% hotter than the Blood Elves, repeating, of course.
My main is a Tauren Shaman. His name's Thangor. That's what I'm talking about. He's an elemental, so he's really into doing a lot of damage for as much as he can. I have an Orc Hunter. I have a Troll Rogue, and I have an Undead Mage. So I like doing a lot of damage.
I got tomorrow off of work, and I got today off of work to level all day, and tomorrow off of work, so tonight I'm gonna buy it, go set it up, and play all night long.
I gotta work at 7. I'll probably play right up until I get to work.
All night until school in the morning.
Yeah, I got the laptop in the car so I can load it on the way, in all honesty.
I don't know. I'm just gonna install it and just try to get like maybe up to level like 62 or something. It's probably gonna take a while, but you know, however long it takes.
I think people are afraid of how powerful we are, because if we were to unite, which we already have, and begin to take over the world, I think 8 million people now, I think that the world would be in for a big surprise when 900 shaman come running over that mountainside, you know what I'm saying?
There's a collector's edition on the back. Yeah, you got yourself the DVD collection with behind-the-scenes stuff. You get the soundtrack from the game. You get the art of the game. You get a collector's edition card pack. And the reason why I came, the Netherwelt pet. Free map with every purchase.
Tell me about your most epic quest or battle to date.
Raiding this girl's molten core.
I've heard some of the women I know that play complaining that the new female character models promote an unrealistic standard of beauty. There's no reason for, you know, a supernatural adventure to have birthing hips. It's just no reason.
I'm gonna do an impression of my paladin, and one thing that I love about the paladin is healing. Is I get to heal my friend. They're like, they just do this with like holy, I don't know, bubbles, and then boom.
I've been waiting long enough. 10.5-hour shift to work, 6-hour wait for the game. It's a good day.
I just bought one, but I bought everything else, the binder, the book. No, I'm gonna go home, install it, take a shower, log on, try to claim some names.
I'm very psyched.
What would get you to stop playing?
I don't want to stop. Why would I want to stop?
I'm going to the dark portal! Woo! I'm almost level 61!
Very excited to play this. I've been waiting. Waiting.
How long are you gonna play for?
All night. All week maybe. All week.
You don't have to work tomorrow?
Work. There's no such thing as work with WoW.
World of Warcraft, baby! Yeah! My nipples are all hard, and I'm gonna pwn noobs.
We're at EB Games in West Hollywood for the release of the Burning Crusade.
Waiting for the World of Warcraft expansion to come out.
Do you guys play together?
No, we play different servers. He's Horde, I'm Alliance.
Oh, that's like separate bedrooms.
Wait until she levels up so I can kill her.
We knew what a magnitude it would be, but, you know, honestly didn't think it would be this big of a line.
There's a bunch of noobs here, I can see them.
Have your receipts ready, I'll make it go faster.
You know, I'm looking forward to the new Alliance race.
New levels, new weapons, flying mounts, new professions, new races.
I'm looking for World PvP because I hate Horde, so I kill Horde when I see Horde.
Lord.
I think I'm looking forward to my little pet that I'm gonna get when I get the collector's edition.
I wanted the pet.
If someone doesn't play WoW, what do you say to convince them?
I really didn't have to say much. I got him into WoW. I got like 7 of my friends into WoW. My ex-girlfriend, emphasis on the ex.
I wouldn't talk to them if they don't play WoW.
It feels great. So who's hotter, the Night Elves or the Blood Elves?
Oh, the Blood Elves.
Blood Elves.
Night Elves. Night Elves.
I would say that the Night Elves are probably 17.334% hotter than the Blood Elves, repeating, of course.
My main is a Tauren Shaman. His name's Thangor. That's what I'm talking about. He's an elemental, so he's really into doing a lot of damage for as much as he can. I have an Orc Hunter. I have a Troll Rogue, and I have an Undead Mage. So I like doing a lot of.
Though tensions have risen between the Alliance and the Horde, the true enemy of the world lies unseen. Beyond the dark portal lies a universe of unending conflict. Where the shattered realm of Outland has become the battlefield for a dark and murderous crusade. The Burning Legion has returned to claim vengeance. With a host of new terrifying warriors, such as the Wrathguard, Fell Reavers, the Shivan, and Warp Stalkers. While Outland's native denizens, the Ethereals, Nether Dragons, Naru, and the Gron rally countless others to war. Sparked by these events, abandoned sanctuaries on Azeroth now pulse with new life. Karazhan, the darkened tower of Medivh, bristles with arcane energy and the horrors unleashed by its former master. Its cursed halls now teem with the restless shades of the past. Yet, within the fabled caverns of time, the past has come full circle. Despite the efforts of the Bronze Dragonflight, windows into Azeroth's history have opened wide, allowing adventurers to experience the past firsthand. Journey through Hillsbrad and Durnhold Keep when the young orc Thrall first set out to discover his epic destiny. Venture through the Black Morass, where the fallen guardian Medivh first opened the Dark Portal and ushered in an age of chaos upon the world. Witness the majesty of the World Tree Nordrassil as 3 heroic armies join forces to defend it from the insidious Archimonth and put a final end to the Burning Legion's invasion of Azeroth. In the present,
Art tips.
a proud ancient race has embraced a new beginning. Quel'Thalas has been born.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another super hot fire episode of Good Morning Azeroth, episode 48. You'll love to see it. April 16th, 2020. I am accompanied today by the whole gang. We have Crix, Defcamp, Dunedain, even Melderon is here in spirit. He is just chilling out in the voice comms. There he is. And then we also, ladies and gentlemen, a few of you, maybe a lot of you, are aware of this gentleman. Everyone should know who this gentleman is. One of the first, one of the first content creators of a handful of content creators that were making content on this game that we love many, many moons ago. I mean, it might have been even close to a decade at this point. I am, of course, talking about one of the co-founders of Private Chat, one of the co-founders, one of the pillars, the original pillars of this community, way back, way back, many years ago. Of course, the Elemental Shaman, you know him, you love him, played on many private servers, the one and only Orc-Bit, man. How you doing, Orc-Bit?
I am terrific. Oh, I love that. I love that voice, Orc-Bit. It's like soothes my soul, man.
Right?
It definitely does.
Yeah. It soothes my soul to hear you guys again. So, back at
You're
you.
the first one I ever subscribed to on YouTube. Insane to be in the call with you.
Yep. Dude, we're in the same boat, man. Back in the day, I'm trying to remember what year this was. I think it might have been 2014, 2015, right? He did Private Chat. He had Mr. GM, Dodgy Kebab, Orc-Bit, Hamster Wheel, who's an absolute legend, still making content to this day. Alex was on the channel for a little bit. Man, Orc-Bit, how long is it? When did you first start making content and doing all this, man?
I mean, I've always put out some meme shit here and there on non-serious accounts like Nax videos or whatever, just to share with the guild. But I started really when Nust got shut down, or a bit before. I can't really remember, but that was what really pissed me off, that NOS got shut down, and I don't know, for some reason I felt like I had to voice my opinion or just do something, and that was kind of it. I mean, for many years, many of us have had these thoughts of making YouTube or whatever, but we just never did it. And the NOS thing was just what pushed me, because I felt like there was a purpose to it more than just memeing it, stuff like that.
A lot of people were in that boat off the back end of NOS. A lot of people started. That's what Melderon's story was too. We're not to get ahead of ourselves here, but real quick, guys, let's do a round of intros. But I mean, not intros, but like, you know, catch up. We'll see how everybody's doing. But real quick, Def Camp, you ready to bless the people?
I'm ready. In all respect and the presence of Orkbit here, I'm gonna put down cure disease totem. All right, we're gonna put down a cure disease totem and a poison cleansing totem. So here we go, guys. You ready? You might want to turn down your speakers. Let's do it. Good morning, Azeroth. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Good morning, Azeroth. Number 47.
48, baby. 48.
48.
Oh, I have 47. That's my bad. I debated you. It's supposed to be 48. It's supposed to be 48. The title. There has to be some scuffage. We almost got away with it clean this time. There had to be one thing. One small minutia of an error.
There always is.
Always is.
47, I think.
47 episodes with errors in every single one.
Wait a second. I think you're right, Cargos. It is 47.
It is 47. It's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah, it's 47. Yep.
I'm sorry for making your speakers grain out.
Okay. Alright, let me change that back.
At least I didn't break your speakers like I did for that one poor fella. I literally bust their speakers in their car.
That is so funny. Yeah. Orbit's sitting here scratching his head like, what did I get myself into? What is this?
Ears bleeding. I missed it, man. I missed it.
Orbit, you have a fellow European on the panel here to help balance it out. So you have a liaison here into the American small brains here, and we're going crazy and stuff. So Duna Dane is here to hold it down for EU with you. But guys,
it's great.
How's it going, man? How was your week? A lot has happened. We're all in lockdown. We're all losing the plot.
Yeah, obviously CG launch yesterday night, midnight in EU, and my cat is going crazy for some reason.
She heard ZG and she was like, yes!
Yeah. We had the idea to speedrun it, or to try to hit server first, and in the end we got server second alliance, so that's not bad actually for a casual guild.
Not
really
bad at all, dude. Give yourself some credit. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really fun, to be honest. I never speedrun anything before. Most of us didn't do it before, so we just went into it kind of for the first time. Most of us, and yeah, I streamed the whole thing, and it felt like we just rushed through it, and it went really good and smooth. And at some point, we knew that we were second, so we were pushing. It was really great, really.
I was actually watching you, Dune. Like, I was really impressed with your guys' just overall tempo and just performance. You guys were doing great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but just the launch was a little bit scuffed. I don't know. I think it was worse in EU than it was. Yeah, it took us, I think, like 25 minutes for everyone to just being able to enter, and then the servers went down, and well, a whole lot of crap happened. But yeah, we entered in the end, so that was the main thing.
I think what your cat was doing was she was angry at you for the genocide of panthers that you killed in ZG last night. By the way, she's freaking out.
And tigers, dude. All tigers.
Tigers and panthers.
Lions, tigers, and bears. Yep.
Crix, how the hell are you, man? How's it going?
Great, man. I'm just TBC hyped up. Making some guides as we speak. Getting ready to pop them out.
Crix is almost. I don't want to. Well, I'm not gonna blow up your spot, but you've been playing a lot of TBC, man. You've been really enjoying it to the point where you're, I think it's safe to say you're probably even enjoying it more than Classic, personally, right? With your stream success and everything like that.
Yeah.
So.
Ask my Classic guild about that one. They're upset with me.
Yeah. Well, it's good to have Crix here. He's becoming very quickly a TBC big brain. Not to say that you aren't already. I'm not sure your exact experience level with the game, but he's been playing it a lot recently. A lot of the talents and stuff is fresh in his mind. But yeah, it's good to have you here, Crix.
Thank you. Welcome.
Melderon. Brother, you still here, Doc? How's your week, man?
I'm here, bro. I'm here. I'm just in awe that we have this shaman presence today, and it's just a great thing to have. Orkbit, personally, man, I missed you. I miss talking to you. It's really good hearing your voice. I know the classic WoW community is. It feels there's a little bit of a spot missing without you making content. I know you've been making new stuff. You put out a video, I think today or yesterday.
Today actually.
Yeah, and it's just TBC is really the idea of TBC. I think really invigorates a lot of people. It's the game that I always say. I think like classic is the game is when we got hooked and when we got addicted. But I think for me at least is when TBC is when I fell in love. And I think that's we got a little bit of crackage going on here.
Oh, yeah, sorry about
and
that.
no, it's good. And so I'm just glad to be here, and glad Orkbit's here.
This feels wholesome as fuck, man. Having all you guys in here, dude. Real talk, real talk. This is great, man. Thank you for being here, everybody. Def Kump, how are you, man? How are you, brother?
I'm doing fantastic, and again, yeah, I'm really excited to be back with Orkbit, and in reverence or whatever of his presence here, I literally just before the stream got my shaman to level 60, so super excited about that. Super ready to do some elemental, eat some gnomes, destroy some alliance, and I'm so excited.
You have some of the best shaman mentors that'll help you, freaking.
Seriously, I just literally before this had Melderon in here going over tier sets with me and stuff like that. So I'm just so lucky that I have these surrounded by these amazing shamans. But yeah, for my priest, my priest is obviously still my favorite class. Did ZG with him last night, cleared that. It was a lot of fun. And looking forward to the future of this game and being with you guys in the community.
Same here, brother. Orkbit, how have you been, man? Maybe give us just a little formal update to the people. For a while there, I was wondering, what happened to Orkbit, man? Orkbit was, you've always been one of my favorite WoW content creators, man, real talk. And, you kind of dropped off there for a second. I don't know if there's anything you feel comfortable sharing or, what your plans are, coming back. Are you going to be, making content stuff again? How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a long story, and today's topic is TBC and stuff. So let's not go all Dr. Phil on that shit. But
Dr. Melderon,
a lot of real life shit. Some of you know I used to live in Canada. I had to move back to Denmark. A lot of stuff went down there. So it took me some while to settle again, and just in general, just a lot of real life shit. And when you are at that point, what you think about is not, I'm gonna crank out some YouTube videos, or I'm gonna go live stream or whatever. I have been playing a ton, all the time, but I've just not been doing content because I had to fix real life stuff, and you just have to be in the right mindset to do content, otherwise it just feels forced, and I don't really care about that. So lately the content I've been doing is just PvP videos, because that's what I enjoy. I enjoy PvPing. I like melting alliance. If I could make it into a shop in real life, that's probably what I would do. But I doubt it would sell.
You can melt alliance, you just said? Or you gonna
melt.
Oh,
melt
okay.
But
I like the melting alliance.
Funny enough, there's always some good and some bad, and this whole Corona crisis, being forced to stay inside, obviously it doesn't change much if you play classic all day anyway, but it does change a lot with the the economy and jobs and shit. And there might even be, if we have to stay in longer now, I am thinking of coming back, doing content, doing streams again, and all that good stuff. I've been doing it a bit in this Corona time, and I actually enjoyed it a lot. I realized how much I missed it, and how much, even though you do have things you have to deal with in real life, you can still stream because the community is amazing. People like you guys. I'm humbled by the way you fucking received me in this podcast already, right? And it's the same if I go stream once in a while. People are so kind, and where you been and all this stuff, that you just kind of forget about all the bullshit you have to deal with constantly. So I am in a position right now where I seriously consider just going full ham, because I have nothing else to do. So yeah, I don't know how much.
Those chain lightnings, man, they got me addicted to watching your videos because of chain lightnings.
Yeah, dude.
I see already grouped up. I'm like, oh, there's the chain. Let me see the cast bar and just wait to see the numbers. I love it, man.
You know how it's probably like a psychological thing, right? It feels really good when you see those crits. And I don't know if I think I've gotten addicted to playing Elemental Shamans and seeing those crits. That's just all I want to do. I just want to go in and pop
you don't see him much, man. I don't personally see him as a warlock, so I love seeing it on yours.
Yeah, it's really fun. So, but yeah, I think this one.
Well,
go ahead.
It's really good to have you back, Workbit. I just want to say, if I think back to the very earliest inning of my YouTube scene, of YouTube content creation, I was making some retail videos or something back in the day. Like I was doing some Legion PvP as a survival hunter, and I was doing some.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember, right? Yeah. But listening to like the private chats and just you chilling with Hamster, Dodgy, and all the original gang, watching you guys in action. I would be just like playing or leveling on the private servers, listening to you guys. It gave me such a good feel, man. I was like, dude, I want to step up and be part of this game more and make content for this game because the community, like the friends, the people here seem really awesome. Like they seem like really good friends, and like I want a piece of that, And I just, it's crazy that it's come so many years, we're still here, and now you're coming back. It kind of just brings it full circle for me, man. It's good to have you here. Like the fact that
the community is amazing. It gets a bad rep sometimes, but that's just because the empty barrels, they rumble the most. It's a minority that will always cause a ruckus. But to be fair, like the way you receive me when I haven't been on here for ages, and like when I turn on the stream or I upload a video once in the blue moon, it's so great, and people are amazing, and it's great to be back and talking to you guys. It really is.
It is, man. It's a treat, guys. So, Def Camp, man. How do we do this? There's so much to go over. We can talk about ZG. Mm-hmm. We can go right into the agenda. I guess I'll bring up the PowerPoint real quick and just show what the loose agenda is for the stream. Give me one second. Okay. I'll go over to our other stream. So GMA 48. Let me fix that. We did our catch up. Classic news and updates. There was a little something here to talk about. Ale brought it up in our chat. I don't know if anyone wants to bring it up because I don't really know too much about this woman, but apparently she's the classic WoW team. Or Melron, you here, man? I feel like you know like a lot about this, man.
Yeah, let me let me just look at it real one more time again because I just basically
in the chat again.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could do that.
The link I just did.
Oh, perfect. So basically, Blizzard just hired someone. Her name is Holly Longdale, and she was involved in the original EverQuest. And I don't know how long she worked for them, but I know that she's coming over to Blizzard now. I don't know where she'll be working. Like, no one knows what she's going to be working with, and I would doubt they put her on the Classic project because I think that's pretty much rolling out content phases. So I think you wouldn't use her brain in that scenario. I'm guessing that she would be used in retail, and I have to say I've been watching some stuff when Chris was talking about it recently about Elemental Shaman, but so far I'm not going to go anywhere farther away from that, but so far it looks like they're making some really good changes for retail. I'm not going to start playing retail anytime soon because I have enough on my plate, and I'm looking forward to TBC. That's where all my energy is going towards, but it looks like they're trying to patch some things up. So I don't know if she's going to be used in that category or what the deal is.
Actually, I hope so, because if she was going, it looks like she was with EverQuest for 10 years.
Okay.
And EverQuest is more on classic TBC side than how retail is. Before
classic,
that, look, she worked for Disney for 8 years before that, Disney Films. She knows her shit, so hopefully it's for the TBC side.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
Definitely for classic. It's in the LinkedIn.
It's for classic.
Yeah, she joined Blizzard to focus on World of Warcraft Classic, rather. Can be TBC Classic.
Could be
TBC.
But my question is like, right? That's my point, right?
Well, there's quite a lot that they can. I guess more like the meta story, not the gameplay stuff, but more like what do we do with the server size in TBC, stuff like that, maybe.
Well, that would be good, yeah, for sure. We have a lot of problems with servers, so we, Al and I did a video on that recently. There's a lot of issues with servers right now, but yeah, it just seems like a big acquisition for something that you don't need to actually create anything for. But yeah, that's a good point, dude.
So she was a big brain in EverQuest. She was like a really big
10 years.
10 years. And EverQuest, let me get this straight, because my buddy Chris, who I'm close friends with, one of my groomsmen at my wedding, played Halo, all the games with, he played EverQuest, and he played EverQuest before we ever got into WoW, and I watched him play it, and it kind of had that old school MMO feel. Is it one of those games that was kind of like classic WoW?
Yeah.
That was like...
Yep.
It was? Okay.
It was arguably better. You never know. She was the executive producer for 10 years for EQ1 and 2. It looks like it's saying.
So that's
and
like
before that, it was
Ian,
a Disney
Ian
film.
Hazzikostas for EverQuest, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if she played like Ian did though. You know, Ian used to play, wasn't he? Elitist Jerks.
Mm-hmm.
He was. Ian. Yeah, we
five
Priest Sakari almost.
They almost did five Priest Sakari. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. So that's huge. And then also, Meldron, you were saying that over the past months or something, they've been hiring for classic devs. And
So,
why would they be doing that? It probably means that they would be doing it for TBC or something.
Yeah, they had a hiring opening in like February for Classic specifically. So my questions to you is, after the game's been out for 4 months, why the hell would you be hiring more devs, right?
Well, they could also call it Classic TBC. And keep it in
that's
the
what
classic
that's what I'm getting towards. The only possible reason they would be hiring anyone in February is for TBC, right?
I mean, either way you look at this, in my opinion, it's good because it could be number one. It could be like what I think is the most likely thing is probably working towards the Burning Crusade. Number two is there's obviously a lot of issues right now with server stability, with server balancing. I am wondering if they're going to try to address that issue, which is the number one biggest issue wrong with the game right now, is why people are being forced to transfer servers. It's why people are quitting the game some people at least. So either way, I think if they're coming in here on the Classic team, it means that, hopefully they're putting more money into it. Because a lot of us, we have the belief that, and, Cargos, and I know a lot of people have it here, that like Blizzard was basically in the idea of, okay, we gave you guys what you want. Here it is. Whether it's a mess, whether it's this, whether it's whatever it is, we didn't want to do this. They kind of were forced their hand. I feel like that's a Blizzard. Some people in Blizzard look at it like on the retail side, or whatever, the higher ups, they look at it like, we were kind of forced to do this. The community, wanted this so much. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's changing a little bit. Maybe they're looking at it like, okay, this is something that we want to actually see if we can make it the best possible, and work with the community here.
This confirms that Classic is a big success and probably bigger than they expected. So they hired some important people for it. It's probably the reason the servers are so messed up right now, because there are too many people playing on it.
Yeah, not to go down the rabbit hole.
Regardless or not, sorry.
Go ahead, Arbit, my bad.
I was saying, like, regardless or not, this is probably their only chance to fix the whole server mess they created, right? Because it's not like we can reboot Classic right now. Like, that ship sailed. But when TBC comes out, it is a different game. Obviously, you will still be playing with your guild and all that stuff. But whatever they're gonna do, this is the only time they can correct that stuff. Like with the TBC, with the servers, like whatever they're gonna do, transfer, copy, whatever the character is gonna do, right? This is the time.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
The one thing I just will say, not to go down the rabbit hole too much, but I've felt this way since the beginning of Classic. And yes, they have some smart people over at Blizzard. 100% Omar, shout out to him, working on the project. But it's always felt to me like Blizzard has treated Classic like their redheaded stepchild. And Classic has been a success. It's we've even had third-party confirmation that the subs basically tripled overall for World of Warcraft. Right, once Classic came out, it had like a massive effect. And for a long stretch of time, maybe even until now, no one knows because they're not very transparent with information. Classic has kept up or even been bigger than retail for a period of time. So you'd think with that much traction and success, they would give it a whole bunch of attention and stuff like that. But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't make them a lot of money comparatively. I've been playing Hearthstone on the side a little bit, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I probably spent like $200 on Hearthstone. It's so easy to spend money on Hearthstone. I think to myself, I just probably spend more on Hearthstone than I did in all of Classic. I feel kind of ashamed for myself, like just when you buy those packs and stuff. I don't know, man.
That's so true, though. That you don't see the shop and the advertisement for, oh, look at this new mount that's, I don't know, a sheep with pink fur or some shit. You don't see that. But you see it constantly in the launcher for retail or whatever.
Mm-hmm. We thought we did, and we did. That's a good point, Caligula. Yes, we did, brother. Yes, we did. So I guess just to finish out on the Classic news, ZG came out. I think it was kind of a pretty rough release, I would say, guys. So the EU folks had a ton of issues getting in. I don't know if you did do it in, but I was talking to some of the progress guys.
It was horrible.
I think we were lucky on our server because on Mokrane, for what I know about it, it took like 2 hours to get in, and we had like half an hour. So, but yeah, our server went to high population now. I just saw, which is awful. But yeah, EU had some big problems. I don't know how it was at your server, Orbit. What server do you play on actually?
Yeah, so I just transferred from Firemore to Razorgore with the whole guild, and we tried at midnight because it's EU. We got maybe 1 or 2 people in fairly quickly, but it took at least 1.5 hours to get all people out. Like, it was just either you were DCing, just standing in the portal, not zoning in. You know how it is. Just a complete lag fest, which is surprising since the selling point of buying into the idea of putting all this on Blizzard's new system is that it's going to be optimized and integrated and all these fancy things, but it still works even worse than the Russian basement servers that the private servers used to be hosted on.
And just can say this: if this, which was not very much hyped in my opinion, CG, if this is such a big problem, I don't want to see AQ.
AQ is going to be unplayable.
The gates are going to be bad.
Do you guys think that, it's because, and I've said this before, right? There are, when you think about what the private server community guys did with what they had, right? The fact that there are some times when when I was playing on a server that had over 14,000 people on it. At one point, it seemed like I had less lag than I do on a Blizzard server that has 3,000 or 4,000 people on it. What the fuck?
I think it's purely because I think it's purely because retail, right? It's basically like a rehashed retail game, right? It's the vanilla version of the retail game. It's the same client and all this stuff, and you don't get that in retail. You don't get hundreds and thousands of people going in to try and enter a door or fucking clicking an orb at Blackwing Lair. You don't have that shit. So I don't know. Maybe they shouldn't have done it like this. I don't think it's done it any good in that regard.
I think so too. And if you just walk into Stormwind now, just before 8 hours, you can't really do anything. It was bad before the server transfers, but now you don't see anything moving. It just all lags out, and you wait for the buff.
You get your buffs, and then it DCs and rolls you back, and you have no buffs, and then you can go and cry.
That happened to me last night. I had it DC'd, rolled me back. I had more issues with lag on Classic than I do on the PC servers with, a third of the people online than the Classic server has.
Yeah, it's insane. I think I still have some old videos from testing back on the old Astarias core and all that stuff. And we are, thousands of people shooting firebolts at big ass Van Cleef and all this stuff, right? And it was obviously a stress test. There were DCs and all this, but it worked really well. I still have footage from Anchorage opening on Light's Hope. It's laggy. There's 5,000 people, but it worked pretty well.
I think to the point though that we now have those mega servers all over the world, and they can't handle it. That's pretty clear. So why did they go with the mega servers in the first place? Why didn't they go with something smaller?
A lot of people expected that we would have, I 100% expected that. Okay, this is Blizzard. We'll be able to have 5,000 people or whatever, and maybe I'll lag a little bit, but it shouldn't be to the point where it's completely unplayable. You go in Blackrock Mountain and there's maybe 400 people there, right? And it's literally unplayable.
Yeah, I totally agree. The whole selling point of when they told us how they were going to do this, the selling point was, yeah, guys, easy. We're going to chop it up and Frankenstein the shit out of it, but we promise you it's going to be, it's all good because it's our brand new system and all this stuff, right? And personally, I was hyped for that. That was when I heard that, I was like, fine, whatever. I get to play a lag-free Anchorage event. I loved it, but the reality of it is it doesn't work. It only works with layering or sharding or some other new bullshit thing.
By the way, the layering thing, they brought it up again.
Oh, bringing it back, right?
Daunting,
oh my god! After they explicitly said that it would be a one-time thing, and that pisses me off.
Well, hold on. So I agree with you, DefCam. However, no one foresaw this happening with the.
I understand that, but let's look at the other options, because it was explicitly said. We can go back and find that post, because I remember that it said, if you're not a fan of layering, don't worry, because it's only a one-time thing and it's only going to happen, for this long amount of time, and that was it. And you know what? I understand there are issues. I understand there are things, but put a little bit more money into this. Put a little bit more effort, whatever. Do what you got to do to make the servers better, not by doing implementing layering. I'm sorry. It's just, to me, that's a hard no.
Yeah, same. And to be fair, it's before Corona, we also had servers which still had queues and still had those issues. And now all servers, almost all, have those issues. But before Corona, there were also servers with the same issues. So I think that's not a valid point from them.
Also, the Melderon, I know what you mean by like they couldn't have foreseen it, but again, Blizzard is selling a product which is classic WoW, whatever, which contains a server you can play on. This server can contain, X amount of people, what they see fit, right? They set the amount of people who can play on these server. If it's then unplayable within their own ramifications, what the fuck, right? Like then don't make mega servers if you can't play the game.
Exactly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the whole, like from private servers, the whole mega community, like 9K people on one server, right? Like I miss having not all of you guys on the same server. I hate being only on EU and then all my friends on NA. But I don't know, man. It just feels weird that I was hoping for, when they said, oh, it's only at release, and I was like, okay, cool. They're working on something to roll out by the time of AQ, so we don't need this. Because how can you say it's only for release when we all know that we're going to be, thousands of people in this zone? So I was hoping for an actual fix. But now that I just see well, we've just been sitting on our thumbs. Do you want layering again? No.
And we literally brought this up. Like I know I did, and know a lot of us other did. We said, what's gonna back when the layering was around, what's gonna happen for AQ? And those of you who are saying, well, it's layering, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's in my mind, whatever. That's your argument, but like it's inherently uncharacteristic for classic WoW to have layering. You guys understand what I mean by that? Like,
I get you. I get you there. I'm not arguing that. I just think that there's somewhere in between the issue we have in the world and them not putting enough attention. It's somewhere in between there, right? It's not one or the other. I would say that it seems to me like when we were in Blackrock Mountain when Skyrim was healthy, and you literally couldn't have a PvP skirmish. That was just strange to me. Like when it worked on Light's Hope, when it worked on NOS, right? I mean, we were doing stuff like that.
Yes.
There were these huge, massive PvP skirmishes happening.
Yeah, there's footage of it, everywhere out there, of these skirmishes from the stress test and everything. This was even before it was optimized to the point where it is now. I mean, the NOS core now is pretty damn well.
Right.
To a point where I just don't get it, right? And we keep joking about this in the guild, like, oh, it's a small indie company, ha ha ha. It's not, and that's why it's funny, because it's not.
Exactly.
They have insane resources, like insane
millions of dollars of revenue per year.
Like, I just don't get it, right? And you just ask yourself, why don't they do anything? And normally you jump to like the whole server queue transfer stuff. I told myself, well, why would they enable transfers now where everybody wants it, because they're going to wait for people to pay, right? Because it always seems like what they're doing is either too late or not good enough or what it is. And I'm just wondering, what are the thoughts of Blizzard? Like, are they seriously
saying? You're on a good point, Orkbit, man. This is what I've been saying for the longest time, man. It would be such a good look, because let's say this whole time, every issue we've had with Blizzard since the very start, since I've met you guys, it feels like every week there's something that we're talking about and just wondering, scratching our head, like, why is Blizzard doing this? If Blizzard put forth a stronger foot towards communicating and had some CMs like Kyvax just come on Twitch every week and just be like, ask away, guys, ask away. And they could still be evasive and dance around some of the questions, like you see with the coronavirus updates. They get up there and they're talking, but oftentimes they're not even saying anything. But at least it kind of helps that they're there. You're asking like Dr. Fauci questions and stuff, and he's just kind of saying I don't know in weird ways. But at least coming on stream and talking to us and answering some of the questions would at least build a little empathy, like human to human connection, where you see the people working on it and they're like, what if they came on here like, guys, we agree with what a lot of you're saying, we just don't have the budget for it. Big Activision. Yes. Activision's not giving us many resources. I'm over here. I'm shopping at Dollar Tree right now, trying to buying toothpaste at Dollar Tree because we don't have enough resources or devs or whatever. We want to do this too.
They do it for retail, right? They have those. Every once in a while they'll have those panels where they have like Ian and shit like that. And don't give me the argument, well, it's classic. It's like
it's fucking huge.
It's huge. It's a huge game that many fucking people play, and I don't care if it's that there's a lot of knowns and things that people we know what's going to happen. No, I don't care. There's more issues that have to be brought up and talked about in an open panel. Why is it every time someone brings up something like a classic in another scenario, it's like, oh no, bring that out of there, you can't talk about a taboo, and then when we try to have a dialogue with Blizzard about it, it's always brushed off unless it's like, okay, you guys are allowed to talk about this here. There are issues that need to be brought up there, and like Cargo's, put on your tinfoil fucking hats here, whatever. I know a lot of people think this is like a, conspiracy, whatever, but is it because, Blizzard feels like they were forced to do this, something they didn't want to do, and they're like, well, screw you guys now, we did something that, we technically, like, didn't want to do, and they're kind of just like, you got what you got, it is what it is, deal with it. Is it that mentality? I don't know.
It's possible that they're low-key trying to usher people back towards retail, though. That is definitely a possibility, like...
They really are. Let's look at Shadowlands changes. All the Shadowlands changes for classes are all classic related. Every single one of the changes are.
I need to talk on that for a second. Thank you for bringing that up, Chris. And I know this is a little off topic for a second, but just bear with me, okay? I've been hearing a lot of positive things about Shadowlands, and,
Me too,
Let me just, I don't want to sound negative. I just want to be realistic here. We hear all this talk before every expansion, okay?
Yep.
Every expansion, they're bringing this back. They're bringing that back. They're doing this. They're doing that. It's going to be great. It's going to be this. All I'm saying is have realistic expectations. That's all I'm saying. Look at what has happened in the past with these previous expansions. Look at what has happened in the past when they say they're going to do these things, and it turns out to be not entirely true. It's more of like, oh yeah, they brought this back, but it's not really, a big deal. They brought, buffs back, they brought this back, but no one fucking cares if you use them or not. Like it's not a huge thing changing the class. And all I'm trying to say here is I think a lot of people jump on the hype wagon, a lot of people, and it's okay to have hype. It's okay to be, I want that game to succeed.
TBC is gonna dead it though, bro. If they come out with TBC, it is going to.
The thing is that they do.
Let me just finish the point. One sec. So the thing is like, we had this before BFA. Everyone was so friggin' hyped. There was all this hype about, this is going away, legendaries, artifact power, blah 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 blah. You have all this thought process going into, okay, it's gonna be so much better. And then you look at the realization over time, okay, the content is you play through the little bit of content that's new, you go into, and it's the same fucking thing, the same old story, the same grind, the same lack of commitment, the same lack of feeling like you're getting something for what you're doing, the same issues that happen over and over again. There's too much of a mess of people that they're trying to satisfy in retail to where they try to make everyone happy, where it's not going to work in my regards anymore. I think we have to just be realistic with our expectations. So
it's almost like they debate sometimes because, like, yeah, we get a lot of abilities. For instance, shamans, elemental shamans get a lot of stuff, but no one knows if it's going to be garbage. And what's going to happen is Ellie Shaman, I'm not saying it will be, but it cannot be the meta, and then all of a sudden Ellie Shamans are still garbage or whatever, insert class, whatever class you want.
Yeah, also, there's still Volpera and Pet Battles, so it can't be that good, right? It can't be that good.
Volpera and DK,
pretty big in the retail. They're revamping it. They're
riding
revamping the whole
riding
thing.
a fucking naked mole rat. What are they doing?
Squeakers, yeah.
I want to be a Volpera DK riding a squeakers, man, dude.
Yeah, dude. There's still all that, so like, don't think it's gonna magically become classic just because they added totems back.
Just because they made the cap level 60.
No way.
Oh, we made the cap level 60, and they still have the fact that when you're leveling, the classes level with you. Like all these things that have fundamentally changed in the game. I'm
not an example with shamans. By the way, they bring back Wind Fury, right? But if white hits don't matter as much as they do in classic.
Exactly.
Yeah, white hits are like
Exactly, Dune Dane.
So brought back lock curses, thinking that's a huge deal when really it's not that.
Exactly.
Like, it's not that exciting.
Yeah, the game has fundamentally changed so much that if you make these small changes are fucking just sprinkles on the cake, right? They're just like it's eye candy. It's something to look at to say, hey, we're doing this, but the core fundamental game, right?
You're still going to be grinding out useless things.
Same fucking thing that has felt since WoD.
Have you wondered if they do it like deliberately? Let's say, like they know we can't hit home, and they'll just be like, okay, but we just gotta hype the shit out of it because that initial wave of subs and purchases is just so like there's so much.
Absolutely.
It will sustain the WoW budget for the next year, for the next expansion, which is why you see a drought period of content at the end. Like I just don't think they care enough to go all the way until the next expansion. At this point, they have the expansion. They already have the other one after Shadowlands waiting, right?
I think that's so true for so many
how can they
gaming
have that and still have content droughts? Like, what the fuck?
Right. I think that's true.
You can't
for
fake a
so
good
many
game, bro. Once TBC comes out, we're gonna see what the majority of people play. I really do think people are gonna play TBC because I've said it before. I'll say it again. TBC scratches the itch of the classic people and a lot of the itches of the retail people. It's got that balance of like the modern
It's that arena.
You are 100% right there. Like the people who think classic is a bit too hardcore for them and they can't be bothered leveling or can't be bothered running around everywhere, they will jump on TBC. They'll see the flying mounts, they'll see the quest hubs, they'll see all this quality of life stuff, which will bring them in. I have a lot of real life friends. They jumped off classic at level 50-ish because they just couldn't do it. They literally couldn't do it. I don't blame them. It's not for everyone. And they're like, yeah, we're waiting for BC, right?
Yeah, I know people in the exact same boat.
So many people. A lot of my retail, I came from retail, and like I want to say 90% of them didn't make it to 60. They made the 40, 45, 50.
Yep.
And just gave up leveling.
Yeah,
it's fair enough. But they're gonna love BC though. Like not only does leveling get better, like just the whole. Like the whole niche of jewel crafting and finally starting to see everything getting viable. It's obviously it's a mixed bag. TBC, there's a lot of pros and cons with things getting viable that trivializes other things, yada yada, whatever. But overall, I think we all can agree that TBC is the only expansion that just builds on top of classic WoW, not adds too much shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Other expansions kind of feel like, oh, we have to revamp the game every time and do all this shit, where TBC just kind of feels like, okay, we're going to give classes a bit more of what they already have, some new stuff so they work. We have this new piece of land with new dungeon shit. There's still something happening in Azeroth, Cabins of Time, Hyjal, whatever. But it feels like they're building on top of Azeroth, on top of classic. It feels generic.
And remember, a lot of people want to play Horde Paladins or Alliance Shamans, and they can't do that in classic.
Yeah,
that's a big big breaker for a lot of people.
A lot of people want to play a pretty race and there's nothing on the Horde, so that's a very real consideration. Somehow, bro. I mean, I'm curious, Orkbit. I know where everybody stands on this matter. I think maybe a little bit. I don't know exactly where Crick stands, but let's start with Orkbit real quick. How would you rank TBC with relation to classic? Like, are you a classic boy at heart? Are you a TBC boy at heart? Like, try not to be biased here. Just look at every iteration of the game.
Yeah, so I would say the best way I could say it is classic is my favorite game. TBC is my favorite expansion because it's weird, right? It's kind of like you have Death and Iron Maiden, and people like, which one do you like the most? It kind of depends sometimes, right? And I have the same with classic and TBC because yes, they are different, but they're still yet very similar. It's definitely easier to say between Wrath and classic. I like classic more. But with classic and TBC, it's just it's two different things for me, and I like them for what they are, for their differences, not what they what they have in common.
What a based, like, just balanced way of looking at it. I like that. I'm gonna yoink that. Classic's my favorite game. TBC's my favorite expansion. I'm gonna go ahead and copy pasta that over to myself.
Sure. just give me some royalty checks every time.
Right. Crix though. How do you? I know you've been on the TBC hype train, bro. Try to like take a deep breath and just assess everything objectively out of because you played a lot of the retail games too. Like, how does World of Warcraft look to you?
I love retail. I still like retail. I don't play it anymore. I stopped playing it a few months ago, but I'm gonna play Shadowlands until TBC comes out. I liked classic when it came out. I think it just probably is on my servers. All these servers I'm on, I have 4 or 5 hour queues on Raid Night, and that's kind of just like, maybe I want to get on and do a quick AV. Oh, there's a 45-minute queue for AV after I get in the queue. The problems with Classic drove me to TBC. When I was younger with Vanilla, I was like 14 or 15 when Classic came out. That put me at 16, 17, 18 for BC. That's when I started playing the game a lot, was BC. That's why I'm so into BC. And being able to be an adult and have the our minds grown versus when we're 16 trying to play the game. makes it that much more fun.
It does.
And then Lich King leads into Lich King is my favorite of all time when I play it, but that was because I was like 19. So I was like, oh yeah, I can actually like really play this game.
So 1, 2, 3. What's your favorite? Like all things considered, favorite version of the game, second favorite, third favorite.
Right now, I'd say TBC Lich Classic.
Ooh.
I really like. If we're talking about retail, I really like Legion. I love Legion.
You putting Wrath before Classic. I like it though. We got a little bit of a different opinion here. This is good. It's not
because Classic is boring to me. Because look, here's your options. I have a character. I have a max character, blown out Warlock, and I raid. Next option is PvPing, and just to be petty, like you can't even see the damage done on the scoreboard in BGs. If I could just see the damage done, I would BG so much more. You know, but as a Warlock, you're not killing blows all the time anyway. Outside of PvP, you have a level alt just to do the same crappy raids again. So it's just really boring to me. You know, so I've been raid logging for a while. TBC opens up arena just alone, let alone not the classes and flying through all that, but the heroics, the amazing raids I'll talk about later. All this stuff that I'm doing right now is just so much more fun than having to sit in a queue and do the same thing I've been doing for 6 months. You know?
I think there's a valid point there. There really is, because in TPC there's always something to do when you log in.
Yes,
right. The game hands it to you. You have so much to do. Professions are amazing, heroics, badges, all this good stuff. Where in Classic WoW, the game hands you nothing. You log in and you have to completely make up a plan of action of what to do. You know, how to entertain yourself really, because the game won't do it in any way. Which is its charm, and for some people, it's you know. Yeah, it's bad side, but I totally get that.
One thing I want to chime into, so you guys know me in the chat, like I'm a Classic guy at the end of the day because it gets so much more bonus points to me because it's the base game, and it was just, you know, I love leveling and stuff. So anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but one thing I'm curious about, because we see how Classic played out, and all the content on Classic right now is easier than it was on private servers. We know that. And that OG vanilla WoW, at least for me, I was a little chicken head back in the day, I was a little kid, you know, like 13 or something like that. So I didn't know how difficult stuff even was. I'm just sitting there out of combat rezzing people. So like my mind's all foggy as far as how difficult it was back in the day. TBC, from the looks of private servers, seems like the difficulty level of normal dungeons, heroic dungeons, and raids are a couple steps up in terms of difficulty level. What do you guys think about that? You think that's going to hold true come real TBC, or is stuff going to be brain dead easy?
We know that Blizzard's going to... Okay, so first off, they're hard as shit. Everything in that game is so much... It's so much more fun to do a heroic and sitting there for an hour and a half, 2 hours wondering why we're wiping, and actually look up mechanics and have to CC and have to, you know, pull Succubus out, charm fear, babysit the fear. You have to do everything that makes it so much more fun that you can't do in Classic. I hope Blizzard doesn't just shit on it like they did, because the WoW Classic private servers were rough, weren't they? The raids were harder.
They were way harder.
Yeah.
I didn't play on the Classic one, so I don't know, but you see what they did, where they made it really easy. So if they make it really easy again, obviously I'll be butthurt, but you can just cash me on the Lich King server. You know what I mean? But if they make it normal, I hope they make it some kind of difficulty. Anything, do it now. AQ comes out, buff it a little bit, 10%, 15%. They'll give us something that it's a blowover. Like everything is so easy, and I hope they don't do that to PvC, which they probably will, but I hope they don't, because it's a good challenge, man. All these raids are such good challenges. I would hate seeing 10 wipes on Magtheron's Lair, and then when we go to Blizzard and you just one-shot it. It's not, you're not learning anything. You know what I mean? It's boring.
I think that's... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Apart from the surfer fiasco, I think the biggest thing here is they shouldn't make it too easy in BC. If they want to launch with 2.3.4, whatever it is, then buff the content for it. That's all I wanted to say.
I agree. I think 2.4.3 is just easier from so many different perspectives to implement, but I don't think it's hard to just bump up armor values and damage values. It can't be, right?
If a private server can do it with way less money than a Blizzard has it, there's no way you can't buff everything by 10%, 20%.
Yeah. I think you should be careful with that statement. We have seen plenty of examples of private server doing something and then Blizzard failing at it. We were just talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
But I think what we have to...
It's not a video game if it's easy.
Yeah.
We're just mindlessly running around doing nothing.
So, like, my 2 cents on this whole thing is it all comes down to if we get pre-nerfed or post-nerf content.
Yes.
And there are 2 sides to that, right? So, as we've seen Classic, it was the 1.12 client, which we got because they apparently didn't have the data and the capabilities to blah 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 whatever. However, they have all the data from TBC and onwards ready to go as it did back in the day, which for me, I mean, it's a little light of hope. Like it's burning, it's very little, but I'm like, okay, Blizzard, if you wanna score back all the points where you fucked up with the servers and all this other stuff, right? If you want to score some points, then make a progressive release, because you do have the data. We know it's what people want. We you know, I even think they shouldn't open tier 5 content at launch. I hope they don't.
Me too. I'm so glad you said that.
They shouldn't do that. Because many reasons, like you just have a lot of people fucking steamrolling into that. And it kind of gets put off a bit with the whole season 1 being behind. Then like PvP gear, you're just gonna have PvE plebs,
exactly
running amok. And and the other point was we were talking about the whole difficulty level of TBC versus Classic. I think TBC, maybe to some parts RAF, but for me it's just TBC. The APM, so the actions per minute or whatever you want to call it, was perfect. Right now, when I see retail WoW, the actions per minute are insane. There's just spells flying off like a Tommy gun everywhere.
It's a good way of explaining it. Yeah.
There's shit on the
lightning shit
everywhere, right? and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And you just see people just walking like it doesn't matter, right? So and this is where, you know, when you talk to people who are like pro classic and anti retail or anti classic and pro retail, you always hear this argument, and you have the retail people saying, oh, it's much harder now, you know, look at all the stuff that's going on. But the thing that made, like, let's say classic WoW or TPC WoW hard is not how many people can you have jumping around, moving out of shit at the same time. Is your tank death cap? Is you gonna get a crushing blow, right? It's much more of a meta game where you play with information and knowledge, not as much as actions. And I think TPC was so perfect with the amount of actions per minute, like stuff that was happening, and how impactful these actions were, right? You can have 1 million hits coming at you, but if they only do 0.1 damage, you don't care. But you can have one hit that will one-shot you, right? It's not the amount of actions; it's how they, you know, they impact.
It's how they're done, and
TBC was perfect in my opinion.
Yeah.
One quick point.
So one thing, because whenever I look at this, I like to just like objectively think, like, am I being selfish? Like, is this something like, because is what I want what everyone wants, right? Objectively, you know, looking at TBC, the dungeons, just like everything Orkbit said, you know, there is a clear progression in difficulty in you know, actions per second, actions per minute, whatever, you know, in TBC dungeons compared to vanilla, like no matter what, right? There's a clear difference there in the dungeons, in the raids, in the heroic dungeons. Now, when we talk about buffing content, 10%, 15%, whatever, when we're talking about buffing, you know, damage, and it's clear that, you know, a lot of us played on TBC private servers, a lot of us played on vanilla private servers, that this content was, you know, either armor values were higher, damage value were higher, things like that. Now, I first like to see is, like, you know, I understand that none of us want to go in there and have a cakewalk and just, like, you know, blow through all the content. And it did feel that way in Classic in a lot of respects. However, we still have AQ to go. I think a lot of people are going to have a rough time in AQ, especially with Cthulhu. We still have next Rammus to go as well. Right? That being said, there is a clear difference in what we expect and what the rest of the player base is expecting. People who have never played TBC before, people who are coming, you know, out of this from a with no memory, no bias, anything like that, is what they're experiencing similar to what I'm experiencing. That's something I try to look at, because, like, you know, I can only judge off my own perceptions, off my own experience, off what I've experienced. And in my own selfish ways, yes, I would like to feel more challenged. And TBC is absolutely more challenging than vanilla. I've done all the TBC raids, right? I've played it back in the day. I've done it on TBC private servers. And I justifiably remember, you know, having, you know, and that's the thing. I played it during the time when we had, you know, before pre-nerf and shit like that, when things weren't nerfed. So I would like to see in some way that they could, you know, with us having 2.4.3 talents, with us having the itemization that we had, like we did in Classic, that they can somehow determine, okay, like, and I think the player base has a say in this, absolutely, that objectively things are going to be a little bit easier because of the gear that we will be open to and the talents that we will open to. Should there be, and I think there is, some small change in the content to make up for that fact, and I think most people can agree on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I mean, there's also a hidden solution within the community, if I may. It might sound a bit weird, but like in our guild, the first Blackwing Lair we did, we had a lot of new people to Classic. They never played Classic before, right? Blackwing Lair is easy, and I'm actually, you know, it's easier than it was on private server. Surprise, but it will still wipe you if you fuck up.
Right.
And I think that's fine. And having a community, let's say. Because when you play on a private server, you most likely have all veterans, right? Which is probably why a lot of the stuff was overtuned, because it just seemed way too easy. Coming into Classic, you mix this, you know, pool of these quote-unquote hardcore players, you know, all these private server players who know all this content, who know the shit out of this. You mix them with people who never played, and it sort of kind of works. Like, we didn't clear Blackwing Lair on the very first night we stepped into it, also thanks to Blizzard. You know, we couldn't have everyone, like everyone didn't get in, but I'm kind of hoping to see that it will be somewhat the same in TPC, also because it hasn't been theory craft to death like Classic. So maybe, hopefully, because we have this huge influx of new people who actually don't know the content, it will be harder. Like, just like Blackwing Lair, like it's not like the content itself is hard, but if you don't do what you're supposed to, you will wipe, you will fuck up, you know. And I don't mind that, to be honest, because it should be easy if you know what you're doing. And
I think people start theory crafting a lot once we get closer to it too.
Yeah, but Orbit, real quick to your point, I've never wiped in BWL, so I have no idea what you're talking about. that was an inside joke, Orbit. That was an inside joke.
We wipe all the time.
Dude, last night was a mess.
Oh, we had such a horrible raid. But anyway, yeah, that's beside the point.
This is my point exactly, because I bet your guild, you know, everyone in your guild knows what to do, right? You're pretty good guild, I assume. If you don't wipe,
we're okay. We're okay.
We do wipe, though. We do wipe. It's a strong.
That was a joke, Orbit. That was a joke.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was an inside joke. I'm sorry. We wiped. Last night we wiped way too much. So no, it happens. I'm just sorry. I should have prefaced the joke, but basically we had a shitty night last night. And when you said people will wipe, I was like, oh yeah, we definitely know what that's like.
So people are just excited for ZG for you guys. It looked like people were just excited for ZG.
I think so. Yeah.
Like, my point was basically just that this whole discussion of content being too hard, being too easy, what will we get, what can we get, what won't we get, you know, at the end of the day, if you want it to be a bit harder, just this sounds a bit weird, just recruit some fucking noobs, right? It will get harder because you have to carry more.
That is true. Or do splits. I mean, you do splits. That's probably the best.
Yeah.
The more satisfying way to do it, right? You know, you make it harder.
I think a good difficulty barrier could be how they launched TBC2. Like, are they letting people come at 60? Or are we starting at 58? If you're letting a world of people in there fully max gear out, they're gonna blow through that content right away.
Yeah.
All the content.
No, but you're absolutely right, Orkbit. There's a way to, you know, TBC raids have a lot of those situations like we do in BWL, where if you fuck up, no matter how low the armor values are, you're gonna wipe, right? And so yeah, I'm hoping for harder than what we've expected to see, but TBC's already a step up anyway. So
yeah, they trimmed a lot of the fat from literally from vanilla raids, right?
Yeah.
You technically you can go into a vanilla raid with 25 people and then have 15 people who don't know what to do, and you know,
isn't that what we do? Oh, I mean, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, but I think what they did at you know, TBC was kind of like, okay, you actually probably should only be like 25. Organizing 40 is you know, it was hard back in the day. It's fucking easy now with technology, Discord and whatever, you know, but it wasn't as easy as back in the day. I think that's also why they moved away from it.
Real quick, I just wanted to talk like what you said about having Hyjal to wait on, like, you know, Hyjal, because I think with, you know, obviously
I think he meant tier 5 instead of
tier 5,
3.
not tier 6. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hyjal's tier 6. Yeah.
Yeah. So well, Hyjal was released at launch. You just couldn't do it until you had all the until you had you finished the what the fuck's it called?
Did you have to kill bosses in tier 5 to be
Yeah, you know what I mean.
You have to get the SSC thing.
The attunements, yes. So what I'm thinking is, okay, so come TBC, if Hyjal is available, it was available at the launch. It was just it took so long for people to get there because of the attunements and things like that. People will rush so far to try to do, Hyjal as quick as they can.
Yeah.
And with that gear available, like I think it's more in the sense of no changes if we even just don't have that at a launch and push that out at content further on, because people are going to rush to get this as quick as we're going to see people in the first couple weeks, clearing all the content that's available at TBC at its launch. And I think that would be possibly a mistake, because the difference between people who are, it's going to become like everyone's going to be like, oh, we all have to get this content done now as soon as possible. Next thing you know, you got people running, and it's just going to cause such a clusterfuck of everyone. Okay, every week we got to do this raid, that raid, and it's going to be, rushing to do all this content. Then they're going to have this whole dry period of nothing there, and it's going to be a fucking mess. So I think we need to gatekeep some of that content in order to protect the longevity, in order to protect the true feeling of TBC, because some guilds got in there pretty early, but the amount that are going to get in there early this time around is going to be way fucking more, and it's going to have a huge detriment, in my belief, to the feeling of and most private servers do that as well. They will hold out on.
Right, because it makes sense. Like, if you release TBC today, obviously you would time gate the fucking content like any other expansion.
You have to.
The reason
That's why I'm with you with AT5.
Yeah. So when it came out back in the day, there was no realistic, it wasn't realistic at all for people to be like, oh yeah, they're gonna be level 70 in 4 days, and they're gonna have everything ready and cleared. It just didn't happen because people didn't know the content. It doesn't matter that it wasn't open at the point. It wasn't really available because people didn't know shit about it.
Exactly.
So
like its whole long tail to figure it out.
Yeah, I really hope they do it, because what I've seen from Classic, what most people complain about, and what I hear from you, Crix, is like, people get burned out because there's such a competitive mentality nowadays that didn't exist back in the day to push it. Like, there's so many people playing Classic WoW who treat it as a job and doesn't really they don't really enjoy it that much. They just have to do it because it's like hardcore mentality, and to each their own. But yeah, I don't know, man.
I think that's one of the most important things going into TVC, honestly, is to time gate this the content in a reasonable way.
Not only to like please us and give us like the perfect journey or whatever.
Right.
It makes sense because you have the PvP seasons. You have season 1, season 2, all that stuff, which back in the day was going alongside the content that was clear.
Exactly.
You have people super early on jumping in with high-end PvE shit. It can't be good for the game.
No.
Yeah.
Let's move on to some classes, boys. So I'm going to drop a straw poll in the chat right now, guys. Let me know which class. We have 3 classes left to do. We have Rogue, Mage, and Hunter. Again, if you guys haven't made it for the last streams, we just do light and polite broad strokes, talking about each class, each spec, just our high-level thoughts on each one and how they perform in TBC, what is there to look forward to, what kind of sucks about it, whatever comes to mind. So if you have a second, go ahead and vote on the straw poll, and even including you guys in the call if you can. Let's see what we got here. We'll give it a minute. What are you gonna main? Are you gonna main Ellie Shaman in TBC while we wait for that to fill up, Orbit?
Probably Ellie or some type of shaman.
They're so good.
TBC though, so yeah. So I'll have a mage for sure. I'll have a warrior. I'll have a shadow priest. I think at the end of the day I'll probably have each class. But TBC is just it's such a wholesome feeling for me. I don't know who. I think it was Chris who was talking about, what age you were when you were playing TBC, and I was about the same, and it's just it feels so good, and I just love that feeling of playing all these classes in TBC. I don't know why. I think it goes back to, as Chris said, where I was at that point. I loved playing all these different classes. They all felt great, to be honest.
What would you play if you couldn't play Shaman? It seems like you're a Shaman enthusiast, but I'm curious what would be the number 2.
Maybe Shadow Priest.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep, like I said, well, it looks like
Shadow Priests are the most exciting, like, I don't know, I guess the big turnaround whenever, because I've been playing, I'm not one of them, but there's a couple in our raids and our heroics and stuff, and they're super cool.
Dude,
I
that's super cool in TBC.
so hard.
Exactly, yeah.
And the cool thing that they did in TBC, because a lot of change in class designs that Blizzard has made over the years, kind of homogenized the whole scene. And I still think, obviously this was a kind of going in that direction, but it was still so early that it didn't break the game. And then it made, these hybrid classes super viable without making them stupid, right? Instead of saying like, okay, Elemental Shamans and Hamster Shamans and the Shadow Priest, you just do the same DPS now as everyone else, and you can also do all this amazing stuff. They kind of made, they just added on top of it again, like, okay, Shadow Priest, you're a mana battery now. Shaman, you're a buff your caster group, like we kind of do in Classic, right? It's still building on that classic feel. It's amazing.
Hell yeah.
Elemental Shamans, dude, they're so dope in TBC.
Oh, dude, I can't.
That Totem of Wrath, that Totem of Wrath that gives 3% crit and 3% hit to all the casters.
Yeah.
Oh.
Melvin,
do you know why I want
everybody up for that?
Yeah, do you know why I want progressive TBC? Because in the beginning of TBC, if I remember correctly, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the last talent in Elemental, it worked differently in the beginning. How it works in the 2.4.3 is, you get a chance to essentially win Fury on your lightning bolts, right? You get a chance to proc another lightning spell with half damage and no threat or some shit like that. In the beginning, however, it was just a flat out double spell, right? It wasn't nerfed in damage or anything. It was crazy. I loved it.
What is it? I thought your last ability was the Totem of Wrath.
Yeah, but
no, it's the second to last. Lightning Overload. Lightning Overload.
100% positive it was like that because I had a Shaman ult and the patch came, but it didn't work for me, so I had to ticket Blizzard because it was bugged for me personally. It was something weird. I'm 100% positive.
You should never have done it, dude. Like,
I know.
It was so good. I still remember to this day, like, being outside Shathra and respecking Elemental just after, because I was leveling as Enhancement back then. I was so amazed by Dual Will. I went right outside of Shathra City, and there's these, like, fucking chameleon kind of things, the one that Shadow Step. They can, like, blink.
Oh, the Warp Stalkers?
Yeah.
Warp Stalkers.
I run up to this fucker, put down my brand new fucking Elemental Totem, like, oh, get that crit, like, amazing shit. I pop my shit, and, I was just in love with that.
That's awesome.
That Totem is fat. That's 3% crit, 3% hit, I think.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Absolutely, especially coming from a Warlock's perspective. I get to lose 3% hit in my armor.
And you have a spell power totem as well.
If you're a Draenei Shaman,
Wrath of Air, which is 101 spell power.
101 spell power, I think.
Yep.
If you're a Draenei Shaman Melderon, you roll into raid with how much? Like 13% hit or something?
You get an extra. So you get 13% hit or whatever.
It's nice.
Extra hit. Yeah.
All right.
Shaman surprised me the most out of everything.
It looks like Hunter is the number one pick, so we're just gonna hop right into it, guys. Hunter, we're here in the talents right now. So again, we have Beast Mastery, Marksmanship, Survival. This is what I played primarily in TBC. I played a bunch of different classes, so again, my brain is kind of foggy on this, but I will just give you the light and polite, main changes that I can think of off the top of the head right now. Number one, you have Steady Shot, which is like kind of your bread and butter now. You have Steady Shot. You have Kill Command. You also have Misdirection. Misdirection is huge.
Huge for raids.
For raiding, you can redirect the threat. Is very, very good. Also, just as a general thing, as a hunter in TBC, you do some insane damage. You slap really, really hard. You're a tier 1 DPS. Another amazing thing. Let me tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you like hunters, traps in combat. I say again, traps.
That's so good.
In combat.
Really good.
It's so annoying, especially with the 400 millisecond spell batching in Classic. You know how it feels very wonky. It feels like almost half a second goes by before you're able to even do your little your feign into trap. Well, no longer. You don't have to worry about that. You can use traps in combat. I can't stress that enough of how juicy of a quality of life upgrade that is. Again, tier 1 DPS. You generally, from the PvE side, pretty sure you rate as BM or survival, but I think survival you need to be really geared. So BM,
one survival.
You one survival? Okay.
Yeah, you keep one survival, and the rest are either BM. And it literally is. I'm not joking. It's a 1-button macro. It's a single. Their rotation is a single button, and they pump so hard. I posted a little thing in our chat. They pump they double DPS starting out. Even over Warlock and everything else, easily double DPS. It's not with everybody trucking off. They're really good. That's the last boss of Karazhan.
Yeah, and they have threat dumps, feign death, all types of stuff. Yeah, I mean, hunters are solid, man.
They're broken, and in heroic, you need them. You almost want one in heroic most of the time because they can do all the pulls for you. Because heroics are so hard to do. When you start out,
I mean, here's the thing, right?
Marksmanship and burst is so good.
A lot of people will say in classic,
completely unplayable in raids.
It's not in raids.
Better for PvP, isn't it? With
PvP,
shot.
exactly. Yeah, and scatter shot.
Marksmanship.
It's more of a PvP spec for like arenas and stuff like that. But you can raid a survival, but you need to be really geared because you need like a ton of agility to make the lightning reflexes and some of those abilities come.
You need like 2K agility to be able to run survival.
Yeah.
Hunter is pretty high on my list, but I don't really like Beast Mastery.
It's so fun, man.
Here's the thing too, man. So Hunters, a lot of people will say Hunters took an L in Classic. Like if you look at the Hunter Discord, they've renamed it, joking around before, has been waiting for TBC Discord. A lot of these people have, a lot of these Hunters feel like a combination of factors in Classic set them up for less success than they experienced on private servers. It kind of rubbed them a lot of the long way. For those of the people who have hung in there and have played Hunter and are Hunter enthusiasts, I think TBC they're going to take a couple steps up in terms of power level. They're also one of the strongest arena teams is when you have a hunter and a healer, and pretty much the reason why is because of Viper's Sting. Viper's Sting gives you the attrition win condition in an arena setting because you are just constantly Viper Stinging. You also use the Scorpion Pet because the Scorpion Pet has a poison, so you're trying to do everything you can to keep that Viper Sting on. It's the bane of Def Camp's existence.
And you have the mana aspect, right? The mana regen
aspect of the Viper, yes. Aspect of the Viper. Very, very strong as well. As you can see in the Beastmaster tree, looking at their final talents here. Well, sorry, do any of you guys have experience playing Hunter in TBC? Maybe I'm talking too much. Anyway, chime in whenever.
I have zero.
Okay.
Late TBC I've seen. Remember Jahaj Melderon?
Oh yeah.
So Beast Within basically gives you the Bestial Wrath bonus. So you know how your pet, when you pop Bestial Wrath, like you know how frustrating that is to deal with, if especially back on private servers when you had like a Bestial Wrath Lupos. Yeah, good night, bro. He's gonna snuff you out. But now Beast Within, you also become enraged, so you can't be feared, you can't be really like stopped or whatever. In Marksmanship tree, you have Silencing Shot. So it's a shot that deals 50% weapon damage and silences the target for 3 seconds. That's just like a straight up blanket silence. They can't do anything. It's not like a lockout. It just silences them for 3 seconds. And then I don't really know too much about survival. I didn't really play survival. Readiness, this immediately finishes the cooldown on your other hunter ability. So it's kind of like a prep for hunters. So I don't know like how amazing that is. Might be pretty good. But yeah, so we talked about rotation.
Isn't that basically like the same of like the CG Trinket, the talent?
Like Renataki's, yeah, very similar. Yeah, it's like Renataki's, but there might be some other stuff to do as well. So as far as raid utility, you do get this thing called Ferocious Inspiration as a Beastmaster Hunter. It's going to increase all damage done by everybody in your party by 3% for 10 seconds. So every time your pet scores a critical hit, you're giving 3% damage increase. That's just one piece of utility in the raid. Then also your Scorpion Sting
stacks.
It stacks with other debuffs, right? Like because there's
other hunters. Wouldn't it? Yeah, if you were running 4 hunters, 3 of them are running that.
Yeah. Yep. So that's pretty juicy. Scorpion Sting, chance to hit with melee and range attacks reduced by 5%. I forgot if that's what it does in Classic as well. If there's some changes there, you don't really use Scorpion Sting too much in Classic. Again, misdirection. Exposed weakness. Oh, interesting thing. So as a survival hunter, if you guys play hunters currently, the tier 2 armor bonus, if you have 8 out of 8 for a hunter, is called exposed weakness, and it only becomes really viable if you kind of have a good amount of hunters. But in TBC, it becomes like an actual debuff you can keep up as survival hunters. So your range criticals have a 100% chance to apply an exposed weakness effect to the target, increasing the attack power of all attackers against that target by 25% of your agility for 7 seconds. So there's kind of some parallels to what with Shadow Priests and their whole percentage of their int or damage going to assist the raid. You see a trend there at TBC, and I think
so much good synergy.
Yeah, let me pause here too. So what do you guys think about hunters in TBC? Would you guys have any?
So much better than Classic. Well, I think they just go one of the biggest changes, right, from being a lackluster, mediocre, DPS, with a semi good rotation to a easy as fuck rotation with an insane amount of damage.
They don't even need gear.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of hunters. You're going to see a lot less warriors and a lot more hunters, I think, in TBC. You're going to see a lot of pretty good hunters in PvP as well. Overall, I think they're in a really good place in TBC. That's all I got for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they slap. Actually, I see it every day when I'm playing. They slap. I mean, it angers me. I'm half me's mad when I get in a group with one because I'm gonna lose DPS war, but the other half's like, yeah, hunters, get the big slappers going because it's ridiculous and they don't need the gear and it literally is one button.
I'm thinking on the pet side of things. On the pet side of things, there's some juicy pets. You get guys and some new pet abilities. So Orkbit mentioned already the Warp Stalkers. You can get a pet that has a blink. And I don't remember them being that viable. But basically, the pets you're going to see in PvP are either a Scorpid for the poison stacking or a Ravager. Ravager's really solid in PvP. There's also some new abilities like Gore that boars get. It's another focus stump type of thing. I think it might even stun or something. I have to go look it up.
Does the Ravager have speed increase, or how is that?
I'm kind of forgetting. Someone in the chat.
Like a proc. I think one of them has like a proc, right? Speed increase or some shit like that.
You also get spiders, which can web, right? In TBC, you can't tame spiders in vanilla. So there's some cool stuff to look forward to on the pet front. One thing, a common misconception is that you get exotic pets. You're able to tame devil swords and stuff in TBC. That was actually Wrath. So for those of you thinking you're gonna be able to go out to Angoro and pick up a King Crush or whatever, you gotta wait another X-Pack for that one.
Every hunter seems to be using that one like weird scorpid looking, like looks like a syphilis bug.
Yeah, it's a Ravager. Yeah, Ravager.
And it pumps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those things. That's what everyone seems to be using.
Yeah, Ravager.
Yeah, that's the one with the attack speed, I think.
And there still is the dead zone. True. There's no dead zone. There is a dead zone still. The dead zone didn't go away till Kata.
Yep. And people using Wind Serpents, the only thing about Wind Serpent is it does lightning damage, so it pretty much will take up the Storm Strikes procs from the Shamans, so another one's going to yell at you if you have a... you know the charges that it consumes of nature damage? Yeah, if you use that as a pet...
Was he mean Storm Strike? Yeah.
So if you use that, your Shamans are going to tell you to fuck off and get another pet. But, yeah, because that's focused up. But yeah, what do you got? What else do you guys think about Hunters? So you think they're pretty strong in TBC?
Yeah, they're in a much better place than they were in vanilla.
Yeah, they're really strong. It evens out down the road, but to start off,
rightfully
you can't go wrong as a
right?
hunter.
If you think about it, in classic, right, Hunter is a pure DPS class. Like, it's not a hybrid, but it's still kind of regarded as a meh. We need one for Trank or some shit like that, right? Mm-hmm. And finally now it gets it is a pure DPS class, and it gets its right due.
Yo, to be honest, I forgot about this talent too, man. Animal Handler. Did you guys forget about this? Increases your speed while mounted by 8%. Yo,
I didn't know that.
I forgot about that.
Paladin, man.
Damn, built-in carrot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, the nice thing with Hunter is when you look at it for the first time, you're like, okay, it's kind of an easy ranged shooting class, but it's super deep. The pet system, it's complex, and it's a class that you can literally play for hours and hours and hours in solo content, just gathering the pets, learning about it, and that's something I really like about Hunters. The reason I wanted to play one in Classic, and the reason I still have this high on my list for TBC. So I really, really enjoy listening to you, Cargos, about Hunters. It's super interesting for me personally.
Someone in chat made an extremely good point. If you are a hunter, you really need to know this. This is a massive, massive win for Hunters. Opovar, thank you very much for the 8 months on Twitch Prime, bro. That too. You should also know that Opovar was supported for 8 months. But the other thing I was going to say is that pets scale with you as a hunter. So in Classic WoW, your pet... the damage you do at week 1 when you're heading into Molten Core, your pet's not scaling anywhere from that point. Yeah, you can hit him with Jujus and Scrolls and stuff like that to try and get him up there, and he will scale in the sense that he'll benefit more from potential debuffs and stuff that you have up on the boss. But your pet is a static amount, right? And this is part of the reason why people say Hunters fall off in Classic, because your pet's not really scaling. In TBC, at some point, I don't know if it was like that at day 1 TBC or if that was a later down the line, but they made it so pets scale with your stats. Which is huge. Right?
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Wow, that's a lot of new stuff for Hunters. Jeez.
A lot of new stuff for Hunters.
The more you know.
The more you know.
The traps in combat. The second you like get your hands on a hunter and you realize that you can just drop them whenever you feel like it. It feels so good, man. Like
the freedom in that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's it for Hunter, though. We can move on to the next class. I'll pull up their tier sets real quick. If you guys have any questions about Hunter, I'm not exactly a big brain, but I'll do my best. Here's the Hunter. Okay, so this is my favorite Hunter set right here. The Hunters here on the second to the left, if you can see him here, and they pretty much have this brown guy at the top. Some people still use this as a transmog in retail today. They kind of like it. It's not my exact favorite. I think all the Hunter sets are really nice though, and my favorite is the eyeball one on an orc. When I first saw these in Shattrath City, when I saw a Hunters with the eyeballs moving around, because those eyeballs will look around at stuff, right? Yeah. I thought that was the coolest thing ever, man. And it looks amazing. And another thing, as a Hunter in TBC, you still have to use ammo, right? They have a bow, legendary bow in TBC. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Sunwell bow. No ammo. How flavorful, how bursting
this is
with
why
rich, juicy flavors.
The old fucking shit works. It still has that awesome RPG element to it.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. That bow is so cool looking. It really is.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
In general, just TBC loot. I know we can give Blizzard a lot of shit for like rehashing old vanilla sets and mobs in TBC, but they did a lot of new things that really look amazing. Like, look at the Warlocks, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, tier 4, 5, and 6 are the most popular tiers for transmogs in retail as well. All of them are. Because those are the first ones where they were animated ones, like the Warlock, little void.
And they're the best. Come on, they're the best sets in the game.
Yeah, imagine working at Blizzard right now in their art department or whatever, the guy who makes the new sets, and every expansion or every new content comes out, you just see these, fucking Power Ranger sets after each other. Everyone wants to
or tentacles, fucking tentacles.
Yeah, they just transmog it back to this shit, and you just sit there at work every day like, I can't come up with anything that's better than this.
More tentacles.
Dragons.
That is awesome, man. So a lot to look forward to as a Hunter, guys. Which of the three is your favorite here out of these Hunter sets? And then we'll wrap up and go to the next class.
The eyeball one, for sure.
You think so?
I like tier 4, honestly. Tier 4, yeah. Tier 5 looks good on Orc, though.
Yeah. I've used all of these as transmogs before. I love the TBC armor. I don't know if any of you in the chat feel the same way, but once I had my hands on these full sets from TBC, it kind of like checked something off long lost in my childhood that I wished I did. I wished I had the full set, and like going back and farming these up from Black Temple and from all the BC raids and getting the full set and having them as a complete transmog, I just never took them off. Like I was it. I was done with my character's looks. I was like, this is how I want my character to look, and that was pretty much it for me. But okay. Let us move on to the next one. We'll just go to the poll here and see what the second most voted one is.
I think it was Rogue. I'm ready, baby.
Rogue. A lot to talk about on Rogue, guys. So here we go. We're going to pull up the Rogue talent. Steph Camp, you want to lead us off with Rogue, man?
Yes. So first off, let me talk about some of the major changes in Rogue. So unfortunately, in PvE, combat swords is very similar to how it plays and to how it was in vanilla. Very, very similar. It is the top TPS for rogues in PvE, combat swords. PvP, I think, is where rogues really shine in TBC. Let me talk first about one of the best things ever is you no longer get out of fucking stealth when using SAP. You don't even have to put points in it anymore, okay? So
that's huge.
That's huge, right? It was one of the most annoying things if you're a TBC player and you played in vanilla and TBC is like all improved SAP does, or it's called Dirty Tricks. It increases just the range of your blind and SAP. No longer will you get out of fucking stealth when using SAP. So that's a huge change right there. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Another big one, of course, we all know Cloak of Shadows, right?
Ooh.
What does Cloak of Shadows do?
Ooh.
Cloak of Shadows removes all magical effects on you, whether it's dots, whether it's a fairy fire from a druid, removes all magical effects on you so that when you vanish or need to re-stealth, you can do it without having to worry about popping out. This is huge for rogues. This is one of their biggest detriments, and this is why when I played on private servers, I played a dwarf, because it's almost like you had a Cloak of Shadows for diseases, poisons, and bleeds with Stone Form. So if you play dwarf, you get Stone Form and Cloak of Shadows, so you can literally do whatever you have anything on you, you can vanish without worrying. But it's just such a game changer for rogues. Another amazing thing for rogues in PvP. So let's talk about PvP first. I think because primarily that's the biggest difference, right? So number one, you're going to go what most people do is a hemo spec, the hemo swords, right? And what that is, right? Hemo, it was an ability in Classic as well. It takes over your Sinister Strike or your main ability, right? That's your combo point generator, and it does a lot of damage, right? So you basically, use Hemo to get combo points. Then you can either, eviscerate or, kidney. I'm sorry. Fuck. Why am I? Not kidney shot. Kidney shot them. Like that right there. Stun lock rogues back in BC. Like you'll die in stun locks in Vanilla too. But like I played a rogue in BC for most of BC, and one of the best things is being able to kill someone in a stun lock and they never get out of that stun lock. It's such an amazing feeling. It sucks being on the opposite end of it, absolutely. But it is one of the most amazing things to do when you just kill someone in a stun lock. It's just so much damage that you're able to put out. The other things that are really amazing, number one, I think like a lot of people will tell you like Shadow Step is amazing. So the very last talent point in the Subtlety tree is called Shadow Step.
Oh yeah.
And this is not just because it will take you to your target, but it does so many things, right? Because it take you out of the route wherever you're at. Like in terms of a PvP, right? When you're on a target and you can literally Shadow Step kick the healer, who's 30 yards away from you, wherever the range is on it. Like being able to do that is absolutely amazing. Not only does it do that, but when you do it, okay, it increases your movement speed by 70% for 3 seconds, right? And the damage of your next ambush, backstab, or garrote is also increased by 20%. So if you Shadow Step ambush or Shadow Step backstab, which most people are going to be swords spec. But Shadow Step garrote, it's all and it added 20% bonus there as well.
The crazy thing too, I just realized, but just before we move on from that, is that prep actually resets Shadow Step too. It doesn't for cloak or anything like that. But
yes. So any of your cooldowns, whether it's Invasion, Sprint, Vanish, Cold Blood, Shadow Step, and Premonition. And what Premonition does another thing as well. So you use it and it puts 2 combo points on your target. So say you want to open up on somebody, say it's a priest, whatever, and your cheap shot's going to give you, say 3 combo points, whatever. So you open up with you get that 2 combo points, then you open up with a cheap shot, boom, you always got 5 combo points on the target already right there. So it's huge to have that Premonition there to get those extra combo points if you need them. Really amazing. Obviously, you still have preparation like you did in BC, which is an amazing talent. But the other big change in TBC is Cheat Death. Okay, and Cheat Death is honestly one of the when I play 2v2 with a rogue, having that chance where this person, if they hit Cheat Death, they can cloak and vanish if they have to, and bring them back up to full. It's basically. I mean, you're cheating death. You literally are cheating death. It is such a strong talent. It is so powerful in a 2v2 environment. Rogues are all about control, okay? When you're playing with a rogue, if you're playing priest rogue or mage rogue, and even more intense control comp with 2v2, it's all about what you can do and to keep your players CC'd, keep them out of the fight, to be able to focus on one target and keep one player, controlled for that whole time. Rogues are amazing at that. Whether you Shadow Step kidney someone, whether you Shadow Step, getting a sap off before someone's in combat. Like there's so many amazing things you can do as a rogue to keep players controlled. But seeing a rogue play at a high skill level, like we're talking about, reckless skill level, is one of the most amazing things you'll see. Just because the level of complexity and the level of small micromanaging when it comes to getting off that Shadow Step kick, getting off that Shadow Step gouge, getting off that Shadow Step kidney shot, or just being able to do that blind and re-stealth to get a sap off somebody as soon as they get out of combat. Like these small things that you can do as a rogue to keep one player out of the fight so you can focus on the other one. Rogues are assassins in TBC. They are some of the most damage that you can get in whether it's a small period of time and control at the same time, right? So when you have a combo like we'll say rogue mage, right? So you have someone who their DRs are not shared. So you have a sheep, you have stuns, you have the silences, you have the kicks, you have a great combination there for control. You have a great combination there for survivability because of Ice Block, because of Cheat Death. right? So that cheat death, I think, is something that a lot of people see and they're like, okay, this is pretty cool, but like what's the deal with it? I'm still going to be at whatever, like 1% health, but that small opportunity to be able to re-stealth and recover and heal and bandage, whatever you can do, is like you can't put a value on that. It's so fucking strong.
It's huge.
So
it's
strong.
Huge. One thing I also wanted to point out real quick is that combo points don't fall off in TBC, which
yes.
is
So from target to target, that is something that you like, even if you're something that's so annoying in vanilla, even if you go and like you're fighting someone and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go loot this, you just lost your combo points. As soon as you click off that target, you lose your combo points.
Gone, baby.
Right? No longer does that happen in TBC, which is honestly very, very powerful and very good for the rogue. So
what do you think about rogues in PvE though, Crix? Like in your raid, do you have a couple rogues in there? Like people will say that rogues are terrible in PvE. You'll just hear this run around. Whether they are or not is up to debate or whatever. But I'm curious, from a fresh on the ground, boots on the ground perspective, Crix, do you see rogues? How are they doing in the raids right now?
Rogues. So in raids, rogues they're about the same as you said. You see a little less than they are in classic, but they don't get up there that much. But the utility, the fact that you use so many different classes, their cakes are major.
Yes.
Are they still the top melee DPS though?
Yes.
Yes, they are top melee.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I was like,
really?
Yeah, in TBC there's top melee. Yeah.
So what is all this rogue hate on them? People are hating on them so hard.
That's why I was so surprised when you said that. I was like, what?
But so many other classes, I think, really shine in TBC. And
casters scale way better than melee.
And here's the thing: I think rogues kind of stay the same. Like rogues are very similar in vanilla and TBC in PvE. Okay, you're literally your
same thing.
Even your talents, like you get a couple added things like surprise attacks. It's not even like your finishing moves can't be dodged, and the damage dealt by your signature strike backstab is increased. Like it's not a big change at all. Your literal everything you do is the same. Slice and dice, 5 points slice and dice. Only thing that's different is the slice and dice moves from assassination to combat. You get a couple different things in combat that add to it. Assassination, you go down to vile poisons, right? Increases damage done. You get your malice, you get your lethality, you get all that your points there. Of course, you don't put improved eviscerate. You really never get to eviscerate. If you actually have a chance to use combo points that aren't for slice and dice, which is rare, like you always want to keep up slice and dice. So if you do, you can use rupture, right? Because you have those, you have more debuff slots. So you can go ahead and put a rupture on the boss, and then go ahead and keep up slice and dice. But that is literally your rotation. 5 points slice and dice, 5 points rupture if you can, 5 points slice and dice. That's it. That is your rotation as a rogue. It's not very different, pretty much the same as it was in classic. I think where rogues really shine in TBC is in PvP, right? And you have so many amazing abilities. Like rogues are always about control. Rogues are always about being able to get in there, kill someone, get back out. Like it's like I love the playstyle of them. And in TBC they just have so much I think added a tool set, like just small things, like just like I said, that ability to sap someone and stay in stealth, right? Like that little bit right there. If you get a sap off in the beginning of a fight where someone and a lot of times if you're going against a rogue, someone's a rogue, you want to get in combat as soon as possible because you don't want to get that sap off when you're going into it, an environment where you're in or something like that. Mm-hmm. So if someone gets that sap off in the beginning, like if you're playing a really good rogue, they're going to try to get you out of combat for just a second, whatever, and get that sap off, or get that gouge or get that blind. It's all about that. You only need a short window. If you can get this short window where you can you have someone down to half health, give them a full 5-point kidney on that target on the healer, you can in that time shadow step over to the other player and kill them.
So much
depending
control.
on depending on what's going on.
Rogue with full cooldowns are probably the best duelers too in TBC. It is
Rogue
so
in PvP is I can attest to this. Rogue is the one class that I will purposely go out of my way to try to 1v1 and lose every time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're the scariest fucking things in the world. I will be completely PvP geared out in SLSL and will fight 5-minute fights with them and end up losing.
Yep.
And it's
with
the most
prep?
And the worst part is all their cooldowns are short cooldowns.
Yeah.
They're not 5-10 minute cooldowns. You're talking about 30 seconds.
Cloak is 3 minutes though, right? Isn't it? Or is it 2 minutes?
Cloak is 3 minutes.
Cloak is 3 minutes.
Cloak is 3 minutes.
Double it with prep, right?
No, you can't. Prep doesn't work on cloak. I'm pretty sure that's
prep does not work on cloak.
That'd be so
It's still what, 7 seconds, 8 seconds? How long does it last?
The cloak is
for cloak?
Cloak is like 3 seconds, right? Isn't it? Or
Cloak lasts more than 3 seconds. Yeah, I think it's seven.
Seven or something.
Yeah, it's about 7. That sounds about right. Yeah.
So if you
it's long, and coming from a warlock, like it's just I'm burnt. It fades to all black, and when I see that happen, I'm just like, oh well, I'm gonna stay here.
Exactly. Just what Crick said. So when I played a priest as well, so I played a priest in TVC a lot as well. So you see that rogue go into cloak, and you're just like, okay, fuck. Like if you're a caster, you're just okay. I'm not gonna can't do shit to this guy right now. Can't do a fucking thing. Okay. Yeah. And so you're it's like when a paladin bubbles in a way, right? Paladin bubbles. Okay, my focus has to go off this person now.
That's insane.
But it's not like they're immune to healing. No, they can still receive healing. It's just magical effects that are detrimental to them, right? So, you can cloak offensively, you can cloak defensively. Whether you're fighting a melee, you have your stuns in order to stop DPS. I think in a 2v2 environment, in a 3v3 environment, right? Like rogues, if you have a good rogue, I love playing rogue in TBC, and it's been a long time since I've done it. So, excuse me, like a lot of my memory is, it's from a long fucking time ago. But it is one of the most fun and engaging things you can do is to play a rogue in an arena match, and at a high level, right, where you're constantly thinking about what you can do this next second, what you can do, looking at your DRs, looking at what abilities you can use. A good rogue is one of the most amazing things to watch in an arena setting. It's so
they move
fucking
faster
awesome.
in stealth. They're not all super slow.
Exactly.
And they're stealthed up too. And like thinking of heroics, after doing the heroics, when you do your attunements, they're hard to do, man. And you need a rogue with you. The fact that they can sap and not break stealth and then run back to you, and then you can pull is just absolutely
Yeah.
What do you think, doing anything about rogues, man? Would you never? I feel like that's the class you've always not liked the most. I'm kind of
However, I played an alt now in vanilla, and I kind of like leveling it because it's somewhat of a challenge, unless many of the other classes. But I think rogues are for PvP. I mean PvE at least in that position that mages are. They have a very good toolkit in vanilla, so they didn't need to change it much for TBC, and I feel that's they kind of have the same gameplay, and that's the reason they were already a very good class. Class was designed very well, but I heard you guys say that they don't scale very well with gear, but they do have warglaives though. So if you get those,
that's a major draw, right? Like if you get double warglaives as a rogue, guys, what do you think in the chat? I don't even know. Like, are you actually top DPS?
That's the dream.
Are you a monster masher? Are you
your DPS is going to go up significantly.
You're almost double.
Yeah, don't think that we're saying like
they're still the number one melee DPS.
Exactly. And one more thing is this, like, so in a PvE environment or in a PvP environment, right? You have obviously like so many benefits for each class, right? For whether it's but rogues in a PvE environment, like they're going to there's classes that do more damage. There are classes, but like I think in TBC it's very nice to have 25 spots, right, to balance out the rate as much as you can. You really do get benefits for each class, whether it's one DPS warrior or you have two rogues, right? You have these, you still get rogues benefiting from Winfrey, right? You still have on the horde side a lot of damage through that. You still have, I think TBC is a nice way where you can kind of bring everyone to the party, and like everyone has their place, you know what I mean? Like oh, and one other thing, they get mutilate in the assassination tree. It's a lot of fun, but it is, in my opinion, it is still not as much damage. It's not your best bet for PvE is combat swords. 100%. Daggers is good, but combat swords is the king in it reigns supreme in TBC. I'm pretty sure through all of TBC, combat swords is the spec. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure.
Is that spec dead for TBC then?
There's some stuff to love. There's some stuff to
dead.
love.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's dead, but
what they did is they shifted over some of the talents from subtlety and stuff that didn't make sense, like backstab related talents and stuff like that, and they put it all into assassination. So there's now before, if you're trying to go some kind of like, especially while leveling, if you're trying to go daggers, you'd have to splash around into all three trees getting different things. They made it so it's more like cohesive towards that backstab win condition and stuff like that. Everything's all within the same tree. I know that's only from a leveling perspective, but when Avic and I leveled to 70 recently, he leveled his assassination. I was druid, and it was insane. Like, we were one-shotting stuff like the whole way up. It was crazy. But Orkbit, man, do you have experience playing rogues or like playing against them maybe as a shaman too? How do you feel about rogues in TBC, my man?
I mean, I think a lot of the stuff has already been said, right? Like they are beautiful to watch when executed proper. Like it's just the amount of control, double blinds, double stuns, cloak. It's just they're everywhere, and I can't wait to see. Like with Classic, we've already seen some people pull off some amazing things, and it's just the same. I'm just as excited for TBC to see some amazing plays and just overall, because people have improved so much. Like I see this every day if I go solo queue battlegrounds, right? And you see how much people have improved. It's still a puck, right? So you mostly lose to premates, but people are getting way better at the game. They are way better at the game. Yeah. Personally, I haven't had much experience playing endgame rogue. I had a twink in TBC. Two of my friends played rogue, so three is the crowd, right? But it's a really cool class, and it just gets better in TBC. It doesn't get like a lot of crazy additions that completely 180s the class, like you guys said, right? It's solid from the get-go. It's just the good old TBC ice cream, right? Like just scoops on top of that vanilla, right? It's just.
What do you think the top 3 most played classes in TBC? This is a question for the chat too are going to be, Orkbit. Top
the
3.
Most played?
Yeah, most played classes, just most popular, most people playing them.
Yeah. I think we'll be in for a surprise, but I'll go out on a limb now, and I'll say Paladin's gonna be one of them.
I agree.
I really think it is. That's gonna excel.
Blood.
Paladins, yeah, exactly.
But also Alliance side.
Yeah. So Paladin, I think, is gonna be one of them. Rogue for sure. And Mage.
I think Druid's not going to be one of the most played, but I think Druid's going to have one of the biggest rises from
increase
TBC.
Just the sheer amount of new spells added to the game and abilities is going to change up things a bit, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to not seeing 31 warriors in my AV.
Yeah.
You definitely don't see a lot of warriors anymore. I would definitely say Paladin, Hunter, Rogues, a lot of Warlocks. If I'm going on peace server basis, there's a shit ton of Paladins, Warlocks, and Hunters, and Rogues. Everywhere. They're everywhere you find them.
Because many people in Classic play Mage, because in my opinion, they don't really gain that much in TBC. So
they don't.
I mean, they have the Elemental, which is
they're trash
cool.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
So trash. I wouldn't say trash though, but
I hate mages.
You do?
Some of the most.
He's a warlock.
I'm on a personal level with mages.
Yeah, he's the anti-North.
He's the anti.
Yeah.
I don't like mages, but they're not really that good to brag about anyway.
Let's take a look at their armor sets.
Isn't the warlock kind of the classic mage in TBC?
Yes, they are. They absolutely. They
instead of Shadow Bowl, it's just Frost Bowl, and
it's all Shadow Bowl.
Corruption.
You start Shadow Bowl. There's a nice little Fire Destro build you can go to that I don't know was talked about or not.
Oh, you can Shadow Fury.
Spell Steal, so fucking good. Real quick though, like when I and Melder, I know Melder remembers this back in the day, but like some of the most fun I had in TBC before I started really getting heavy in my priest was playing Rogue Mage 2v2. And Melder, we did some Rogue Mage stuff back too, but Rogue Mage is just it's you gotta play. If you've never done it, it's literally one of the most fun things you can ever do. Spell Steal.
Yep.
God.
Played that to 2K back in the day in TBC, man, with my roommate.
On my priest, not on my rogue. On my rogue, I got to what? Almost 2.2, I think, though. But
nice.
Yeah.
Facing that Shaman team, spell stealing that Bloodlust.
Oh, dude.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Spell Steal is super juicy and
Spell Steal's amazing.
For mages. Talking about awesome stuff they get. We'll be going into that real soon. But let's take a look at these rogue armor sets. To me, right off the bat, we got 4, 5, and 6. 4 looks like a clown suit. 5 is serviceable. 6 looks dope. I don't know. What
5 is the best set in the game. You kidding me?
Yeah, 5 is like solid Punisher outfit.
Yeah.
Really?
Tier 5 is my favorite class in all. My favorite set in all of WoW.
I mean,
absolutely.
For this purple eye thing.
What is your Rogue 5?
Rogue 5.
This is
number 1.
Rogue 4 and 5. Yeah, 5's more.
Dude, you gotta look closer at the. It's a skull, dude.
It's a skull.
Yeah, it's like a Punisher mask.
Kind of like Punisher mask.
Yeah.
I think it's.
I mean, come on, look at the
Priest,
Paladin.
Tier 5
It's literally a purple Power Ranger.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that what they called it? Power Ranger back in the day?
Yeah,
Power Ranger. Yeah.
But you get a dope tier 6 though as a Paladin.
Yes. Yeah.
And if you want to be purple Power Ranger, then I guess Paladin is the only choice. If you want to look like a dark person, like the rogue, you can all rogue sets look like that. The purple Paladin set at least is unique. So if anything, that's a plus, right?
Yeah.
That Rogue T5 looks so dope with the Punisher mask.
You like it too, huh?
I guess.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
Honestly, the other two tiers look like shit.
No way, you don't like tier 6, dude? Oh, tier 6.
What is that? It looks like he's like.
Just the textures, bro. You look like a Chad, man. Like imagine like because one thing I like about it is that you're a rogue, right? So you're like basically a soy boy if you're a rogue. But since you have this armor and you have this big collar with spikes on it, yeah, you're a soy boy. You're like you're wearing leather armor. You're stealthing through the shadow. You're picking people's pockets. You're stabbing in the kidneys.
Get out of here, bro.
You're not like a big Chad warrior.
Rogue is the number 1 alpha. No, what are you talking about?
No way.
No, Warrior's number 1 alpha.
Rogue is putting poison in your drink. Rogue is
roofing
roofing your drink, man. When you're not looking, man. Like.
No, that's a Paladin.
But one thing I like about the tier 6 rogue though is you look thick. Like you got this nice collar with spikes on it. Like if you see like a rogue in that, it balances them off.
I think the PvP set, the color of the PvP set, the Vengeful Gladiator looks better than the tier 6.
Okay, you're not a fan of tier 6. Okay.
I know it's not bad. I think the recolor for the PvP looks better.
The tier 6 rogue is lame. What is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Tier 5 is
outside of Paladin. Tier 6 is actually pretty shit.
I was just gonna say that. I like the Warlock wings. The Warlock is dope because of the wings only.
Warlock's tier 5.
Maybe if he was undead, he'd look cooler, but he just looks like a just.
I like Shaman tier 6 too.
Like he's wearing some gold chair pants with some spiked shoulders. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Orkbit, what's your favorite Shaman in TBC? Is it tier 5?
Yeah. That
Thank you, sir.
I still have somewhere on my hard drives stored away my very old, the forum, whatever signature you could have. I had my Shaman in tier 5 in what's the sunny place called? Nagrand. Yeah, a picture of that. I was so proud taking that picture in the Grand with my tier 5, looking dope as fuck, and putting that in my.
Where's the Shaman ones at?
Forum signature.
Yo,
it's the Drano one.
I need some TBC big brain to tell me if you get to wear the full sets in TBC, or is it still a mixed match hodgepodge wearing like a?
It's a mixed match.
It is.
Depends. Yeah.
Yeah, you want mixed match. Starting with T4, T5, you're mixed match.
So in classic WoW, as a hunter, you get to wear your full sets if you can get them all, which is nice. I don't know if that continues in the TBC. I have to look, but you're saying it's kind of a mixed match though. Okay.
I mean, for Warlocks, it is. You're not going all T4. You know what I mean?
You're still early though, right? You're still early. I mean, if you had
we're in T5.
Your whole tier.
Yeah, people were getting butthurt. I forgot to mention tier 6 warrior. I'm sorry. Tier 6 warrior is the best warrior tier in the entire game. I'm sorry. I totally missed that.
5 warriors.
Tier 6.
Look at tier 6 priest. We talked about tier 6 priest with an undead with those like angel.
Oh, it looks amazing. It does. I love tier 6
You guys
priest
are
as well.
tripping.
You don't like
tier
6 warrior
discipline
tier 6
priest.
warrior is amazing. Tier 6 warrior is amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
Tier 6 warrior, especially with the fucking bow enough, dude. Because the spikes match the shoulders.
Except the boots, though. The boots and the belt are.
Yes, the boots do not match.
And the belt, if you look at it, have hints.
There are better boots.
Which one? The
tier
warrior
6 warrior have. If you look at the belt and the boots, they have hints of blue, and it looks omega scuffed. But you can actually get the right pieces that are color coordinated. But they drop from different places. Actually, it's not even in BT, right? You have to get them somewhere else. Or I forgot how.
I know the boots were from BT. I think the boots are from BT. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I think the best thing about the tier sets in TBC is some off pieces are better, but versus vanilla, where you would only have, if you're aiming for the best sets, you know, you will never get them because everyone wants them.
Right.
Here you can get a tier set eventually. Everyone can easily get a tier set, and you can replace those pieces slowly with the best pieces. I think that's way better.
Yeah, and that's the best part is if you're going full tier set, you're not losing a shit ton of damage rather than maxing. Versus classic, if you're a hunter and you're wearing all T2 or garbage or whatever, you know, it's not like that. You're not losing almost any damage if you're.
Yeah, dude, mage tier 6 looks like it's getting a signal from Mars. That thing on his head.
The fuck is that?
That is true.
So
it looks kind of phallic too.
It's garbage.
Yeah, it does look kind of phallic. Yeah, it does.
Like a giant.
I actually
mage tier is garbage.
I actually like Mage Tier 5, honestly.
It's so
for
vanilla
fire mage.
though.
For fire mage.
The PvP set is blue, right? The PvP set one is blue, I think. I remember.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I loved that when I was playing with the mage. He was playing on the. It actually looked really good on the Draenei. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like Draenei, but yeah, I remember I was in Tier 5, Merc Glad, and he was in his Tier 5. It was pretty fucking awesome. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to mage, guys. Last class. We've actually somehow touched on all of these to some capacity, man. We're moving on to the mage, guys.
This is
the last and specifically worst.
We're gonna ask Crix to answer everything in the shill for mages. So
man,
Meldron, do you know something about mage, man? Meldron?
All I know is that I did play mage in TBC, but you get. I won't go through the talents because I really don't know them. It's been 12 years since I played a mage in TBC. But what I can tell you is Frost is super cool because you get the you can summon the water elemental, which is super cool. It's very, very nice. Is this when Mirror Image came out?
No.
One thing I just realized about the water elemental though, because I actually played a mage in TBC as well. Like I hit 2K on Rogue Mage like before, is the elemental only lasts for 45 seconds. So I remember distinctly this feeling, being a mage and like kind of wishing I was a pet class and kind of like pretending I was a pet class because I have a water elemental now. But I forgot what the cooldown is on it because it's not 100% uptime, right? Or
can you cold snap elemental?
I don't think you can cold snap it. I think it's one of the things that you can't cold snap. Just kind of like same with the rogue thing, not being able to bring close.
And it has its own Frost Nova, which is super cool.
So good, yeah.
That you can actually
time your fire.
determine
Mages are fire though starting out, so they're not even Frost anyway.
And that's when you get Ice Lance, right? Ice Lance, yep.
Ice Lance, that's huge.
Ice Lance, dude, Shatter procs are fucking But so you can actually pick move where you put the Frost Nova for your water elemental, which is really strong. It's not just where your elemental.
You set up a shatter. Basically, you wind up a frostbolt, and then right as it's about to connect, to guarantee the shatter, right as it's about to hit them, you drop the Nova. So because it's gonna break if you put it too far in advance, right? So it's just like this instant shatter. Sorry, Maldoron, but what were you saying, Maldoron?
No, it's fine. I'm just saying. I've been saying Frost Mage doesn't really change much, honestly, from vanilla. Outside of the elemental.
Ice Lance.
And Ice Lance.
Ice Lance is cool. That's definitely good. Oh,
what about Dragon Veins Breath or whatever it's called?
Dude, that sound it makes when you fucking pop it, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah. But I mean, mages. I feel like mages are good in everything they do, and it's like they're the best farm. Like as far as farming is concerned, and as far as utility. I mean, I don't know.
We all know the best addition was Table of Refreshments.
Dude, yeah, you get table. That's right, you get table now.
And I'm not memeing or anything, but you bring one mage to raid. If you want to be nice, you can bring two, and you're only bringing them for AI and food. That's the only reason they're in there.
Yo, speaking of food, though, you get the buffet. The buffet, guys. The all-you-can-eat buffet for free.
It's the nicest thing ever.
Yeah.
You can get that double shatter crits too with with Ice Lance. I believe the batching will allow that if I remember correctly. You can get a Frostbolt Ice Lance out of a shatter. Maybe I'm mistaken.
It should,
yeah.
One of those who dislike the pet for Frost. I never liked it.
But I played Frost all through. I played pretty much Frost all through. So I mean, you get what's it? Dragon's Breath is the number one talent in Fire? Is it 41 point talent?
It's the CC thing.
You can. It's a frontal cone CC.
Yeah, you can actually spin around.
About mages is you can go. You use all three specs. Like the meta for it is like Frost T4, and then go Arcane T5, then Fire T6.
Yeah, and
so
Arcane
it's kind of cool that you can go through all the specs and switch it up, which is kind of cool.
I think you need 2 out of 5, T5 before you can go Arcane.
2 T5 to go Arcane.
Yeah.
What about Universal?
You have the Awkwardly Gem intellect for it.
What are the new universal talents? I have spells from mage. I can't even
Arcane
remember.
Blast or
Everyone gets Arcane Blast? Is that...
wait, is that
Arcane Missiles?
Arcane Wall?
No, I'm talking about like every mage gets regardless of talents.
Yeah.
What are the new? Does anyone know?
Spell Steal?
Spell Steal. Spell Steal. Yeah.
Spell Steal.
Is Frost Firebolt? Is Frost Firebolt something you got?
That's Wrath. Yeah, that was Wrath.
Wrath?
How do you get invisibility?
Yes, invisibility.
Oh, Invis is amazing. Yeah.
Great for farming.
Yeah. Is Arcane
And for
Blast?
obvious reasons.
I think it's a talent. It's a everyone gets Arcane Blast, right?
Oh yeah, everybody gets Arcane Blast, right?
Yeah.
Don't you just spam it though? That's the coolest thing about it. Are you guys already talking about it?
And then it gets is in TBC when they got the ability to increase damage and mana cost.
Yup.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that's
but
why
no
you can't
barrage yet,
use
right? No barrage yet.
No, that's in Wrath.
Right. Yeah.
So I heard this from North apparently during Tier 5 in particular. Again, this is just total like regurgitation of what he told me. I thought it was interesting. Tier 5 Mage, if you stack full int and like you go just every possible way, all gems, enchants, everything full int, and you go Arcane, you can apparently out DPS everybody with Arcane Blast spam, specifically in that tier. I don't know exactly why about that tier, but the thing about Arcane Blast is it keeps getting more and more expensive, and it keeps doing more and more damage. So if you go full, like, it starts costing you an obscene amount of mana when you start spamming Arcane Blast over and over again, right? But if you probably time it right and go full int, you can do massive damage. This is what I hear. But
I don't know. They're the best. Mages are the best. Mages are the best that a mage can be in T4, and as soon as you get in T5, they fall way behind warlocks, and they don't scale as good. They don't have a lot of help with anything.
I've officially exhausted all my knowledge of mage and TBC, so I can't help any further. But
nice.
Dragon's Breath, bro. Dragon's Breath, pretty sick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon's Breath.
Yeah.
That's the incapacitate, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the big animated head.
Oh,
It's
that
fucking
thing looks
awesome.
sick,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah. Dude, a lot of this stuff is in retail, right? Like looking at it around. This is what I'm saying. Like the retail people will actually feel somewhat, probably a little bit more, a little comfortable in TBC. Like it'll be reminiscent of the retail a little bit more so that they'll feel. Yeah.
I think it's really huge, dude. Like, so many of my friends, they don't like vanilla PvP. It's too clunky for them. Even playing a druid and switching forms, you know, they just can't fucking take it. And I think, as we talked about earlier, TBC adds more of that action per minute without being too much, and it just makes it a whole, you know, a bit more smooth and, you know, but still feels impactful. You know, your spells still matter, but we have so many new spells, it just feels really smooth now.
Yeah. They also get Molten Armor too, don't they?
Yeah, Molten Armor. Yep, I forgot what it does.
So it's 3%. Is that 3% crit?
It's only 3% crit. That's not a lot.
Yeah, 3%
in
crit.
comparison to like a warlock or anybody else who gets 130 spell power flat with their armors. Cheaper, they get 3% crit. So instead of us getting like 10% crit, they get 3% crit.
Lulian Palade, thank you very much. He says the 2-piece Tier 5 makes Arcane Blast do 20% extra damage. That's pretty spicy. So, I mean, it's possible. I feel like North kind of like did that at some point or something. Like, you know, you start doing this, you just hemorrhage massive amounts of mana, but you spam Arcane Blast. One thing that you also hear as a little nugget tossed around is that you can raid as any spec as a mage serviceably. Now, what does that really mean? I don't really know. Does that mean you could just do passable DPS? Or, like, you know, that's interesting, though. Blazing Speed, another really cool talent. They have this in retail, I'm pretty sure. When you get a 10% chance when you get hit by a melee or range attack to dispel all your movement impairing speeds and effects, and you have like a sprint, and you just running around like crazy doing Dragon Breath and instants and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Elemental Mage really shines with all this stuff.
Absolutely. Did you ever play a mage? I feel like you might have played a mage before, Orkbit.
Yeah, I played mage on TBC Pride server.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, I love it, but it won't never take the shaman love, to be honest. Like the thing with the pure classes is, you know, I sometimes just need to do something that's a little bit off of what I'm doing normally, and hybrid classes just provide that very well. But I do love like mages. Like, they feel like the whole combo with the pet and stuff in TBC might not seem as much and a big change, but it does give you something to think out of the box. Like the whole cast your spell and then put down your AoE is not really something, or your Nova is not really something people can do anything against.
Yeah.
Yo,
one sick ability.
I think everyone should have a mage.
Did they add in TBC the ability, or remove the ability, I should say, to double block? Like, do you get the debuff now? I can't remember.
Oh, I think you can.
I'm not
do
sure.
it, though. You're talking about that little black hand debuff.
Re something. I can't remember. You know, like when you bubble and
It's kind of like Paladins, yeah.
yeah. I can't remember what it's called. But I can't remember if it was in TPC though. It's been a long while.
Yeah,
like
it's
last
been a
time I
long
played, this
while.
was on Archangel. If that server says anything to you guys.
Whoa.
Damn.
Mine was Warmane for TB. Well, unless I played a little.
Oh yeah, Warmane too, but I
Actual
played
TBC actually. That's a cool thing with TBC, isn't it? It's so much less theory crafted.
Hypothermia, that's what it's called.
Looking at Arcane, bro, out of all these trees, I'm not gonna lie, the one that calls out to me and touches me deep down is Arcane. It looks so like
Touches you, yeah.
It's just cool, bro. Like, look at this. Mind Mastery increases spell damage by up to 5% of your total intellect. So they're building this kind of world where you just stack into like crazy because you're spamming Arcane Blast. So your spells are super powerful, but they're more expensive than any other class in the game. And then you also have Slow, dude. Now, Slow, I remember getting owned by Slow back in the day. This shit is crippling when you have Slow on you. So it reduces your movement speed by 50% and increases the time between ranged attacks and casting speed, most importantly, by 50%. Slow can only affect one target at a time, and there's no cooldown on it, right? So you could just spam Slow. Yeah, you're dispelling it, but you could also just keep spamming it on him. What do you?
It's like improved Curse of Tongues and even more fucked. There's
Even
like
more
Curse of
fucked.
Tongues and and what's the other one called? Exhaustion at the same time.
Yeah, Priest can just dispel it.
But yeah, that's true. But you know, you can reapply it though. You can reapply it. You know.
It just dispel it again. Yeah.
You just dispel it. You just dispel it again.
Can't wait for Mass Dispel, guys.
Oh, dude, Mass Dispel. Fuck Paladins. God, that's gonna be great.
Yeah, and you just get them out of their ice block. Yeah.
Oh man, I forgot about that. Fuck
Fucking
Paladin's
love
bubble.
Yeah.
As if they weren't already bad. Now you're gonna take their bubble from them.
No shattering throw though. That's
Take everything from them.
Yeah. I'm gonna play Paladin in PC.
Dude, the team is good.
What classes are you guys playing in PC? I'm playing number 1. My main, of course, is gonna be Priest. I'm tied about my number 2 if it's gonna be a Paladin or a Rogue. Though I really want to tank as an AOE Paladin. I really want to do Shotgun, and I really want to do Ret Shaman 2v2s as well, because I think I love Ret Shaman 2v2s.
Are you gonna play as the Ret or the Shaman?
The Ret.
Oh, because I thought you were a Shaman.
Balduran's gonna be a Shaman. Well, I have my Shaman.
How do you think I feel having to do a 2v2 team with the Paladin?
Oh, I showed Balduran what Ret Resto's capable of. It's absolutely.
It is really good, but I just will be like fuck the whole time. Like, god damn it.
Yeah, you can do a nice threes team with Resto. Have Cam go Shadow Priest, you go Resto, and I'll go Warlock. Shadow play.
There you go, yeah.
Ooh, that's a good
I'll
one.
play Shadow in the arena, yeah.
That's nasty too.
God, I know y'all ready for Bloodlust and Heroism, man. I know that's
It's
just
so nice.
so spicy every arena game. That's good.
Just stack your raid and switch them shamans out of the top group.
Not just that, but also remember leatherworking drums.
Yep, drums of war.
Yep.
But no, it's like it's like a ghetto Bloodlust, so it's not as much though, right? Or is it?
Fair. I mean, what is it, like 5% less?
It's different. It has a different effect. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But probably
They have
what
different
we're
drums
gonna-
though, right? Don't they have like 5 different drums or something?
There's different effects for them, yeah.
Yeah.
I think what we are seeing in Classic with engineering is kind of going to be with leatherworking in TBC.
Mandatory.
Yeah, we had. I remember in my old guild, at least on private servers, everyone had, or maybe not everyone, most people like nowadays with engineering had it just for drums to pop.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a guild criteria in our guild right now. Is
And engineering gets really nerfed in BC.
Hugely, yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of a bummer.
They take away all the things that made you able to kind of develop your own class. They took that out, and I think they put it in the classes themselves, right? So it's again why vanilla is my favorite game and 2C is my favorite expansion. There's just it goes both ways sometimes.
God, TBC did a great job of these kind of talents down deep that are next to some of the big ticket ones. So they're all so fun though, man. Like
that's why it's so good. Every class too, not just mages. Every class has those side talents that are just like, okay.
They finally all are able to get the fucking hit they need. They're actually able to work the classes. The melee hit, the spell hit, all that stuff you can actually get now.
Now you start seeing haste and stuff like that, which is pretty.
What a weird talent on Arcane. Reduces all damage taken by 4%. That's it. That's all. 2 points, you just get 4% less damage.
Well, there's a lot of there's
pyro
talents too, cargos, and a lot of trees. Like you'll see priest. There's resilience talents in priest and holy. So you see a lot of like anti damage or anti AOE or resilience types talents in a lot of trees
Which is
down in
huge.
TBC. Yeah.
Huge for PvP.
Yep.
And aren't mages
The whole
PvP on
introduction
Pyro
of
anyway?
Resilience is.
So they are
still
arcane for
huge.
PvP, I think.
Well, for PvP, you can go arcane, but I think that you most people are frost, right? In
Are they?
PvP?
In PvP, yeah.
PvP.
So I've seen some people play arcane in PvP, mostly in beat, but it can be fun. Yeah.
I feel like in fives or something like that, you can get away with weird shit. You can probably play arcane.
I've seen fire mage in fives. Yeah. People doing 5 mages, stuff like that.
Fives are gonna be fun. though.
Yeah.
Carlos, the real question is, are you going to join me in the Warlock side,
Yeah,
or are
I'm
you
going
going
Warlock,
Druid?
bro. I'm going Warlock.
You're not doing Hunter. Okay, yeah.
Because I already have the Warlock that I'm building up right now with
He's
you guys.
not really a Hunter. He's a Warlock, guys. He's the Hunter what days are over with.
Hunter's
Yeah, I
so
think so.
sick too, though. But the thing is, I have a Warlock that I'm raiding with Def Camp Meltdown right now. And the raid, we're gonna go all the way through Nax and stuff. So like, to abandon it after all that would feel rough,
yeah.
You know,
That's my thought with the Shaman too.
You're gonna like Warlocks 15,000 million times better than what you think you're gonna like it in TBC.
Yeah,
That full in-game Warlock, you're gonna fucking love it. And you PvP all the time, bro. It's fucking game over.
I flirted with switching to Warrior for TBC because I miss tanking a lot, but I'm not doing that.
Dude, one word or two, I actually don't know. Spell Reflect.
Yeah, dude, Spell Reflect's amazing, dude.
On
Yeah.
Warrior, making them plays, dude.
I think you should stick with Shaman because it's one extension where Shamans actually aren't outclassed by Paladins.
Yeah,
so.
and you are a Shaman. It'd be weird seeing any of it, like Def Cam, it'd be weird seeing him play anything but a mage. I mean, a priest. Weird to see Meld around not doing anything. Can't see Orc without being a Shaman now, Can't see Paladin play anything but a Paladin.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone's got their thing.
I can see
I
Paladin
just miss
being
tanking a lot, man. Yeah.
I'm
female
Night
Elf
Elf Hunter.
Yeah, female Night Elf Hunter is Def Camp. Yeah.
Cargos play Hunter though.
Yeah, I
What'd you
feel-
say, Cargos?
I've said before on stream that if I could trade my Warlock for a Hunter, like a Warlock that was up to date, I probably would. But at the same, just because class fantasy wise, Hunter is just me, man, 100%. I play Warlock because it's good. In Classic, it's good. It fits my bill. And same thing in TBC, I play Warlock because it's good. I don't love the idea of being
Getting owned in PvP by me, like
I play Warlock because it's strong as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is.
It wouldn't take that long time at all for you to get a Hunter on Classic, so you can bring it into TBC though as well.
You're gonna get Hunter geared so quick,
especially
in
and you level all the time. You love leveling. You could stream material, level something.
Do it, dude. I don't know why you don't do it, Cargos. Yeah.
Yeah, Hunter would be so sick too. Yeah, I mean, either way, Hunter, Warlock. We just have a lot of good options. Feels good, man. Right? Like, there's just so much fun shit.
We're gonna have some really good arena comps between all of us.
Oh my god!
I'm making the Wrath announcement though. Now I will be abandoning Shaman as a main for Wrath. That is 100% guaranteed.
Why is that?
For what?
That's so
I'm
random.
going DK for tanking, bro.
DK.
Oh, DK tank. Yeah.
DK was my main all through Wrath. Yep.
That makes sense.
They were disgusting in the beginning.
Yeah, but he used to play Frost DK tank back when that was allowed. Yeah.
What?
They changed that, and they changed that right before Old War. Yeah. But so anyway, I will definitely be going back to tanking when the Wrath comes out. 100%. That's not changing. Yeah.
Are you gonna tank in BC too? Don't you say you want to?
No, I'm staying Shaman in BC.
Okay.
Yep.
I plan on having
Shaman
like
tank?
3-4 characters in BC.
They killed Shaman tanking in BC, man. They took away Rockbiter's threat generation. Yeah, it's
is there legendaries that mages and shit and casters can get in BC? Which ones? Is there?
the bow, right?
Except for you look at the KT fight. I mean,
the bow and the glaive. So that's it.
That's it, right? Damn, feels weird, man. Yeah. There's no legendary, huh? Yeah. Get that.
No Atiyesh. No.
Yeah.
You need that AT. I need that for the Karazhan port.
True. It's that mildly
Run
helpful.
that may or may not be the only reason I'm still playing Classic. Don't tell anybody.
Good luck on the 40 splinters it would take.
Classic's a good game, man. You gotta give it a shot. It's just a server. It's your server, man. I don't know. But all right, let's check out the mage tier sets and we'll wrap up, guys. So here we go. We have the top one, tier 4, tier 5 right below it, the red boy, and then tier 6, Mr. I don't know.
They just look lame. All of them look lame, and it fits it because mages are lame. So I'm not mad about it.
Dude, I love the hate. I love it.
No, their tier sets are the lamest, I think, across all the board, though. Like, if you look at every class, they have the lamest tier sets.
Come on, though. Tier 5 is, for a fire mage, that is a good fire mage set.
Yeah. If you're fire,
fire.
If you're fire, maybe.
If you're fire, man. Shaman T5. I don't know how I just saw that, but that looks dope.
Yeah, that's
Tier 5 Shaman. Those,
amazing. Yeah.
so good.
Tier 4 mage isn't. I mean, where's the headpiece?
Looks like a priest.
Oh, it's around the head. That's right. Yeah. It looks like a priest.
Pieces. Yeah, it's lame.
Tier 6. Honestly, Tier 6 mage like on an undead isn't horrible.
Tier 6 is the better of the tiers, but I don't know what's going on with that Halo, the video game Halo. That's what it looks like. He's wearing one of those.
It's
like those things that you have to go in, those old Forerunner structures and like disable.
Oh wait, from Halo, is that what you said?
It looks like those old Forerunners. I think of the ancient cartographer. Like that. You know that mission,
Holy shit, dude! Oh my
the cartographer. You go down, you disable it.
It looks like you'd have those little grunts just running around his neck pieces on the collar.
No,
That's so true.
Oh man, that is hilarious, man.
Yeah, that
like
thing
tier
like
5 because it's so vanilla and in a way that makes it really
it's very vanilla.
I
Yeah, tier
can't wait
5.
to have Tier 5 priests, bro.
Tier 5 on everything to me. Tier 5 is just. I play a lot of classes on retail, and I go back Serpentine Counter TK and get all the transmogs for T5. They're just so dope.
Except for Hunter.
Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with Hunter. I don't know why they did it. Sometimes I wonder what they were thinking when they make some of the stuff they made.
Yeah. And Paladin.
All mages.
And Paladin.
Well, Paladin's disappointing because look at Tier 2 Paladin and then look at Tier 5. What?
Yeah, it's like we're they blew their load on Tier 2 and then they could never get it back.
Tier 4 is not embarrassing. Let me say right now, Tier 6 is pretty embarrassing. Like you would actually feel kind of bad putting that on and seeing your character every day. For me personally, if I'm in full Tier 6 as mage, I'm actually gonna feel kind of embarrassed. Like I'm not gonna identify with my character. I'm gonna probably download some add-on that like changes it or something like that. Tier 5, not embarrassing. Actually, I would feel like I look cool if I was running Tier 5 personally.
Same.
And then Tier 4, I feel like I would look respectable. Like I don't look like I'm not nothing to write home. Yeah. I'm nothing to write home to mom about. But at least I'm not this guy, the rogue over here, looking like freaking insectoid.
If they could put a better headpiece on the Tier 5, it would have been dope. Like a nice little fucking headpiece instead of making a rogue cloak. In my opinion.
I actually love Tier 4 Warlock. I love the headpiece.
Yeah, everything Warlock is dope. Better watch
I love the Void Walker aspect of it, you know?
That's the best part, and it comes with the headpiece. You just get a black swirl on you at all times.
I love Tier 4. I love all Warlock sets in BC, honestly. But Tier 4 is probably one of my favorites, honestly. They are amazing.
Yeah, they could have done a lot better with Mage in this expansion, personally. Yeah, definitely. As far as the tier sets go.
This expansion is the weakest mages are in every single expansion of World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again? Say that again?
This is mages are the weakest in TBC than they are in any expansion in all of World of Warcraft.
No, still great in PvP though. They're still great in PvP. So I don't know.
They're better in Lich. I mean, think about Lich. They were good in Lich.
The mages are always good. That's the thing. Mages are always good.
Yeah, but they're not good in.
But
TBC,
there has to be a place where they're the lowest. And I think that's what Crix is saying.
Yeah, they're not.
They're still good.
I don't know, but who were you really keeping track of the mage meta and like Warlords of Draenor? Like who even remembers that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like TBC, they're fine. You could raid as every spec. You could PvP at the highest level. You could get, well, maybe. Hold on. Def Camp, I have to ask Navik about this too.
In
like
2v2,
in 2s, did you see mages in 2s, like top gladiator mage 2s? I don't think so.
More often you would see a healer comp. Yeah, they were up there. They were
mage. Yeah, mage rogue.
Could you go priest mage? No, I'm saying could you go priest mage in 2s? Like,
you would much more likely go rogue mage. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like in 2s specifically, you wouldn't see druid mage either. Like it doesn't really fit in 2s. 3s for sure. You could put mages.
Yeah.
For something about 2s and mages.
That's a good point. Actually, is that the only mage 2s comp or rogue?
Mages, no,
Red Paladin?
Yeah, Red Paladin. So the mages in 2v2s go much better with a burst spec or a control spec. So basically, yeah, like a Red Paladin with a burst. I've actually seen mage enhanced shaman. So mage rogue is by far the best 2v2 for a mage.
Yeah,
Mage Warlock, I've seen,
I'm looking at the armory rankings for one of the private servers, and the only mage comp in 2s here are rogue mage.
Yeah,
there's no
rogue mage.
They're not with anything else.
Strong, though. It is very strong. You have so much control.
Yeah, but what I've heard though is that it's like maybe one team of mage rogue could get glad or something like that, but there's kind of a soft cap on it. Like you'll get to around 2K, 2100, and then it's tough to push past that.
Yeah.
You need like a healer DPS.
Like priest, priest rogue or druid warrior.
It'll carry you to some good rating until you start fighting like lock druid or like a bunch of other good 2s comps.
The cool thing I like about TBC too is the 2s is just as good, right? It doesn't give you as many points, right? As 3s and 5s as far as the what do you call those points?
I actually prefer 2s back in the day.
Me too. So good.
I very much preferred 2s back in the day.
It's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite.
I feel like threes became very popular throughout, but I feel like back in the day, twos, at least in my world, twos were biggest for me. I did threes.
It's a good step in to get in there too.
Yeah, I did threes occasionally with a. I actually did disc shadow rogue in a threes team, or disc. I had another priest friend that I would play with as well. But and then we did priest mage rogue for long term in threes. But 2v2 for me is where it's at in BC.
And you can get.
It's really stressful to play threes, really, because you're solo healing 2 people, and 2s and 5s is just more fun as a healer.
And in retail right now,
I never like 5s that much.
Same here. It was too chaotic for me.
It's like a BG, dude. It's like a BG,
yeah.
I liked it, but I didn't play it in TBC. I played it in Red.
So apparently, if you're really big brain, Navic guarantees this to me, that if you're super big brain in 5s, it slows down to the point where it's like even 2s, like you understand everything going on. When I play 5s, it's too much happening. I can't even keep track of cooldowns and shit. You just kind of smash on it.
I haven't tried it because I like 2s and 3s, but I'm gonna actually try 5s. I could see that happening when you're really into it and you have a good comp and it's not just hectic as shit. You probably
here you go. We got a 5s team right here, guys. Yeah.
No joke though. Yeah, no joke. But the point I'm getting in TBC, the rating you get in 2s is just as good as 3s or 5s, right? You can get Glad in 2s.
Yes,
you can get all the titles, all that stuff in 2s, which is really, really hype. Because in retail, it's not like that anymore. You can't get that in 2s, apparently. Like, they took it out or something. Like, you can't,
It has its own rating in retail. You can still get the rating on 2s. 2s and 3s have 2 different ratings. Same with RPGs.
I think that's stupid in my opinion.
Can you get the Glad title as 2s, though? Can you get some of the,
Yeah, but it's just for 2s. It's everybody in 2s. It doesn't mix and match with the 3s. So, like, if I am Glad in 2s, it's not Glad in,
so they changed the back end.
arena.
That's pretty sick, because for a time, Crix, you couldn't get anything really in 2s. It was just kind of pointless. There was no title.
You get the mount,
it's all for the rating.
310 mount speed.
Yeah, that's true.
But,
I forgot about that.
I think for all in all, like, I know I talked about this before, but I am really excited for the arena scene in TBC, and I don't know if it's gonna be bigger than the retail arena scene or whatever, but a lot of people are gonna come back. I think
it will be.
A lot of the big arena guys are gonna come back, and I'm excited to see what that's gonna be. Yeah.
Oh, everybody's gonna be. It's the original arena. It's the best arena.
Yeah.
There's no. What's it called? Essences and shit that's helping all the stuff in retail right now, like the essences and the Azrael armor. You don't use any of that.
Heals and all that.
Yeah, none of that is in TBC. This is just the freshest of the arena. It's going to be, and imagine the Twitch culture, not from us, but from everybody.
Exactly.
Blizzard has to love it. Blizzard's going to love that. They're going to eat that shit up because look, imagine Twitch culture when arenas out there.
Maybe even BlizzCon.
Crappy BGs 24/7. But imagine
I disagree though in the best arena.
Damage done, and then arena.
I think Cataclysm or Mists was probably better for arena. It's by personal preference, though. Cataclysm Mists were really, really good PvP.
I can see that.
Bro. Monks, you can never get
yeah.
Oh, I hate fucking Monks, dude. Oh my god.
When Monks got introduced, that's when the game kind of like, y'all can chill. You don't need a bunch of other classes. Like DK, I get that. I get the lore of that. That was cool. But then you start adding the Monks. That's when I was kind of like,
They got Cocoon and they can fucking move around like.
And Karma, bro.
Like,
Karma is the most infuriating thing to play against. They just throw it on and you just have to like run away.
Stagger.
And the fact they can jump around like a fucking like a jumping like a spiders, like they can
Chi blast.
They can fucking they are
like tornado kicking around, moving around, jumping around.
Yeah, that Chi blast and that little idle thing they leave there.
I know it's sounding like a bunch of dad gamers right now. Oh damn Monks! But like I don't know.
If you leave Monks out, though, all classes are in a pretty good spot in PvP in Mist. But if you think back, Cataclysm, people hate on Cataclysm so much, but the PvP was really fine.
Early Kata wasn't bad actually. Early Kata wasn't.
It's just that's a Blizz curse. They do what the thing is they do every other expansion is good. So they have Lich King good, Kata was shit, Mop was good, Warlords was shit, Legion was good, BFA was shit. Now we're going to Shadowlands.
Well, didn't we have Kata and then I guess
Kata then Mop. Kata was decent. Nobody really complained. Kata was all right. People didn't really like it that much because they changed the world so much. And then Mop was good. People liked it. Nobody really liked Draenor that much as they liked Legion. Legion was fine. Now nobody likes BFA going into Shadowlands. Shadowlands should be good based off that.
Well, let's wrap up, fellas. We're a little bit over right now. Where can everybody find you guys? Let's start with Crix. Where can the people who want to see some more Crix gaming, see some TBC, actually, being experienced? Where can they find you, bro?
I'll post it right now. I only do TBC stuff. I'm actually going to start streaming literally after this. We have Karazhan tonight and Gruels tonight in about an hour. It's just all TBC stuff. Yep. YouTube. Starting tomorrow, I'll start posting. I have a bunch of YouTube videos I'm start posting with raid guides, warlock guides, everything that has to do with PvC.
That's what's up. So you put it in the chat, right? Crix, it's Crix Gaming _.
Yep,
The underscore will kill you though. I've tried to find your channel like a bazillion times. That
underscore at the end.
Yeah. Def Camp, where can they find you and your brother?
Yeah. So a lot of you guys might know us from Def Camp Melderon TV. It's our YouTube channel. It is a YouTube channel. We make content on a bunch of different things. Melderon's been really doing a lot about shamans, a lot about warrior, but we primarily talk about classic WoW. We love this game, right? So we talk about classic, we talk about TBC, everything, and we also do both stream. Melderon streams occasionally. I'm starting streaming a lot. You can find me at twitch.tv/defcamp, and our YouTube channel I just posted as well. There you go, guys. So stream pretty regularly. Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, we also raid together. I raid with Def Camp Melderon, so if you want to tune into, I don't usually stream the raids, but if you want to get a shot at it,
I might stream tonight. Yeah, I'll probably stream tonight. Yeah.
Def Camp, we'll be raiding today and actually pretty soon. Yeah. So.
ZG and MC. Yep.
Yep. And then Dunedain, where can they find you, brother?
I have a small YouTube channel with some videos in it. I used to stream on YouTube a little bit, but since yesterday I decided to not stream YouTube and just stream Twitch. I started with Twitch like a month ago, I think, and I don't stream every day, but I started to stream a little bit more, and I really like it. So I posted the two links in the chat. The one is just, if you type Dunedain WoW in YouTube, you'll find it, and on Twitch it's Dunedain77, and then you'll find it as well.
Hell yeah. And last but not least, my man Orkbit, dude, thank you so much for being here, man. We're really good to catch up with you, brother. Where can the people find some more Orkbit content?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's been fucking great talking to you guys. Like, the reception has been almost royal, I would say. I am truly humbled. I'm Orkbit on YouTube, and on Twitch and Twitter, it's just OrkbitGG, really. Elemental streaming. I'm gonna have some videos coming out. I got the CG video from yesterday. I'm gonna do some video with that stuff. Like, but I might ramp up the production and the streaming in the coming weeks due to Corona and everything.
Yep.
So if you are a person who would like that, then good for you and good for me, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can't go wrong watching or being with Orkbit when he streams or watching his content.
No, you really can't. I'm linking his stuff right now, so it's his YouTube.
He has a lot of TBC content, guys. Same with him and Hamster. Like, they've been doing this way before it's flavor of the month. This is a little flavor of the month we're doing right now. We're hopping on that right now because it's coming.
I don't know if I ever said this, but the reason I play Shaman is because of this guy right here.
Damn.
Like, I did not play Shaman before I started watching Orkbit's content.
Damn.
So,
damn.
We're talking years ago. I mean, I played Shaman in retail, but not classic. I didn't play any vanilla Shaman until I watched Orkbit. So
I think I should maybe start a cult if I can convert people.
yeah, you should.
Yep. Just one last thing, Orkbit. Do you still have talks with those people from the podcast you had?
Oh yeah, daily. It's funny because you guys appreciate all this stuff so much, like the private chat and the podcasts and everything, and you are thankful for that. Like, you have no idea how thankful I am. I actually met everyone from the podcast in real life. I met Dodgy and Dan in London at Comic-Con. I had Hamster Wheel visiting me and staying with me, partying.
That's awesome.
We went to a festival together, got drunk, and all this good stuff. It's the same with you guys. I mean, obviously most of you guys are in the US, but hopefully I'll meet you guys one day too. And I just love it. I get so much out of this. And if other people who are watching or listening get just anything out of it, it's amazing to me. It's the whole reason why I love doing stuff that involves the community. It's the whole reason why I love classic WoW. It's amazing.
We love you, man.
Each and every one of you guys is actually a good friend in my mind, because like, as I'm getting older, I don't know if you guys have a similar boat. All of you watching out there, you get older, you get married, you get a house, you move out somewhere, you move away from your original nesting area where you grew up and had your childhood. It's tough to go get out there and socialize and meet. It's not necessarily tough, but you feel a little bit more demotivated to do it. This is the closest thing I have to an active social life, for whatever that's worth. And these guys are, my good friends at this point. So if you guys ever need anything, man.
Absolutely.
Melderon, you have any closing thoughts, Dr. Melderon?
Well, everyone stay safe, stay inside, don't go outside unless you have to. Stock up on stuff.
Social distancing.
Yeah. This shit will be over soon. Well, soon is a relative term, but I know the CDC is and other places around the world are working hard for a vaccine. And once that happens, hopefully we can go back to life as usual. But in the meantime, just try to stay sane. I think that's the hardest thing. It's not about staying safe; it's about staying sane. So that's the most important thing. And we have a lot to look forward to on the WoW. We have AQ coming out soon. We have Nax after that, and then we hopefully have TBC after that. So there's a lot to look forward to.
Absolutely.
That's doctor's orders right there, guys. We'll see you next time on GMA 48. So we'll see. Take care, everyone. Have a great day, man. Wash your hands.
Keep on around.
See you guys.
Peace out. Alright, we are live, ladies and gentlemen of the internet of Azeroth. Welcome back. Date is March 11th, 2020. It's a beautiful spring day. Is it spring yet? I'm not sure. Either way, my allergies are pumping today. I can definitely feel it. It's nice outside. It's sunny. The normies are frolicking. I see them in the park right next to my house. Look how nice it is. Opening the curtains for a second, you can get a taste of how bright it is outside. I'm bunkered up in the man cave, trying to survive the coronavirus onslaught. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Got something interesting planned for today. And that interesting thing is exploring the differences between the Burning Crusade and classic World of Warcraft. I hope you guys can hear me. Let me know if there's any scuffage, either on the sound front, video front, all of that stuff. It's going to be a fun stream. I have a lot planned. This is a little bit more structured. Little bit more structured of a stream from the last TBC discussion, where I was just kind of shooting the shit, taking flight paths, you know how it is. We got a few slides. Gonna be watching a few videos. I don't know if you guys can hear that ambience in the background. I know that's taken some of you back right now to 2007. I know it did for me when I walked into, Honor Hold the other day. They did a good job with the soundtrack in TBC, I gotta say. We got all the zones. We got Zanger Marsh. We got Nagrand. Got all the zones, baby. It is gorgeous outside. Allergies are screaming, but it's okay. Yeah, dude, I have bad seasonal allergies. Max the Ripper knows. What's up, Max? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. So, lurking in the shadows, in and out of the stream today, we might have the great benefit of tapping into the big brain knowledge of Navik. Navik, are you there by chance?
What's up, man?
You guys remember Navik, right? You'll love to see it. You really do, to have Navik in the chat. We're thinking about doing some TBC content in the future, guys. Just thinking. It's been a while since the shed was in its full. Okay, music's a little loud. Thanks, man. I'll bring it down a touch. I want to have it as loud as possible without having it being distracting or whatever. So it's gonna be a good stream. How might one go upon playing TBC? I'm not sure, man. I have no idea. But sure you can figure it out. TBC is better than vanilla, says Jalen Law. Well, in some ways. I know I'm drinking a little bit of the TBC Kool-Aid at the moment. I'm still a classic boy at heart. Still prefer classic. It's my favorite, iteration of the game, all things considered. But with that said, I'm very excited for TBC. I thought I didn't want TBC with TBH. You're really hyping it back up for me. I mean, you guys are hearing this music in the back, right? You guys remember listening to this? Walk First Steps into Hellfire. Hellfire's not definitely not my favorite zone in TBC, but it's solid, right? And I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to discuss here, because in the context of the time of vanilla and moving into TBC, even you guys know I'm not too into the space type of stuff, right? Like the cosmic, intergalactic, space feel for Warcraft, but I do concede in the context of its time, it felt fresh at the time. It was a stark difference from the color palettes, the look, the feel, the sounds of the old school world, right? In the context of its time, it truly felt incredibly epic, right? There was so much different with the expansion. It was no expansion after TBC could quite achieve that same level of difference. I don't know if that makes sense. Like it felt very radically different with regard to just new difficulties, like heroic difficulty and stuff like that wasn't a thing before, right? What else? There's, the flying mounts, dude. That blew my mind that you could fly in the context of the time, right? Now we're used to it, but in the context of the time, the flying was absolutely insane. What else, man? The new talent trees, just this world that looks cosmic. Like, look in the background. There's nothing in Vanilla WoW that kind of looks like that. Maybe the Blasted Lands a little bit. The demons, even though it's not my favorite thing, like I said, the cosmic demons and stuff like that, it felt super fresh and scary and intimidating and awesome. Walking into Hellfire after spending so much time in Vanilla Azeroth was like, holy crap. Yup. Whole new planet, whole new world. Getting the gear, the first couple pieces of gear when you're walking into Hellfire. I mean, there's a lot to discuss here, guys. And I'm hoping you guys can come up with some good, because I don't have all the answers. Thankfully, Navik will be probably joining us in and out throughout the stream, so he'll be able to kind of like just chime in, because he has the most complete understanding of TBC I've ever seen. Somehow he remembers all this shit. I don't know about you guys. I mean, I started to be more serious gamer. Max, you remember back then doing Karazhan, and like we were pumping in TBC, but I still kind of don't remember it that well. I don't remember it that well. So pretty much today, guys, we're going to be watching videos. We're going to be going patch by patch through the Burning Crusade and just kind of remembering what the meta was like, remembering what everything was like, the zones, all that stuff, right? Because TBC, I'm going to look like an idiot if TBC doesn't actually happen, but it's going to happen, right, guys? Right? There's pretty much no chance it doesn't happen. It's like 95% chance. I remember a lot. Okay, yeah, Ripper, you always had good memory, though, man. My shit is blurry. Still caffeinating up right now. This is cup of coffee number 1, so you know how that goes. I'm gonna be kind of zombie for a little bit here. Oh, Sarmonican, good to see you, Sarmonican. You'll love to see it. I'm excited for the raid later today. I only had MCZG gear when TBC launched, so those green items were huge upgrades. Yup. They felt good. They felt good going through Hellfire. The leveling was slow, too. Remember spending like a day or two in each zone? Completing everything, leaving Hellfire. I would stay in Hellfire a little longer than most, I don't know if this happened to you guys. When I was leveling through TBC back in the day, I would kind of overshoot it. I would stay in Hellfire to like 62, 62 and a half. That's not really the play, man. You should leave it like probably latest 62 on the dot, man. And then, but at the same time, you should complete every quest because you're trying to get up to that revered reputation. So there is so much to discuss here, man. Like, this is going to be a very light and polite version of all the TBC discussion. Like, everything from should they launch fresh servers? Should they allow you to copy your characters over? Should they actually have it so that the keys are obtained at Revered or Honored? The more and more I think about it, I'm thinking they should stay at Revered. I know I was shitting on the rep grind the other day, but the rep grind's not that bad, honestly. I cannot confirm or deny if I'm playing on a TBC server right now, but you can get honored pretty quick, like in a day or two. So maybe I mean, and then even Revered, you can get Revered kind of quick. It's not that bad. I kind of like the rep actually, because all the different factions they have rewards, right? And when you get honored, you can get a couple pieces from them. I do like the way that feels. That feels super good. Fel Reaver, oh yeah, absolutely. Seeing that thing stomping around for the first time. Absolutely. So we listened to a little bit of Hellfire music. I kind of want to switch it to Zangarmarsh now. Just for a little bit. I'm hype about the TBC ambience, guys. Let's go Zangarmarsh. Or should we go Nagrand? Yo, Zangarmarsh or Nagrand, guys. We got all the zones. We're going to be watching some videos and stuff, too. We're just filling it up. Doing a Dane, you love to see it. Welcome to the stream, man. We need to do GMA. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, I'm down. Tomorrow? I'm down. I'm down. The Grand. Yo, Zangar's a sleeper, though. Zangarmarsh is a sleeper, man. Let me tell you right now. It's pretty split. I like Classic better, all things considered, but TBC is my favorite expansion. It was the expansion. Alright, let's go Zangarmarsh, dude. I think you guys are sleeping on Zangarmarsh. Honestly, the mushrooms... Who designed this, man? Whoever designed this, they're probably smoking that loud pack, let's be honest, but it actually turned out really good. The alien sounding music, is it really alien though? It's kind of almost like tribal music. You hear that? I like it. The mushrooms, getting jebaited by the elevator, falling off the elevator. And there's a lot of stuff with the zones, guys, that would be kind of good content. You know, like the other day we were in Zangarmarsh, right? You know, you kill the spore bats and they give you a buff. You know, you get the buff from the treants. All that type of stuff. We're going to be talking about everything today, guys. I don't even know what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about TBC. Going through the racials, that's going to be super fun. Going through the talents, that's going to be super fun. Going through all the different classes' talents. Just scratching the surface, too. So we're doing all of that today, guys. Probably no gameplay today, though. So, you know what I'm saying? We're just going to be doing this. Can you make this to a VOD later? Yeah, probably. If it goes pretty good and I've put my foot in my mouth, maybe I'll unlist it. But I remember the instances. Dude, the instances in TBC slap, dude. They are actually so good. They're so good. They are so good. I fell off the elevator. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Getting jebaited by the elevator. Because it doesn't only go up. It kind of goes up, and then it goes like this. So you're trying to walk off the elevator, you fall off, yeah. Absolutely. Dude, I'm probably going to go either Druid, Warlock, or Hunter for TBC. Probably Warlock, but maybe Druid, dude. Maybe. When did you guys start playing World of Warcraft? I mean, most people are going to be Classic, right? But, or wait, actually, that's not really a good question. I don't know a better question. Nah, I mean, we all played Classic, right? Pretty much. Oh, Seed of Corruption slaps. Yeah, man. Seed of Corruption. I couldn't get aggro. I was tanking Crypts. You know, in Crypts you have those big packs of skeletons, and I had like a Warlock using Seed of Corruption, bro. I could not get that skeletons back because they hit so hard. Vanilla but went hardcore on TBC. I feel you. Milan, what's up, brother? Good to see you in here, my man. Hit level 70 during the Sunwell patch. Okay. The real Kyle's in the house. What's up? What's up? How we doing, Twitch chat? Sarmi, Ripper's in here. Gundahar. The patch when they connected flight paths was the first patch that came out when I was playing Classic, dude. I remember Ripper. It's so good to see you in here, Ripper, man. How you doing, man? How's New York, man? Yo, I'm going to Philly. Guys, I'm going to Philly. I might get coronavirus in 6 days. You get to see Dev Camp and Melderon, though. That'll be sick. We're thinking about doing a stream over there. Maybe at their house, like a cooking stream. Or, I don't know, something like that. I'm going to go see those boys. So, yeah. Going to Philly. We'll see what happens. Hopefully I don't turn into a leprechaun. Anyway. So, this is some of the agenda we're going to do. I think a good starting place. You guys want to watch the TBC hype trailers? Just to kind of set the mood. Watch some of the patch trailers or whatever. Well, let's watch the trailer, man. Yeah, let's watch the trailer. Hold up, let me cue it up. Let us watch the TBC trailer. TBC trailer. Let's start it off like that. We'll watch it together. And then I also have all the patch trailers. So 2.1 Black Temple, 2.4 Sunwell, 2.3 Gods of Zulaman. I'm getting hyped just talking about it. I have all these trailers queued up like for later too. All right, so let's try this out. We'll go full screen. Let's see if this works. There it is. Let's go, boys. The Burning Crusade, welcome. Welcome. Let's watch this together. We've all seen it a million times, right? But it doesn't hurt. Cheese and rice in the chat if you're hyped for TBC. Let's get some cheese and rice spam.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland.
It's our boy Illidan, right?
And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
You guys prepared for TBC? I don't know if I'm prepared. Not right now. Woo. The one time Dre and I look cool, right there. The reason everybody rolled Dre and I Paladin, right there, ladies and gentlemen. There's the female blood elf sucking the arcane worm dry. It's a pretty nice shot, though, I gotta say. The whole color palette around the blood elves is nicely done. There's my slice of those knock. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think about that trailer, guys? That's one of the best ones they've done, right? That's right up there with the vanilla trailer. How would you rank them? I'm going to go ahead and put vanilla number 1. I'm a simple man. What can I say? Vanilla number 1, TBC number 2. I mean, it's got to be, right? All right, let's go back to our presentation screen. Get that Zanger Marsh music pumping. And let us go start. Let us start by going patch by patch. And seeing how the TBC rolled out and all that, right? Because they're probably going to do... Well, here's the thing, right? They're probably going to do TBC in the 2-4... Like, the last patch of TBC is similar to what they did in Vanilla, but they're probably going to do phases as well, right? Obviously, so that's pretty good. Need rounds now. Thank you so much, man. 4-month hot streak. Appreciate it, brother, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Battle. It's your boy. Much love from Pittsburgh. That's what's up, man. I'll be out in Philly on the 17th, man. I mean, Pittsburgh's pretty far, though, right? You gotta take a flight still from there. If anybody lives around the Philly area, I'm down to link up. Get a beer or something, get a cheesesteak. Mists of Pandaria trailer? That's an unpopular opinion. I'm pretty excited for TBC, guys. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, hope that they make separate Classic from TBC servers. I really do. I really do. Because this is gonna maybe be very, very unpopular to say, but if they were gonna get rid of Classic and only have TBC, I would really want to push back on that and be like, Blizzard, don't do that, please. Like, and Rob, if that was the case and they were gonna no longer ever do Classic servers, I'd probably not want TBC. Yikes, right? but I mean, it's kind of just you got the original game is the GOAT, right? You can't, 2 years and it's gone forever. I don't know. Anyway, let's go patch by patch, guys, and we're gonna go through this. We're gonna figure this stuff out together. We're gonna learn about the TBC. We're starting from scratch, starting from the ground up. I know you guys think you know a lot about TBC, but I'm pretty skeptical that you know a lot about TBC because TBC was mad long ago and there was so much that pretty much changed. Okay. So, how do we do this? Let's see. We're gonna go. I should do it. I don't know if you can see that. It's pretty small for you guys. This is the history of the patches, right? So right here, this is all classic up here. And then TBC comes out right here. Correct me, I mean, this could not be the right way of doing this, but I'm pretty sure this is. 2.0.1 is the not the pre-patch. The pre-patch was this, right? 1.13.3. 2.0.1 is the first BC patch. So let's click this. Let's check it out. So patch 2.0.1. Oh wait, no, this is before the storm. So this is the TBC pre-patch, huh? Hold up. TBC pre-patch was this? 2.0.1? Alright, my bad. Well, let's see what it is anyway. You think they're gonna do that, guys? Hold up. What do you guys think? If they were gonna do TBC and they're gonna have you copy your guys, you think they're gonna do a pre-patch? Yo, what's up, Taichi? Good to see you, my man. What do you guys think? One's in the chat if you think they're gonna do some kind of pre-patch and let you copy your character. Two, if you think they shouldn't do that. I don't know, man. I kind of think they should just go fresh. There's a good shot that would mean the classic server would turn into TBC, though. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't want that, Crusader. I wouldn't want that, bro. I really wouldn't. That's why I actually hope they don't do it like that. But I hope it's fresh, honestly. Because that'll give Blood Elves and Drain Eyes a fresh start. Only thing is that's not Blizz-like, but... Because remember when TBC came out, the Drain Eyes and Blood Elves, they started from 1, right? Copy to Classic. I still think they should have separate Classic servers, though. They really need to. It would be insane for them not to do that, but anyway. Alright, so here we are at the TBC pre-patch. Looking for Group Interface Tool. I do not remember this. A new Looking for Group tool designed to assist players in finding groups for instance dungeons and quests will now be available. This interface gives players the option to be added to a pool. There's a link here. Let's see what this is. Is there a screenshot of it? I don't remember this. You guys remember this? Jack McA14. Thank you very much, brother. For the tier 1 subscription and support, man. 2 months in a row. I appreciate it, man. Whoa, this is a Wayback Machine to TBC. Wayback Machine. WorldOfWarcraft.com/Burning Crusade. Holy smokes! Look at it, guys. Look how old school the old website looked. You can't really see it that well on the stream, huh? Looking for group interface. Can you see that? I'm looking to do a group for a dungeon. I'm looking for a group for quest. Yo, is there gonna be LFG in TBC? How come I don't remember this? This was a thing? But this was like manual, huh? So you probably just listed yourself and you saw everybody sitting there floating in there, but it wasn't like a queue that would just automatically put you in. It became a little. This is pre-patch though. They say this is TBC. Look, new interface preview. Looking for group. We've added a new icon on your action bar next to your social button. This will open a window that prompts you to indicate whether you want to start a group or join one that's already in the process of being assembled. Yo, I do not remember this, honestly. It was only realm specific? Yeah, so it was kind of manual. So what do you guys think? Is this Is this good? Is this bad? I mean, it doesn't really bother me, honestly. Maybe it should. Alright. That's the first thing. The lore. Oh, no, hold on, we're on the wrong thing. Let's go back to the patch notes. Okay. Alright, general. So this is the pre-patch. All players will have their talent points reimbursed and will have access to new talents throughout their trees. We're going to be going over the talents on all the specs later. Several new abilities have also been added for all the classes. New abilities, huh? Are they saying as a function of talent points? Because you couldn't get any of the new abilities until you got higher than level 60. Yo, this is huge, man. I honestly forgot about this too. I was talking to Navik about this before the stream. Check this out. I highlighted it. I don't know if you can see it. This is very good to know. This is a very good refresher course. All pets will now receive a percentage of their master's armor, spell damage, spell resistances, attack power, and stamina. That is crazy. So what does that mean? That means pets scale now. They're no longer static. That's huge. It's bizarre. Like your spell damage gets scaled to as a hunter. I mean, your pet. So if you had some kind of caster pet, you would get spell damage bonus on it. Be honest, you guys didn't remember that, right? Alright. Low-level spells cast by high-level players will receive smaller bonuses from plus healing and plus spell damage. Alright, guys. I'm not a rocket
the down rank nerf. Let me jump in there. Yeah, that's the down rank penalty.
Guys, Cheese and Rice in the chat. Navik has joined. Yes, go on now.
What's up, everybody? Yeah. It's just because they were, people down ranking a lot in vanilla for healing, especially, was sort of unforeseen, and a lot of people found it like gamey or unfun. So they nerfed it by introducing this down rank penalty. So down ranking spells was just way less efficient. You got a nerf to your coefficient for your plus healing, like how it's scaled with your down ranked heals. So basically, down ranking is no longer a thing.
There it is. What do you think about that, though, Navik? To me, right off the bat, remember we were talking about this the other day, guys, the differences between Classic and TBC. This is why we're doing this stream right now, ladies and gentlemen. I prefer the down ranking. I like down ranking. I think it adds a lot of flavor and finesse and skill cap, to the game. What do you think about it, though, Navik?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fond of it. I don't know. They added more spells, though. It's like in vanilla, you only had a few heals. In TBC, they did give you more options to make up for the lack of down ranking.
Yo,
so sort of plans for it.
They're saying your mic is crispy now. That's good.
Crispy.
Did you get a new mic?
No.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Yeah, it sounds really good. I just turned you up even more so people can hear you loud and proud. Yeah, I don't know. I always liked the down ranking thing. So when people were talking about, the skill cap of priests in vanilla and some classes in vanilla, it means, that they had, 3 ranks of healing touch. They had rank 4, rank 6, rank 8. They had a bunch of, you had all the rank 1 spells for a bunch of classes. That, I don't know, man. That's kind of scuffed. I mean, TBC's still great, but that's what I'm gonna put a point in the classic having an edge over TBC on that point right there. Yeah.
I remember when so that downrank nerf came out actually with the TBC pre-patch, so we were still in vanilla when that rolled out live. And I remember all the healers like reeing because they'd been downranking for like a year and a half in raids, and all of a sudden they couldn't do it anymore and they didn't know how to heal. It was a big deal at the time.
Someone says downranking is pretty stupid. Why else have higher rank spells if they're not more efficient? The existence of downranking just portrays the bad balance in Classic rather than anything else. Bro, hold on. That's making me feel a certain kind of way. Let me think about this. What do you mean, bro? Like, the downranking is pretty cool because it doesn't make the higher level spells objectively better in every use case. Like, it still gives a use case for the lower level spells, which adds more finesse, more skill cap, and the higher level spells are more efficient in a certain light, right? They're more efficient in a certain light, but not always more efficient. Like, if you're gonna play for value, you might get more bang for your buck, but less tempo from a lower rank spell. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't know, man. I don't know. I really like downranking. Help me out, Hive Mind. Actually makes you think about mana usage. Yeah, I mean, when you just hit one version of the skill and that's it, that's just less. That's just less finesse, dude. I don't know. More skill cap with lower rank spells. I don't know, man. Anyway, let's move on to the next point. Hots, dots, and channeled spells have been rebalanced to receive a more appropriate percentage of spell damage and healing. What the fuck does that mean, dude? So the way hots and dots work, Navik taught me this, is that they're balanced around 15 seconds duration. So if they last for 15 seconds, they get 1-to-1 spell power coefficient, right? So like, but most dots are about 15 seconds, right? Like there's not a lot of dots below 15 seconds, right? I'm trying to think.
Exactly. So pretty much in vanilla, all dots just get straight 100% of your spell power just added to them. And I guess they changed that in TBC. I actually don't know what the scaling is in TBC. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder what they did, like in terms of mathematically to.
Yeah, I mean, right? Like in vanilla, you know, Curse of Agony is a lot longer than Corruption, but they both like get the same benefit from your plus damage, right? They both just get 100% of your plus damage applied to them. So that makes Corruption scale, you know, better DPS wise because it's applying all of your gear's damage in a shorter time frame. So maybe what they did is sort of equalize. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. We'll have to see. Just go to see, it's a whole new beast, guys. I know a lot of you guys probably didn't even remember this stuff. Hots from different sources will now stack. Multiple druids can cast a rejuvenation spell on one target. That's cool. That's cool. New item property, Resilience, has been introduced. Who likes Resilience in here? Love it or hate it? Let me hear what you have to say about Resilience in the chat. Resilience reduces your chance to be the victim of a critical strike and reduces the amount of damage critical strikes do to you. There's actually more to it than this. They didn't even fully spell it out here with Resilience. We were talking about this other day, guys. It also reduces dot damage, and it also reduces drain mana effectiveness.
But they added that in patch like 2.3, so you're not going to see that in this patch note here, this 2.0 patch note. They added those things like pretty late into TBC, just in response to people complaining about mana drain and dot teams that weren't affected by Resilience.
I see. Oh, I see. So like the initial form of Resilience didn't have all that stuff.
Yep.
Gotcha, man. Weapon skill now does the following. Weapon skill will no longer reduce the percentage damage lost due to glancing. The players will gain 0.1% of their critical strike rating per weapon skill against monsters above the level. Guys, I'm so happy we're doing this because I'm learning so much about TBC already in like the first 10 minutes of this. Because I remember people would always used to say like, oh, weapon skill's not as big of a deal in vanilla, right? I mean, in TBC, right? Like the human racials, we always talk about how good those are for rogues and warriors and just the function between your weapon skill versus the monster's defense skill and it being 3 levels higher and having all these little min-max implications. That's interesting, right? So it's pretty much removing that, right? Because weapon skill will no longer reduce the percentage damage lost due to glancing. That's the whole reason why you wanted the higher weapon skill, right?
Yeah, they're trying to compensate though. You see, they're giving you some crit, a little bit of crit for your weapon skill to sort of make up for the loss of glancing. But obviously, like it's not going to make up for it fully.
Mm-hmm.
And something I think is interesting, right, is weapon skill, like in vanilla, right, it says it improves your chance to get a crit by 0.04%, but that's actually, like, I think a lot of people don't know this, that actually only works against players. Against NPCs, you don't get any extra crit from your weapon skill in vanilla. So you do now in TBC, you get the 0.1%.
All right, good to know. So you get a little bit of crit from weapon skills. So when you have a human racial, because those racials are still in the game, right? We're going to go over racials in a little bit.
Yep.
But that, I wonder how much crit that gives you. Does anybody even know? I don't know if anybody knows. Did all the min-max and everything that we've learned over private servers and vanilla, has that been applied to TBC? It seems like there's a drastic difference between the amount of resources and knowledge and guides and everything with regard to TBC versus Classic WoW. You search up TBC guides right now, there's like really not much out there. There's a few resources, but I don't know. We'll have to find out. When casting a buff on a low-level target, the appropriate rank of the buff will automatically be applied. All right, that's pretty cool. So you're trying to buff a low guy, you know, you have to search through your spell book to try and hook him up. In PvP, crowd control effects will last no longer than 12 seconds instead of the full duration, with a chance of heartbeat resist. This was already like this in Classic, though.
No, dude, remember in Classic we get sheep for 45 seconds, you get sap for 45 seconds.
Oh,
and
but
crap
you
like
heartbeat. Yeah, you always heartbeat it, though. You never really actually sit in the sheep, though, right?
Sometimes I did, man. In Classic, I would be sheep for 45 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Nah. So they capped
True,
it at
true.
12 seconds here.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good. So you think that's a good change, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Players will no longer lose faction when under the influence of mind control or the gnomish mind control cap. That's just a little thing. Alright. PvP honor system revamp. Current honor totals reset. Players may display their highest lifetime rank title, accessible from the character sheet. I still have my vanilla one on the retail guy. Honor points earned each day may now be spent as a form of currency. So it's different now, guys. You get honor and you can spend that immediately. It's not like in vanilla where, you know, you just have to get the honor rank, right? And you get slotted into brackets. Now you can actually purchase pieces with honor. I know some of you are hyped for that. Let's see here. That's pretty much it. There's some class specific stuff, but let's go to the next one. Professions. Chat. We shouldn't go through all this other stuff, right? This is just like the minor stuff. We have a lot of patches to go through. Let's go to the next one. So that was the pre-patch. You get all your talents point reset, so pretty much look forward to that. 2.0.2 is in gray. I can't even click this. I wonder why. Maybe it's a meme. Let's go to 2.0.3. Frosty's G, thank you for the Twitch Prime, my man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man.
Probably just hot fixes on these little ones.
Yeah, true. Okay, so 2.0.3. This patch was the release of the first expansion World of Warcraft. The Burning Crusade went live the 9th of January 2007. That's hype. Several years have passed since the Burning Legion's defeat at the Battle of Mount Hyjal, and the races of Azeroth have continued to rebuild their once shattered kingdoms. With renewed strength, the heroes of the Horde and Alliance have begun to explore the broken lands beyond the Dark Portals. Dark Portal. So, general, a stirring of events has begun throughout Azeroth, and the rumors point to the Dark Portal as its source. Mazg Snipe Shot now sells bullets in Booty Bay. This is a humongous change, guys. This is hype in the chat. Cheese and Rice in the chat for Mazg Snipe Shot selling bullets in Booty Bay. You'll love to see it. Collector's Edition pets are now blue items. Alright, this is not that great here. Not much, though. So, okay, so I guess what happens is pretty much the pre-patch set the stage for TBC. So that when it went live, there wasn't a whole bunch of stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. A bunch of some stuff has been renamed. A few, you know, balance type changes here, but it's whatever. That's not going to be a consideration for us because we're going to probably get the last version of TBC, which is 2.4.3. So we're not going to see all these iterative balance changes to all the classes, right? Like, so that's just a non-factor for us.
Yep.
All right, 2.0.4. This is bug fixes. Nothing too spicy here. 2.0.5. Nothing spicy here. What's the next spicy one, dude? 2.4.
Probably 2.1. Honestly, those are probably all little bug fixes, you know.
Yeah, you might be right. 2.1. Yeah. Oh, dude, the Black Temple, guys. Who loves the Black Temple here? Who's getting Warglaves? Who's getting Warglaves? You getting Warglaves?
Got to, man.
Yo, guys, we did some arena yesterday. It was so fun, dude. Perception.
I told you, man.
Navik is right, dude. Perception is OP, man, in arena. Who said that Horde have better racials in PvP? Who said that? I don't know, man. I don't know. Perception is.
You gotta qualify when you say that though. Perception on a rogue only, because perception on pretty much every other class is just like it's a set.
Well, what about on a warlock with Fellhunter?
It's okay. It's okay because it does stack with paranoia, so you can. But I mean, they'll just like hide behind the pillar and shadow step to you. It's really not that great. I mean, you can find druids with it though as a human warlock, but I mean, you should still be gnome warlock. Don't be a human warlock.
Yo, Ripper though. I remember Max the Ripper back in the day. He played a human warlock. He's in the chat right. That was you met him at my wedding, Navik. I don't know if you remember, but
yeah.
He was the one who exposed me.
Played draft.
Playing a dwarf paladins my first 60. I wasn't a Zug always. I just had alliance roots. But he played human warlock. And I remember back in the day, Ripper, you were telling me about how you could see rogues from far away and that you loved perception. That was one thing that you loved. And honestly, the human rep racial in TBC slaps. Like that's a real consideration. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, that is huge.
We're gonna watch, guys, the patch 2.1 Black Temple trailer now, guys, because this is where we're at right now. You guys ready for this? Here we go. Let me cut the music. Gonna go full screen. Alright, let me make sure the stream's looking good. Alright, we're looking good. Here we go. Patch 2.1, guys. Welcome to the Black Temple.
was happy then. At peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. A day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price.
Look at that little Draenei child, dude. Little mini space goat.
There, the orc warlocks.
Little ginger space goat.
Magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Do this, Gul'dan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. Will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary. I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times, the one called Megtheridon made the temple his home.
Being able to slay pit lords in TBC, guys, I always used to think that was so sick.
The one they call the Betrayer. The enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently. We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting, and when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
Damn, dude, that was pretty sick. Man, what do you guys think about that? I like these characters. They were more serious, man. WoW used to be kind of just more serious. We used to be more badass, right? I mean,
Yeah, I really like the tone of that one.
yeah. One thing I was thinking about, man, is I know that they included the Draenei, but how come? I honestly would have probably preferred the what those guys are called Broken, right? How come they didn't put the Broken in, man, instead of the Draenei? Was Draenei
Probably
for real?
they're
Or was
ug-
it, yeah.
That's probably why.
They're ugly, but that's kind of cool. It's like the Savage Horde, you know. You make some ugly, you know. That's it. I would have liked it broken. I actually think they look pretty cool. Like when you see Akama actually attack and stuff. Yeah. Go back to our Zangar Marsh. All right, we back in Zangar Marsh. Actually, let's switch the ambience. Let's go Nagrand, guys. Let's check out some Nagrand. That's another Tanaris thing. Let's go Nagrand. There we go. Music on. There it is. Okay. So Black Temple patches. All right, Black Temple. So Black Temple patch came out May 22nd, 2007. So thinking about it right now, Phase 1 TBC is gonna have Black Temple, right? Or what do you think?
Phase 1? No. Phase 1, they gotta just have the, like, Tier 4, Tier 5. Black Temple's, like, Tier 6.
Oh, yeah, what am I saying? Yeah. So it's gonna be, let's try to break down the bases. Phase 1 is gonna be Kara. Do you think Kara's gonna be Tier 1, or is it just gonna be Mag and Gruul for a little bit?
Kara, Kara, Mag, and Gruul are all together tier 4, so they gotta be together.
All right, so Kara, Magtheridon, Gruul's Lair, and then phase 2 is gonna be what? What do you think?
SSCTK, but I mean, I don't know if they're gonna split those two up. I don't know. I mean, honestly, don't know how they're gonna do that.
They probably should, right? You know, the people say that SSC was like the least like an underrated, underutilized raid. Did you do SSC?
My guild just did stuff like the loot below. You know, we did the easy ones.
Okay, I see. Yeah, what do you guys think? What do you guys think the phases are gonna be, chat? As far as TBC, we're gonna just start thinking about that stuff. You know, it's crazy. I mean, we're gonna get TBC, right, guys? I mean, 95% chance. So wait. So okay, what I'm getting right now is that the next major update is 2.1. So there's this whole stretch of time between 2.1, which comes out in May 22nd, 2007, and the game came out in, let's see here, the game came out in January 9th, 2007, so it's only a few months, man. It's like 5 months or something, right? Before Black Temple came out.
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
TBC was short, fam. TBC was like 2 years long, I think. I think that's why a lot of people didn't experience SSC and stuff. I didn't really experience much SSC. I remember we did it back in the day though, Ripper. I remember that. But this is a short time frame. So the game launches and you have 5 months to experience Karazhan, Gruul, and Mag, and then somewhere in
Not exactly. It's not like that content becomes obsolete when Black Temple comes out, remember? Because the attunements, to go into Black Temple, you have to get attuned by doing TK-SSC.
Yeah.
Can't just skip.
We might have missed something here in between, though. Isn't there got to be a patch where SSC and TK is...
Warcraft, baby!
Jeg er hjerteløber, og jeg har påbegyndt min hjerteløbertræning. Se her, hvordan du også kan blive klar.
Just roll with.
Better. Hold on. I might be hanging in there, man. He pretty much tanked a mob completely and survived at 3%. Everything about his character it's amazing. It's an amazing movie.
Do you know where the Uncultured Swine reference comes from? It's got to be a reference, like from a movie or something.
Uncultured Swine? That might just be a thing you hear a lot, considering you haven't watched like Lord of the Rings and stuff, man. You probably just hear that a lot to the point you think it's like a main reference. I've never heard that.
I thought it was a mainstream kind of thing. Yeah, dude. Everybody else calls me Uncultured Swines. My professor used to call us Uncultured Swines.
Look at this RP, man. Oh my god, the old 20-second RP. Look how long this takes, man. Come on, he's punching rats. That's the longest RP in the game, out of any quest giver. I'm convinced.
Hi, how are you? You have a great day now.
Check that one. I've already counted this on stream before. It's a long time. So everybody who's missed that quest. Yo, Gray, as a non-Alliance player, did you know that an amenity of the Alliance is you can come in here and kill these rats and they instantly respawn so you can level weapon skill really quick?
The only reason I knew is because I saw you do it one time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But yeah, before that, I did not know that was a thing. The hyper spawn rats.
Gray's just watched Matrix logo, like the other day. Same with Lord of the Rings.
I did back in my day though. I spent hours with my terrible dial-up internet jumping on top of this, trying to sit on the gnome throne as a gnome warrior myself.
Did you really?
Yeah, bro. I literally spent like 2 hours here doing this. Look, I can do it in 2 seconds. Just one little detour. Bang. This took me 2 hours back in the day. This was an entire play session This was before dinner, 3 hours.
That's funny.
Right here. It was a big deal.
They did do a good job with this room, though. If you just look at it, like for 2004, there's a lot of moving pieces in here, man. These little like pistons, and everything moving around.
It's nice. I like it. The old Tinkertown.
This is supposed to be the most epic gnome room, right? This is their king. Wait, this is their king right here?
Yeah.
Tinker.
I Tinker Mechator.
Necessity
Yo,
is
you
the
know,
first cousin of
I read the quest for Nomerden one time. Apparently, Homeboy at the end of Nomerden got pissed off at High Tinker Mechator right here, and he's plotting to take over Ironforge? Or take over the gnomes in Ironforge? Something like that. It's kind of cool, though. Got into my fair share of gnome lore in the past.
Alright. Yo, let's get a flight path. Let's scuff that. We could even set our hearth here if we want.
Okay.
My wife is about 10 years younger than me. I have similar convos about movies and music with her all the time. Grace, isn't that normal? Yeah. What a cool idea this is. How long will you keep this going, mate? What do you mean by that, man? Like the duos? Until we die. That's the thing. It always sucks when we die. It just like, it like crashes the party for everybody that's invested in the characters. But we're trying to get to 60 on these guys. Enchanting 21. I need 50 skill ups, 49 skill ups in order to get the greater. I think I have about like 10 or 11 strange dust in the bank. Alright, time to walk to Loch Madon. Let's set hearth though. What about these quests? Are these quests free? Like festive gift? I feel like we did this on our last
You got my
character.
attention. Watch your back.
Gingerbread cookie. Yo, wasn't there one free quest here, Gray?
For the event?
Yeah. Maybe not.
It was teeny tiny bit of XP. It was.
I've the finest
Oh, yo,
wares.
I got the Southern Chops gnome.
Let me see. The old lamb chops?
The old lamb chops. We gotta go again.
I gotta re-up mine. One of us has gotta be red, dude. This is so scuffed. Yeah, it's not the most handsome gnome I've ever seen, to be honest with you.
Looks like he's ready to get his pickup, his 4x4 lifted.
Any guilty pleasures,
1500
movies, food, whatever? What
dodge.
comes to mind immediately for me when it comes to like guilty pleasures is I don't know if there's anything better in life. I mean, there are, but you know, this is, I'm just trying to be dramatic here. I love getting like a delicious meal, right? And then watching like StarCraft.
Oh, you're green.
Can I go red too, or do we have to be?
No, go red.
I can't do green.
I saw you double back.
Yep. Oh my God, Grace. It's all coming back to me, man. We just died here.
Oh, don't tell
Oh,
me.
you know what? We tested this though. You don't die falling from here.
Yeah.
All right. We tested all this. I can actually.
Sick. I'll tell you what. How does it feel? We took off the initial level 1 thing. By tomorrow, we'll be level 20 maybe.
Yeah. No, we're good.
Our personal best was 27 on the Druid Shaman, 24 on the Priest Warlock. We're 11 right now. We're moving.
Hardest part's out of the way. Got through the starting zones.
I agree. As soon as we got our wands, dude, the game, even just like my retention rate is going to be much higher. I got all my abilities. I've got Bubble Renew, Big Heal on you. I've got Wand. It's about to get really fun, guys. Do we do like the Trog quest here at all, or is it not even worth it? Protecting.
Oh yeah, we should. It's pretty free. The Trog quest, yeah.
Do the elite.
Midday Coors Light. Come on, being 30 isn't that bad? Yeah, man. Drinking a tall boy, playing WoW. I was just saying, man. Somebody said in the chat, Midday Coors Light. Come on, being 30 isn't that bad? Yo, it's kind of true, man. Like in your 30s, you know, you're not that unstable anymore. Like you kind of like are kind of good on money, like a little bit more. And you can, you know, you kind of know who you are. You're just kind of chilling. Like I'm playing WoW right now. You know, duo leveling, drinking a Coors. Things could be a lot worse, man. A lot of blessings. Not a baller by any means, but definitely could be worse.
That's nice. One of these days, we'll be there. In about 6 years. We'll see. We'll see if we made it that far. Alright, I'm gonna pull the elite down to you.
Okay. I still need the quest, sorry. I was killing a bear. Don't tell me you got Big Ash already. You did. You got Big Ash. That's funny.
Let me get a fear one time.
No, I'll let you. You got this, right?
What? 1v1?
Yeah, respect the 1v1.
Let me find a pathing.
Don't worry, I got my Voidwalker helping you out a little bit. Let's see. Let's see if you can do it. No way. You're gonna do some fence shenanigans?
Nah, there's no kiting shenanigans here. It's just 1v1.
I'll help you out with an agony.
I could probably just bubble heal through all this.
Let's see. See if you can take him.
Got Desperate Prayer, I got Health Pot. Yo, honestly, the Lesser Magic Wand is the only reason why I'm doing this right now. Watch, we got Bubble in a second.
Okay.
Big heal. Easy game. New Corruption, and he's dead. Calculate.
Let's see.
Oh, you got the quest, right?
Yep.
Easy game. Yo, again. Look at this.
What's that?
3 for 3.
Oh wow, 3 warrior spans. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a sign. I'm supposed to be playing my solo warrior right now. Oh, it's okay. Oh, Cargos, did you know that my warrior got Corpse Maker?
I saw, yeah, man. Congrats. You get so lucky with your fucking warriors, bro. I swear to God, everyone is the blessed one for Grace. He's one of those people. You guys ever have a friend growing up playing WoW that was just so lucky? Dude, I was never lucky, man. My buddy Max was always lucky, man. He just everything dropped for him.
Yeah. Just always envy your friends. Dude, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, Cargos. I'm like best in slot at level 31 on my warrior right now. It's disgusting. Wow. I gotta go over my gear with you, but yeah, Corpse Maker's make or break on all these hardcore characters. I got it on my shaman too that hit 60. I got Corpse Maker.
Hell yeah, man.
Hi. See you soon.
Alright, let's do these trogs. Lost a 36 mage, 32 priest, and 30 rogue in about 24 hours. Happy holidays. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. How'd you level them up so fast, though? You just had them sitting there like you were working all on them at the same time?
What's on your mind? Safe travel?
Yo, that sucks, bro.
How are you? Keep your
You hate
feet
to see
on
it.
the ground. Great to meet you. Safe
He has a wife, a house, and dogs proper balling. I appreciate it, man. I mean, that's all you need, right? Some internet.
Hello. See you soon. What can I do for you?
Alright, let's do this. Probably tons of ore for you here, too, right?
Hi.
Yeah, I was hoping so.
Safe travels.
I'm gonna round up 4 of them, and then I need to get speared on both of us again.
Yo, this is pretty cute. Look at this guy. Pocket dots, pocket heals. They're us in reverse, bro. This was us a little while ago.
No way.
Yeah, they're not in the guild, are they? I'll fear one. These guys do knock down right away, so careful.
Yo, that is cool. Us in a week ago.
Yep.
Looks like they took all the copper veins out here too. Yo, you've seen Men in Black. Everybody's seen Men in Black, right?
Men in Black, yeah, I wasn't expecting you to have seen that one, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was a brother, 6-year-old brother special. Saw Men in Black. Men in Black, Rush Hour 2, one of my favorite movies.
Did anybody in the chat see a movie? This is not a movie that got a lot of hype, and I don't think it was that, storied of a movie, but it actually was pretty impactful in my own life. I really enjoyed this movie, maybe too much. It was called Small Soldiers. Anybody watch that? Small Soldiers. Sorry.
Never heard of it.
Anybody. Never heard of it, yeah. It was basically kind of like a movie, sort of like Indian in the Cupboard. Have you heard about that or no? Grace heard Cupboard. He's like, that's some boomer shit, man. But it's like the story of these toys that like come to life pretty much and like fight each other. And there's two factions. It's kind of like Alliance for a Sword. You have like the monsters and then you have like the soldiers.
Whenever you said, I don't know what the name was, Indiana Cupboard, is that what you said?
No, Indian and the Cupboard. It was a book they turned into a movie. But
Indian in the Cupboard. It sounded like one of those old.
There's a lot of
I got you.
gnomes.
Four
Or whatever. Trolls, Trogs.
I think I got them all on me.
I got 2 on me, 2 on you, bro. Let's go. You're getting the healing aggro. I can fear one off.
I'm getting pumped over here.
Okay. I'm killing him quick.
Whenever you said Indian in the Cupboard, I was thinking of just, it just sounded like an old VCR, the white plastic VCR case that would have been at my grandma's house.
Oh yeah, the white plastic VCR cases, those are great.
The little crinkle whenever you open them up.
Nick Nitro, yeah, I got some people who remember in the chat.
And I think Bone Snapper's knocked you down. So we got 1 Bone Snapper in the back. It's another purple. I'm gonna jump down and kite while you dot.
Okay. Let me know if you need me to peel or fear or whatever.
I think we're good.
Okay. This is like kind of the inverse, right? Like, so when we went to Elwyn the first time, the Murlocs were super easy. We went over to the east side because we were already kind of high level. But these were hard for us in our last duo because we came here kind of early. Remember we almost died in here?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is the opposite.
The reverse, yeah.
We do have the duo behind us. I don't know if they're hardcore, but if they rip for some reason, it could get ugly.
True.
Yeah, the Bone Snappers knock you down.
Small Soldier said Scarlett Johansson? I don't think so. I don't remember being in that movie. Maybe. Ooh, another green weapon. Hell yeah, I'd love to see that. There's a rare in the back of this game if you want to kill him.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, we're pumping this place like you said compared to last time.
Pumping it like a gas station.
Oh, no hit Jerome special.
Marked him with Skull, the rare spawn, so I keep your eyes peeled for him.
He's probably at the top.
Also, another movie from our childhood. If anybody remember watching that, let me ask Ray. Yo, what about a movie, Bugs Life? Does that do anything for you or no?
Of course, Bugs Life. Yo, Bugs Life. Every 3 or 4 years, you gotta watch Bugs Life. Yeah, man, that's is that Disney or was that Pixar?
I don't know. What if I told you I haven't watched it since I was a little kid?
What if I told you you're in for a treat? Yeah, Bugs Life.
Yeah, I might actually watch that for sure.
It's a very. You know, I didn't watch Bugs Life for a long time, and it was the nostalgia. It wasn't as good as I remember, which was this.
Oh, really? No,
it was good. It was good.
Oh, respawn. I'm gonna go attack. I got him.
Yo, there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of chaos right now. How many mobs do we have?
Is it a lot? Looks like just 3.
What's that duel behind us? I thought we pulled the whole freaking place. Oh, and a chest. Yo, look at the Voidwalker. Oh, I love your Voidwalker.
Y'all are just talking about movies that everyone has seen 100 times. It's hard to tell though. I don't know. I actually don't know. I've never really had these conversations with you guys. So everybody saw Bugs Life, huh? Like Small Soldiers and Bugs Life, I don't really hear people. I mean, people talk about Disney movies like growing up. I never really hear
in the rare drop
those movies. Nah, I don't think so. Let's get out of here.
Hey, Leather, do you by any chance have light leather on you? I keep getting lucky with the chest.
Let's see. Yo, Priest Mace of Stamina. Nah, there's no way that's better, is it? Yeah, it's not. It looks pretty cool though. It's called Priest Maze. You're a priest.
That is nice. You don't have any light leather by chance, do you?
No, I don't. No.
So I've got 4 out of 6. Let's see if it's not that big a deal. I might find some out of a chest again though. Keep your eyes peeled.
I feel very old now. Yeah. Whatever other. I like being triggered back into like some sort of nostalgic rage. If you guys have any movies that are from your childhood that you really enjoyed. Another one that comes to mind, there is that like kind of Muppets movie, which sounds really cringe even talking about it right now, but it was like a Muppet Treasure Island movie. That was another one that was kind of cool, and the reason why it sticks out is because there's like a computer game about it. One of my first computer games was that. I was like 8 or something.
Does anybody remember? And I would really like to know if somebody has the answer to this. There was this little purple car with like white eyes. It was the first PC game I ever played, but I can't remember for the life of me what the game was called.
Oh, yo! I know what you're talking about. I thought it was a blue car, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It was something magic, but I've never remembered the name of it.
Putt Putt. Someone said Putt Putt.
Yes, Putt Putt. Yes,
yep. Yeah,
exactly.
That was very nostalgic. Yo, it's another good one.
Oh, my dad. Okay, so my dad, he plays the what's the star game? Galaga, an arcade game.
Yeah.
So he was really into, I think it's Peggle, like the first version on PC. That was pretty badass. I remember watching it.
First time I ever heard somebody call Peggle badass, but hell yeah,
No, not Peggle, not Peggle, not Peggle. It was Pong.
Oh.
Peggle is the 2010 version.
Yeah.
Of arcade games. No, it was Pong. Sorry.
First time I ever heard somebody call Pong badass, but that's.
Yo, Pong was pretty cool. The PC, it was like an adventure game. Instead of like 1v1, like black and white, kind of like tic-tac-toe, I get 10 points, game's over.
Yeah.
Like air hockey. No, this was like a PC adventure game. There was different objectives.
That's nostalgic. Yeah, I'm playing air hockey and
air hockey
on
as well. Some cheap $40 Christmas present that broke after a week.
You know? Watch the road to I don't know. Anybody ever play Carmen San? Yo, what the hell is
Someone
this?
just said Carmen San Diego. What is that?
Look at this little formation of trogs that are neutral, walking in perfect fucking dress.
I've never seen backbreakers. What do you think they do?
I don't know. Let's see.
Step on a crack.
I think these guys are for the event, though. Yeah, they're backbreakers. I'm gonna fear one.
Okay, they enrage? Yo!
We're good. They're dying really quick. It is scary when mobs enrage, though, in hardcore, isn't it?
Is it quality? Yeah. Terrifying. Yo, did you see... You saw Punk TV. Did you see him die at 55 on his hunter the other day?
55? No way.
55, bro. In the zone south of Blackrock Mountain. What is that, Searing Gorge?
Yo, you hate to see it. Yo, he's been around since the very start. He died at 55.
Yeah, I saw him die on his 42 group.
I saw him on a low level like yesterday, so I guess he didn't get deterred. He's still going.
He said he died to some random ogre. Dude, I kid you not. He went from 60%, he got 2 shot to 5%. It was an ogre that thrashes and did 55% of his health. He wasn't expecting it, got 1 shot on the spot. It was the most hard. It was pretty sad. Probably gonna watch it on FC Chat tonight.
Probably. Another one. You didn't play any like where in the world is Carmen San Diego games, did you?
Someone just brought that up. What is Carmen San Diego?
Nah, never mind.
Before my time?
A little bit.
See you soon. Great to meet you.
Played Descent back in the day. Descent? Doesn't ring a bell for me, personally. Ghostbusters, Indiana Jones, E.T., Home Alone, Karate Kid, Ninja Turtles. Yep, there you go. Some great ones right there. Duo Hunters level 59 died Horde 2 days ago. Wow. Yo, I hope there's a clip of that. 259s?
Nah, dude, it's not a wholesome story. I don't even. It's so. apparently they're on EU, and I heard the story yesterday on stream. Yeah, somebody pulled a World Boss on top. Not even trolling.
No way, bro. Was it the Wolfer?
No, he was on EU.
Oh,
I don't know. So they got griefed somehow, and they said it doesn't feel right. And I told him, I was like, dude,
that's disgusting.
Yeah, like I don't even know what to say about it. It was really disheartening to hear. They said it doesn't feel right though. I was like, dude, maybe just hang on to your characters and just see what happens in like a month. You know, if we come together as a community and talk about it. But
that is rough, bro. Getting griefed at 59, I ain't that dream.
Well, it'd be stupid as hell. Like, somebody's gonna pull Samus on top of us, and it's just like, okay.
I wonder if there's a clip of it though. I'd love to see the clip just to analyze it.
Yeah, just to get a perspective. That's what I was wondering too. I never saw
Age
it.
of Mythology, JP. Yeah, that's one of the most treasured games in my past as well. I played a ton of that. The music is very iconic. You'd instantly recognize it even today if I played it. Awesome game. I mean, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 2 Conqueror's Edition, Age of Mythology, Warcraft 3. The creme de la creme right there. StarCraft Brood War. Space Jam, yeah, that's another one. Apparently, they're making another one with LeBron, right? We'll see if it really comes true. Yo, Jonathan, good to see you, man. Happy holidays. What's Mo Odyssey? Abe's Odyssey? I was talking about it the other day, MC. That was my very first PS1 game. Abe's Odyssey. It scared the hell out of me. It was a really like disturbing game. Escaping this meat packing plant where you're about to be like eaten.
It's too far away. That ability isn't ready. Not ready.
Yeah, another one that again I think it's gonna be pretty niche this time. There's this Civil War movie. I think Civil War game called. I think it was called Sid Meier's Gettysburg or something like that. Really enjoyed that one too. Some of those games, those RTS games like Age of Empires 2, Civilization, those types of games had such amazing campaigns. They're like they were ahead of their time, I swear. What was your first game, Gray? I don't know if I ever asked that.
My first game.
Yeah, ever.
I actually don't know how to answer that.
You don't remember? Was it PC? Was it?
No, it was definitely it was PS1 at my grandma's house, or it was the PlayStation 2. Like I said, my brother's 6 years older than me, so I got, I was exposed to everything that he had. Yeah, it was. You know what it was? It was the earliest game I can remember is Tekken Tag 1.
Tekken Tag. That's another one.
At my uncle's house. On the PS1.
Man.
Yep.
Yeah, that takes me back. Tekken Tag. You know, another game that was kind of fire was this one pinball game. I think it was like a Pokemon pinball on a Game Boy. I don't know why that.
Yes, Pokemon. My brother had it was a Game Boy Color game for sure.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yep, I remember we had the same exact one. I know. I remember it.
I need to do it too. My bad. Hopefully it summons it again. 420 again, of course. The 420 phenomenon continues. I think I have to wait a second for him to spawn. Did you die on the humans you made earlier? These are the humans, man. We're just in gnome costumes.
First game. What was your first game?
PX230 Winter Wondergale. For me, it was I believe it was Age of Empires 2, man.
Yeah, me too.
PC.
I played that one because my uncles again. Yeah, my uncles they played Tekken Tag, AoE 2. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I remember watching my brother build a little park Roller Coaster Tycoon. Actually,
the very first Sims game. That was another one.
I never played Sims. I downloaded Roller Coaster Tycoon recently. Have you ever played those old games? Roller Coaster Tycoon was really fun, and then after you do like the 5th park, it's like, I'm over it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Pokemon
Roller
Pinball
Coaster
was sick.
Tycoon on the tablet. See, I would love to play Roller Coaster Tycoon on the go. That's how I could do it.
No love for Sonic. So somebody said no love for Sonic. Sonic was the one that I didn't get super into, right? I've told the story before where there was a Sega Game Gear, and that I've probably never felt more intensely jealous in my life than watching my buddy on the way to like tennis lessons, like doing the shared like group lessons, watching him play Sonic on his Sega Game Gear was like the dopest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. And I did have Dreamcast for a minute, and there was a pretty good Sonic game on there where you could have this little Tamagotchi thing and look after your little Sonic pets and then play in this Sonic immersive world. But you know, out of the three, like where you have Mario, you have Sonic, and you have Spyro or Crash Bandicoot, Sonic was the one I was like attached to.
Get it back. Why? Should we go north here or south?
Yeah, let's go back. Yep.
My only interaction with Sonic was my brother's friend coming over with. I think it was on PlayStation 2, but yeah, never personally owned a Sonic game. For some reason, Sonic wasn't a big hit for me either.
Yeah. Did you play any fighting games growing up or not?
The Tekken series. That after Tekken, I never played fighting games. I never got
any
into
Smash or
Mortal
not?
Kombat. No, I didn't play Smash. Man.
Really? No Smash? Damn.
Because I told you, my PvP experience yelling at my friends is so minimal. Like, I got attached to WoW at age 9 and never played anything else. This was it.
Yeah.
So, I'm really hoping that Arenas is going to do it for me, man.
I'll tell you what, in the chat, if you know anybody that has an N64 that doesn't have one of these little emulator card things, you can buy them. It just looks like a one cartridge. Yeah, you can buy them on eBay, or not eBay, Amazon for like 50 to 60 bucks. It has pretty much every N64 game on it. I just recently got one of those, and it's been so nice. Like, I'll actually go and play N64 with my wife. Like, we'll go just play Smash, or I started playing Conker's Bad Fur Day again somewhat recently. There's that game.
What was that worm game on N64?
There's yeah, like the I think they were just called Worms, like Worms Armageddon or Worms whatever.
Yeah. I think there was a couple. There was one I remember watching my brother play through. I don't remember if you were the worm. I think you were the worm.
Oh, you were the worm?
I don't know. My memory sucks.
Yeah, but if you come over again, man, I'll show you some N64 games. Space Worm Gym, is that it? Earthworm Gym?
Yes.
Oh.
Earthworm Gym, Space Worm Gym, whatever it was called. Yeah, that's what it was.
I see. Yo, Leisure Suit Larry. I haven't heard that in a freaking couple decades.
Larry
that was
who?
like one of the first games that was rated mature, I think. I don't know if it had like actual nudity in it. I don't know if it did, but it might have just had like lewd themes or something. For some reason, it was like a mature game. I remember my buddy Chris got it, and everybody thought it was like so crazy.
The mature. Oh man, the first time I ever saw a mature title was at Blockbuster, and it was like two gnome guys and a gnome female in the middle. It was scuffed, dude. The girl had massive cleavage, and it said mature. I don't know.
N64, yeah.
I don't know what console it was. It was might have been an N64 game. I didn't get it personally though.
I'm gonna link that for you, bro. This is the exact one that I bought. This one, I'll tell you right now, works amazingly well. I have it in my N64 right behind me. I don't know if you can see it. It's this Amazon right here. This is the exact one I ordered. If you order this, anybody have an N64 in the chat still that works? If you order that, what I just linked to you, it has like pretty much every single game. never seen you. And you can do this thing where you can upscale the resolution of your N64 a little bit so that it fits 1920 by 1080. It'll fit, you know, like the new modern TVs. And you get that, you're gonna have such a good time there. 100%. So fun. When people come over, it's just so like endless content.
Not ready. I need to get closer. I can't do that yet. Not ready.
No.
My ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Never finished Donkey Kong 64? Yeah, that was a hell of a game. Duke Nukem? Yeah, I missed the boat on that one a little bit. I remember seeing my uncles play it.
Yo, so even as a
What's
human
on your mind?
with the gnome animation, we can't jump through here. Look at that.
Wow, that's
Human
crazy, dude. Yeah. That's crazy. I did not know that. So even though we look like a gnome, the game still thinks we're humans.
Still
Pretty
got
much.
the human hitbox. Yeah, hate to see that.
Yo, it be Flow 47 with the tier 1, man. 7 months of support. Really appreciate that, man. Welcome back. So glad to be part of this wonderful community. Only way from here is up. Liz, hardcore server going. Blessed run. I'll tell you what, guys. Graves, I'm gonna tell you something. Something really exciting could be possibly happening on the Blizzard front with hardcore. I'm just gonna say that.
Way.
I'm just gonna
Stop.
say that. That's all I can say, man.
No way. You're trolling me.
Don't get too hyped, man. I'm not trying to crush anyone's dreams, but just keep it in mind.
You can't come
See
in the
what happens.
stream and say Blizzard and hardcore. You can't put those two words in the same sentence and not
We'll see what
expect me.
happens, man.
You're trolling.
I'm not trolling, but at the same time, I'm also not trolling and saying don't get your hopes up. But it is
My heart rate just doubled.
possible. Something cool could happen.
BlizzCon Online. 24-hour tournament.
Not ready.
Honestly, just forget it. Just keep it's in your mind. It's something to think about. So,
Dude, I can't play anymore, dude. I honestly can't play the game. Like, you can't do that to a friend. What's the saying? It's like, don't tell anybody.
Hello.
Stacy told me something about little Johnny.
I'm
and then you just go on about your day like nothing happened. Like, that's what you just did to me.
I know. I'm sorry, man. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sworn to secrecy.
Well met. See you soon.
Oh man, I can't handle it.
But I do promise you, I'm not trolling. Something happened.
I need to get closer. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
good. Here there. What's on your mind? I have the finest wires in the land. Safe travels. Hello. Be good.
Great to meet you.
Here there. Off with you.
I'm out of range. Need more range. I'm not moving yet. That ability isn't ready yet. far away. Not enough range. Need more range. Not ready. That ability isn't ready. Can't do that yet. I'm out of range. Not ready. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough range. Inventory is full. I need to get closer. Not ready. I can't do that yet. Need more range. Not enough range. Need more range. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. That ability is not ready. Not enough range. I can't carry anymore. That ability isn't ready. Not ready. Need more range. Inventory is full. I'm out of range.
You got my attention. Watch your back.
Not enough range. It's too far away. I can't do that. Need more range. Not enough range. Need more range. Not enough range. Need more range. Not enough range. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready. Need more range. Not enough range. I need to get closer. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more range. Not enough range. more rage!
Interest you on a pint? Up with you, how are you? What's on your mind? Keep your feet on the ground.
I can't use that item yet.
Great to meet you. See you soon. Talk to me. Very good. Well met. See you soon. You got my attention. Off with you. What can I do for you? Safe travels. What can I get for you today? What can I do for you? Be good. I've the finest wares in the land. Great to meet you.
Not ready. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. I can't do that.
You got my attention. Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
Not ready. Not enough rage.
just too early to say anything about it.
Fair enough. I'm all choked up, dude. I need a glass of water after that announcement. It wasn't even anything. All right. Let's get on the ball with quests.
Yo,
let's pump,
Ruby15,
we got
thank you
3
very
hours
much for
till
the
FC
tier
chat. I
1,
want to get XP. I want to.
What can I do for
3
you?
months of support. You'll love to see it. The duo looking festive in gnome Santa suits and snowfall. Yeah, man. Happy holidays to you, Groovy. Appreciate the continued support, man. It be flow. Oh yeah, shut me up. TBC server resets. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Never get your hopes too high. Right? See what happens when you get too hyped for stuff like it's Cyberpunk. Okay, so we're 12. You know how we usually like went counterclockwise and went down and did the crocodiles and all that stuff first? I don't know if we can do that because we're kind of lower level than we were before.
So
maybe we just go straight up north and do it in reverse.
Yes, I'm down. We could even go Westfall halfway if we're not high enough level. Do half the quests here, go to Westfall, come back.
Yeah. Let me actually render real quick and then we'll go north. What UI does cargoes use? Anyone know? Just type exclamation point UI into the chat.
What can I get for you today? Off with you.
You guys just start these guys today? Yeah, that's right. Yep. Just a little while ago. Cargoes with the master bait. I'm sorry, man. I just... It couldn't help it.
Yo, we're freaking out over here, Carlos. I'm not healing you till you tell me.
I can't, bro. It's too early. Like, it could be nothing. That's the thing. Like, you just...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Damn, Daniel. Okay, do we go get the quest north, or we're completing this along the way, kinda?
Yeah, we'll just complete these along the way and work our way north.
Level 12, how fast can we pump these vermins? What do they do? Like 3 mobs.
Nothing really.
Okay. Gypsy Buckler of Stamina. Oh, it's a shield.
Kill all the animals. That'll be the main thing. There's gonna be plenty of these kobolds up top.
Okay.
It's tough getting all the meats though. We're trying to get Delsmar blood sausage done. Mana is corruption versus shadow bolt at this level. So my corruption is cheap, but it doesn't do much at this level. You get new ranks of corruption every 10 levels, starting at 4, 14, 24, so on and so forth. This corruption's already paid out. It is pretty efficient damage per mana, more so than shadow bolt, but it's not doing much damage at this level. At 14, it'll start chunking though.
Dude, the Void Walker is so tanky. Took no damage right
Why
there.
is your pet green nameplate? You can customize how you want the nameplates to look in need plates, but we're not flagged at the moment, no. The lock looking hazy today. The greatest hotbox it? Maybe, dude. It is looking hazy though. Somebody just pointed out the lock is looking kind of hazy. It's true, right?
I don't like it. It's I think this, so it's not raining, but I guess there's an in-between. I never knew. This is like the sandstorms. I didn't know that the lock had a different...
Yo, This is what California's looking like right now. It's I kind of like it though because you don't get much different variety in terms of the seasons out where I'm from right now. When I go out in the morning and at nights, it's extremely like cloudy and misty and hazy and rainy, and it's kind of a cool atmosphere.
Yeah, I hate. I like the night sky and I like the sunny days in WoW. I really don't like rain at all. There's not a scenario. Some people like Elwyn Forest when it's raining. I'm not into it. There's a copper vein at the cave, at the front of this cave.
I'm gonna fight for it, kill all these kobolds.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
Pull in more. You good?
Kinda.
Oh, more are spawning though. It's like some dynamic shit. I'll finish these off on you.
I'm gonna full heal myself and die.
All for a copper vein. Big word.
Definitely worth it.
So last dual leveling gone. Dwarf died. The Gnomon dwarf died. Yeah, man. We were doing this charity stream and we had to face against the Wheel of Doom, and the Wheel of Doom told us we needed to take 80% fall damage, and we miscalculated and died. We go again. What's your current played? It's pretty much as long as the stream's been live. So let's see. About 5 hours. Maybe a little bit less though, because I ran the starting screen for like 7 minutes or so. I'll just check right now. 4 hours, 57 minutes. Yo, hopefully there's a vendor here, man. Yo, it's raining. Raining in Loch Madon. What a vibe.
I hate it. See, you're one of those rain guys.
I
hate
am,
the
dude.
rain.
You hate the rain, really?
I do.
I enjoy the rain a lot, man.
Doesn't do it for me.
The only thing about the rain that I don't like is that when you have animals, it just makes things messier. Other than that, rain is a vibe.
You have boar meat? Let me get boar meat from you.
Yeah, I got you with the boar meat.
Yeah, dogs in mud doesn't sound very fun. Just wet dog, the smell of wet dog.
Yep, not the greatest.
Yo, this guy gives us our 4 stamina robe. How do we do that quest? I want to do that right now.
We're about to do it right now. Isn't it just get the supplies?
I think that's it.
Yo, rainy Loch. Yeah, you actually don't vibe with it? Rainy Loch Madon.
Nah, dude, my socks are already wet.
Yeah,
I've already got
socks
mud
on
on the back of my pants. I'm not digging it.
Nah, man, I'm cranking the headset volume. This is dope. How's Human Warlock versus Gnome Warlock in TBC? Gnome has the edge in PvP. Escape Artist. People say Escape Artist is nerfed. I think it's buffed, man. What about it is nerfed? I don't understand why they say it's nerfed. It's not nerfed. It's buffed. They get rid of the cast time. It's instant. It's quite good. They also have a bit more int. Not like a huge amount, but they have a bit more int, just a little bit. So there's that. It does make a huge difference on the PvE side.
Sweet mistletoe for me. my mark of the dawn too.
So yeah, they probably have a slight edge in terms of PvP and PvE. No. But human gets a bit better overall on TBC. Perception does a bit more, and the reputation bonus, as we said before, is huge. 10% on all reps. You guys seeing this chat? Isn't this just such a vibe?
All of them?
For rain, dude, it's amazing.
These scouts are ranged. I hate ranged mobs. Alright,
Sure.
knock them all up. It's kind of
Can I
nice.
get a bubble? We need a second.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You need to get better at letting your board walkers in. I'm gonna big heal on you. Big healing coming.
Okay, I still have potion too. And healthstone.
We kill 5 mobs in the time it would take me to kill 1 solo.
Oh yeah. Chest over there too. Yo, and the fire and the rain. This is like legitimately an ASMR stream now. I'm standing right by a fireplace.
Here, maybe. Okay, come out and I'll bubble you and renew you.
Yeah, coming out.
Big heal on you. Let me get this copper vein right here. Tick up mana.
Alright.
If you want to pull him back to me, I can.
How you doing, man?
Nah, Fatal. We died, David. Yeah, man. We died during the charity event.
I got
Is
one on me now.
snowing and raining at the same time true? That's realistic though. It can snow and rain at the same time. Create that kind of like sleet. That sleet mixture.
Oh, nice. Now I like the cave, the ambience, the music change. This is more my vibe.
You're one of those cave guys, huh?
Getting out of the rain. Gotta find a little fire back here. Get warm.
Love your stream, but sometimes I get a little triggered by you not looting all the dead mobs. Rubs
the
my
cave feels
OCD
good.
the wrong way. Yeah, I've
Like
been known
living
to
close to
skip
danger.
mobs too much. But I do have a duo,
Yeah.
right? So he loots. It's on free for all, so he can loot all the stuff that I don't loot. He usually does. He loots more than I do. So rest at ease. Most of those mobs are getting looted. Probably just by him not knowing.
Okay, we got a lot of mobs. Bubbling in.
That's quite a lot. That is quite a few mobs. I'm gonna kill this bigger on you. Okay. Marking skull.
Prayer.
Okay. I can fear one off if you need it. This is about to die though.
Yo, health pot. I'm healing myself to full. We got another one.
Okay, it's fine. My Void Walker has that one, so. It's another one dead.
Yikes, man. Yeah, just full defensive.
You have Hellstone too?
I do have Hellstone, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for like scream at me to use Hellstone sometimes. It's just
okay.
It hasn't registered yet. I used health pot, I used Desperate Prayer. I'm back to full mana, almost.
Nice, good shit.
Right. Not knowing anymore.
Again with the Alliance? Yeah, I mean, we went Horde for a long stretch. We had a bunch of Horde characters. Yo, this is all 2 Geomancers. This is really rough. This is really rough. I'm gonna use my bomb.
Big heal on you, big heal. Yikes, dude.
It's okay, it's okay. Focus the low Geomancer. I still have potion. I still have big potion, okay? Oh, the tactical.
God.
Nice.
Dude,
I still have
come
potion.
I come around the corner and you got 2 Geos and 2 Diggers, man. What are you doing?
Oh, were you
Okay,
not here?
bubble?
I had potion still. I had potion. Want me to potion?
suck. Got all the faith in the world. When do you get sacked? When
16. Somewhat soon. You need another Hellstone, right?
No, I didn't use it yet.
Okay.
Chest here you can get.
Got a green. Ooh, green bracers. There we go.
Nice.
So I am all set with the tools. How about you?
I need one more too.
Yeah, we should have maybe. Oh, right there.
Perfect. All right. Let's
Yeah,
get out of here.
nice. So we need. Let's see. 5 more ears. That's not bad. Get revenge on the rare in the back. Somebody said get revenge on the rare in the back. Did we die to a rare in the back?
Maybe revenge for their character. I don't think we did though.
Oh, okay. I mean, if there's a rare in the back, I'm down to kill it.
I don't think your units can't pop though, did it?
No, it didn't. We can check. Maybe it will. Maybe we're not deep enough. If they make a fresh server, can you dual level on a PvP server? It would be fun to see low level PvP. It would be, but we are streaming, right? So, if they made a fresh, you're saying? Oh, we're saying if they made a fresh. I would on a fresh, because everybody's even, right? So.
Somebody was talking about how we're supposed to take this run easy and we're pulling like we did on our last run. The thing is, our pulls aren't going to increase from now to level 24. It's just we're going to have more abilities at 24.
Yep.
Like if I would have had Psychic Scream whenever I came around the corner, that would have been easy peasy.
Yeah, no rare up. Maybe a chest though? Let's see. Yo, no dwarf racial defined chest. You hate to see it.
I know, I'm feeling pretty bad about not being a dwarf right now.
Yep.
That's okay.
Alright, I'm done with yours. You're done with yours too. We're good.
Let's rock. Get our 4 stamina chest.
But you don't like my my brown linen robes, bro?
I've seen better robes in my time. Oh, you never? Yeah, we never ended up making green gear.
Yo, Oski boy.
Tailoring by 24 last time.
Oski boy, my man with the prime over on the Twitch side of things. Really appreciate that, man. 3 months of support. Yo, you ever consider going back to the default camera? Or you still like this style? I have no preference either way. The only time I have a preference to normal is if I'm playing Hunter for some reason. Hunter is pretty rough with the action cam. But like playing a Warlock right now and just this multi-dotting, it doesn't bother me at all, honestly. I don't even notice it. Thank you very much for the 3 months, man. Yo, Jerome, good to see you, my man. Did you try out the new Dota patch, Jerome? I was playing it last night.
Yo, at 12 I get my next rank of bubble. That bubble falls off pretty fast.
Yo, good to see you, Jerome, man. Happy holidays. Jerome actually joined us in our hardcore karaoke the other day for our event. It was great. The new Squirrel Hero Hoodwink, he seems really strong. His ult does a lot of damage. It does, I feel like double the damage the sniper ult does. I think he's a support though. People trying to play him in the off lane or... I think he's a support. We'll see. We'll see how the pros use him if they use him.
Dude, we need those greater magic wands, man. Stat.
Soon, man, soon. karaoke was amazing. It's not like stream delay affected it all or anything. I know, right?
Got two
completely
stacks of
unscuffed. How far would you like to see Classic progress? Personally, I think they should stop at Wrath. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, man. Just the trilogy. The old world Azeroth. That's the way you could justify it too, because some people might be like, oh, I like Kata. Kata PvP was amazing. But you could just justify it by saying, hey, it's the old world before the Cataclysm happened. Pre-Cataclysm world and post-Cataclysm world. You could say you can still play in the post-Cataclysm world on retail. We're 60 dungeons / raids on the horizon. I think we're trying to do Dire Maul East this week. We were talking about it earlier. Or Strath Live. Or DM East this week. That pre-workout world buff stuff is so relatable. Yeah, it is. That was a good analysis by my man Grace. This vendor's so clutch right now.
Be good.
How are you? Jeez, Iker, I need hops. Honestly, do I really need minor healing potions? I have 4 lessers, that should be enough.
Oops. Alright. 4 stamina robes.
Get her back.
Let's go.
Here there. Up with you.
Pretty nice. I can make us 13 wands, by the way, right now, for extra cash money.
Oh hell yeah. We should get full 8 slots if we have that much money.
Yep. 14 wands. Hey Carcass, love seeing you playing, man. Yo, thank you, one more chance. Good to see you. Happy holidays to you. It's like you said with movies, classic, the Wrath hits / feels different than post-Kata, for sure. Gotta kill all these animals out here. Oh, there's a copper over here.
Very nice.
How you doing on blood sausages? Let me see how I'm doing.
Blood sausages. I've got 2 bear meat, 2 boar intestines, 1 spider.
Oh, you're doing pretty good then. Better than me. Oh, 2 bear meat's nice. How are the chickens going? You only got Rhode Island Reds, right? And no roosters? So, one of them is a rooster. Yeah. I ordered hens, but one of them is a rooster. It happens. Sometimes it just slips through the cracks. It's hard to fully, 100% of the time, accurately identify what's a boy, what's a girl. But they're all getting along well. got eggs for days, I'll tell you that. Every day, wake up, go outside. We can't keep up with the amount of eggs they're making, so we're just gonna be. I'll be giving away to neighbors and my parents. For all one of you that might be interested, or maybe a couple people might be interested in having like backyard chickens, 100% worth it. I gotta say. Pretty low maintenance, super high impact, and they give you a lot of like chicken-tainment. They're just interesting creatures. This is the best duo I've come across in a long time. The perfect mix between chill and hilarious vibe. Keep the good work up. Gonna watch all your hardcore material for sure. Yo, that's so nice of you to say. Who's that? Belanji. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, Grace and I make a pretty good team.
Okay, you got Boars.
Yo, I love the synergy. You pre-bubbled me right at the perfect time. Amazing.
Big heal, big heal. I'm scared of these Boars.
They're not gonna charge if I stay still, right? That's the thing. You just gotta stay totally still. Would you ever consider eating one of them? It would hurt, man. Even though they were never meant to be pets. I don't name them or anything like that. Like, it's just human nature. You're gonna get attached to them. I mean, I totally would in like a survival situation or something, right? But if I can help it, I'd like to not eat them. Yeah.
I'm gonna grab this copper vein.
I just have such an appreciation for them as like a creature, though, man. Like, chickens have done a lot for us as humans, man. They're just awesome creatures. Like, they're pretty much I don't know. I would say the lowest maintenance, highest impact creature you could have. Just in the sense you wake up every morning, you go outside, and you get this perfectly, like, wrapped little parcel of nourishment that it's pretty much a complete source of energy. An egg, right?
Dude, I swear these boys never drop this stuff on me, ever.
They're pretty much super low cost, super low maintenance. Are you vegan? No, I'm not vegan. Merry Christmas, my dude. Yo, Merry Christmas, Jonathan. Thanks for stopping in, man. Happy holidays to you. Good night, mate. It's getting late, and you love the content. Merry Christmas as well. Same to you, Goker. Take care, man. So, have a nice rest, man. So if you have any extra ichor, I still need two.
I've got one ichor extra.
One extra? Okay, perfect. So I just need one more.
Alright, still need more ichor.
Final Jeopardy was one of the funniest things I've seen this month. Hey, what's up, Papa Bear?
More intestines.
Speaking of chickens, any news on the homestead situation? I must know all the details. Yeah, man. Yo, Jerome, again, I always say it, but I do appreciate you hanging out in the chat, man. It's always nice seeing you here. The homestead's going good. I planted an acre of Chardonnay grapes. So we have our own little mini vineyard, fully irrigated. It's really nice. Just looking at it. We're germinating the lavender seeds right now. I think it's too early to do so, but parents disagree, so we're germinating a bunch of lavender seeds right now, like at scale. Like we're gonna have like thousands and thousands and thousands of plants. So there's that, and we might get a horse, Jerome. Our neighbor is an old man, and he has cancer and stuff, so he's winding down pretty much. So he has a horse that pretty much everybody just feeds, just out of charity. Like they just go drop a bundle of hay or whatever, and the horse will eat it. But the dude can't really take care of the horse anymore, so they're wondering what to do with it. So we might get a horse just to graze on the pasture and stuff. It's turning green too. Ever since I bought this property,
we're done with bear meat.
It's looked like the Barrens, right? That's how Northern California looks during the summer and stuff. It just looks all. You got acre too? 1 acre?
Oh, do you already have one?
Yeah, I'm good now. If you give me that 1 acre, perfect. I think we're done.
You need.
Oh wait,
3
I
boar
need intestines. Oh shoot.
Yeah, these are impossible to complete.
I think even in the survival situation, you want them to keep pumping out eggs. No, you're not wrong, for sure. It would have to be, because you get plenty of protein from the eggs, right? I mean, eggs are just amazing. And again, even if you're just in a suburban home or something, that's the fastest growing section of the pet industry, apparently, is chickens. I never went out and verified that data point, but I heard that. I heard that recently.
Alright, I'm gonna divide and conquer a little bit. Get these boys over here.
Okay. Well, we don't have to complete this all right now, too. Like, there's plenty of boars that we have to kill over on the east side. I'm gonna head south and just turn this in. I mean, we could if you wanted to, just to clear up inventory space, but it might take a hot minute here. Do you have any extra?
I don't have any extra. I've got 2 boars on me. If they both drop it, we might consider completing it now.
That horse, yeah. He's never been ridden before, though, so he probably is. Horses aren't that useful, right? Like, horses were super useful back in the day when you needed them to, like, haul plows and stuff, like, to get around, transit, travel. But anymore, I don't know if they do much. Gonna ask you where you learned all these agricultural skills. YouTube, man. I don't really have much agricultural skills. I'm just millennial from the city, but you just figure it out one YouTube video at a time. My dad knows a lot about this stuff, though. He helps a lot. He helps me massively. Goats and chickens are the best. 1 million points to play 30 minutes of Shadowlands. Do you hate it, card? No. I mean, I don't like hate it. It's just not my cup of tea, personally. I mainly just put that channel pointing as a joke. Yeah, honestly, horses just bring so many problems. I grew up on a farm, and horses are such a pain, unfortunately. Yeah. How many acres is your farm? It's a small farm. It's 10 acres. 10 acres. Which is bigger than anything I've ever had. When it comes to like ag terms, that's considered like a hobbyist farm, like a hobbyist level farm. You know, some people have like hundreds and hundreds of acres of stuff. Sorry, what did you say, man? Sorry, I missed that.
Just need 1 more boar intestine. I'm looking at 2
okay.
boars.
But apparently my neighbor is like the Walnut King of California or something. That's what people call him. He's like this mansion in this like walnut empire. There's like orchards and orchards.
Hell yeah. Alright, we're done.
Walnuts. Oh, hell yeah, man. appreciate it. And the robe. We got the force down one though, right?
Yeah, just disenchanted, I guess.
Yeah, the gnome's dead, Matosai. You hate to see it. We died during the charity stream. Do the dogs get hype when you guys go to the farm? Yeah, I feel like you can like visualize this. You're probably a fellow dog owner. They really do. I'm sure your guys do. Your dogs do this as well, right? Right, guys. They know where they're at when they're in the car. They really do.
What can I do for you?
You know, when they're about to go to the park or go on a hike or go up to the farm or whatever, they get super hyped. They start whining. They start just getting crazy. Yeah, every time we get up there. 100%.
How are you? What can I do for you?
Oh, you need chunk of boar meat? You're hanging on to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh man, Felzmar blood sausages feels so good to get rid of that quest.
Were you able to harvest your own Christmas tree off your land? No, we don't have any pine trees like that. Well, we might have a couple, but they're not really like Christmas tree type things. We do have some beautiful eucalyptus trees.
I've the finest wares in the land.
Super tall, like, I don't know, 50 feet tall eucalyptus trees on the property, which I love. I just look at their bark is so cool looking. There's tons of like birds that nest in them. But no, we just have a fake Christmas tree, man. It's like one of the Walmart ones, you know. But I will say one thing I really also like about this property is that for the first time, I have a proper fireplace. You know, like one of those wood burning stoves with the chimney that come. I think they look really cool. And when we're up there and the Christmas tree's up and you put the logs in the wood burning stove, it looks extremely picturesque and nice. Just the smell, the look of the hearth, it's super nice. And some of our neighbors, they don't even mess with the heater like central air. They just power all the heat from their wood burning stoves. And I've never really like been in a situation other than high school where we had to do it as part of like the high school programming to chop wood and stuff. Now I have to like chop wood and like create your own firewood. Just one of those activities that just like you do it and you kind of feel like just really like wholesome and manly. You know, I don't mean that in any kind of like cringe way, but I know my dudes out there know what I'm talking about. You know. You just get done with some shit and you just feel this like really like wholesome manly feeling, like hell yeah, brother. It's a lot of that working on the homestead, which helps out because I play games all day. All right, man. So we're gonna swing east here, do some of this other stuff.
Sure. Yeah,
we could do the Trog quest too. Hold on. Did we not do the Trog quest? How come we don't have the Trog quest?
We didn't do Trogs.
Yeah, let's go to the Trogs real quick, yeah. We can use that hyper spawn camp we did last time. Never chopped down eucalyptus. Oh yeah, I wasn't planning on it. They're beautiful trees. Really, really. Love the look of them. Those eucalyptus trees, unfortunately, are a huge factor in the fires in Cali lately, though. Maybe. I don't know too much about it. I do know, like, I've been learning a lot of skills, right? So, like, one of my neighbors up at the property, he told us, he was telling me how to make proper fire breaks. So these things you can do around your property to, like, to stop fires from spreading and just destroying your whole property. Like, they're not completely foolproof, right? But it definitely helps a lot. So you pretty much keep the grass super short in this, or even put down some material all around the border. Anyway, I'm not even talking about that. The other thing I learned is you have to try to basically trim off any branches that are, I'd say, even like 7 feet and below. If there's any branches, any like little, what do you call them, stickers or suckers or whatever you want to call them, You gotta trim all that stuff off your trees because they are a fire hazard, 100%. But just doing those two things, putting in proper fire breaks on your property and doing that with your trees, you should be good. Yo, Der Grosse Hu. I was watching Gray's stream yesterday when he was telling you how to pronounce. You were explaining how to pronounce that. I'm sorry for butchering it, man. Thank you for the re-up, the 2 months of support, the 2-month hot streak. You'll have to see that, man. Happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas. I highly advise checking out how the Australians cope with their climate, building up water shelf.
This whole
water shelf. What's a water shelf?
One at a time.
I have plenty of water on the property.
Oh, you know what? There's two here.
Basically like an infinity well. Harbor's the type of dude to look out over his lavender farm and say back in the box. Yeah. Okay. Pretty much, man. Pretty much. 100-foot clearance around your property. Yeah, we have like, I think it's a 10-foot fire break.
Another 2
on the perimeter of the property. Some field fencing and a 10-foot fire break. Water shelf is making sure that the plants on your property hold as much water as possible, that even in drought they can survive. Gotcha. The issue we've been facing up at the homestead, I've been talking about a little bit on stream, is gophers, believe it or not. Never thought they'd be such a nuisance, right? But they will just eat up your whole field, man. So we've been going to war against them, trying to gas them in their holes and putting out traps and stuff. It's tough though, because I'm not out there all the time.
We going to the other camp?
Oh yeah, we could. Yeah.
Oh, this one works, I guess. Keep coming up.
Best advice is think how can we work with the natural critters, not against? I don't know what that means in practice, but that would be ideal, right? Like, you don't want to have to kill these things and do all that, but kind of have no choice. Just destroying all your hard work, right? We probably lost, I don't know, maybe like 100 plants, maybe, I don't know, maybe less of the Chardonnay grapes already. Maybe like 50 plants. Hey Cody, good to see you, man. Happy holidays, yeah, Merry Christmas, man. Every time I get my dog to the farm out of town, he just runs in circles for like 20 minutes. Congrats from Serbia, dude. Hey, Zach. Yeah, I can relate. We have, our younger dog is just super athletic and kind of high energy and kind of annoying. And she just unleashes the beast when we get up there. She starts sprinting around like crazy and getting into trouble. When we're gonna see a shrimp from the farm? Yo, fingers crossed, really soon, man. I think I have everything set up. I set up a whole nother like streaming system up there. New computer, new peripherals, new monitors. And I think it's almost ready to go to do streams up at the farm. It won't be 9500 bitrate, right? But it should still hopefully be like 4500 and look okay. Got a 9-month American Bully XL, crazy energy. Oh yeah, what kind of bully is it, color wise? please, when you say Merry Christmas or whatever, also please add in a Happy New Year. Do we need it after this year? Oh yeah, you're telling me, brother. A lot of legends went down this year. This was a crazy year. Has this been the most crazy year of our lives? I don't know. Let me ask Gray. Yo, Gray, you think 2020 was the most crazy year of our lives? I don't know.
As a 24-year-old, yes. Well, what do you think about 60-year-olds right now? They've seen some shit. I don't know if this compares to maybe some of their over the last 60 years. I mean, when was the last time we had a global pandemic? Yeah, 2020 sucked ass.
I mean, we've lost more people in this pandemic, I think, than even World War II, right? Is that insane? Somebody check that. I think that's true though. I think more people have died from it, and World War II was the most insane thing ever.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think there is a line of reasoning to support that this is the most like dramatic year of our lives.
It really sucked. And it still really sucks.
Yeah. I mean, you moved to a new city and everything too. Right?
Yeah, I moved to Philly in the middle of it. I don't know how great of a decision that was. It made sense in our life, not really the world at the time, but we did it. No, but I mean, as bad as everything is, we're getting by.
A lot of blessings. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not that bad. Like there's a lot of things to be grateful for. Could be worse.
Glad you guys are still alive. Hey, thanks, Mario. Good to see you, man. How gets your
Okay,
HP
let me see. You
numbers?
need 6 more tooths. You just want to go from here?
Oh no, we can keep going. Sorry, I just keep getting distracted like we're done because I keep seeing that 10 out of 10. But yeah, we need 5 more twos, right?
Yeah. This is a nice little grinding spot, man. You can put a movie on, our duos.
Oh, I was thinking America casualties.
You never get
in all of World War II. It's insane.
Sit here for a couple hours.
If you talk about the total death toll of World War II, yeah, it's probably not even close. I was just thinking, like U.S. Sorry, this is so ignorant American. No, I'm talking about, America. My bad. Let me look this up, actually. This is so ignorant. American casualties, World War II. My bad. I didn't know the total amount. Yeah, 400. Let's see. Now look, where's that? Yeah, so America had 291,557 deaths in World War II. We have a little dog there. Took care of all the pest problems. The girl just like massacres everything. She's pretty hardcore, this little doggo. What, you got one of the little, like the hunting terriers? So I didn't mean the trigger. I just meant like American casualties, just because that's the only number I knew off the top of my head. Blue and a bit white. Oh, very nice. Hopefully I'm done after this little massacre here. 6, 7. Get number 8 right now. We're done.
Very nice. Let's go.
Let's turn them in. Navy will think 14.
Dude, 14. And do you think you can make greater magic wands now?
Yeah, I think so. And it's a huge level for me, getting 14, because I can get the next rank of corruption too. So I think it's worth it swinging by to the city.
Oh yeah, I don't even think we trained level 12, right? Yeah, I get power word, new fortitude, new shield. I get psychic scream, new. Yo,
Hold up. The thing is, we have 2 quests to turn in, and I have 5 bars to level. I don't know if turning these 2 in will get us 5 bars to level. Maybe we grind a little bit longer.
Yeah, I have nine bars to level.
9 bars to level? Okay.
We can't go east at all, can we? We're level 13. We're done with Lockmadon?
No, we'll come back. We're just gonna train up real quick. I mean, if you're 9 bars to level, maybe we just do the follow-up quest for the Trogs too?
Yes, let's do that. Okay. And then we'll have enough linen. You'll definitely be able to make greater magical wands when we go.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. 1 int, 1 stem, legs. Ooh. Yeah, Mario, grade 50 cal coming up.
Sorry, wrong way.
Oh yeah, wrong way. After the hunter, man, hate to see it. Oh, the hunter's still alive. My hunter's still alive. We're just doing duos for a little bit, but I do have AS. I mean, I've lost many hunters, but I have a 20-something hunter still kicking. Roughly 322k deaths from COVID versus the 412 to 480k deaths from World War II in the U.S. For me, it doesn't say 412 to 480k deaths in World War II. I just looked it up. It says 291k.
Well met.
That seems high. 400k. But yo, man, great stream as always. But music is louder than the action sound. Okay, I can turn it down a bit.
How are you? Be good.
Music's louder. You know, I like my
Yo,
loud
this
music.
is the place that doesn't have a vendor. This hurts.
It does, yeah. I wouldn't even worry about it. Just all the loot greens, maybe, and cloth.
No, keep your
So
feet
after
on the
that,
ground.
5.5. After we do this quest, there'll be 14.
All right, there is a clutch bread vendor if we get super lucky. That just Pat's here, so keep your eye out for him. I'm less than 2 bars. How close are you? Like what, 4 bars?
5.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's just that Warlock quest.
Hey Carlos, you only got Rhode Island red chickens, right? You gotta try Moran or Araucana for the chocolate and green eggs. Happy holidays. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, man. I figured if I ordered a bunch of different breeds, first of all, it's my first time doing this, so I might scuff it in some way. Some might be super loud. I don't know if they all get along with each other. There'll be different sizes. And the other thing was, you know, maybe they would pick on each other more because they would all look different, and maybe they would seem more like pets if they're all different colors and stuff, right? So I just went for the Rhode Island Reds, but yeah, it's so cool that that you can get eggs in different colors, blue eggs, green eggs. I think a lot of people didn't even know that, depending on what kind of chicken you have. But yeah, if anybody's interested in getting chickens, I mean, it sounds crazy, but you can just order them online, like right now, if you want. Just go to like Tractor Supply or something, and make sure you have what it takes. You know what you're in for, but you know they'll ship them right to your door.
Nice, getting double value on the copper veins.
Yo. She's a crossbreed of like a
Alright,
Jack
so we gotta
Russell,
go
I
into the
think.
camp now to finish the second quest.
Yeah, she's probably amazing at hunting those little things. Yo, do you like Spam? Oh yeah, yeah. I actually like Spam. I know that might be a hot take, but any Spam Masubi fans in the chat? Spam Masubi slaps. I mean, just a nice like a nice breakfast to me. You know, would be Spam eggs on white rice. You know, that's a delicious breakfast as far as I'm concerned. Or you can make a stir fry with Spam. You know, it has a unique taste to it. And it has a pretty legendary history with Spam.
If you don't mind,
in terms
let me
of
grab
like
this
feeding the
copper
troops
vein.
in World
It'll
War
really
II and
help
stuff.
out. We need to grind
Probably
it
not the
a little
healthiest though. Yeah, let's grind stuff, sure.
We might be split.
Spam egg on a baguette. That sounds mad good, yeah. I'm assuming there are higher qualities of spam. Not really. It's just kind of one. There's lower qualities of spam. I'll tell you that. You've seen like dollar, you know, like Dollar Tree 99-cent store, like lower version of spam. I never ate it because I thought to myself, man, how much lower can it go? But
Killed? Yo,
What's up?
breaking news. Level 50 just died.
Level 50 on Horde or what? I don't see any Fs in the chat.
Yeah, I don't see him either. Probably on Horde.
Damn, dude.
That was a 50 human rogue. No, it's on this side.
Fried some up right now. That sounds awesome. How are you making it? How are you making it, Bermene? Just cutting it into slices. You
Might have to
cubing it all,
give one
dicing it all
special
up,
for F's and
putting it
Jets
in
now.
putting it in the stir fry. That was one of my go-to college meals. I'll tell you. I would make spam, egg, rice, onion, garlic. You know, maybe add some vegetables if I had any just laying around. And just, you know, and some egg in there too, right? And just fry it all up into like just like a big mixture. That was one of my main go-tos. Also like elevating ramen, you know, that was another thing too. You get some shin ramen or something. Add some vegetables to it. Add some maybe a little protein to it. Okay, you got one on you. You good?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay. Just sliced up and eat it with some mustard. I have never thought about eating it like that, but interested how it turns out. What's the best kind of mustard, folks? Grace, you like mustard or no?
Oh yeah, I love mustard.
Love mustard? What's your favorite kind of mustard?
I like spicy mustard, like not plain Jane, but just like spicy mustard. Yeah.
Like a spicy Dijon.
Yeah.
There's this one. You ever had this kind of mustard that you can see the little like seeds in it, kind of?
Yeah, like little black speckled mustard, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's
Well,
what it was.
there's one that's really chunky, man. It's
Oh.
like what the gourmands eat. I don't know. I don't know
about that.
But it's really good. It's almost, somebody will know in the chat what it's called. It's not even really so much of a sauce at that point. It's kind of a spread. I don't know.
Let me get this 10 vein cargoes. There it is every time.
Yo. 2 casters though. Big yikes. Let's try to kill these guys first. Got one down first. These guys pumped, dude.
Yeah, they do.
It's out of mana, thankfully. Hold ring. Is that what it's called?
Spellcasters.
Hold ring.
Even
mustard.
in duos,
Phenomenal.
2 spellcasters is scary.
Yeah, seriously, man. Oh, you got the CD Hind. Oh, very nice. Yeah, those are so good. Yo, Goldam Lock with the Prime. Thank you very much, man. Welcome to the community, my friend. Happy holidays. That shit is so good with baked pretzels. Which one, Alex? The mustard or? Good to see you. How's your walk, man? Morrow on your 48 Paladin? I did it already. Yeah, the Paladin went through Morrow. CF Morrow. He's 48, almost 49. Oh, about the ding. About the ding right there.
The little dingy.
That's it.
Nice.
How close are you?
4 bars.
Okay. More mobs over here. Never had an English mustard. What's the difference with English mustard? That was good. I like English food. I mean, bangers and mash. I mean, this is gonna sound like the most American touristy thing, but bangers and mash, shepherd's pie. Even had a Mars bar. trying to think of other good English dishes. I'd probably like it though. I'm not picky, man. I pretty much eat everything.
Do you have room? I'm sorry,
I do, yeah.
feel like it's
Yeah,
room.
I'm good. No, it's not original. Yeah, perfect.
And let me give you linen too. Do you have that much room?
Yeah, I do. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have Greater Magic Wand, easy peasy.
I still have some more. I just need to make space.
Yeah, it's like the mustard you get with pretzels at fairs in some restaurants.
Oh, huge. First mana potion.
Nice, man. I think I deleted some mana potions because I thought you didn't want them. My bad.
It's okay. We got 3 more skull thumpers. We need 5. There's 3 up here.
We learned agriculture on the mean streets of Spanish Harlem. No, I didn't really have any ag skills, and I'm just kind of going with the flow, learning as I go here. Yo, this level 1 gnome made it out here. See this gnome, Gray?
Like he level 1, he got lost.
Level 1. Cargo's Kiss Me name.
It's funny.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort. I wonder how many times he died.
I was thinking the same thing. How long it took to get to level 1.
That guy is not doing the hardcore challenge. I'll tell you what. Eric, did you have a question about pedos, man? They are sponsoring the stream today.
2 more skull thumpers.
They're honestly, I mean, Alex is here. He knows about macros and stuff. 70 calories in a bag of chips, not bad. I mean, calories aren't the whole story. I always talk about that. I mean, they devolve and degenerate into a discussion on hormones and stuff. But it's got fiber in it. It's got some protein, a couple grams of each.
I'm gonna mine these copper veins.
Most importantly, though, aside from any like health-related concerns, they just taste awesome. I tried all the flavors, but somebody in the chat used the code, and apparently it was like 67 cents for like a box of these, and the box is pretty cool. The box looks like this. Comes at your door. They got the branding on point. Pretty big. It's just filled with all these flavors, so if you want to give it a shot. I'm personally going to use the service, like even if they... I'm just happy I found out about them personally. It's going to be the type of thing that I'm going to forget I even ordered it, and then every month I'm going to just walk outside and see that sitting at my doorstep, and I'm going to go, value.
I think we gotta come south for these respawns real quick.
Alright.
I'm gonna go through the cave and try and find 2 of them, and then we're out of here.
Yeah, careful, man. But for sure, so just 2 skull thumpers.
Mm-hmm. Got 1, need 1 more.
How much time do we got before F's?
Hour 50 minutes.
Okay.
You got it.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Oh, Winky just said Comcast truck outside, internet went down. Let's hope it's back on. Dude, that happened to me the other day. The internet went down, and I'm not even. It went down at like 9 p.m. And it's kind of sad, but it hurt a little bit. Like my mojo got turned off. We were watching Netflix. We didn't have internet. And it was like, oh god, I hope it's on by tomorrow.
I know, right? It makes you really. No, honestly, can I ask you guys a real question, Chad? Can I ask you a real question, Chad? Like, be honest, okay? Would you rather go 24 hours without... Let me see what kind of difficulty level I'm going to make this challenge. 24 hours without food or 24 hours without internet? Or do we go 48 hours? I don't know. Like, where does everyone's value system? Let's see. Let's start there. I was gonna say water, but that's like the next difficulty level up. Let me see. No, be honest.
I'm being completely honest. The internet being down in just my day-to-day life, I really couldn't do 48 hours. Like I would take the L. I would drink water for 48 hours and have internet nonstop.
And have internet. Yeah, I'm not talking about like you can just switch to your LTE and throw on the hotspot. I'm talking about 24 hours just with your own thoughts. Like just books. Maybe you could only read books for like, you know, that's it. You can't even...
Well, if it was the middle of the week, it would be scuffed. But like on the weekend, I really do try and disconnect a little bit, and it would be nice on a weekend. I could get down with that. Maybe once a month.
Let's see here. How much was raised? Oh, we raised pretty much 10K CDM. Almost there. My parents had a chicken coop. It was cool to hear them outside if we wake up with them outside. They make really cute noises, I gotta say, the chickens. That's tough. Internet? So when you say internet, you'd rather go with no internet and have food, right?
I didn't realize how big of a deal it was. Like, that's the first time the internet went down for a while, and it actually shook me for a second. I was like, damn, no internet.
Personally, man, like, I basically live in the Matrix, man. I'm fucking blue-pilled, bro. Like, you visited me, Gray. I always have my iPad on me. Like, I literally carry around just, like, this chunky-ass iPad everywhere I go.
Yeah, no,
it's tough for me to disconnect, man. It feels very, very strange. I need to work on that. You know, if you don't have a device on you.
No, it's not new. You know this, but it's good for
the
the soul to disconnect. It is so refreshing if you can manage it somehow.
Yeah,
I know for a lot of people, work is involved, and
I get the taste of the outdoors, right? Like I'm up at the homestead doing work there, doing stuff like that, and you know I have chickens and dogs, and I do stuff with them. But do I not have a phone or an iPad on me or something? I mean, I pretty much always have one. I don't know. Yo, this is spooky, man.
It is. I don't like it. I do not like it.
There's only this one mob left, right? Okay.
Nice. I used everything. Desperate Pair, Hellstone.
Is there a vegan Pitos flavor? I have no idea. Maybe. I'm not even sure if they're vegan. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure, my friend. But pretty much every single flavor, I tried every single flavor. They all taste good. Not even good. They all they really do taste.
Yo, it looks like.
What's up?
My community said 24 hours about internet. Everybody can just take a day off.
So they'd rather go 24 hours without internet than 24 hours without food.
Yeah, they value food over internet.
Okay.
That wouldn't be me.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to say, right?
That's what you're supposed to say.
That's what you're supposed to say. I hope that at least made people think, though, that... Because, I mean, you know, I went 3 months with no, like, internet or phone or anything. Like, just going through basic trading and stuff. I would be lying to your face, chat, if I told you that was not one of the hardest parts about it. Just the idea that you have to go back to snail mail. And you can't get the news...
Yo, I gotta get Psychic Scream, man. This is stressing me out. Can't wait to get my level 14 abilities. I'm 1 bar away.
Back in Vancouver, I used to go rock climbing backpacking for 2-3 days at a time. That's the only scenario where I can give up the internet. For 2-3 days.
You just want to fight our way out this way?
Aren't peas vegan already? Probably, but I don't know if they
down.
have like non-vegan ingredients. You know, I'm not sure.
Oh, you just saved your biggest fan.
What up?
The level 1 no. They were running after him.
Oh damn. What's your favorite Pitos flavor? I said earlier, it's actually the classic cheese. It was the one that I tasted last because I was like, dude, classic cheese is just gonna be. That's not. I don't know. That doesn't sound very exciting, right? Like the best one it sounds is the fiery onion. I mean, it sounds awesome, right? But the classic cheese, they did it, man. It's so much flavor, even though it's just a cheese flavor. Just try it. Just report back. Order it. 67 cents. Let me know what you think. But instant corruption. It's a beautiful thing. And rank 2 corruption once you get back to the city. Classic Cheese, is it sponsored by Blizzard? The onion rings are pretty good though. Wife really liked that one. She pretty much ate all the onion rings. I had one bag though. Excuse me for the backseat gaming. Oh no, not a problem at all, my friend. Actually helped me out. Forgot about that. I was distracted. Please note, only Fiery Hot Crunchy Curls are vegan. All other products contain dairy. Well, there it is. Johnny Juhala with the big brain. So yeah, that's actually cool. One flavor. I don't think you can order just one flavor though. I'm not sure. I'm gonna check the site. I think it comes as like a variety box. Maybe you can. 24 hours without internet cargoes. I can't live without the bacon. They're not hot at all, Jake. Well, I mean, I have a pretty decently high tolerance for spice. They're not, you know, like they're pretty much. They're good, bro. They're good. Trust. Just try it. Trust. I'm surprised, man. I think of a chip made from peas, and I'm not exactly thinking it may be the best thing ever. Somehow,
or we take a
they made the taste S tier with just from peas. Yeah, I'm down to Hearth. Yeah, it's Hearth. Yeah. I mean, they're kind of small bags, so you're probably gonna have to eat like 2 bags. But even if you eat 2 bags, that's only 140 calories. If you
got my attention.
Order some big ass bag of chips or whatever, you might eat like 600 calories without even realizing it.
See you soon. Safe travels.
Do some of this stuff. Time to make the wands. Like the hot ones, you try 2x spicy noodles, they're guaranteed to make your eyes water. I'm a big fan of Shin Ramen, Shin Ramyun, the black.
Here, can you come in here real quick while I vendor? I'm gonna give you some fighters.
Sure thing. Turn the music down a little bit. Server's auto canceling. Oh my god, we have so much linen. Yeah, this should be easy money. This wand.
So we got the greater AK-47.
Yes, we have the Greater Magic AK-47, yes. We have the Greater Magic M4A1S.
Right.
We have the Greater Magic Squad Automatic machine gun.
I'm gonna do engineering and cooking while you're making these wands.
Sounds good, sounds good. Sprinkle some cayenne pepper in the bag and shake it up and enjoy the burn. There you go.
No!
You really don't need to add any seasoning though, they're actually super flavored. Enchanting.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Yo, Radagast from the tier 1, almost didn't see that. Yo, thank you so much. And Gendrius. Yo, guys, thank you very much for the continued support, the re-up. Been off Classic for a while, but still think you deserve the sub for all the entertainment throughout this year. Oh, dude, that's so nice of you to say. Much appreciated. Are you coming back for TBC though, Gendrius, or? Radagast, my man with the 7 months. These are the ones getting to 60, right? That's the plan. Grays and I are. Oh, we have something on the line here, in case you missed it earlier. We're gonna eat like a tablespoon of wasabi if we die. Might not be a pocket chip level, but it'll definitely be uncomfortable. Give us something to. Yo, what up?
Do you know anything about the Frost Saber rep grind, and how does that Frost Saber rep grind compare to maybe the attunements, some of the rep grinds in TBC?
Off and away.
Frost Saber rep? What, in Winter Spring? You just have to kill a bazillion things there.
The amount of time invested, is that how all the TBC farms
I feel like
are?
that's longer, man. I don't know. I feel like the TBC ones are shorter. You'd have to pick a. The thing is, you can do that grind faster because there's nothing stopping you from getting it done, like a day or two. Like in TBC, you know, you can only do one set of dailies, you know, per day, right?
Right.
But ultimately, slash played towards the grind. Maybe the TBC ones are shorter.
I see.
My guess.
Oh, that's interesting. I just saw the Frost Saber mount. I never see it on the Horde side.
Okay, we need to keep 2 of these. These are for the wands. We need 2. I might DE stuff too. I don't know if I need to. Let's see here. Oh, I need to go to the bank.
Oh, also when you get the chance. I got breaking
I need to get up to 70 enchanting. What news?
So, Winky's said he's rescheduling F's in chat for tomorrow, so we can do whatever.
Okay.
No time limit, just let me know.
Sounds good. Let's go for another hour and a half or something like you said, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay, I'm down. We're 14 now. There's no way. Yeah, 15 would be good. 20 by tomorrow. I'd be a happy camper.
Dogs aren't naturally inclined to just kill stuff on sight. Yeah, they're not. The husband and I my sister sold TV and bought a TV stand for the office for the old TV so I can take the game cave to a whole new level. Inspired by your man cave cargoes. Oh hell yeah, Romantic. Let's get some pictures when you get it all set up. My little nerd shrine. What is TBC? It's the Burning Crusade, my man. The expansion pack.
Watch Shedderbeck.
Alright, let's make some mods. Let's see how far we can get. DE stuff before making stuff. Yes. Good call, chat. The chat stopped me right in time. So I should make the bolts first. I mean, we should absolutely just crush it. It shouldn't even be a problem. Look how much linen we have. For some reason, I feel like we have more linen than last time. I almost have enough for the wand, just as is, with the amount of dust and essences I have right now, let alone the 70 bolts of wool cloth I can make. Fresh TBC hype? Yeah. You saw that Nano tweet, right? He was saying we're going to be talking about TBC scheduling before the end of the year. We'll see if it comes true. How many carbs in a bag of Pitos? Let's see. 8 grams carbs, 2 grams fiber, so 6 grams net carbs. That's what I'm saying, bro. That is not even bad. 6 grams net carb. It's almost like a friggin' Quest chips. Anybody eat those Quest chips? Those things slap too. But again, I wouldn't even get too caught up on the health side of it. I mean, they're chips at the end of the day, but they do taste really good. Well, I think they're all different, but that's the classic onion one. This one. The GSDs don't trip on your chickens. Well, the thing is, we got the chickens when they were baby chicken, like 1 day old, right? So the dogs were freaked out by them at first, very much so. But they're so tiny and defenseless at that size that, what are they gonna do? Like, bite a small, tiny little chicken that we're like, you know, safeguarding in a small little cage? So they just kind of got sensitized to them since they saw them at day 1. But if we brought in the chickens, right, and they were fully grown hens and they're all developed and the dogs are all developed, yeah, it could be a bloodbath or something, right? But it was this gradual process for them. So they're chill with them now. The chickens aren't scared of the dogs aren't scared of the chickens. It's beautiful. Yeah, let's hope Nano has a solid source. Yeah, we'll see. He was right on a lot of stuff leading up to now, but... Protein? Oh, there's protein. Yeah, there's protein. In this one, there's, let's see. 2 grams of protein in this bag. Zesty Ranch has got 4 grams of protein. Apparently there's some people in the chat that actually did it and said it was 67 cents for a whole box. I think it's a promotion, right? But still, that's pretty damn good.
What can I help you with?
How much magnesium? Magnesium? I couldn't tell you, man. Maybe none. Never heard that before. What's magnesium good for? What class spotlight is next in the TBC podcast? The episode yesterday was like, I think it was Warrior and Mage. Those are the two ones that we have guests all lined up for. So we could do either. We're gonna get around all of them though, for sure. All the classes, all 9. Oh, you were just kidding. I got you. 67 cents. There you go. A couple people did it. I appreciate it, guys. Zog Tiger, yo, good to see you, man. Man, I haven't seen that name in a hot minute. How we doing, brother? You still playing Classic? I remember dicking around on the little PTR before even beta, dueling and stuff. Would you always recommend enchanting and Taylor on a lock? I would say, in hardcore, to start, yes.